Avenues on March 10th at 8:25 p.m. Our complainant is an 87-year-old female who was walking down the street when a female with long curly hair, a black jacket, crossed the street and pushed the 87-year-old female in an unprovoked, senseless attack. That's her right up there. A short time ago today, our complainant died from her injuries. We're asking the public's help in solving this disgusting and disgraceful offense committed against a vulnerable, elderly female who was doing nothing but walking down the streets of New York City. So please, anybody with any information on this person or her whereabouts, call 1-800-577-TIPS. Before I go on into our last case, I'd like to thank the Police Foundation. They are a true public-private partnership with us, and whenever we ask them for anything, they always are ready, willing, and able to help us. With me right now is Chief Hank Sortner of
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Live Now from Fox. I'm Rain Augustine. I'll be with you for the next few hours as we continue to cover major news headlines taking place not only across the country but internationally on this Wednesday, March 16th. Thank you all again so much for streaming our show this morning. Beginning with the latest information when it comes to the ongoing situation in Ukraine. We know that fighting in Ukraine is entering its third week. Now, while diplomacy efforts are ongoing, Ukraine's president, as you see here, Volodymir Zielinski, will be making a plea to Congress this morning. You can watch that coverage beginning at 8:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. He's asking for more help as Vladimir Putin's army continues its relentless onslaught. Let's check in with our Fox News correspondent, Lauren Blanchard, who has more in Poland, more details.
In Ukraine's capital of Kyiv, an escalation in Russian artillery attacks. Pre-dawn explosions hitting at least 4 buildings, including a 15-story apartment complex, triggering a huge fire and rescue effort.
There was a howl and I watched out of the window, and the missiles crashed into the building, and all the windows were smashed.
Officials say dozens of residents were killed in the attacks as Russia repositions its forces and slowly gains new ground.
The worst thing is that children are dying. They haven't lived their lives, and they have already seen this. This is the worst.
Despite security dangers, the prime ministers of Poland, the Czech Republic, and Slovenia went by train to meet with Ukrainian President Zielinski in Kyiv, a visit not sanctioned by the European Union.
Ukraine will be presented with a whole package of concrete support by the other leaders.
Zelensky will address Congress virtually on Wednesday. He's expected to call for more aid and a no-fly zone.
Our friend, Volodymir Zielinski.
He spoke to Canada's parliament today.
We are not asking for much. We're asking for justice, for real support.
Meanwhile, peace talks have resumed, with a proposed ceasefire and humanitarian corridors discussed. Ukraine says new aid efforts are planned, including for hard-hit Mariupol in the south. The city reports 2,000 cars have left. The UN says there have been about 700 Ukrainian civilian casualties, the real number thought to be higher. And Ukraine admits 1,300 of its soldiers have been killed. Here in Lviv, 4 were given a solemn funeral. As Lviv Mayor Andrei Sodovy told us, with some help, they can win.
I am optimist. I believe in our victory. If we received more military, we very fast fight to Russia aggressor.
The mayor continued, I have only my land, my city, my country. I will fight to the last drop of blood. Strong words, strong emotions felt across this country today. In Lviv, Greg Palkot, Fox News.
Huge thank you to Greg for that excellent reporting. He's been reporting on this situation since day one. Let's take a live now look from the Poland-Ukraine border. As you can see, dozens of people early this morning heading into the afternoon there locally are still fleeing Ukraine, the war-torn country, as we know. The fighting entering its third week, now presenting a humanitarian crisis as more than 2 of the major cities in Poland are saying that they can no longer absorb refugees. So again, make sure that you all are staying tuned into Live Now from Fox, because beginning at 8 a.m., we will bring you all Ukrainian President Zielinski's address to Congress. He is asking for more diplomacy talks and also asking for more aid from NATO and its other allies. Let's go ahead. I want to show you all these images that we are getting. It seems as though the situation is getting worse for civilians. We now are taking a look as residential buildings in Kyiv are targeted. This took place actually on Wednesday. As you see, we are looking at Kyiv emergency agencies. They're reporting damage to this 12-story apartment building following shelling from the Russian military. Now, the top floors of the building are reportedly destroyed, as you can obviously see here, with 2 people falling victim to the attack. Their conditions are still unknown. However, Russia has allegedly intensified its fighting in the towns directly outside of the capital. 12 neighboring suburbs are currently without water, while 6 reports no heat. Again, let's go ahead and check in with Lauren Blanchard. She's going to bring us more details on this story.
Russia continues to bomb the country. Still, there may be some signs of progress during peace talks. The horrors of war seen and heard across Ukraine. Russia is pushing forward, trying to take key Ukrainian cities, despite fiercer than expected pushback.
Our people are being killed, simply killed. Our houses are being destroyed. They bomb schools. So many children have been killed.
On Tuesday, almost 30,000 people successfully escaped through humanitarian corridors. The near-constant stream of refugees fleeing the violence putting extreme pressure on neighboring countries. Still, thousands remain trapped within Ukraine's borders. The Red Cross sent a convoy carrying 200 tons of humanitarian aid.
People need food, people need water, people need to be in a safe place above all.
President Biden expected to announce an additional $800 million in funding on top of the $200 million already pledged over the weekend. This comes as Ukrainian President Volodymir Zielinski virtually addresses Congress. Zielinski has acknowledged Ukraine will likely not join NATO and said there was some progress during talks with Russia. More talks are expected later Wednesday.
I want to express my gratitude to President Joe Biden and to all the friends of Ukraine and the United States for the new support package for our nation.
President Biden will travel to Brussels next week for an emergency meeting with NATO leaders. In Poland, near the Ukrainian border, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
Again, President Biden is expected to address the nation today at 11:45 a.m., explaining just how the United States will continue to support Ukraine during this time. You can stream that live, raw, and unfiltered right here on Live Now from Fox. In the meantime, let's check in with Fox 13 Tampa. They're bringing us more on the humanitarian crisis.
Crossing the line, that's how Ukraine's president, members of the European Union, even some high-ranking American politicians have described Russia's invasion of Ukraine, accusing the country, Russia, of committing war crimes. What are the rules of war exactly? We sent Sam Kramer to find out. Sam joins us from Marquette University tonight. Sam?
Yeah, hi there, Ted. Well, a lot of this international humanitarian law, which covers war crimes, was actually written at the Geneva Conventions of 1949, right after World War II. Tonight, a Marquette political science professor says it sure looks like there's plenty of evidence of war crimes here, but he adds Ukraine's response makes it a bit more complicated. Between hospital bombings, attacks on a nuclear power plant, and the deaths of hundreds of civilians.
What we're seeing right now is, the entire range of potential war crimes on display in a lot of ways.
Marquette Assistant Professor Mark Berlin says the preliminary evidence of war crimes is present in Ukraine. He teaches international law, including international humanitarian law, which covers war. That law prevents siege tactics, starving a population, for example. It also says soldiers must allow civilians to leave an area and cannot intentionally strike civilians. Any violation is a war crime.
Attacking civilian targets like hospitals, schools, things that don't have a military purpose, those are considered civilian objects, and they are supposed to be immune from attack under international law.
But Berlin says war in an urban setting complicates this, especially with ordinary Ukrainian citizens joining the fight.
Anyone who picks up a weapon and is actually engaged in hostilities towards you is a legitimate target.
As a nation aims to protect its sovereignty and its people under attack. Now, the International Criminal Court has come out to say it's already investigating the presence of Russian war crimes in Ukraine and Crimea. And Berlin says, like domestic crimes, though investigation of war crimes can take years, he does expect all of the on-the-ground reporting as well as cell phone, innocent bystander video to be heavily involved in that process. We're live tonight on the campus of Marquette University. Sam Kramer, Fox 6 News.
Sam, thanks for the explanation.
All right, a huge thank you to Fox 6 Milwaukee for bringing us that reporting, explaining war crimes. We do expect President Biden to also speak on this subject. Again, you can stream his live address at 11:45 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. 6:11 a.m. Let's take a quick commercial break, and we'll have more coverage of this right after. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We are taking a Live Now look from the Poland-Ukraine border as dozens of people we've just witnessed live are making that transition from their war-torn country, seeking shelter and safety. This all happening as the fighting in Ukraine, the Russian invasion of Ukraine, is entering its third week. Now today, taking place at 8:30 a.m. Eastern Time. You can stream this on Live Now from Fox. Ukrainian President Volodymir Zielinski will address Congress. This morning, he's making a very dramatic appeal for more assistance in his country's war with Russia. We know that there have been more attacks that took place overnight. There may have also been some glimmers of hope for a possible peace deal. So make sure that you all are streaming his live address to Congress. We will bring it to you right here on Live Now from Fox. Again, that is beginning at 8:30 a.m. Now, if you are a regular for Live Now from Fox, you know that we're all about bringing you top stories, major news headlines, exclusive interviews, and we bring you all these live images from across the globe. We've been staying on top of the Ukraine crisis since day one, covering all angles, including military strategy, possible cyber attacks, as well as the humanitarian crisis. But I do want to switch gears momentarily during this 6 a.m. hour to bring you all some news that's taking place here on the home front. We know that gas prices are deeply concerning these days, and as oil prices continue to increase, you may have to pay more for your flight ticket. Airlines are seeing a comeback in all types of travel and will likely charge flyers more amid rising fuel costs. Now, carriers like American Airlines, Delta, United Airlines, and others, really all of the major airlines, expect to match the surging fuel prices with ticket prices. That's a little scary. According to reports by the Adobe Digital Economy Index and JP Morgan, there has been a surge in ticket bookings and travel-related expenses. As you can imagine, a lot of people are looking forward to hitting the skies post-COVID-19, but the ticket prices could increase drastically because of increases in prices. However, industry observers that increasing inflation will have more of an impact on the travelers' trip. So let's go ahead and check in with Live Now from Fox's Daytona Everett. She's going to bring us more on this story. She actually caught up with an economist. They're talking inflation as well as the Fed possibly increasing interest rates.
We're going to bring in economist David Ragland. David, thanks for being with us here on the show. Per usual, let's start with the Federal Reserve and those expectations to come. There's a big meeting coming up tomorrow. Just preview it for us.
Sure. I think what we have from the Fed, he's already told us that they're going to raise rates by 0.25%. That's pretty much baked in. I think also baked into the market now is 6 or 7 more increases over the next 12 months. So I think we have to divide it between what the Federal Reserve is going to do tomorrow and what the market has already done over the last 6, 7, 8 months. Because the Fed is raising short-term rates, but if you're a home purchaser, you've already felt the increases in rates. Before we had 30-year rates on mortgages below 3%. Today they're at 4.30, 4.50. On the 15-year mortgages, they were close to 2.0. Now they're over 3%. So the cost of borrowing for a home purchase has gone up dramatically over the last 6, 8 months. So what happens tomorrow is a little bit anticlimactic if you're the average consumer.
So the aim of this is to cool the red hot inflation that we have going on right now. Do you think it will do that?
Well, it's only one step. So when we talk about cooling inflation, it's a series of increases over time. And generally what we expect is that these increases will take anywhere from 90 days to 9 or 10 months to really start to impact the economy. The increases in mortgage rates, lending rates that are affecting businesses, those have already started. So I think you will start to see a slowdown. We're already seeing slowdown in GDP already. People are already starting to make decisions differently. Gas prices go up this fast, this high, people already start to pull back in fear.
Because it's going to take a little while. Do you expect inflation to get much worse in the coming weeks, or do you expect it to level off?
I think we're at a pretty high level at this point. I don't see a dramatic increase given where we are, because people are already starting to make choices as far as my clients are starting to back away from that home purchase that they would have made. So if they don't make the home purchase, they don't make the purchases of all the other ancillary washing machines, dryers, other furniture that's in there. So you're already starting to see people's decision-making change when it comes to higher prices. And that creates demand destruction. Demand destruction reduces the pressure on inflation in the intermediate term, not necessarily tomorrow or 30, 60 days from now.
I think some home buyers' ears are perking up at home right now, because you're saying that the demand is going to start to go down because it's just unfeasible to reach these prices right now. So do you expect home prices to be going down as well?
Well, it depends upon new homes versus existing homes.
Okay.
New homes, the challenge is the builder is paying higher prices for raw materials. I was talking to a builder client of mine that looked at some of the small items, just basic caulk that they used to pay is up 5x. So those costs, which he saw last year, are already kind of baked into newer home prices. And so those prices are going to be passed along to the purchaser. Existing homes, however, now you may see a little bit of dampening in demand. And so prices, again, would be leveling out possibly. I don't see housing prices going down, but I certainly don't see the dramatic rise in housing prices 12 months, 24 months from now that we've seen in the last 24 months.
So I'm curious, what are the most frequent concerns that you're hearing from people when it comes to the economic situation that the U.S. is in right now?
Well, it always comes back to their pocketbook. So it's either prices are going up, or looking at my account, my 401k plan is down, my investment accounts are down. That's the big concern, because when accounts are down, people pull back, they become fearful. This is a typical nasty correction that we always have. We have inflation fears, we have war fears. So we have the average stock down more than 20%, S&P down 10%, NASDAQ down 20%. So when you look at your investment accounts, that creates fear, that creates the questions. However, at this point in time, it's Christmas in March that we're talking to clients about. You know, you've got great companies that are down 30, 40, 50% from where they were simply 6 months ago. So it's an opportunity for long-term investors to buy prices, you know, companies at lower prices. So, you know, you have to take the gift when you can get it from that standpoint. And I think we're set up for a little bit maybe of a relief rally, because the market is looking for that 25% rate increase tomorrow. They're looking really for confirmation from the Federal Reserve of what they think is coming. Confirmation allows market participants to get back in. Market participants do not like uncertainty at all.
Well, the big board ending in the green today, so I don't know what that means going into tomorrow. Maybe things looking up here. But I do think the most immediate problem that people have right now is at the gas pump. Prices are higher, setting record highs right now, and people are having to shift when it comes to saving and planning with their expenses. So what are some tips that you have for consumers in America right now that are making those shifts?
Well, I think for those people that can, the ability to work more from home is always an option. You know, the combining of several trips into one trip, you know, starting to plan your day a little bit more. Automakers are already starting to see demand for more fuel efficient cars. It's already starting to impact, you know, what dealers are seeing. People are coming for used cars or new cars that have a higher MPG from that standpoint. So it's already impacting decision-making on cars, decision-making on working from home. Again, trying to get more people into carpools, alternative forms of transportation. All of those are already starting to see, both in our clients as well as overall economy.
I do like, though, every time you come on, I feel like you're not telling people to completely pull back, especially when it comes to those investment portfolios. We're just in a little bit of a lull right now, but it makes sense to continue to invest, to continue to save despite what's going on, because we'll turn this around in the future. It's just the timeline of it is a little uncertain.
Yeah, this is a great time to be a 401k investor. You know, we always talk about dollar cost averaging. You know, dollar cost averaging works like this. You're putting in, let's say, $100 every time you get paid into the market. And as the prices come down, you're buying more shares. And as we know over time, long term, the market does go up. So you're simply buying more shares at a cheaper price. The dollar cost averaging forces you to be disciplined. It forces you to buy more when the market's down and buy less when the market's up. And that's a great recipe for the average investor to make sure that they stay unemotional when it comes to the market, because we know on average, every year there's a 10% pullback or greater. We are just not in the position now because it's been 15 months before this one started, before we had. So we weren't in practice for going through this emotional hurdle.
Well, any last thoughts as we move forward? Today is Equal Pay Day for women, and we're talking about the conversations, those tough conversations of asking for raises and things along those lines. But with the Great Resignation, it seems like a good time.
Well, I think the greatest thing that you can do if you're looking for a new job or you're asking for a pay raise, one of the great things to look at is put yourself in the position of the manager. And you're coming to your manager and saying, how can I earn more money? What are the specific things that you need me to do to earn more money? Okay, instead of just coming in and saying, I want to earn more money without any reasons, build your base case of why you can contribute more to the organization and thereby receive a higher compensation. We've had that many conversations with clients before, and I know it works because I hear the results.
Good to know. David Ragland, always great to have you on. We appreciate you, and as things kind of shake up and change, we'll have you on again.
Great to be with you. Have a great night.
Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. The time is now 6:30 a.m. My name is Rain Augustine. Thank you all so much for waking up with us.
No matter where you're from or where you live, those things will not happen
more than $400 million for transportation projects in 39 states. Now, the president and the Transportation Department awarded $409 million to 70 projects across the country. This took place on Monday. Now, funds are also meant to help several communities to buy electric buses, which will help reduce gas emissions and promote cleaner air. Transportation departments in Connecticut, Ohio, Southern Nevada, as well as Atlanta will get millions of dollars in aid. Continuing on with the Biden administration, here's a look at the federal response to COVID-19.
We could be in for a rough summer. As COVID cases decline in the U.S., we're seeing big spikes in Europe, Hong Kong, and China, where a so-called stealth Omicron subvariant is threatening to cause another surge. Things are so bad in China, the government is warning of supply chain delays as lockdowns go back into effect in major cities, though officials acknowledge this subvariant will be tough to contain.
The epidemic prevention and control is more difficult, and we are faced with grim and great challenges.
The World Health Organization is also tracking another variant being called Deltacron for now because it's a hybrid of the Delta and Omicron strains. Here in the U.S., we're averaging a little less than 33,000 COVID cases per day, an 8-month low. But some health officials are warning continuing to lift restrictions as these new variants spread is likely to cause another surge.
We're seeing a surge in China, we're seeing a surge in Europe. So it is going to happen here, especially as we reduce a lot of our risk mitigation.
And on Tuesday, the White House told Congress more money needs to be appropriated for COVID response, warning, quote, failure to fund these efforts now will have severe consequences as we will not be equipped to deal with a future surge.
With cases rising abroad, scientific and medical experts have been clear that in the next couple of months, there could be increasing cases of COVID-19. We need funding now, so we're prepared for whatever comes.
The administration says without more funding, it won't be able to guarantee all Americans a free booster shot. In Washington, Mike Emanuel, Fox News.
All right, thanks, Mike, for that report. We heard briefly White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki speak just momentarily on the federal response to COVID-19 here at home, but we know that a surge in COVID-19 cases abroad is raising more concern that we could possibly see an influx here in the United States within the coming months. Now, Fox News correspondent Rob Dawson has more on what the White House says needs to be done to prevent another outbreak, plus why Pfizer is advocating for a second round of booster shots.
In the next couple of months, there could be increasing cases of COVID-19 here in the United States.
The White House is warning there could be trouble ahead as watchful eyes turn to monitor the latest COVID-19 surge overseas, with a new stealth subvariant of the Omicron mutation causing coronavirus cases in China, the UK, Germany, and the Netherlands to spike.
Just went to a wake for a friend that passed away 2 weeks ago from COVID.
But as nationwide infections and hospitalizations are declining here in the U.S., Pfizer is now asking federal officials to let anyone 65 years and older qualify for a second booster shot to ward off any potential mass outbreaks in the future.
Clear science that tells you that the vaccine and the boosters are going to keep you alive.
This comes as the Senate Health, Education, Labor, and Pensions Committee approved the Prevent Pandemics Act Tuesday. It still needs to pass in Congress, but if it does, it would allow for an investigation into the national COVID-19 response effort and offer ways to improve how the country handles communications for future pandemics. The lawmakers expect this act to be costly, and the White House is already calling for an additional $22.5 billion from Congress to ensure COVID-19 funds don't run dry.
Those consequences are dire. An inability to purchase additional treatments, fewer tests available to Americans.
White House officials also announcing Tuesday that Second Gentleman Doug Emhoff has tested positive for COVID-19. Vice President Kamala Harris is still testing negative. Rob Dawson, Fox News.
One of my favorite things in life, and that's introducing my wife.
And continuing to bring you all the latest as we enter week 3 of the crisis in Ukraine. We do expect Volodymir Zielinski to speak with United States lawmakers today. Now, the leader of Ukraine is scheduled to speak before Congress at 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Make sure that you all stream it raw and unfiltered right here on LiveNOW with Fox. President Zielinski spoke with more than 280 United States lawmakers earlier in March, asking for help with the ongoing war in Russia. The Ukrainian president has sought support through virtual calls with other nations' leaders and the British Parliament. The United States and other partners have enforced sanctions on Russia after its invasion of Ukraine taking place on February 24th. And again, make sure that you all are tuning in beginning at 8:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. We will have non-stop coverage of the third week as Russia invades Ukraine. And again, Ukrainian President Volodymir Zielinski will address Congress at 9 a.m. In the meantime, we are seeing many people continue to risk their own lives to bring humanitarian aid to the country of Ukraine. Let's go ahead and check in with our news partners over at Fox 11 Los Angeles. They're actually going to catch up with Jericho Sky, who traveled from the United States to the war zone in Ukraine just to join the fight against the resistance.
He joins us live from Kyiv. This segment's going to be a little bit shorter than we were hoping for because of technical challenges in the middle of a war zone. Jericho, thank you for being with us. Why are you doing this?
Well, there's innocent civilians being killed, so there's nowhere else I'd be right now.
Wow, plain and simple. Well, it was quite the journey, we know, for you, Jericho, to get to Kyiv. Tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, it's halfway across the world. There wasn't any direct line of communication that I was able to obtain with anybody with the Foreign Legion, so I just had to kind of make my way here from the States. And then when I got into country, I don't speak the language, and you know, it's a country at war, and they're looking for any saboteurs. So every few steps I made, the police officers of the local national military were checking me, and without any actual documentation to prove what I was doing there, everybody was a little bit hesitant of me. But sooner or later, I made my way to the capital just from angels being put in my path.
And that's where you are now in Kyiv. What's it like on the ground, and have those guys started to embrace you as one of them?
Oh yeah, absolutely. As soon as they realized that I wasn't here to cause any harm, they've totally embraced me with open arms. The Ukrainian people are very, very sweet, very loving, extremely resilient, and yeah, I'm really grateful for them because they have welcomed me with open arms. And what's going on in the ground? I mean, just a couple minutes ago, it's like 3 a.m., 4 a.m. here. I just got woken up by a pretty large, pretty big boom. There's constantly bombs being dropped. There's air raid sirens constantly going off. There's small arms, machine gun fire, several blocks just down from my location, constantly. But at the same time, during the day, there's still people like walking their dog, you know.
Wow.
So there's the Ukrainian people. They're not afraid, and even though it's the middle of a war zone, many of them have lost friends and family already. They still seem to just carry on with their life.
Jericho, we only have less than a minute left. What is your plan? How long do you see yourself there on the ground?
Yeah, so we just signed our documents to become not exactly members of their military, but just about. And the contract is to be here for until the end of the war.
Wow, and we don't know how long that is going to be, but you do have a GoFundMe page that we want to put up on the screen. They're not paying you. You're doing this and need help. You see it right there. What do you search for, Marla?
You search fundraiser for Jericho's volunteer mission to Ukraine, asking for, seems like a mere $5,000 to support your mission. Jericho Sky, thank you so much for being with us and for all that you're doing in your service.
Best of humanity. Yeah. We'll be right back. He joins us live from Kyiv.
Of an overnight attack on a residential building. Now, we've been hearing a lot about unprecedented economic sanctions on Russia from the United States, as well as its allies, sanctions that have been brought against Russia elites known as oligarchs. Some of the most powerful families and individuals have been cut off from financial systems. Their assets have been frozen, and they've blocked access to their property, including luxury yachts, for example. But who exactly are these oligarchs that we keep hearing about, and how will these specific sanctions impact the outcome of war? Let's go ahead and check in with our news partners over at Fox 32 Chicago for the latest on that story.
Been brought against Russian elites. They have cut powerful families and individuals off from financial systems, frozen their assets, and blocked access to their property, including luxury yachts that we've been hearing a lot about. But exactly who are these oligarchs we keep hearing about, and how will these specific sanctions affect the outcome of this war? Joining us to discuss is Professor Jordan Gans-Morse with Northwestern University, who is an expert with a focus on Russia and the former Soviet Union. Thank you so much for joining me this morning.
Thanks for having me. Pleasure to be here.
Let's just start with the primary lesson here. Describe what and who are these oligarchs, and how does their wealth relate to the political control in Russia?
I think one thing that's important for us to remember, and that this gets lost a lot in these discussions, is that we use this term oligarchs as though it's one big group, and there's actually a number of different types of oligarchs. At minimum, we should distinguish between two types. One of the type that had their wealth that came out of the collapse of the Soviet Union and the privatization of Russian assets in the 1990s, and they were rich when Putin already came to power. And many of them didn't survive those early years. They were exiled or put in jail. Some of them adapted and became close to Putin. Those are the most famous of these are people like Roman Abramovich, at least the most famous in the West. And there's a whole nother group which really has its wealth due to Putin. And these are people that he knew going back sometimes even to his childhood days, other times to his days in St. Petersburg in the 1990s, and other times to his KGB background. And all of these people are very different. So that would be the first thing that we'd want to think about. Those who are close to him, some of these things may hurt them, but they are not going to break with him no matter what. On the other hand, those who are not close to him, they rely on him. He doesn't rely on them as much. And so they might break with him, but they are not going to have any influence, even if they did. They're quite afraid of him.
Okay, so how will the sanctions affect Putin in the war, if at all?
At this point, I think that it's less about the hope that we're going to have some sort of immediate impact in changing his mind or changing his policy. But what we can do is affect his resources. We can make it that much harder for him to have access to resources from everything from money to companies that are producing metals that eventually are needed for Russia's war effort, for energy, for anything that ultimately is going to go into helping Putin either keep his economy afloat or helping him make this execute this war. We can hurt that, and that helps. That's that much more limitation. That's that much more pressure. That's that much more of a headache for Putin in terms of thinking about where he goes next. The other thing is that even if it's the case that many of the oligarchs, say Roman Abramovich, are unlikely to directly have influence on Putin, having unhappy, powerful stakeholders in Russia still isn't good for him. It's one more thing for him to be thinking about and looking over his back.
Okay, what kind of ripple effect, though, do these sanctions have around the world? If we have these oligarchs maybe hiding their wealth everywhere, including here in the United States, do we feel a ripple effect, and does it affect all of us?
Well, I think we need to keep in mind, too, that the sanctions are not just on these individuals. The sanctions are also on institutions, banks, companies, and so on. They are on the ability of companies in the United States and Europe and Canada and throughout the world to export things to Russia. So the sanctions on the oligarchs themselves, even though they're the most high profile and because they're personified in these well-known people, it's easy to focus on them, but they're only one piece of this much bigger picture. When we put all that together, absolutely, it's going to affect the rest of the world. The extent to which that's going to happen is something that we're still only now beginning to figure out. But I think that what we need to focus on right now is the devastation that's happening in Ukraine, and that this is one lever that can be used to put that much more pressure on Putin to try to end this sooner rather than later. And whatever pain we're feeling in terms of things like higher gas prices and so on, it's minimal to what Putin's doing, both the Ukrainians, and also important to remember that the Ukraine's the forefront of a bigger fight against, that Putin is waging against NATO. And even though Ukrainians are dying, this is a fight that the West very much is in. And if Putin is not slowed down here, it's going to affect us all in ways way beyond our economy.
Professor Jordan Gans-Morse, what a great way to end this interview. Such a good point. We appreciate you joining us. You're with Northwestern University, and we appreciate your expertise. You take care.
You too. Thank you for having me.
Unprecedented economic sanctions on Russia by the U.S. and its
Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Time is now 6:47 a.m. Good morning, everyone. Thank you all so much for streaming our coverage on this Wednesday, March 16th, halfway through the work week. Now, make sure that you are staying tuned into our programming all day because, as you see, we will stream live, raw, and unfiltered Ukrainian President Volodymir Zielinski's address to Congress as diplomacy talks continue. Now, we know that Russia is ramping up their attacks in Kyiv, devastating Ukraine's capital. This morning, again, President Volodymyr speaking to Congress directly, seeking help amid widespread destruction. Let's head out to New York, where Fox 5 New York's Kayla Mamalak is bringing us more on this story. Good morning, Kayla.
Good morning to you. And yeah, as Russian bombs continue to rain down on Ukraine, President Volodymyr Zielinski will address Congress virtually in just a few hours from now in a plea for more help. The Biden administration expected to respond with $800 million additional dollars in military aid, but the administration also making it clear that a no-fly zone remains a no-go.
Smoke rises over Kyiv this morning, Ukraine's capital now under an around-the-clock curfew as Russian airstrikes and artillery continue to devastate the city.
I call to everyone, every civilian, please spend the time, if it's possible, in bunkers.
Nearly 3 weeks into their invasion, Russian forces are intensifying attacks on civilian targets across several Ukrainian cities. At least 4 multi-story buildings have been hit. More than 600 civilians have been killed, according to the UN, but that number could turn out to be much higher.
They bombed school buildings. They destroyed kindergarten facilities.
Later this morning, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zielinski will make a direct appeal for more help to U.S. Congress. He's expected to ask once again for a no-fly zone.
So sanctions are not enough, although we're very grateful for that.
The White House already dismissing that request as a non-starter, despite new calls from NATO member Estonia to close the skies over Ukraine.
We disagree with the argument that that would be an effective step.
Ineffective, the Biden administration argues, because a no-fly zone could inflame tensions and risk broader global conflict with nuclear-armed Russia. The president also touting help the U.S. has already provided, signing a spending bill which includes $13.6 billion in new aid to Ukraine.
We're moving urgently to further augment the support to the brave people of Ukraine as they defend their country.
Peace talks between Russia and Ukraine also expected to resume later today. And for the first time, there may be just a little bit of cautious optimism. President Zielinski, in his daily address to the Ukrainian people, saying that peace talks are starting to sound more realistic. That might be, at least in part, because Zielinski yesterday told members of the EU that he no longer expects Ukraine to join NATO. For now, we're live here in the East Village of Manhattan. Send it back inside to you.
All right, a huge thank you to Fox 5 New York's Kayla Mamalak for bringing us that story. Again, you can stream Zielinski's address to the United States Congress right here at 9 a.m. Eastern Time. I do want to bring a preview for you all, dive a little bit deeper when it comes to this address that we're speaking. Live now from Fox's Andrew Kraft is bringing us more.
National security expert Hal Kempfer. Hal, always good to see you, and thanks for being with us yet again tonight. But let's preview Zelensky's speech tomorrow. The Wall Street Journal broke this earlier today that the President Biden, is expected to announce more than $1 billion in new military assistance to the Ukraine government as early as tomorrow. Now, this will include many types of equipment, military equipment, like anti-armor and anti-air systems, including portable air defenses like Javelins and Stingers. This is part of that $13.6 billion supplemental package that was signed into law today. So what do you think we'll hear from Volodymyr Zelensky tomorrow in Congress?
Well, Andrew, I think what you're going to hear is two things. You're going to hear, one, that he's going to be very grateful to all the support that the United States has provided. There's the lethal aid that you just talked about. There's the Javelins. There's also other anti-tank missiles that have gone over. The Javelins, of course, have become almost like a cult item with the Ukrainian forces because they're so effective. And they really have thwarted that armor capability that Russia has. And then the Stinger missiles. And you saw that they're using certain tactical deception means, decoys, in order to try and deal with that. But as we've seen time and time again, the Russian pilots are intimidated. They don't even want to try and fly over Ukrainian airspace if they can avoid it, simply because they're dealing with a very tough anti-air defense envelope that's really, for the most part, all anti-aircraft missiles. So we're going to hear that thankfulness, and certainly hear the thankfulness for what's coming. What I do expect are two things he will bring up. He's going to bring up, we want a no-fly zone, which obviously the U.S. and NATO have said they're not going to put a no-fly zone there. And then the other one he'll ask to get those MiGs out of Poland. Yeah, and I got to tell you, the more I look at this, and you know, nothing changes policy like success on the battlefield. And there's been a lot of success on the battlefield with the Ukrainians. And I think as they're achieving more and more success, and with all the pressure coming from Congress and elsewhere, and the pressure coming from our NATO allies, I wouldn't be surprised if we revisit that moving of MiGs, along with things like Su-25s and a lot of other Russian equipment that we currently aren't moving over to Ukraine, that we might look at moving that over.
Hal, there's a lot of meetings in the works. There's a lot of movement going on, and I always like to talk about the diplomatic angle to this, and we'll get to the military angle on the battlefield as well. But I just want to put up this week, we got the news that we were somewhat reporting yesterday, but it's confirmed today, and this is from NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg, saying, "I have convened an extraordinary summit March the 24th at NATO HQ. We will address Russia's invasion of Ukraine, our strong support for Ukraine, and further strengthening NATO's deterrence and defense at this critical time. North America and Europe must continue to stand together." So President Biden going to Europe, going to Brussels next week. And then I thought another meeting that took place today, which I thought was just extraordinary, in Kyiv, Hal. The prime ministers of Poland, the Czech Republic, and Slovenia are in Kyiv today in an active war zone. This is from Kevin Rothrock, a Twitter journalist who follows this very, very closely, with photos of the meeting, talking about the war. That is quite stunning to have leaders of neighboring nations, some NATO members as well, head to Kyiv to talk about this. President Biden going to Europe next week, to Brussels. And then lastly, Turkey's foreign minister will fly to Russia and Ukraine this week to facilitate ceasefire talks. Is this all posturing? Is this all symbolism, or are you confident something can come of this?
Of course, you can't dismiss the symbolism. I mean, it's a powerful symbol, but it's more than a symbol. 3 NATO prime ministers went to Kyiv. So it's not just being there and talking to Zielinski and being seen for that photo op. They got there, which is another way of saying the government of Ukraine is intact, and Kyiv is so well defended that they can bring in foreign heads of state for state visits. That's an incredibly powerful statement. That has military dynamics, because everyone is seeing this, that the Ukrainian forces are able to hold open that place. It also says, hey, if three prime ministers can get in there, imagine how many Stingers and Javelins and everything else have gotten to Kyiv, which is something I'm sure all those Russian commanders are now scratching their heads saying, wonder how many anti-tank missiles they actually have around that city. That's another thing they're thinking about. Now, as far as the Turkish visit, you know, again, as things are changing on the battlefield, certainly the visit you saw today with the prime ministers, I think he may have more success than previous attempts had. It's obvious that, you know, Russia is not going to make any progress. There really is no way mathematically for Russia to achieve its objectives that it set out to do in the war. Whatever its original plan has completely fallen apart. And now for Putin, it's really a matter of how does he get out of this thing? And so, you know, I thought that offer by Zielinski today, the offer to say, look, we will not be part of NATO, that's part of setting the conditions to allow Putin someday to withdraw his forces. But I think that a lot of stuff is currently, there's so much in motion right now. It's difficult to see how Putin is going to remain in power for any length of time, even though they may have success with this meeting.
Yeah, Hal, a senior U.S. defense official says today, 20 days into the invasion, Russia has made little to no progress in the last 24 hours since you and I last spoke, and forces are still about 15 to 20 kilometers outside of Kyiv's city center. And so right now, what is your estimation of how some of these cities are remaining in Ukrainian hands, even though they're putting up a very fierce resistance, a very brutal, horrific resistance, but no major cities have been captured?
It's fascinating. I would have thought with the amount of armor that they have, they would at least made an incursion into these major urban areas. Even if they didn't take the downtown, and certainly they weren't probably in many cases able to hold the downtown, I would have thought you could run enough tanks and armor down the street that you probably could do what in Iraq, we called them thunder runs, where you run into the city just to demonstrate you have that capability, to basically undermine the confidence of the government and to demonstrate to the people that they no longer control, you know, their main cities. They can't do thunder runs. They start thunder running and you see those drone pictures of tanks getting blown up. That's the problem they're running into. Interestingly, in Kherson today, down south, that's a city that they took, I think, about a week and a half ago. One of the first big cities that fell, or not really big, but larger cities that fell, and certainly from a location, a very strategic city. I don't know if you saw it today, but they had a video of helicopters, Russian helicopters, getting basically decimated at an airport up there, which tells you even in the cities that they theoretically hold, obviously they don't hold them that well if the Ukrainians are able to mount that kind of attack. The Ukrainians just have a trouble carrying the offense. I mean, they're physically there on the ground, but they haven't been able to move. And at some point here, we're going to have to make a determination. Can they conduct offensive operations? This may be a logistics problem. It may be a morale problem. It may be a lot of different things that include all of that. But they don't seem to be able to do that. So they're trying to compensate by trying to sort of set the conditions by using their massive capabilities in terms of artillery and rockets, to pummel these areas. But even then, when you look at where they target, it's not what I would consider a methodical approach to using supporting arms. It's almost like they say, well, let's go hit this building and we'll kill a lot of civilians in order to put pressure on the government. It almost seems somewhat haphazard in terms of how they do this. And I think it shows just a lack of operational capability and a little bit of desperation on the part of the Russians.
Hal, we're taking a live look at Capitol Hill right now, and I just wanted to put kind of in historical context, as you and I sometimes do, but just hearing from our Fox News Capitol Hill correspondent, Chad Pergram, he says Zelensky's speech to Congress could be the most important by a foreign leader since Churchill in 1941. Winston Churchill spoke to Congress weeks after the Pearl Harbor attack. He addressed lawmakers, and it was very kind of made for TV. It was, the early 40s at the outbreak of World War II. But he warned those who would challenge the UK and the United States. It was a very famous speech. Do you think that has this quality tomorrow?
I think it has that quality tomorrow. Obviously, it'll be a little different because it's being done in a virtual format, so it doesn't have that in-person sort of feel. But I think in some ways this will be a almost more powerful in some ways. And I know that seems kind of strange, but he's going to lay out some things which might become the future order. The term has been used. We're not dealing with the Soviet Union. It's almost like we're dealing with the Soviet reunion, where they're trying to reunionize the Soviet empire, and that's falling apart. And I think what he's going to talk about is, and I think this is what the NATO summit with President Biden going over there. I don't think they'll ever say this publicly, but they're going to talk about what happens after the Russian army has to leave with their tail between their legs. What is the future going to look like? And I think President Zelensky might actually start setting a tone, give us that sort of moral bearing on what this means and where the world is going. And I think the other thing he's going to do is, for those who are on the fence or they weren't sure or their positions were evolving, he may harden those positions really fast and harden them into, we've got to make a stand. And I think when that happens, that kind of goes back to what we're talking about at the beginning, which is you might see a shift on those MiG-29s going into Ukraine. So,
Hal, but at the flip side of that as well, do you think at the NATO summit next week they could also be discussing, also the likelihood and potential that Russia would be in some way in Ukraine's Ukraine would be in Russia's hands, 3, 4, 5, or 6 months from now, because that would be a new world order as well. And also, I would imagine they would be discussing what might happen if, one of these shells, one of these javelins, hits something in one of these NATO countries, in one of the Baltic states, in Poland. I bet all of that is on the table.
That will be discussed. In fact, I'm sure they're going to be doing some scenario-based, which is what if. Certainly, one of the things that we've seen, first off, the Russians are sloppy, all right? So when they're bombing Western base, they say, they hit 10 miles from Poland. They could make an error and accidentally put a cruise missile into Poland. In fact, we saw that very crude old cruise missile that may have been launched from the Russians that landed all the way in Croatia. I don't think that was their intent, but a missile made it all the way across 2 other NATO countries and landed in Croatia. That tells you the accidents that can happen. But I think they're going to look at this. I don't want to be overly optimistic, but I am doing the math. Russia can't sustain this for 2 to 3 more months. Something enormous would have to change. China would have to weigh in heavily in Russia's favor and weigh in a way that would risk everything that they have economically. Xi is a calculating leader. He does not want to start things in motion with second and third order effects. Keep in mind, they're already dealing with a real estate crisis. That on top of a major economic setback from being heavily sanctioned for being aligned with Russia could have some unintended consequences for his regime. So he doesn't want to really do that. So he's kind of doing this delicate balancing act. At least that's what appears right now. And without that support from China, I don't see where the Russians would ever have enough resources to really maintain this 2 to 3 months from now. I think they're going to have a tough time maintaining credible military operations 2 to 3 weeks from now with what they have.
Hal, last question for you, because this is somewhat adjacent to what we are talking about, and it's Phoenix specific, because sometime in February, a star athlete, WNBA player, Brittany Griner, was detained in Russia for having an illicit drug in her luggage when she was going through airport security. She's still detained there now. The State Department said today, and they were citing privacy considerations, they didn't answer really any questions about her status on these alleged drug charges. And I don't know if you've been following this at all or closely, but would Putin use, say, an American citizen like that who's detained on some of these charges as leverage?
Absolutely, without hesitation. In fact, when they showed that video when they're going through her luggage, and I may know just a little bit about searching luggage and how customs procedures work and how that, I was watching it very carefully because I was looking to see where that little sleight of hand where they might slip something in there. Bottom line is that's a Russian covert playbook. They do things like that all the time. They set people up. They plant evidence. That's just how the Russians. That certainly, I shouldn't say all the Russians, but I should say that's how Putin's cadre definitely operate. That's just clandestine tradecraft that they would do something like that. But I also think it shows a certain amount of desperation again. If you're having to set up professional athletes and then arrest them, detain them, charge them, that says you're kind of running out of real targets to go after within Russia. And I don't know what he's going to try and use her as a bargaining chip for, or any of these other prisoners that they have as a bargaining chip to try and get someone back. But I do see where they're going to try and use them for as basically as negotiating tools. But this thing could resolve itself. I mean, depending on what happens, I'm really kind of wondering how Putin remains in office, because one of the things the NATO ministers are going to talk about inevitably will be the sanctions regime.
Yeah.
And that's snowballing. It's not fast, not the most credible, not the strongest deterrent, but it snowballs. And Russia goes into default. Its banks go into default. They can no longer have good faith and credit. Russia becomes insolvent. It ceases to be a viable economic unit in global trade. These things all tend to snowball. I just don't see how Putin can maintain himself in power. At some point, there is enough in Russia where they can change the regime.
All right, Hal Kempfer, we're going to leave it at that. We appreciate your time tonight. We'll talk to you again.
All right. Thank you, Andrew. Have a good night.
7:11 a.m. Good morning, everyone. I'm Rain Augustine, and welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Moving right along with our top stories this morning, the Senate approving a proposal on Tuesday, making daylight savings times permanent. The proposal passing unanimously. It aims at doing away with the long-held tradition of setting clocks back 1 hour and losing an hour of daylight in the fall and winter. Now, if this becomes a law, it could mean one less hour of daylight in the mornings in November through February. The proposal would not take effect until November 20th, 2023, and it will now be sent to the House for a vote. I do want to bring you all a little bit more on this story. Let's check in with Fox News correspondent Madeline Rivera, who is reporting from Washington.
In a rare moment of bipartisanship,
Liberal Democrats from the Northeast, conservative Republicans from Florida, coming together.
Senate lawmakers overwhelmingly agree the time has come to end the practice of setting clocks an hour back in the fall, unanimously passing the bipartisan Sunshine Protection Act Tuesday.
We have just passed the bill to end the return from daylight savings time to make daylight savings time permanent.
The ritual of falling back in the U.S. started in 1918 during World War I as a way to conserve fuel. But times have changed. Lawmakers are citing the benefits of having more daylight.
We've seen decreases in child obesity, a decrease in seasonal depression.
As health experts warn about the downsides of losing even an hour of sleep every year. The American Academy of Sleep Medicine supports a year-round fixed national clock.
This chronic sleep deprivation, it's only made worse by having one less hour of sleep.
The U.S. has tried to ditch switching time before. In fact, at least 18 states have already passed laws or resolutions to permanently switch to daylight saving time. But they can't adopt the changes until federal law changes. Many hoping there's momentum behind Congress's initiative this time around.
I wish we could just have one time, you know.
The bill would allow Hawaii and Arizona, which do not observe daylight saving time, to remain on standard time. But the House must still approve the measure before it heads to the president's desk. In Washington, Madeline Rivera, Fox News.
Moving right along with other top stories, the second gentleman, as you see here, unfortunately has tested positive for COVID-19. Now, the White House announced that Doug Emhoff, Vice President Kamala Harris's husband, is said to be fully vaccinated. The VP is said to be curtailing her schedule as a result of her husband's diagnosis. She opted out of tackling part in a planned Equal Pay Day event at the White House. Now, the VP herself has tested negative and will continue to get tested out of an abundance of caution. The White House press secretary Jen Psaki said President Biden tested negative on Sunday. And I can't help but notice that the second gentleman is sitting down having a conversation with a group of AmeriCorps members. Myself, I am an AmeriCorps alumni, and it just so happens to be AmeriCorps week. So shout out to everyone who has dedicated or committed their time to public service. Now, let's stay on the topic of COVID-19. We are witnessing many states across the country lift mask mandates, California being one. However, the second largest school district in the country, being in Los Angeles, is saying not so fast. Let's check in with Fox 11 Los Angeles for that story.
Let's start with a big move for school kids all across the state as COVID numbers continue to improve. It's a big day for millions of K through 12 students in California. The state's indoor school mask mandate has been lifted, although masking will continue for LAUSD students, at least for now.
So why is that? Why the disparity? Phil Schuman live in Monterey Park with the latest details. And Phil, one thing we've talked about so much on this show is the extraordinary power of the teachers union in the LAUSD.
You're right. United Teachers Los Angeles fought for and won strict safety protocols, which the district, of course, agreed with, and they had a deal to keep those in place through the end of the school year. But with COVID cases plummeting, so many school districts now got the green light from Los Angeles County Public Health to make masks strongly recommended rather than required, but LAUSD is not there yet.
I heard the word play,
And I know that dogs like to play, but maybe
Inside Monterey Park's Brightwood Elementary,
can you think of anything else that a dog can do? Or maybe
only a few of Mrs. Wynn's first graders took their masks off. Kana Okada was one.
Before, I couldn't really breathe that much.
Yeah.
And it started to hurt my ears.
Wow. And now?
And not really.
over the weekend, I told them have a conversation with your parents. It's ultimately, I think, up to mom and dad, as well as yourself, to make that decision.
This school, part of the small Alhambra Unified School District, which is saying masks are now optional. But each district can set their own policy, so LAUSD is still saying masks on indoors while they negotiate with the union.
Get your act together and put the kids first.
LAUSD activist parent Dana Rosenthal kept her fourth grader home in protest.
That the teachers union mandates what the school district can do. It's not acceptable. It is not acceptable.
The teachers union would only issue a brief statement reading in part, "We met with the district for an initial discussion. A follow-up session is scheduled." As for the district, again, only a statement in writing reading in part, "We respect the voice of all stakeholders, will remain engaged with our labor partners, employees, and families." As for Dana Rosenthal's son Remy, he's ready to say goodbye to the mask forever.
I think about what it would be like to see people's faces and not just their mask.
And what would that be like?
It would be happy, so you can actually hear them better and see them better. But we get to see each other's faces at lunch, but it's still not the full experience, if you know what I'm saying.
I do know what you're saying.
It's not the full experience, Alex and Marla. I've seen people with their mask on, without their masks on for the first time in 2 years, and I honestly didn't recognize them. This is a very serious, very controversial issue. The teachers union in Los Angeles fought hard for safety protocols. No one really foresaw the dramatic drop in COVID numbers. They also have a new superintendent they're dealing with who is strongly in favor of lining LAUSD up with the rest of Los Angeles County. They apparently sit down again on Wednesday, so there may be more to report then. Alex, Marla?
So what are the other districts saying why they got rid of it? I mean, they find it safe?
Yeah, they found it safe, and they have followed the recommendations of Los Angeles County Public Health, which is sort of the guiding agency. Long Beach, for example, the second largest in the state in the county after LAUSD, Montebello, Pasadena, Glendale, Burbank. They're all going along with LA County Public Health, which, again, not required but strongly recommended. And their unions, quite frankly, haven't taken as strong a stance as UTLA has.
There you go.
And I did. That's what he was waiting to hear.
Yeah.
I did notice that the teacher that you spoke to, though, Candace Wynn, that she was choosing to keep her mask on. So that speaks volumes, Phil.
Yeah, it's interesting. And she also has a student in the district who said he wanted to keep his mask on. And most of the kids have kept their mask on. As we've seen, as we've been out and about the past week or so, not just at schools, but every place else, it gives a lot of people a sense of security and safety. And they've just become so used to it that they're not quite ready to take it off. I mean, there's still, I think, 1,100 new cases on average a day in the county and more than 36 deaths. So the numbers are so much less than what we've seen in the past, but they're not zero.
Yeah, LA County Public Health Director Barbara Ferrer, she points out that transmission is substantial, and as you just pointed out, Phil, it's about 1,100 daily cases. She initially said that we weren't going to be able to drop the masks in this county until we hit about 730 daily cases, so we haven't even hit that yet. So to your point, transmission it's declining, but it's still substantial.
Yeah, Nicholson.
Let's start with a big move for school kids all across the state. As COVID numbers continue to improve, it's a big day for millions of K through 12 students in California. The state's indoor.
That the second largest school district there in Los Angeles County is choosing to adhere to mask mandates, at least for now. 7:20 a.m. Good morning, everyone. Let's take a 2-minute commercial break. Live Now from Fox returns right after this. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. The time is now 7:23 a.m. here on the East Coast. We are about an hour shy of our continuous coverage of the third week that Russia continues to invade Ukraine. Happening at 9 a.m. Raw and Unfiltered, we will bring you a live address. Ukrainian President Zielinski, as you see here, is expected to address Congress asking for more diplomacy talks, more help, and more humanitarian aid as Ukraine continues to fight against Russia, entering week 3. Now let's go ahead and check in with our colleagues over at Fox 13 Tampa. They're bringing us more on NATO's upcoming meeting.
Well, as Russia batters Ukraine, NATO is now considering a major expansion of forces in Eastern Europe. The alliance will nail down the plans in a meeting tomorrow. Meanwhile, the leaders of 3 NATO allies just took a very unexpected trip to Ukraine's capital. Our political editor, Craig Patrick, is tracking the developments for us on this 20th day of the war. Hi, Craig.
Hi there. Yes, surprise indeed, because we found out that the leaders of Slovenia, the Czech Republic, and Poland all traveled into Ukraine. We didn't find out about it until the train they took actually crossed the border and entered Ukraine, again traveling by train. With that, they were traveling through the west side of Ukraine, where, of course, Russia has stepped up attacks in the past couple of days. So this is a particularly dangerous trip. And then they arrived in the capital, where Russia has also stepped up the attacks, both around and on the capital itself. The U.S. and our allies in Europe have given Ukraine advanced air defense systems to shoot down missiles. And yet Russia is still blistering and burning Kyiv and Ukraine's other main cities with rockets. And an analysis of some of the rocket shells shows why. The site CatUXO is a community in which bomb experts share information, and it shows what they're finding throughout Ukraine. Russia appears to be fooling the air defense systems by firing decoys, which have radio signals to jam radar and heat signatures to attract the heat-seeking air defense missiles to allow more of the real missiles to get through. The military can analyze the remnants of the decoys and adjust the defense systems, but that will take time.
We are bombed during the day and during the night. We are peaceful citizens. It's a nightmare what Russia is doing on the territory of Ukraine.
At this point, Russia's strategy appears to be to destroy major cities to the east and north while conquering the south.
It is very difficult. People are dying, and the worst thing is that children are dying.
This updated assessment from British intelligence shows the invaders' gains along the coast. They've now captured the Kherson region and are tracking toward the key port city of Odessa. Russia's goal here appears to be to cut off the rest of Ukraine from the seas and then use those seas to ship supplies as needed to the invaders. The intel also shows mayors of some of the captured cities are getting abducted, and the invaders are installing new mayors in their place, new mayors that answer to Vladimir Putin. The intelligence also notes Russia is staging a referendum in Kherson to recognize it as a pro-Kremlin breakaway republic. And based on witness accounts, the Russians are also rounding up people who resisted their occupation and sending them to jail. Meanwhile, in Russia, the journalist who interrupted Russian state TV to protest the war on Monday was also sent somewhere. Human rights groups say they've lost contact. For context, Russia's state media is recycling Putin's lies that the United States took over Ukraine and installed Nazis to torture the Ukrainian people, and that Russia is now trying to free the Ukrainian people. The Kremlin passed a law forbidding any journalist from challenging those false claims, and the official penalty for contradicting Putin is 15 years in prison. The official penalty, of course, we've seen over the years there may be unofficial penalties in the ranks of those who have opposed the Putin government, showing up either killed or simply disappeared or poisoned or some combination thereof. That's why outside media organizations have largely pulled out of Russia after that decree came a few days ago. And while all of that is playing out, yes, we heard this last week, but once again, NATO, British intelligence, leaders around the world are warning of the growing possibility that Russia could launch a chemical or biological weapons attack and then try to blame it on Ukraine or the United States in some sort of false flag attempt. Again, we've heard that before, but the alarms are sounding once again.
Well, and we know Ukraine's President Zielinski is going to address Congress in a virtual address tomorrow. Let's talk about that. What do you expect and what impact could it have, Craig?
We have an idea of what to expect based on what he already said and what he said earlier today to Canada's Parliament. He's going to ask for more help. He will again make the case for imposing a no-fly zone and what the consequences would be for Ukraine and perhaps a broader Europe if there continues to be an escalation of shelling and missile and rocket strikes. And we expect him to be received with a great deal of support from leadership in both parties in Congress, and that will likely put more pressure on the Biden administration to consider the possibility of, one, allowing warplanes to enter Ukraine, as Poland previously proposed, and possibly more pressure to apply a no-fly zone as well.
All right. I know you're watching it. I appreciate that. Craig Patrick. Thank you, Craig. Well, as Russia batters Ukraine...
NATO defense ministers will meet tomorrow at a defining moment for our security. President Putin's brutal invasion of Ukraine is causing death and destruction every day. It has shocked the world and shaken the international order.
Ukrainian President Volodymir Zielinski to
For months, we have exposed Russia's long list of lies.
At the most recent update,
they claimed they did not plan to invade Ukraine, but they did. They claimed they were withdrawing their troops, but they sent in even more. They claim to be protecting civilians, but they are killing civilians. Now, they are making absurd claims about biological labs and chemical weapons in Ukraine. This is just another lie. And we are concerned that Moscow could stage a false flag operation, possibly including chemical weapons. The Ukrainian people are fighting bravely, defending their homes and their future, and we must support them. Tomorrow we will be joined by the Ukrainian Defense Minister Alexei Reznikov and our other partners Georgia, Finland, Sweden and the European Union. The whole world has condemned this senseless war. NATO allies, the European Union and other countries have introduced unprecedented sanctions on Russia. For many years, NATO allies have trained tens of thousands of Ukrainian troops. Many of them are now fighting on the front lines. Allies have also provided significant quantities of critical equipment, including anti-tank and air defense weapons, drones, ammunition and fuel. This training and equipment is helping Ukraine to defend itself. Ukraine has a fundamental right to self-defense enshrined in the UN Charter, and NATO allies and partners will continue to help Ukraine uphold that right by providing military equipment and financial and humanitarian assistance. NATO's core task is to protect and defend all allies. We have responded to this crisis quickly, activating our defense plans, raising our readiness, and deploying the NATO response force for the first time for collective defense. There are now hundreds of thousands of forces on heightened alert across the alliance. 100,000 US troops in Europe, and around 40,000 troops under direct NATO command, mostly in the eastern part of the alliance. Backed by major air and naval power, as well as air defenses. The US is currently deploying Patriot batteries to Poland, and Germany and the Netherlands are also deploying Patriots to Slovakia. All of this sends an unmistakable message. An attack on one ally will be met with a decisive response from the whole alliance. Russia's invasion of Ukraine and its military integration in Belarus creates a new security reality on the European continent. So we need to reset NATO's military posture for this new reality. Tomorrow, ministers will start an important discussion on concrete measures to reinforce our security for the longer term in all domains. On land, this could include substantially more forces in the eastern part of the alliance at higher readiness and with more pre-positioned equipment. We will also consider major increases to our air and naval deployments, strengthening our integrated air and missile defense, reinforcing our cyber defenses, and holding more and larger exercises. I expect we will task NATO's military commanders to develop options for our Madrid summit in June. Major reinforcements of our defense will require major increases in investment. I welcome that Germany and other allies have already announced they are stepping up, and I encourage all allies to spend a minimum of 2% of GDP on defense. We must do more, so we must also invest more to protect peace and freedom and uphold our values at this critical time. And with that, I'm ready to take your questions.
Okay, we'll start with CNN.
Thank you. I'm wondering whether you can say whether the NATO alliance has seen evidence that China has been providing Russia with any kind of assistance that would help it on the battlefield, whether that's military equipment or MREs, food for troops, anything of that kind. And also with regard to the situation that we saw earlier this week with Russia targeting a military base very close to Poland's border, I'm wondering what you can say about the kind of red lines and whether there would be any kind of consequences if a missile, for example, were accidentally to enter NATO territory or on purpose. Thank you.
So NATO's core responsibility, our main responsibility, is to protect and defend all NATO allies, 1 billion people in 30 different countries, and to ensure that we also do that now in a more dangerous security situation in Europe caused by the invasion of Ukraine by Russia. We have increased the presence in the eastern part of the alliance, we have increased the readiness of our troops, and we are deploying more capabilities, especially to the eastern part of the alliance. So an attack on one ally will trigger the response from the whole alliance, and we are there to protect and defend every inch of NATO allied territory. When we see more military activities, when we see actually fighting going on close to NATO borders, there is always a risk for incidents and accidents. And therefore we have to make every effort to prevent such incidents and accidents, and if they happen, to make sure that they don't spiral out of control and create really dangerous situations. We are very closely monitoring the airspace and the border areas around NATO, and our military commanders also have the lines to their Russian commanders to help to prevent incidents and accidents, and also prevent them from spiraling out of control if they happen. On China, so China should join the rest of the world, condemning strongly the brutal invasion of Ukraine by Russia. And any support to Russia, military support, any other type of support, will actually help Russia conduct a brutal war against an independent sovereign nation, Ukraine, and help them to continue to wage war which is causing death, suffering, and an enormous amount of destruction. So China has an obligation as a member of the UN Security Council to actually support and uphold international law, and the Russian invasion of Ukraine is a blatant violation of international law. So we call on Russia to clearly condemn the invasion and, of course, not support Russia, and we are closely monitoring any signs of support from China to Russia.
We'll go to the National News Agency of Ukraine over there.
Dmitry Shkurko, National News Agency of Ukraine. Secretary General, NATO have a glorious story of supporting some countries and preventing bloodshed, for example, like it happened in Sarajevo, in Kosovo, and so on. What is the threshold for NATO when the Russian killings will overcome that threshold to NATO for direct involvement? And the short follow-up because of that, if you follow the Russian rhetorics, they are not going to stop purely in Ukraine. So that the question is, isn't it the right time for NATO to intervene, to defeat and to break the Putin's military machine while it's still in Ukraine, while waiting when the Russian bombs will be falling to the European capitals? Thank you.
NATO allies have supported Ukraine for many years, and especially since Russia invaded Ukraine for the first time back in 2014. And NATO allies like the United Kingdom, the United States, Canada have also helped to train tens of thousands of Ukrainian forces, special operation forces and other troops. And they are now bravely fighting and resisting the invading Russian forces. And I think this support over many years have proven extremely important in strengthening the Ukrainian armed forces, and the Ukrainian armed forces are much bigger, much stronger, much better equipped, much better trained now than in 2014, and I'm glad that NATO allies have helped to achieve that with the training and with the equipment. Then of course it's first and foremost the courage of the Ukrainian armed forces and the Ukrainian people and the Ukrainian political leadership that has actually enabled them to fight back, to slow down, to resist the brutal invasion conducted by the Russian Federation and which is the responsibility of President Putin. And it is President Putin who is responsible for this war. He can end this war now, withdraw all his troops now, and then engage in good faith in a political effort to find a diplomatic solution. So we are calling on President Putin to do exactly that. Then NATO's Ukraine is a highly valued partner which we have supported and continue to support, and allies are also stepping up support, partly with military equipment, partly with financial support, humanitarian support, but also by imposing the sanctions which is forcing, which are actually crippling Russian economy. Our responsibility as an alliance is to protect and defend all allies, and we are sending a clear message that we are ready to do so by increasing the presence in the eastern part of the alliance. But again, it is Russia and President Putin that are responsible for the invasion of Ukraine, and President Putin should end this senseless war by withdrawing its forces from Ukraine.
Okay. Politico.
Thank you. I'm Lily from Politico. Why do the U.S. and NATO insist that fighter jets won't be helpful for Ukraine when the Ukrainians themselves say otherwise? Shouldn't it be up to the Ukrainian authorities to say what would be helpful for them? Thank you.
NATO allies are providing many different types of equipment, including advanced air defense systems, which have actually helped the Ukrainians to shoot down Russian planes, Russian missiles, and the allies continue to provide support also when it comes to different types of air defense systems. But I will not go into the details of every type of supply, every type of support, exactly how and where, because I think that will just make it harder and more difficult to continue to provide this type of support. NATO allies are stepping up and providing also advanced air defense systems.
Thank you. Dan Michaels, Wall Street Journal. To follow up on an earlier question,
There have apparently been UAV incursions into NATO airspace. Apparently one Russian drone entered and left Polish airspace, and another one crashed in NATO territory. How do you determine when something like that is an act of aggression or an act that warrants response? And you were talking earlier about escalation. How do you ensure that something like that is handled in a way that is appropriate and doesn't get out of control? Thank you.
Well, I cannot confirm the latest incidents you are referring to, but in general I can say that we are stepping up our vigilance, our presence, the way we monitor our airspace, and including by deploying new Patriot batteries to the eastern part of the alliance. And by doing that, and also through our AWACS surveillance planes and increased air policing, air patrolling, we are both increasing the capabilities we have to monitor, to track, but also to ensure that we are able to react if needed. NATO's integrated air and missile defense tracked the flight path of an object which entered Romanian airspace on Sunday. In response, Romanian fighter aircraft scrambled immediately to investigate, and the Romanian authorities and NATO are reviewing this incident, as we are also reviewing the incident that ended with the crash of a drone in Croatia. The indications we have so far on the drone that crashed in Croatia outside Zagreb is that that was not an armed attack, not an armed drone, but it just highlights that with more military activities in the air, with drones, with planes, there is a risk for incidents, accidents, and therefore we need to be extremely vigilant. We need to react when needed, and we need to make sure that we have the communications, the line of communications also with the Russians, to prevent incidents from really creating dangerous situations. So that's the reason why we are increasing the presence and also the surveillance and monitoring of the airspace over NATO.
Bloomberg, lady in blue, just behind.
Thank you for the question, Natalia Drozdiak from Bloomberg. I just wanted to follow up on what you said in your introduction about the risk of false flag event and Russia maybe using chemical weapons. How would NATO respond in such a scenario? Is this a red line for potential NATO intervention? Thank you.
Any use of chemical weapons will be a violation of international law, will be a violation of the ban that, or the treaty that bans chemical weapons, and Russia has signed to that convention. We call on Russia not to use chemical weapons. We call on Russia to withdraw all its forces and to stop the fighting, but in particular not to use any chemical weapons. Russia has used chemical agents before to attack and actually kill political opponents. We have also seen that Russia has supported the Assad regime in Syria and helped to facilitate the use of chemical weapons several times in Syria. And any use of chemical weapons is absolutely unacceptable, and therefore it is also extremely important that Russia understands that it is unacceptable if they consider any use of chemical weapons, and we are also very vigilant about the possibility of them trying to stage some kind of pretext false flag operation to provide an excuse for any type of use of chemical weapons.
Okay, we'll go to NPR, Deutsche Welle, lady in pink.
Thank you very much. Just somewhat of a follow-up on Natalia's question.
she was asking whether what NATO would do, and whether this changes your red lines. So as you say that you are looking at NATO's military posture again, is this something that you would consider changing? You have said that this would be a war crime, and we know that simply warning Russia against doing something is not enough of a deterrent to stop it. So if NATO knows, or if NATO sees that a chemical attack could take place, and you say that's a war crime, would NATO consider changing the fact that it would not intervene in case of such a threat? Thank you.
Our main responsibility is to protect and defend all NATO allies. It is important that Russia understands that we are there to do exactly that. We have conveyed a very clear message to Russia about that we also see when they try to stage pretexts for the use of chemical weapons. We have seen that they, throughout this crisis, have tried to create different kinds of false flag operations to try to provide excuses for the use of force. We saw that in the lead up to the intervention, and now we have seen them accusing Ukraine and also NATO allies developing chemical weapons. And that's an absolute lie, and therefore it also makes us a bit concerned about the possibility that they are actually planning to do that. The President of the United States and other allies also made it very clear that if they use chemical weapons, there will be a high price to pay. But I will not speculate about any military response from the NATO side, except for saying very clearly that NATO's main responsibility is to make sure that we defend and protect all allies.
DPA, gentleman in white, just behind, yeah. No, okay. Frankfurt Allgemeine Zeitung.
Thomas Kutschka, Frankfurt Allgemeine Zeitung. Secretary General, after the demise of the INF Treaty, it's been NATO's position that the Russian deployment of SSC-8 will not be reciprocated by the deployment of medium or intermediate nuclear-capable missile systems. In the light of the Russian aggression against Ukraine and President Putin's threats, nuclear threats to NATO, in your view, does this stance need to be reviewed?
The demise of the INF Treaty was a serious setback for international arms control, because the INF Treaty, agreed in 1987, banned all intermediate range weapon systems. Then over the last years, over actually several years, we have seen that Russia has deployed a new missile which violates this treaty, and then that led to the demise of the treaty a few years ago. We have stated from the NATO, and Russia has deployed these weapons over now several years, the SSC-8. We have made it clear that we will not mirror what Russia does. So we have no plans to deploy nuclear-capable intermediate-range land-based systems in Europe. At the same time, we need to be able to make sure that we are able to respond and protect all allies, also in a new security environment where Russia has deployed more nuclear-capable missiles. And therefore, we have to do many things at the same time. We need to strengthen our air and missile defense. We are doing that. We need to invest more in advanced conventional capabilities, including fifth-generation aircraft. And I welcome the German decision to invest in fifth-generation aircraft. We need also to increase the readiness and our ability to monitor, detect, and of course we also need to make sure that NATO's nuclear deterrent remains safe and secure and effective. And that's exactly what we're doing when we are now making sure that we exercise and ensure the effectiveness of our nuclear deterrent.
Okay, we have Associated Press.
Hi, Mark from Associated Press. Mr. Secretary General, what do you know about the 3 European leaders visiting Ukraine today?
NATO allies and the European leaders have had extensive contacts with Ukraine and the political leadership in Ukraine, including with President Zielinski throughout the whole crisis and also to lead up to the crisis. I think it's important that leaders of NATO countries, of European member states, are engaging closely with President Zielinski. We will have the defense minister of Ukraine attending the NATO Defense Ministerial tomorrow by video link, and therefore I think it's important that we, at all levels, in different formats, engage and meet with the Ukrainian political leadership.
Interfax.
Thank you, Interfax Ukraine, Irina Sommer. This morning, some mass media spread information about possible extraordinary summit, NATO summit, next week. Can you please confirm this? And second, technical question. According to my information, it took for NATO bureaucracy 1.5 weeks to implement Ukrainian request for fuel. Can you please comment on this too? Thank you.
Well, NATO allies are providing and have provided a lot of different types of support to Ukraine. Some of this is channeled through the NATO framework. Some are provided bilaterally. And for us, it is important that we provide support on short notice and that we provide critical support which Ukraine needs. So overall, I think the message is that over many years, leading up to invasion, but also after invasion, allies have been very quick in stepping up and providing support. And again, I'm a bit reluctant to go into all the details about exactly how and where and when, but the overall picture is that allies are providing significant support, and they have done some on short notice, and that's different types of weapons, but also that includes fuel. Well, NATO allies have consulted and coordinated closely over several weeks, both in the lead up to the invasion, but also after the invasion. We had a virtual summit just one day after, and we will have different ministerial meetings, also extraordinary ministerial meetings, and we will have an extraordinary defense ministerial meeting tomorrow. Then we are able to convene also a NATO summit with all the NATO leaders on short notice, but I cannot go into more details about that now.
Okay, we'll take a couple of questions online. We'll go to Jutarnilist Augustin Pajokai.
Yes, thank you, Anna. Secretary General, I have a question which many people in Croatia are asking. How is it possible that the drone of 6 tons heavy enters NATO airspace and flies for around an hour and crashed in the capital of a NATO member state, while you are so vigilant in defending NATO sky? And do you know something more, whether it really was a drone without a weapon or something? Because the Prime Minister and Minister of Defense said that there was an explosive device in this flying object that crashed in Zagreb. Thank you.
Well, I spoke with Prime Minister Plenković on Sunday, and we are working together to establish all the facts, but the preliminary indications and information we have is that this was an unarmed drone, and that the drone was off course, and that it ran out of fuel and crashed outside Zagreb, or crashed in Croatia. But we will have more confirmed facts soon, but that's the information we have so far. I think also it is important to realize that allies are exchanging information, and that this drone was tracked by the NATO's integrated air and missile defense tracked the flight of the drone that later crashed in Zagreb. But again, we will make sure that the different allies that were involved, share all the information, and then we can establish all the facts about what this happened. I think, if anything, it demonstrates the need to further strengthen integration, further strengthen information sharing among allies, and also to invest more and upgrade everything from radars to our presence of air and missile defense systems, and that's exactly what we do, also by deploying more Patriots in the eastern part of the alliance.
Okay, we'll go to Robert Lupito, Calais Européenne.
Thank you very much for taking my question. Mr. Secretary General, I want to ask you whether there will be a speed-up process for this establishment of the NATO battle group in Romania, and also, since you mentioned about a reset in NATO's defense posture after Russia's invasion into Ukraine, do you think that this reset will also mean a unitary approach both for the northern part of the eastern flank and both for the southern part of the eastern flank? We will see the same level of troops and defense commitment in the Baltics, in Poland, and also in Romania and Bulgaria? Thank you very much.
So we have already increased significantly our presence in the eastern part of the alliance, also in the Black Sea region, with more troops. I went to Romania a couple of weeks ago, and I met with US forces, German forces, and other forces there who have actually increased their presence. And now the lead elements of the NATO response force have been deployed to Romania, French troops, and this demonstrates that there is already a significant increased military presence in the eastern part of the alliance. We speak about 40,000 forces on high readiness and the direct NATO command. Then we have the national forces. We have also bilateral arrangements. So in total, this is a quite significant presence both in Romania and the southeast of the alliance, but also in the Baltic region. This is our immediate response. And as I said, the battle groups is under establishment with the French-led VJTF element. Then what we will discuss at the Defense Ministerial meeting is not only the immediate response and the need for support to Ukraine, but we will also look at the need to reset our presence, our deterrence and defense posture in light of the Russian invasion of Ukraine and the integration of Russian and Belarusian forces. That will take some more time, because I think we need to assess the different options. We need advice from our military commanders, and I expect that the ministers, when they meet tomorrow, will agree to ask our military commanders to provide advice for a more longer-term adaptation. So I think it's important to distinguish clearly about the immediate response, already tens of thousands of more troops, air power and naval power, and then the more long-term adjustment of our posture. There will take some more time before we take final decisions. I expect that to be made at the NATO summit at the end of June.
Thank you very much. This concludes this press conference. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
8 a.m. You're streaming live now from Fox. That was the latest from NATO leaders as we continue our coverage of the war on Ukraine. Now, make sure that you all are staying tuned into Live Now from Fox, because, again, we will bring you all the live address from Ukrainian President Zielinski beginning at 8:30 a.m. We will have non-stop coverage, raw and unfiltered, as we enter the third week of the Russian invasion. Bringing us a preview of Ukrainian President Zielinski's address to Congress is Live Now from Fox's Andrew Kraft.
And thanks for being with us yet again tonight. But let's preview Zelensky's speech tomorrow. The Wall Street Journal broke this earlier today, that the President Biden, is expected to announce more than $1 billion in new military assistance to the Ukraine government as early as tomorrow. Now, this will include many types of equipment, military equipment, like anti-armor and anti-air systems, including portable air defenses like Javelins and Stingers. This is part of that $13.6 billion supplemental package that was signed into law today. So what do you think we'll hear from Volodymyr Zielinski tomorrow in Congress?
Well, Andrew, I think what you're going to hear is two things. You're going to hear, one, that he's going to be very grateful to all the support that the United States has provided. There's the lethal aid that you just talked about. There's the Javelins. There's also other anti-tank missiles that have gone over. The Javelins, of course, have become almost like a cult item with the Ukrainian forces because they're so effective, and they really have thwarted that armor capability that Russia has. And then the Stinger missiles. And you saw that they're using certain tactical deception means, decoys, in order to try and deal with that. But as we've seen time and time again, the Russian pilots are intimidated. They don't even want to try and fly over Ukrainian airspace if they can avoid it, simply because they're dealing with a very tough anti-air defense envelope that's really, for the most part, all anti-aircraft missiles. So we're going to hear that thankfulness, and certainly hear the thankfulness for what's coming. What I do expect are two things he will bring up. He's going to bring up, we want a no-fly zone, which obviously the U.S. and NATO has said they're not going to put a no-fly zone there. And then the other one he'll ask to get those MiGs out of Poland. Yeah, and I got to tell you, the more I look at this, and you know, nothing changes policy like success on the battlefield. And there's been a lot of success on the battlefield with the Ukrainians. And I think as they're achieving more and more success, and with all the pressure coming from Congress and elsewhere, and the pressure coming from our NATO allies, I wouldn't be surprised if we revisit that moving of MiGs, along with things like Su-25s and a lot of other Russian equipment that we currently aren't moving over to Ukraine, that we might look at moving that over.
Hal, there's a lot of meetings in the works. There's a lot of movement going on, and I always like to talk about the diplomatic angle to this, and we'll get to the military angle on the battlefield as well. But I just want to put up this week, we got the news that we were somewhat reporting yesterday, but it's confirmed today, and this is from NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg, saying, "I have convened an extraordinary summit March the 24th at NATO HQ. We will address Russia's invasion of Ukraine, our strong support for Ukraine, and further strengthening NATO's deterrence and defense at this critical time. North America and Europe must continue to stand together." So President Biden going to Europe, going to Brussels next week. And then I thought another meeting that took place today, which I thought was just extraordinary, in Kyiv, Hal. The prime ministers of Poland, the Czech Republic, and Slovenia are in Kyiv today in an active war zone. This is from Kevin Rothrock, a Twitter journalist who follows this very, very closely, with photos of the meeting talking about the war. That is quite stunning to have leaders of neighboring nations, some NATO members as well, head to Kyiv to talk about this. President Biden going to Europe next week, to Brussels. And then lastly, Turkey's foreign minister will fly to Russia and Ukraine this week to facilitate ceasefire talks. Is this all posturing? Is this all symbolism, or are you confident something can come of this?
Of course, you can't dismiss the symbolism. I mean, it's a powerful symbol, but it's more than a symbol. 3 NATO prime ministers went to Kyiv. So it's not just being there and talking to Zielinski and being seen for that photo op. They got there, which is another way of saying the government of Ukraine is intact, and Kyiv is so well defended that they can bring in foreign heads of state for state visits. That's an incredibly powerful statement. That has military dynamics. Because everyone is seeing this, that the Ukrainian forces are able to hold open that place. It also says, hey, if three prime ministers can get in there, imagine how many Stingers and Javelins and everything else have gotten to Kyiv, which is something I'm sure all those Russian commanders are now scratching their heads saying, wonder how many anti-tank missiles they actually have around that city. That's another thing they're thinking about. Now, as far as the Turkish visit, you know, again, as things are changing on the battlefield, certainly the visit you saw today with the prime ministers, I think he may have more success than previous attempts had. It's obvious that, you know, Russia is not going to make any progress. There really is no way mathematically for Russia to achieve its objectives that it set out to do in the war. Whatever its original plan has completely fallen apart. And now for Putin, it's really a matter of how does he get out of this thing? And so, you know, I thought that offer by Zielinski today, the offer to say, look, we will not be part of NATO, that's part of setting the conditions to allow Putin someday to withdraw his forces. But I think that a lot of stuff is currently, there's so much in motion right now. It's difficult to see how Putin is going to remain in power for any length of time, even though they may have success with this meeting.
Yeah, Hal, a senior U.S. defense official says today, 20 days into the invasion, Russia has made little to no progress in the last 24 hours since you and I last spoke, and forces are still about 15 to 20 kilometers outside of Kyiv's city center. And so right now, what is your estimation of how some of these cities are remaining in Ukrainian hands, even though they're putting up a very fierce resistance, a very brutal, horrific resistance, but no major cities have been captured?
It's fascinating. I would have thought with the amount of armor that they have, they would at least made an incursion into these major urban areas. Even if they didn't take the downtown, and certainly they weren't probably in many cases able to hold the downtown, I would have thought you could run enough tanks and armor down the street that you probably could do what in Iraq, we called them thunder runs, where you run into the city just to demonstrate you have that capability, to basically undermine the confidence of the government and to demonstrate to the people that they no longer control, you know, their main cities. They can't do thunder runs. They start thunder running and you see those drone pictures of tanks getting blown up. That's the problem they're running into. Interestingly, in Kherson today, down south, that's a city that they took, I think, about a week and a half ago. One of the first big cities that fell, or not really big, but larger cities that fell, and certainly from a location, a very strategic city. I don't know if you saw it today, but they had they had a video of helicopters, Russian helicopters, getting basically decimated at an airport up there, which tells you even in the cities that they theoretically hold, obviously they don't hold them that well if the Ukrainians are able to mount that kind of attack. The Ukrainians just have a trouble carrying the offense. I mean, they're physically there on the ground, but they haven't been able to move. And at some point here, we're going to have to make a determination. Can they conduct offensive operations? This may be a logistics problem. It may be a morale problem. It may be a lot of different things that include all of that. But they don't seem to be able to do that. So they're trying to compensate by trying to sort of set the conditions by using their massive capabilities in terms of artillery and rockets, you know, to pummel these areas. But even then, when you look at where they target, it's not what I would consider a methodical approach to using supporting arms. It's almost like they say, well, let's go hit this building and we'll kill a lot of civilians in order to put pressure on the government. It almost seems somewhat haphazard in terms of how they do this. And I think it shows just a lack of operational capability and a little bit of desperation on the part of the Russians.
Hal, we're taking a live look at Capitol Hill right now, and I just wanted to put kind of in historical context, as you and I sometimes do, but just hearing from our Fox News Capitol Hill correspondent, Chad Pergram, he says Zelensky's speech to Congress could be the most important by a foreign leader since Churchill in 1941. Winston Churchill spoke to Congress weeks after the Pearl Harbor attack. He addressed lawmakers, and it was very kind of made for TV. It was, you know, the early 40s at the outbreak of World War II. But he warned those who would challenge the UK and the United States. It was a very famous speech. Do you think that has this quality tomorrow?
I I think it has that quality tomorrow. Obviously, it'll be a little different because it's being done in a virtual format, so it doesn't have that in-person sort of feel. But I think in some ways this will be a almost more powerful in some ways. I know that seems kind of strange, but he's going to lay out some things which might become the future order. You know, the term has been used. You know, we're not dealing with the Soviet Union. It's almost like we're dealing with the Soviet reunion, where they're trying to reunionize the Soviet empire, and that's falling apart. And I think what he's going to talk about is, you know, and I think this is what the NATO summit with President Biden going over there. I don't think they'll ever say this publicly, but they're going to talk about what happens after the Russian army has to leave with their tail between their legs. What is the future going to look like? And I think President Zielinski might actually start setting a tone, give us that sort of moral bearing on what this means and where the world is going. And I think the other thing he's going to do is, for those who are on the fence or they weren't sure or their positions were evolving, he may harden those positions really fast and harden them into, we've got to make a stand. And I think when that happens, that kind of goes back to what we're talking about at the beginning, which is you might see a shift on those MiG-29s going into Ukraine. So,
Hal, but at the flip side of that as well, do you think at the NATO summit next week they could also be discussing, you know, also the likelihood and potential that Russia would be in some way in Ukraine's Ukraine would be in Russia's hands, you know, 3, 4, 5, or 6 months from now, because that would be a new world order as well. And also, I would imagine they would be discussing what might happen if, you know, one of these shells, one of these javelins, you know, hits something in one of these NATO countries, in one of the Baltic states, in Poland. I bet all of that is on the table.
That will be discussed. In fact, I'm sure they're going to be doing some scenario based, which is what if, what if, what if. Certainly, one of the things that we've seen, you know, first off, the Russians are sloppy. All right. So when they're bombing Western base, they say, oh, they hit 10 miles from Poland. You know, they could make an error and accidentally put a cruise missile into Poland. In fact, we saw that very crude old cruise missile that may have been launched from the Russians that landed all the way in Croatia. I don't think that was their intent, but a missile made it all the way across 2 other NATO countries and landed in Croatia. That tells you the accidents that can happen. But I think they're going to look at this. I don't want to be overly optimistic, but I am doing the math. Russia can't sustain this for 2 to 3 more months. Something enormous would have to change. China would have to weigh in heavily in Russia's favor and weigh in a way that would risk everything that they have economically. You know, Xi is a calculating leader. He does not want to start things in motion with second and third order effects. Keep in mind, they're already dealing with a real estate crisis. That on top of a major economic setback from being heavily sanctioned for being aligned with Russia could have some unintended consequences for his regime. So he doesn't want to really do that. So he's kind of doing this delicate balancing act. At least that's what appears right now. And without that support from China, I don't see where the Russians would ever have enough resources to really maintain this 2 to 3 months from now. I think they're going to have a tough time maintaining credible military operations 2 to 3 weeks from now with what they have.
Hal, last question for you, because this is somewhat adjacent to what we are talking about, and it's Phoenix specific, because sometime in February, you know, a star athlete, WNBA player, Brittany Griner, was detained in Russia for having an illicit drug in her luggage when she was going through airport security. She's still detained there now. The State Department said today, and they were citing privacy considerations, they didn't answer really any questions about her status on these alleged drug charges. And I don't know if you've been following this at all or closely, but would Putin use, say, an American citizen like that who's detained on some of these charges as leverage?
Absolutely, without hesitation. In fact, when they show that video when they're going through a luggage, and I may know just a little bit about searching luggage and how customs procedures work and how that, I was watching it very carefully because I was looking to see where that little sleight of hand where they might slip something in there. Bottom line is that's a Russian covert playbook. They do things like that all the time. They set people up. They plant evidence. That's just how the Russians. That certainly, I shouldn't say all the Russians, but I should say that's how Putin's cadre definitely operate. You know, that's just clandestine tradecraft that they would do something like that. But I also think it shows a certain amount of desperation again. You know, if you're having to set up professional athletes and then arrest them, detain them, charge them, that says you're kind of running out of real targets to go after within Russia. And I don't know what he's going to try and use her as a bargaining chip for, or any of these other prisoners that they have as a bargaining chip to try and get someone back. But you know, I do see where they're going to try and use them for as basically as negotiating tools. But you know, this thing could resolve itself. I mean, depending on what happens, I'm really kind of wondering how Putin remains in office, because one of the things the NATO ministers are going to talk about inevitably will be the sanctions regime.
Yeah.
And that's snowballing. It's not fast, you know, not the most credible, not the strongest deterrent, but it snowballs. And Russia goes into default. Its banks go into default. They can no longer have good faith and credit. Russia becomes insolvent. It ceases to be a viable economic unit in global trade. These things all tend to snowball. I just don't see how Putin can maintain himself in power. At some point, there is enough in Russia where they can change the regime.
All right, Hal Kempfer, we're going to leave it at that. We appreciate your time tonight. We'll talk to you again.
All right. Thank you, Andrew. Have a good night.
All right, and a big thanks to our own Andy Kraft for that important conversation. As you just heard, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zielinski is expected to address U.S. Congress today in about an hour. And we will, of course, bring that to you live, raw, and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox. Now, you are taking a live look at the Polish-Ukrainian border, where we do know most of the refugees from Ukraine fleeing their country are heading to and crossing the border again there into Poland. We are going to take a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll have much more coming up when we come back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Mackenzie Stasko, live from our studios in Orlando, Florida. It is just before 8:30 in the morning here on the East Coast, and we do know happening in about 30 minutes that Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zielinski will be addressing U.S. Congress. He is expected to ask for extra help and possibly a no-fly zone. So again, we will carry that live, raw, and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox coming up at 9 o'clock in the morning. Now, again, the leader of Ukraine scheduled to speak before Congress. We will carry this speech as we just mentioned. But after that speech, we do know President Joe Biden is expected to hold his own conference at about 11:45 in the morning. And of course, we will carry that for you here on Live Now from Fox. The president is expected to announce an extra $800 million in aid for Ukraine after he signed a $1.5 trillion government funding bill with billions for Ukraine. Now, a Ukraine diplomat says that peace talks between Ukraine and Russia have been difficult, but that there is room for compromise. So again, we do want to let you know coming up in about 30 minutes that we will be carrying this address from Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zielinski, who is going to address our U.S. Congress again coming up shortly in about a few minutes. So again, we will, of course, carry that for you here on Live Now from Fox. We do, though, want to get to some other stories. We do know that the prime ministers of Poland, the Czech Republic, and Slovenia traveled to Kyiv, Ukraine, which, of course, is the capital city. They traveled there to address the president there. They met with him. The three leaders spoke in person with Zielinski as Russian forces continued to target the Ukrainian capital and threatened other cities across the country. Now, the meeting was part of a whirlwind diplomatic schedule for Zielinski, who spoke virtually to the Canadian Parliament yesterday, calling for additional support and encouraging a no-fly zone. This footage released on Zielinski's Facebook page shows him meeting with that European delegation again in Kyiv. And as we mentioned, Zielinski spoke with more than 280 U.S. lawmakers earlier in March, asking for help with the ongoing war with Russia. Now, he has sought special support through virtual calls with other nations, leaders, and the British Parliament as well. The U.S. and other partners have enforced sanctions on Russia after its invasion of Ukraine back on February 24th. We want to head out to our Fox News correspondent, Lauren Blanchard, with more.
Ukraine's president asking Congress for more help as Russia continues to bomb the country. Still, there may be some signs of progress during peace talks. The horrors of war seen and heard across Ukraine. Russia is pushing forward, trying to take key Ukrainian cities, despite fiercer than expected pushback.
Our people are being killed, simply killed. Our houses are being destroyed. They bomb schools. So many children have been killed.
On Tuesday, almost 30,000 people successfully escaped through humanitarian corridors. The near constant stream of refugees fleeing the violence putting extreme pressure on neighboring countries. Still, thousands remain trapped within Ukraine's borders. The Red Cross sent a convoy carrying 200 tons of humanitarian aid.
People need food, people need water, people need to be in a safe place above all.
President Biden expected to announce an additional $800 million in funding on top of the $200 million already pledged over the weekend. This comes as Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zielinski virtually addresses Congress. Zielinski has acknowledged Ukraine will likely not join NATO and said there was some progress during talks with Russia. More talks are expected later Wednesday.
I want to express my gratitude to President Joe Biden and to all the friends of Ukraine and the United States for the new support package for our nation.
President Biden will travel to Brussels next week for an emergency meeting with NATO leaders. In Poland, near the Ukrainian border, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
Lauren, thank you for that report. We do want to head out to some other video where we know Russian troops continue to blast Ukraine's capital region and other major cities as they try and stop Ukrainian forces that have blocked their progress nearly 3 weeks, now 21 days into this invasion. Russia's ground advance on Kyiv is stalled, but their troops continue to launch shells on the area in there and around the city. We do know in this video, a residential building in Kyiv was targeted today local time. Emergency agencies are reporting damage to a 12-story apartment building following shelling from the Russian military. Now, the top floors of the building are reportedly destroyed, with 2 people falling victim to the attack. Russia has allegedly intensified its fighting in the towns directly outside of the capital. We know 12 neighboring suburbs are currently without water, while 6 are reporting no heat. Ukraine's emergency service state also says that Russia is, quote, systematically destroying Ukraine's civilian infrastructure, saying that it destroyed 3,500 infrastructure facilities, including transportation, social, healthcare facilities such as hospitals, educational and social institutions as well, along with 2,700 houses that were destroyed across the country. And crews also in Kyiv, Ukraine, battling blazes that broke out in at least 2 high-rise apartment buildings following further Russian airstrikes in the city. We know that at least 3 people were killed in the attacks. This video, captured by Radio Free Europe, Radio Liberty's Ukrainian service, shows in the Ukrainian capital from yesterday morning. Now, a correspondent spoke to Kyiv's mayor, Vitaly Klitschko, who said the attacks were further proof that Russian forces are targeting civilians. Also, veteran Fox News cameraman Pierre Zakshevsky has died after his vehicle was struck by incoming fire outside of Kyiv, Ukraine on Monday. We have also learned that 24-year-old Ukrainian producer Alexandra Sasha Kubsheva was also killed outside of Kyiv. Fox News journalist Benjamin Hall was killed while news gathering, was injured while news gathering. We do want to say he was injured while news gathering with his photojournalist and does remain in the hospital. In the meantime, we do want to take you out to this live look of Kyiv, Ukraine that we have today, where we do know fighting is intensifying around the capital city. Ukraine's president says barrages hit 4 multi-story buildings there, killing dozens of people. And this comes amid another round of talks was held between Russia and Ukraine. Fox News senior foreign affairs correspondent Greg Palcote has the story from Lviv.
In Ukraine's capital of Kyiv, an escalation in Russian artillery attacks. Pre-dawn explosions hitting at least 4 buildings, including a 15-story apartment complex, triggering a huge fire and rescue effort.
There was a howl and I watched out of the window, and the missiles crashed into the building, and all the windows were smashed.
Officials say dozens of residents were killed in the attacks as Russia repositions its forces and slowly gains new ground.
The worst thing is that children are dying. They haven't lived their lives, and they have already seen this. This is the worst.
Despite security dangers, the prime ministers of Poland, the Czech Republic, and Slovenia went by train to meet with Ukrainian President Zielinski in Kyiv, a visit not sanctioned by the European Union.
Ukraine will be presented with a whole package of concrete support by the other leaders.
Zelensky will address Congress virtually on Wednesday. He's expected to call for more aid and a no-fly zone.
Our friend, Volodymir Zielinski.
He spoke to Canada's parliament today.
We are not asking for much. We're asking for justice, for real support.
Meanwhile, peace talks have resumed, with a proposed ceasefire and humanitarian corridors discussed. Ukraine says new aid efforts are planned, including for hard-hit Mariupol in the south. The city reports 2,000 cars have left. The UN says there have been about 700 Ukrainian civilian casualties, the real number thought to be higher. And Ukraine admits 1,300 of its soldiers have been killed. Here in Lviv, 4 were given a solemn funeral. As Lviv Mayor Andrei Sodovy told us, with some help, they can win.
I am optimist. I believe in our victory. If we received more military, we very fast fight to Russia aggressor.
The mayor continued, I have only my land, my city, my country. I will fight to the last drop of blood. Strong words, strong emotions.
felt across this country today. In Lviv, Greg Palka, Fox News.
Greg, thank you for that report. We do want to get back to some of this new video we have coming into our LiveNOW desk. The State Emergency Service of Ukraine says rescue units were dispatched at least 13 times to extinguish fires caused by shelling on buildings in Chernihiv yesterday. This video released by the SES shows smoke rising out of that charred residential building. A total of 132 rescuers and 22 units of equipment were involved. According to the Chernihiv Regional State Administration, 35 people were rescued, including at least 10 children. We are told that 10 others died as a result of shelling by Russian forces. And residents of a psychiatric facility in Izium, Kharkiv Oblast were evacuated days after the building was heavily damaged over the weekend in what officials said were Russian strikes. We do know that more than 300 staff and residents were evacuated from the building. We do know that they had to shelter in place. They were taken by bus from the facility when they were finally rescued. Officials say there was no light, heating, water, or communication capabilities at the Psychoneurological Institute, again, after those Russian strikes nearly destroyed it over the weekend. The institution housed elderly people with special needs and people with disabilities. Again, all 30 staff and more than 300 residents were in shelter during the attack and survived, according to the SES of Ukraine. And in Kharkiv, one of the central buildings here in the historic area was damaged yesterday after another day of Russian strikes. A landmark building built in 1899 was set ablaze after strikes overnight. You can see water from firefighting pouring from a grand staircase. The street outside was filled with debris and water. We do know that Kharkiv has come under continual attack since the start of Russia's military invasion of Ukraine last month, with much of the city's historic architecture damaged or destroyed. And again, here's another look at that residential neighborhood near central Kharkiv, Ukraine. You can see most of it left in ruins following another night of Russian attacks in part of Ukraine's second largest city. This video recorded by Maria Avdiva shows the scale of destruction along the street, which is just a few blocks from Kharkiv National University. Now, we do know President Joe Biden is going to be heading to Brussels, Belgium, to meet with NATO allies to discuss the war in Ukraine, which is now going on day 21. The White House says a meeting with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zielinski is not off the table when he goes there. Fox News White House correspondent Jackie Heinrich has the details.
Tomorrow, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zielinski is expected to ask Congress again for a no-fly zone and MiG fighter jets. But the White House has already dismissed those requests as a non-starter.
To put it bluntly, is Zielinski wasting his time tomorrow asking for these things?
Well, I would say because of the passion and the courage and the bravery of President Zielinski, there has been support for expediting the delivery of a historic amount of military and security assistance.
The White House dug in despite new calls from NATO member Estonia to close the skies over Ukraine.
We disagree with the argument that that would be an effective step.
The president touting help the U.S. has already given, signing a spending bill including $13.6 billion in new aid to Ukraine.
We're moving urgently to further augment the support to the brave people of Ukraine as they defend their country.
But on Capitol Hill, growing desire to give Zielinski what he wants, short of a no-fly zone. From Republicans,
everything he's going to request is something we ought to be doing. Unfortunately, the administration keeps on dragging its heels. Even when they do the right thing, they do it too late.
What I don't understand from this administration is why we would signal to Putin that we would waver on any commitment to Ukraine.
And Democrats.
I am sure he will call upon Congress to continue to do that, to give him some type of air defense systems, which I think we should.
Today, the administration took new action on sanctioning Russia, adding 11 Russian defense officials to the sanctions list. Russia responded by sanctioning the Biden cabinet and family, but due to a clerical error, may have failed in sanctioning the president himself.
President Biden is a junior, so they may have sanctioned his dad. May he rest in peace.
Today, the White House confirmed secondary sanctions against China are on the table if they're found to be helping Russia evade sanctions or helping them militarily with their war in Ukraine. Officials wouldn't outline what those secondary sanctions might look like, despite this administration's position that the mere threat of a sanction should act as a deterrent. At the White House, Jackie Heinrich, Fox News.
Jackie, thank you for that report. We do want to show you some of the live feeds that we have coming into our LiveNOW desk this morning. We do know this feed actually just cut out, but we do know that the start of a second working session during the NATO meeting with opening remarks by Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg is expected to begin shortly in Belgium, Ukraine. So again, that feed cutting out, so we will bring that to you live, raw, and unfiltered as soon as we get it. And of course, we also know that Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zielinski is expected to address the United States Congress coming up in about 22 minutes at 9 a.m. Eastern Time. So again, this is just one of the live feeds that we are monitoring here at LiveNOW from Fox, and we will of course bring that feed to you live, raw, and unfiltered as soon as we hear from President Volodymyr Zielinski, who is expected to ask Congress for additional help and possibly a no-fly zone in his country of Ukraine to prevent Russian troops from further attacking his country. So again, this is coming up in about 21 minutes here on LiveNOW from Fox. We are going to take a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll have much more when we come back. Welcome back to LiveNOW from Fox. Thank you so much for joining us. It is about 8:41 in the morning here on the East Coast, and you are taking a live look of the capital, the nation's capital, where we do know Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zielinski is expected to address Congress coming up in less than 20 minutes. And as soon as we get that feed, we will, of course, bring that to you live, raw, and unfiltered, again, in less than 20 minutes. But we do want to go to our Fox News correspondent, Doug Lazater, with a preview of what we could expect to hear in his speech.
And President Zielinski will appear by video conference this morning. And while he's likely to thank the U.S. and other allies for support, he's also expected to hold their feet to the fire. As Ukraine lays to rest those who have given their lives in the fight against Russia's invasion, their leader, Volodymyr Zielinski, appears before Congress this morning to plead for help.
Close the airspace. Please stop the bombing. How many more cruise missiles have to fall on our cities until you make this happen?
Zielinski received a standing ovation when he addressed the Canadian Parliament yesterday. And separately, in a possible concession to Russia, he seemed to distance himself from the idea of joining NATO and spoke of progress in peace talks. He also played host to the prime ministers of Poland, Slovenia, and the Czech Republic, all of whom took a risky train ride to Ukraine's capital to show support. In what appears to be a reaction to Zielinski's address to Congress, the White House quickly added an event today for President Biden to tout new spending measures for Ukraine. But Zielinski's central request, establishing a no-fly zone, is still off the table for the president.
He continues to believe that a no-fly zone would be escalatory, could prompt a war with Russia.
You know what leads to escalation? Weakness.
Members of Congress from both parties have been pressing the administration to do more.
Take nothing off the table. We must be ready to help in any way, shape, or form.
And while there are limits, Congress is inclined to help.
The U.S. Congress is in a mood to give him more. We haven't really seen this before. There is bipartisan support for giving whatever we can to the Ukrainians.
But still, that is not likely to include a no-fly zone over Ukraine, something the U.S. and most NATO countries have already rejected. In Washington, Doug Luzader, Fox News.
Doug, thank you for that report. We do want to get to some other video that we have just showing some of the destruction currently caused by Russian troops in Ukraine. Russian troops continue to blast Ukraine's capital region and other major cities as they try to stop Ukrainian forces that have blocked their progress nearly 3 weeks after invading. Russia's ground advance on Kyiv is stalled, but their troops continue to launch shells on areas in and around the city. This video showing a residential building in Kyiv targeted today at local time. Now, Kyiv emergency agencies are reporting damage to a 12-story apartment building following that shelling from Russian military. We do know the top floors of the building are reportedly destroyed, with 2 people falling victim to the attack. Russia has allegedly intensified its fighting in the towns directly outside of the capital. 12 neighboring suburbs are currently without water, while 6 are reporting no heat. And crews also in Kyiv, Ukraine, battling major blazes that broke out in at least 2 high-rise apartment buildings following further Russian airstrikes throughout the city. We do know at least 3 people were killed in these attacks. This video, captured by Radio Free Europe, Radio Liberty's Ukrainian service, shows scenes in the Ukrainian capital from yesterday. A correspondent spoke to Kyiv's mayor, Vitaly Klitschko, yesterday, who said that the attacks were further proof that Russian forces are targeting civilians. And as you see in some of this video that we have been showing you from Ukraine, Russian forces are continuing to intensify their bombardment of the country's capital. Ukraine's president says barrages hit multiple buildings, again, as you just saw in some of that video. And this comes amid another round of peace talks being held between Russia and Ukraine. Fox News senior foreign affairs correspondent Greg Palcote has this story from Lviv.
Escalation in Russian artillery attacks. Pre-dawn explosions hitting at least 4 buildings, including a 15-story apartment complex, triggering a huge fire and rescue effort.
There was a howl and I watched out of the window, and the missiles crashed into the building, and all the windows were smashed.
Officials say dozens of residents were killed in the attacks as Russia repositions its forces and slowly gains new ground.
The worst thing is that children are dying. They haven't lived their lives, and they have already seen this. This is the worst.
Despite security dangers, the prime ministers of Poland, the Czech Republic, and Slovenia went by train to meet with Ukrainian President Zielinski in Kyiv, a visit not sanctioned by the European Union.
Ukraine will be presented with a whole package of concrete support by the other leaders.
Zielinski will address Congress virtually on Wednesday. He's expected to call for more aid and a no-fly zone.
Our friend, Volodymyr Zielinski.
He spoke to Canada's parliament today.
We are not asking for much. We're asking for justice, for real support.
Meanwhile, peace talks have resumed, with a proposed ceasefire and humanitarian corridors discussed. Ukraine says new aid efforts are planned, including for hard-hit Mariupol in the south. The city reports 2,000 cars have left. The UN says there have been about 700 Ukrainian civilian casualties, the real number thought to be higher. And Ukraine admits 1,300 of its soldiers have been killed. Here in Lviv, 4 were given a solemn funeral. As Lviv Mayor Andrei Sodovy told us, with some help, they can win.
I am optimist. I believe in our victory. If we received more military, we very fast fight to Russia aggressor.
The mayor continued, I have only my land, my city, my country. I will fight to the last drop of blood. Strong words, strong emotions felt across this country today. In Lviv, Greg Palkon, Fox News.
Sağlanması için de düşüncelerimizi samimi bir şekilde her iki tarafta da paylaşıyoruz.
To our desk today, we do know, as you just heard in those stories, that Ukraine's president is expected to address U.S. Congress in about 11 minutes at 9 a.m. And we, of course, will bring that to you live, raw, and unfiltered. We also have a live shot of Kyiv, Ukraine, the capital city, where we do know fighting is intensifying, not only in the capital, but also in neighboring suburbs. At least 12 surrounding Kyiv are reporting no heat or water due to Russian shelling. Also, we do have the Russian foreign minister and Turkish counterpart holding a news conference right now in Moscow, Russia. Of course, speaking on the ongoing military operation in Ukraine. That feed currently not in English, but if we do get that to you in English or an English translation, we will, of course, bring that to you here on Live Now from Fox. But we do want to head out to a different story. On the topic of war crimes, where we do know Russian President Vladimir Putin and his troops are being accused, not only by the U.S., but by several other countries of war crimes, including attacks on civilians. So we want to head out to our Fox team in Milwaukee, Wisconsin for this conversation.
Crossing the line, that's how Ukraine's president, members of the European Union, even some high-ranking American politicians have described Russia's invasion of Ukraine, accusing the country, Russia, of committing war crimes. What are the rules of war exactly? We sent Sam Kramer to find out. Sam joins us from Marquette University tonight. Sam?
Yeah, hi there, Ted. Well, a lot of this international humanitarian law, which covers war crimes, was actually written at the Geneva Conventions of 1949, right after World War II. Tonight, a Marquette political science professor says it sure looks like there's plenty of evidence of war crimes here, but he adds Ukraine's response makes it a bit more complicated. Between hospital bombings, attacks on a nuclear power plant, and the deaths of hundreds of civilians.
What we're seeing right now is, the entire range of potential war crimes on display in a lot of ways.
Marquette Assistant Professor Mark Berlin says the preliminary evidence of war crimes is present in Ukraine. He teaches international law, including international humanitarian law, which covers war. That law prevents siege tactics, starving a population, for example. It also says soldiers must allow civilians to leave an area and cannot intentionally strike civilians. Any violation is a war crime.
Attacking civilian targets like hospitals, schools, things that don't have a military purpose, those are considered civilian objects, and they are supposed to be immune from attack under international law.
But Berlin says war in an urban setting complicates this, especially with ordinary Ukrainian citizens joining the fight.
Anyone who picks up a weapon and is actually engaged in hostilities towards you is a legitimate target.
As a nation aims to protect its sovereignty and its people under attack. Now, the International Criminal Court has come out to say it's already investigating the presence of Russian war crimes in Ukraine and Crimea. And Berlin says, like domestic crimes, though, prosecution, investigation of war crimes can take years. He does expect all of the on-the-ground reporting as well as cell phone, innocent bystander video to be heavily involved in that process. We're live tonight on the campus of Marquette University. Sam Kramer, Fox 6 News.
Sam, thanks for
oldu. Toplantıdan sonra sözde vaatlerimizi yerine getireceğiz dediler.
Three feeds that we are monitoring, whereas we've been telling you all morning long here on Live Now from Fox. We are awaiting President Zielinski, Volodymir Zielinski from Ukraine. We are awaiting his address to the United States Congress coming up in about 7 minutes. We also have the Russian foreign minister currently speaking with officials from Turkey in Moscow discussing the war in Ukraine. So again, several live feeds that we have coming into our desk. And as we've been telling you on this 21st day of this war in Ukraine, we do know that Russian troops are continuing to try and take hold of the capital city of Kyiv. And we do know that overnight that there were several attacks, several apartment buildings attacked by Russian shelling. Several civilians, according to local authorities, have also been killed. So again, one of the big main live feeds that we are awaiting is Ukraine's president, again, expected to address Congress now in about 6 minutes. We are going to take a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll have more when we come back.
Hazırlığını devam etmekteyiz.
Live Now from Fox. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Mackenzie Stasko, and I will be with you here for the next few hours as we await several live feeds coming into our desk. The most important one, of course, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zielinski expected to address U.S. Congress virtually coming up in about 4 minutes. You can see the seats there full. We do know that he is expected to appear via Zoom to address Congress as we now move to day 21 of this Russian invasion of Ukraine. We also have the Russian foreign minister discussing the war in Ukraine in Moscow, meeting with officials from Turkey as well. But we do know, as we are on day 21 of this war in Ukraine, we also know not only are Ukrainian civilians helping their troops there in the country, but there are several Americans who have left America and who are helping in the fight against Russia. So we do want to head out to this conversation with our Fox 11 team in Los Angeles.
A little bit shorter than we were hoping for because of technical challenges in the middle of a war zone. Jericho, thank you for being with us. Why are you doing this?
Well, there's innocent civilians being killed, so there's nowhere else I'd be right now.
Wow, plain and simple. Well, it was quite the journey, we know, for you, Jericho, to get to Kyiv. Tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, it's halfway across the world. There wasn't any direct line of communication that I was able to obtain with anybody with the Foreign Legion, so I just had to kind of make my way here from the States. And then when I got into country, I don't speak the language, and you know, it's a country at war, and they're looking for any saboteurs. So every few steps I made, the police officers at the local national military were checking me, and without any actual documentation to prove what I was doing there, everybody's a little bit hesitant of me. But sooner or later, I made my way to the capital just from angels being put in my path.
And that's where you are now, in Kyiv. What's it like on the ground, and have those guys started to embrace you as one of them?
Oh yeah, absolutely. As soon as they realized that I wasn't here to cause any harm, they totally embraced me with open arms. The Ukrainian people are very, very sweet, very loving, extremely resilient, and yeah, I'm really grateful for them because they have welcomed me with open arms. And what's going on in the ground? I mean, just a couple minutes ago, it's like 3 a.m., 4 a.m. here. I just got woken up by a pretty large, pretty big boom. There's constantly bombs being dropped. There's air raid sirens constantly going off. There's small arms, machine gun fire, several blocks just down from my location, constantly. But at the same time, during the day, there's still people like walking their dog, you know?
Wow.
So there's the Ukrainian people, they're not afraid. And even though it's the middle of a war zone, many of them have lost friends and family already. They still seem to just carry on with their life.
Jericho, we only have less than a minute left. What is your plan? How long do you see yourself there on the ground?
Yeah, so we just signed our documents to become not exactly members of their military, but just about. And the contract is to be here for until the end of the war.
Wow, and we don't know how long that is going to be, but you do have a GoFundMe page that we want to put up on the screen. They're not paying you. You're doing this and need help. You see it right there. What do you search for, Marla?
You search fundraiser for Jericho's volunteer mission to Ukraine, asking for, seems like a mere $5,000 to support your mission. Jericho Sky, thank you so much for being with us and for all that you're doing in your service.
Best of humanity. We'll be right back. He joins us live from Kyiv.
All right, and a big thanks to our Fox 11 Los Angeles team for that conversation. We do want to take you back out live to this feed that we have coming in as we await President Volodymir Zielinski of Ukraine, who is expected to speak with the United States Congress momentarily. This was expected to begin at about 9 o'clock, just about a minute ago. So again, Congress will hear a virtual address from President Zielinski about his country's fight against the brutal invasion by Russian President Vladimir Putin. The address, again, comes as Russia's forces continue their offense against major Ukrainian cities, including the capital city of Kyiv. We also know Russians are taking more ground in Ukraine and aggressively targeting civilians as they encounter some stiff resistance from those Ukrainian troops and civilians who have taken up arms to defend their country. So again, Zielinski will be giving a virtual address via Zoom, we believe, from Kyiv, Ukraine, where he has chosen to remain, even though Russian forces continue to move up on his city. Now, the Ukrainian president said previously that he is being targeted for assassination by Russians. But again, as we mentioned, he has chosen to stay in his home country and again, the capital city of Kyiv, Ukraine. He has also denied help from the United States to leave his country. Again, as we mentioned, choosing to stay, choosing to fight, and of course, direct his troops as they fight Russian troops who are moving into his country. So again, this is a live look as we await Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zielinski, who again is going to address the United States Congress. We do believe, we are getting word that he, of course, is going to be asking for additional help, also potentially a no-fly zone, which has been a huge issue from NATO allies who do not want to get directly involved in this war with Russia. And as we wait for his speech, we do want to head out to some video that we have here on LiveNOW from Fox. This is of Ukraine's President Zielinski meeting with several European countries. We do know the prime ministers of Poland, the Czech Republic, and Slovenia traveled to Kyiv yesterday, where they met with Zielinski. You can see in this video posted on his Facebook page, the three leaders spoke in person at that table with Zielinski as those Russian forces continue to target the Ukrainian capital and threaten several other cities across the country. Now, the meeting was part of a whirlwind diplomatic schedule for Zielinski, who spoke virtually to the Canadian Parliament yesterday. And as he was speaking to the Canadian Parliament yesterday, he was calling for additional support and encouraging a no-fly zone. Again, this video coming to us from Zielinski's Facebook page showing him meeting with that European delegation. Now, President Joe Biden is heading to Brussels to meet with NATO allies to discuss the war in Ukraine. The White House says a meeting with the Ukrainian President Zielinski is not off the table when President Joe Biden heads to Europe. Fox News White House correspondent Jackie Heinrich has these details.
Again for a no-fly zone and MiG fighter jets. But the White House has already dismissed those requests as a non-starter.
To put it bluntly, is Zielinski wasting his time tomorrow asking for these things?
Well, I would say because of the passion and the courage and
All right, everybody, we finally have Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zielinski currently speaking to the United States Congress as we have been promising all morning long. So we are going to cut away from that package and go ahead and listen in live, raw, and unfiltered here on LiveNOW from Fox.
Good morning, Madam Ambassador, who is with us this morning. Madam Ambassador. Ambassador Makarova. Mr. President, it is my honor to present to you the Congress of the United States, which has great respect and admiration and appreciation for your courageous leadership. Members of Congress, I have the high privilege and distinct honor of presenting to you the President of Ukraine, Volodymyr Zielinski. Slava Ukraina! Slava Ukraina!
Glory to heroes.
My colleagues, Slava Ukraina! Slava Ukraina!
Glory to heroes. Thank you very much. Madam Speaker, members of the Congress, ladies and gentlemen, Americans, friends, I'm proud to greet you from Ukraine, from our capital city of Kyiv, a city that is under missile and airstrikes from Russian troops every day, but it doesn't give up. And we have not even thought about it for a second. Just like many other cities and communities in our beautiful country, which found themselves in the worst war since World War II. I have the honor to greet you on behalf of the Ukrainian people, brave and freedom-loving people who for 8 years have been resisting the Russian aggression. Those who give their best sons and daughters to stop this full-scale Russian invasion. Right now, the destiny of our country is being decided. The destiny of our people, whether Ukrainians will be free, whether they will be able to preserve their democracy. Russia has attacked not just us, not just our land, not just our cities. It went on a brutal offensive against our values, basic human values. It threw tanks and planes against our freedom, against our right to live freely in our own country, choosing our own future, against our desire for happiness, against our national dreams, just like the same dreams you have, you Americans, just like anyone else in the United States. I remember your national memorial in Rushmore, the faces of your prominent presidents, those who laid the foundation of the United States of America as it is today, democracy, independence, freedom, and care for everyone, for every person, for everyone who works diligently, who lives honestly, who respects the law. We in Ukraine want the same for our people. All that is normal part of your own life. Ladies and gentlemen, friends, Americans, in your great history, you have pages that would allow you to understand Ukrainians, understand us now, when you need it right now, when we need you right now. Remember Pearl Harbor, terrible morning of December 7, 1941, when your sky was black from the planes attacking you. Just remember it. Remember September the 11th, a terrible day in 2001 when evil tried to turn your cities, independent territories, in battlefields, when innocent people were attacked from air. Yes, just like no one else expected it. You could not stop it. Our country experience the same every day, right now, at this moment, every night, for 3 weeks now. Various Ukrainian cities, Odessa and Kharkiv, Chernihiv and Sumy, Zhytomyr and Lviv, Mariupol and Dnipro. Russia has turned the Ukrainian sky into a source of death for thousands of people. Russian troops have already fired nearly 1,000 missiles at Ukraine, countless bombs. They use drones to kill us with precision. This is a terror that Europe has not seen for 80 years, and we are asking for a reply, for an answer to this terror from the whole world. Is this a lot to ask for, to create a no-fly zone over Ukraine to save people? Is this too much to ask? Humanitarian no-fly zone, something that that Russia would not be able to terrorize our free cities. If this is too much to ask, we offer an alternative. You know what kind of defense systems we need, S-300 and other similar systems. You know how much depends on the battlefield, on the ability to use aircraft, powerful, strong aviation to protect our people, our freedom, our land, aircraft that can help Ukraine, help Europe. And you know that they exist and you have them. but they are on earth, not in the Ukrainian sky. They do not defend our people. I have a dream. These words are known to each of you. Today I can say, I have a need. I need to protect our sky. I need your decision, your help, which means exactly the same you feel when you hear the words, I have a dream. Ladies and gentlemen, friends, Ukraine is grateful to the United States for its overwhelming support, for everything that your government and your people have done for us, for weapons and ammunition, for training, for finances, for leadership in the free world, which helps us to pressure the aggressor economically. I'm grateful to President Biden for his personal involvement, for his sincere commitment to the defense of Ukraine and democracy all over the world. I am grateful to you for the resolution which recognizes all those who commit crimes against Ukraine, against the Ukrainian people as war criminals. However, now, it is true, in the darkest time for our country, for the whole Europe, I call on you to do more. New packages of sanctions are needed constantly, every week, until the Russian military machine stops. Restrictions are needed for everyone on whom this unjust regime is based. We propose that the United States sanctions all politicians in the Russian Federation who remain in their offices and do not cut ties with those who are responsible for the aggression against Ukraine, from State Duma's members to the last official who has lack of morale to break the state terror. All American companies must leave Russia from their market, leave their market immediately, because it is flooded with our blood. Ladies and gentlemen, members of Congress, please take the lead. If you have companies in your districts who finance the Russian military machine leaving business in Russia, you should put pressure. I am asking to make sure that the Russians do not receive a single penny that they use to destroy people in Ukraine. The destruction of our country, the destruction of Europe. All American ports should be closed for Russian goods. Peace is more important than income, and we have to defend this principle in the whole world. We already became part of the anti-war coalition, a big anti-war coalition that unites many countries, dozens of countries, those who reacted to, in principle, to President Putin's decision to invade our country. But we need to move on and do more. We need to create new tools to respond quickly and stop the war, the full-scale Russian invasion of Ukraine, which began on February 24th. And it would be fair if it ended in a day, in 24 hours, that evil would be punished immediately. Today, the world does not have such tools. The war of the past have prompted our predecessors to create institutions that should protect us from war, but they unfortunately don't work. We see it, you see it, so we need new ones, new institutions, new alliances, and we offer them. We propose to create an association, U24, United for Peace, a union of responsible countries that have the strength and consciousness to stop conflicts immediately, provide all the necessary assistance in 24 hours, if necessary, even weapons, if necessary, sanctions, humanitarian support, political support, finances, everything you need to keep the peace and quickly save the world, to save lives. In addition, such association, such union could provide assistance to those who are experiencing natural disasters, man-made disasters, who fell victims to humanitarian crisis or epidemics. Remember how difficult it was for the world to do the simplest thing, just to give vaccines against COVID to save lives, to prevent new strains. The world spent months, years doing things like that, much faster, to make sure there are no human losses, no victims. Ladies and gentlemen, Americans, if such alliance would exist today, that is U-24, we would be able to save thousands of lives in our country. In many countries of the world, those who need peace, those who suffer inhumane destruction. I ask you to watch one video of what the Russian troops did in our country, in our land. We have to stop it. We must prevent it, preventively destroy every single aggressor who seeks to subjugate other nations. Please watch the video.
And in the end, to sum it up, today it's not enough to be the leader of the nation. Today it takes to be the leader of the world. Being the leader of the world means to be the leader of peace. Peace in your country doesn't depend anymore only on you and your people. It depends on those next to you, on those who are strong. Strong doesn't mean big. Strong is brave and ready to fight for the life of his citizens and citizens of the world, for human rights, for freedom, for the right to live decently and to die when your time comes, and not when it's wanted by someone else, by your neighbor. Today, the Ukrainian people are defending not only Ukraine, we are fighting for the values of Europe and the world, sacrificing our lives in the name of the future. That's why today the American people are helping not just Ukraine, but Europe and the world to keep the planet alive, to keep justice in history, Now I'm almost 45 years old. Today my age stopped when the heart of more than 100 children stopped beating. I see no sense in life if it cannot stop the death. And this is my main mission as the leader of my people, great Ukrainians. And as the leader of my nation, I'm addressing the President Biden. You are the leader of the nation, of your great nation. I wish you to be the leader of the world. Being the leader of the world means to be the leader of peace. Thank you. Slava Ukraini.
Glory to Ukraine.
Thank you for your support.
All right, everybody, that was Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zielinski, who was just speaking to the United States Congress, again, addressing this war that President Putin is waging on his country. Ukraine's president saying that he is not giving up. But the biggest takeaway, I would say, is that he is asking U.S. Congress and President Biden to do more. Zielinski did say that he is extremely grateful to the United States for its overwhelming support, not only with weapons, but with finances and training as well, and that he personally thanked President Biden for his help, but that he also needs help protecting the sky, essentially calling for U.S. Congress and President Biden to help close the sky so Russian troops can stop launching those airstrikes and attacks, which have destroyed so many buildings and, of course, injured and killed so many other people in Ukraine. So again, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zielinski speaking to U.S. Congress for about 20 minutes or so. It initially started with a translator, and then it cut away to a pre-recorded video, which you may have saw if you were tuning in here on Live Now from Fox. That video, again, calling for help closing the skies, showing several pictures and videos of people who have not only been injured in this war with Ukraine, but also killed, women, children, pregnant women in the southern city of Mariupol being taken away on stretchers. So a very powerful video that the president of Ukraine just played before Congress. No audio in that pre-recorded video that he played, just some very powerful video and images just showing the destruction and the toll that this war in Ukraine has taken on its people. So again, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zielinski calling on Congress to do more to stop Russia. We do know President Joe Biden is expected to deliver his own remarks at about 11:45 in the morning, East Coast time. We will, of course, bring that to you live, raw, and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox. President Biden is expected to announce additional financing, about $800 million additional dollars in security assistance for Ukraine as it battles this war against Putin, which is now going on day 21. It is unclear exactly what Biden will say in terms of potentially closing the skies. We do know that is something the United States and NATO allies have refused to do as they do not want to get into direct conflict with Russia. We are going to take a quick 2-minute commercial break, but when we come back, we are going to touch base and hear from a former intel officer, Michael Pregent, about Zielinski's address. We will be right back.
Yeah, sure. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, good. Hey. Well, I can hear her through your speakerphone, actually.
Hey, Michael, it's Mackenzie. So I'm going to come back.
Okay.
From here in break. I'm going to come back for a break, and then I will introduce you.
Okay.
And I'm really, first question, I know you're incredible at explaining all this. I'm just going to ask you your thoughts on that speech, not only his speech, but that video he played, and then I'll ask you, what more can the U.S. do to help Ukraine? I'll ask you about him calling for more sanctions on all American companies leaving Russia. Is there anything specific that you wanted to speak on?
No, I think it'll naturally progress when we talk. I think we'll be fine.
Okay, perfect. All right, we will be coming to you in about 40 seconds.
Okay, thanks.
All right, everybody, welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We do want to take you out to this shot of the Capitol, where we just heard from Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zielinski, who just spoke to U.S. Congress. He spoke virtually via Zoom in a 20-minute conversation with Congress. He asked on them and called on them to do more as his country continues this fight against Russia. We do want to bring in former intel officer Michael Pregent. He is one of the experts that we have been talking to throughout this war in Ukraine. Michael, thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. First things first, I just want to get your initial reaction to Zielinski's speech.
Well, I thought it was powerful. What I liked about it is he spoke to Americans. He spoke to Congress, but he spoke to Americans through Congress. And I definitely thought his appeal to the president as a leader of the free world to do something was powerful and hopefully will move the president. And I like that he gave the president some options. If you're not going to put a no-fly zone in, let us do it by giving us the air defense assets we need. Let us do it by giving us the MiG-29s that we've asked for. Let us do this. And then it was just an appealing message. And when he went to English, I thought that really just drove it home.
And what would you say your biggest takeaway is from this speech? He touched on a lot of different things, of course, thanking Congress and personally thanking President Biden for their help. But your biggest takeaway from his message to Congress?
We're fighting. We're here. Zelensky says, basically stating that the Ukrainian people are fighting. We're here, we're suffering. Look at all this. Everything you stand for in America, everything you stand against is taking place inside of Ukraine, and there's something you can do about it. Let me fight. We're not asking you to fight on our behalf, but give us the equipment we need to continue the fight. And thanking the president for Stingers and Javelins, because that's really what he was thanking him for. Those two weapon systems have been very effective on the battlefield, but he needs an ability to hit that artillery, those rockets that are basically leveling these cities, and he doesn't have that reach yet. The MiG-29s would give him that reach, and then of course the air defense assets would protect what's left of Ukraine, the areas that haven't been destroyed, would protect them from Russian airstrikes. So that's the biggest takeaway, is he gave the president options other than Javelins and Stingers. He gave the president options to do more by simply letting the Ukrainians fight and defend themselves, by giving them the equipment that they need to be able to hit Russia deep, and also to stop, to protect their cities against these air attacks, these airstrikes.
And Michael, we are now going on day 21 of this war, Russia's war with Ukraine. We do know that the Ukrainian military is much smaller than what Russia has. We also know that Zielinski has called on all of his male citizens ages 18 to 60 to stay and help fight this war against Russia. Considering the smaller military force and some of the casualty numbers that we have been reporting, day 21 we are now on, how much longer can Ukraine sustain this?
Well, see, that's a great question, because there's no doubt that the Ukrainian resistance can sustain this. What's in doubt is whether or not the Russians can sustain this, based on the number of troops they have inside of the country that aren't being fed, the number of vehicles they have inside the country that don't have fuel, and the logistical supply lines. We heard from a U.S. general who specializes in logistics when they support combat missions, saying that if the Ukrainians can hold on for 10 more days, it may actually exhaust the Russians. We do know the Ukrainians are going to be able to hold on for 10 more days. We hope Zielinski can hold on as well, because we know there's an active assassination plot and strategy to take him out by the Russians. My biggest concern is that the United States puts off and delays assisting, thinking that in the next 10 days somehow there'll be a culmination, and that would be a mistake. The Russians are weak right now. The majority of their combat losses in Ukraine are from abandoned vehicles and captured vehicles. Now, that's unheard of. The United States military, we don't abandon our tanks or let them get captured. Our soldiers don't run away from the fight, and we're seeing that with the Russians. Because of the weapon systems the United States is giving the Ukrainian military, specifically the Javelins. That's the most feared weapon system on the battlefield right now, and it's accounting for the majority of battlefield losses, but it's also affecting morale, because Russians are abandoning their tanks and their armored personnel carriers and letting them be captured. And we've seen these videos of Ukrainians towing away tanks with their tractors. These are huge morale issues for the Russian military. And to your point, the Ukrainian resistance will hold on, and we need to see whether or not Russia can actually sustain this, because they're running out of fuel and food, and now they're begging China to help.
And Michael, also Zielinski saying, as we mentioned earlier in our conversation, that Ukraine is grateful to the U.S. for its, quote, overwhelming support with weapons, finances, and training. Zielinski, as we said, personally thanking President Biden, but said that he needs to help close the sky. I know that our Gabby Amato spoke to you about this last week. Of course, closing the sky, according to Russia, would to them be considered direct conflict with Russia. So how likely is it that we will ever see the U.S. or NATO allies assist Ukraine in closing the sky to try and prevent Russian troops and those airstrikes and missiles from heading to Ukraine?
Well, it doesn't sound like we're going to do that in Ukraine, that we're not going to put a no-fly. We're not going to put a no-fly zone in, because that would be direct confrontation. But we can deny Russian access to the skies over Moldova, over Georgia, and we can give Zielinski the air defense assets his military's already been trained on to close their skies to the Russian attack. Let Zelensky's forces fight the Russians back here. The United States isn't going to do it, but Putin's also calculating, well, if the United States won't do it here, while we're leveling these cities, I mean, Kherson and Kharkiv have been destroyed, and everybody's waiting to be outraged when that happens to Kyiv, and we shouldn't wait that long. If NATO won't do anything now, then what else can I get away with? And the message needs to be sent right now that we will defend Moldova, we will defend Georgia, because telling Putin that you can't, that we will defend every inch of NATO territory means we won't defend every inch of non-NATO countries that Putin has his eyes on, like Moldova, like Georgia, and other places. And Putin's also thinking maybe they're not that serious about defending Latvia, Lithuania, or Estonia, because those are the new members of NATO, the Baltic states. And so he's testing U.S. resolve. He's testing U.S. red lines, and we haven't put any red lines in place. And all Zelensky's asking for is the ability to defend his skies. NATO has the assets. I don't see the difference between sending in an S-300 and MiG-29s from the Javelins and Stingers that we've already put on the battlefield that shoot down Russian aircraft and kill Russian tanks. Let's give Zelensky what he needs to keep Ukrainians alive.
And Michael, I also wanted to ask, Zelensky in his speech to U.S. Congress today called not only to help close the skies, but also for more financial sanctions to Russia. Of course, the U.S. is one of dozens of countries issuing sanctions against Russia, Putin, and oligarchs as well. So in terms of sanctions and financially hitting Russia where it hurts, what else can the U.S. do?
Well, we need to make Russian oil and gas toxic. We need to make sure that nobody touches it. We need to be serious when we talk to China about aiding Putin's effort in Ukraine, his war effort. China needs to actually fear that the U.S. will put secondary sanctions on them if they provide financial support to Putin or they buy his oil. We need to make Putin's oil and gas toxic. We need to cut it off from the international community, from Europe. Americans are saying they're willing to pay more at the pump if it means that Russian oil and gas is not being sold. The Biden administration needs to do a lot more when it comes to that. Simply shutting down 2% of imports of Russian oil and gas to the U.S. isn't enough to impact it. I'm glad the president did it. It was the right thing to do. But our European allies need to do the same thing. And instead of courting Iran and Venezuela, the president should be looking at the United States, opening up our ability to produce oil and gas and become energy independent. That's not a political thing. That's just, how do you hurt Putin and then basically supplant Putin's oil and gas? You do it with American oil and gas, and also with American allies. Going after oligarchs is working, but we need to do more. You can't go after 80% of the banks that Putin has access to and leave 20% untouched, because that's simply where all the oil, gas, and other funds will go through to support this effort. And we now know that Russia's having a hard time supporting its troops, feeding its troops, getting fuel in there, and keeping this mission going. And it's reaching out to China to help with that. It's reaching out to get foreign fighters from Syria to come in. So this is an opportunity to put the squeeze on Putin and do more, just like Zielinski asked. If you're aware of companies in your districts and you're a member of Congress, put pressure on them to shut it down, or at least let the U.S. Treasury know that there are American companies still operating that are providing a back channel for Putin, and have the U.S. Treasury take care of that. They're pretty automatic when it comes to violations of sanctions.
And Michael, I did want to ask you, we are expected to hear from President Joe Biden at about 11:45 this morning here on the East Coast. So in about 2 hours, again, we will hear from President Biden. We are getting word that he is expected to announce an additional $800 million in aid to Ukraine. What do you think we can expect to hear from him, knowing that Zielinski just spoke to U.S. Congress today?
Well, if we're to, we heard President Biden through Jen Psaki yesterday. Jen Psaki said we know better what Zielinski needs than Zielinski. And that kind of messaging just doesn't work with most Americans. We're going to hear the president say, look at all I've done already, and look what we're continuing to do, and throwing a dollar figure at this problem. Yes, the United States is sending in javelins and stingers. Yes, the United States is sending in humanitarian aid. But is it going to continue if it means giving more of an ability for Zielinski to defend himself? The president's going to say there will be no direct contact between the United States and Russia. No American soldier will be on the ground. We're going to avoid any direct confrontation with Russia. And again, cite what he's done already and how much money he's thrown at it. But he's going to stay away from the MiG-29s. He's going to stay away from the S-300s. S-300s defend Ukrainian skies. MiG-29s provide a air-to-ground attack capability that Zielinski needs to hit these artillery pieces. So it's just basically going to be another one of these speeches. Look what I've done so far, and I've thrown some money at this problem, but we're not going to commit to do anything more than that.
All right, Michael Pregent, any final thoughts on Zielinski's speech? Thank you for sharing your thoughts on what we could expect to hear from President Joe Biden. But any final thoughts on Zielinski's speech and the president's trip to Brussels and his potential meeting face-to-face with Zielinski?
I would have liked for him to have basically said, when everybody stood up and started applauding, that, hey, I need more than applause. Actions speak louder than claps. And invite congressional delegations to go to Kyiv, to join those EU members that went there yesterday. You have heads of state from the European Union that went to Kyiv yesterday to meet with Zielinski. If we had Americans do that, go on the ground, we can't say no to that, because we can't say, well, Putin will view that as an escalation. But I would have liked to see Zielinski invite more Americans to Kyiv to see this firsthand and be able to do something about it. We can't let this happen in real time. Zielinski said, are you going to be able to look back on this and say that you did everything you could to stop this? And we all know the answer is no. And we're seeing this in real time. And the United States and the West needs to do something about this. And there's no going back to normal for Putin. But I mean, Zielinski did a great job. Thanks for having me on to talk about it. And I hope it changes the situation.
All right, Michael Pregent, always a pleasure to have you on our show here at Live Now from Fox. So thank you again so much for your always insightful just take on what we have going on here.
Thanks, Mackenzie. Always a pleasure. Thanks.
All right, and we do want to head out to a live feed that we have here on Live Now from Fox, where Republican lawmakers are currently meeting right now. It looks like that feed is cutting out, but we do know Republican lawmakers were just meeting their reaction, meeting to talk about their reaction to Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zielinski, his address to U.S. Congress. So we are going to take a quick 2-minute commercial break. We will have much more when we come back. All right, everybody, welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We are bringing you a live feed from the Polish-Ukrainian border, where we do know that there are thousands of people still trying to flee Ukraine. Now, we did just hear moments ago from Ukrainian President Volodymir Zielinski addressing the United States Congress about the war in Ukraine, which is now going on day 21. So we are going to hear from Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zielinski. So we're going to go ahead and listen in to his address.
Thank you so much. Really inspiring for me. Thank you.
Good morning. Good morning, Mr. President. Good morning, Madam Ambassador, who is with us this morning. Madam Ambassador. Ambassador Makarova. Mr. President, it is my honor to present to you the Congress of the United States, which has great respect and admiration and appreciation for your courageous leadership. Members of Congress, I have the high privilege and distinct honor of presenting to you the President of Ukraine, Volodymyr Zielinski. Slava Ukraina! Slava Ukraina!
Glory to heroes.
My colleagues, Slava Ukraina! Slava Ukraina!
Glory to heroes. Thank you very much. Madam Speaker, members of the Congress, ladies and gentlemen, Americans, friends, I'm proud to greet you from Ukraine, from our capital city of Kyiv, a city that is under missile and airstrikes from Russian troops every day. But it doesn't give up. And we have not even thought about it for a second. Just like many other cities and communities in our beautiful country, which found themselves in the worst war since World War II. I have the honor to greet you on behalf of the Ukrainian people, brave and freedom-loving people who for 8 years have been resisting the Russian aggression. Those who give their best sons and daughters to stop this full-scale Russian invasion. Right now, the destiny of our country is being decided. The destiny of our people, whether Ukrainians will be free, whether they will be able to preserve their democracy. Russia has attacked not just us, not just our land, not just our cities. It went on a brutal offensive against our values, basic human values. It threw tanks and planes against our freedom, against our right to live freely in our own country, choosing our own future, against our desire for happiness, against our national dreams, just like the same dreams you have, you Americans, just like anyone else in the United States. I remember your national memorial in Rushmore, the faces of your prominent presidents, those who laid the foundation of the United States of America as it is today, democracy, independence, freedom, and care for everyone, for every person, for everyone who works diligently, who lives honestly, who respects the law. We in Ukraine want the same for our people. All that is normal part of your own life. Ladies and gentlemen, friends, Americans, in your great history, you have pages that would allow you to understand Ukrainians, understand us now, when you need it right now, when we need you right now. Remember Pearl Harbor, terrible morning of December 7, 1941, when your sky was black from the planes attacking you. Just remember it. Remember September the 11th, a terrible day in 2001 when evil tried to turn your cities, independent territories, in battlefields, when innocent people were attacked from air. Yes, just like no one else expected it. You could not stop it. Our country experience the same every day, right now, at this moment, every night, for 3 weeks now. Various Ukrainian cities, Odessa and Kharkiv, Chernihiv and Sumy, Zhytomyr and Lviv, Mariupol and Dnipro. Russia has turned the Ukrainian sky into a source of death for thousands of people. Russian troops have already fired nearly 1,000 missiles at Ukraine, countless bombs. They use drones to kill us with precision. This is a terror that Europe has not seen for 80 years, and we are asking for a reply, for an answer to this terror from the whole world. Is this a lot to ask for, to create a no-fly zone over Ukraine to save people? Is this too much to ask? Humanitarian no-fly zone, something that that Russia would not be able to terrorize our free cities. If this is too much to ask, we offer an alternative. You know what kind of defense systems we need, S-300 and other similar systems. You know how much depends on the battlefield, on the ability to use aircraft, powerful, strong aviation to protect our people, our freedom, our land, aircraft that can help Ukraine, help Europe. And you know that they exist and you have them, but they are on earth, not in Ukraine, in the Ukrainian sky. They do not defend our people. I have a dream. These words are known to each of you. Today I can say, I have a need. I need to protect our sky. I need your decision, your help, which means exactly the same you feel when you hear the words, I have a dream. Ladies and gentlemen, friends, Ukraine is grateful to the United States for its overwhelming support, for everything that your government and your people have done for us, for weapons and ammunition, for training, for finances, for leadership in the free world, which helps us to pressure the aggressor economically. I'm grateful to President Biden for his personal involvement, for his sincere commitment to the defense of Ukraine and democracy all over the world. I am grateful to you for the resolution which recognizes all those who commit crimes against Ukraine, against the Ukrainian people as war criminals. However, now, it is true, in the darkest time for our country, for the whole Europe, I call on you to do more. New packages of sanctions are needed constantly, every week, until the Russian military machine stops. Restrictions are needed for everyone on whom this unjust regime is based. We propose that the United States sanctions all politicians in the Russian Federation who remain in their offices and do not cut ties with those who are responsible for the aggression against Ukraine, from State Duma's members to the last official who has lack of morale to break the state terror. All American companies must leave Russia from their market, leave their market immediately. because it is flooded with our blood. Ladies and gentlemen, members of Congress, please take the lead. If you have companies in your districts who finance the Russian military machine leaving business in Russia, you should put pressure. I'm asking to make sure that the Russians do not receive a single penny that they use to destroy people in Ukraine. The destruction of our country, the destruction of Europe. All American ports should be closed for Russian goods. Peace is more important than income, and we have to defend this principle in the whole world. We already became part of the anti-war coalition, a big anti-war coalition that unites many countries, dozens of countries, those who reacted to, in principle, to President Putin's decision to invade our country. But we need to move on and do more. We need to create new tools to respond quickly and stop the war, the full-scale Russian invasion of Ukraine, which began on February 24th. And it would be fair if it ended in a day, in 24 hours, that evil would be punished immediately. Today, the world does not have such tools. The war of the past have prompted our predecessors to create institutions that should protect us from war, but they unfortunately don't work. We see it, you see it, so we need new ones, new institutions, new alliances, and we offer them. We propose to create an association, U24, United for Peace, a union of responsible countries that have the strength and consciousness to stop conflicts immediately, provide all the necessary assistance in 24 hours, if necessary, even weapons, if necessary, sanctions, humanitarian support, political support, finances, everything you need to keep the peace and quickly save the world, to save lives. In addition, such association, such union could provide assistance to those who are experiencing natural disasters, man-made disasters, who fell victims to humanitarian crisis or epidemics. Remember how difficult it was for the world to do the simplest thing, just to give vaccines against COVID to save lives, to prevent new strains. The world spent months, years doing things like that, much faster, to make sure there are no human losses, no victims. Ladies and gentlemen, Americans, if such alliance would exist today, that is U24, we would be able to save thousands of lives in our country. In many countries of the world, those who need peace, those who suffer inhumane destruction. I ask you to watch one video of what the Russian troops did in our country, in our land. We have to stop it. We must prevent it, preventively destroy every single aggressor who seeks to subjugate other nations. Please watch the video.
And in the end, to sum it up, today it's not enough to be the leader of the nation. Today it takes to be the leader of the world. Being the leader of the world means to be the leader of peace. Peace in your country doesn't depend anymore only on you and your people. It depends on those next to you, on those who are strong. Strong doesn't mean weak. Strong is brave and ready to fight for the life of his citizens and citizens of the world, for human rights, for freedom, for the right to live decently and to die when your time comes, and not when it's wanted by someone else, by your neighbor. Today, the Ukrainian people are defending not only Ukraine, we are fighting for the values of Europe and the world, sacrificing our lives in the name of the future. That's why today the American people are helping not just Ukraine, but Europe and the world to keep the planet alive, to keep justice in history. Now I'm almost 45 years old. Today my age stopped when the hearts of more than 100 children stopped beating. I see no sense in life if it cannot stop the death. And this is my main mission as the leader of my people, great Ukrainians. And as the leader of my nation, I am addressing the President Biden. You are the leader of the nation, of your great nation. I wish you to be the leader of the world. Being the leader of the world means to be the leader of peace. Thank you. Slava Ukraini.
Glory to Ukraine.
Good morning, everybody. You're streaming live now from Fox on this Wednesday, March 16th, taking a look back at the big moment happening in Washington, D.C. that we streamed for you live just moments ago. Ukrainian President Volodymir Zielinski getting a standing ovation from Congress after calling on our leaders, calling on President Biden and the United States to do more to help Ukraine as the Russian invasion, the war over there, officially enters week 3. Lots of major moments to bring you, lots of quotes that will stick with you from that speech. Him comparing this incident to what the United States went through during World War II, comparing the war on Ukraine to the moments that the United States felt when Pearl Harbor was attacked. He said that we are not giving up. He said that my age basically stopped as more and more children died in my country due to this war. He said Ukraine is grateful to the U.S. for its overwhelming support, but we need you to do more. He called for a no-fly zone over Ukraine, saying that this could help so many civilians continue living on. And he said, if you're not going to give us a no-fly zone, then we need your resources. We need military aircrafts and fighter jets. So again, a standing ovation for President Volodymyr Zielinski from Kyiv in Ukraine, joining the United States Congress virtually. He's made it very clear that he is not leaving his presidential office right there in Kyiv. He's made several addresses telling Russian troops, this is where I am, this is where you can find me. And he's continued to address countries and leaders throughout the past couple of weeks. Again, this invasion now entering week 3 officially just yesterday. He addressed the Canadian Parliament. So I do want to let you know also that President Biden is expected to make his own announcement at 11:45 a.m. Eastern time, where he's supposed to give us more
more information on more money headed out there to Ukraine for the humanitarian crisis that this has caused, and for aid and medical supplies and military resources. So we will most definitely be streaming that for you here on Live Now from Fox. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. When you return, we are going to give you a look at some of the live feeds we've got coming into our desk right now. It's officially past 9:30 a.m. here on the East Coast, which means stocks are trading. Now, you can see that the market is up right now, and we're expecting some big financial news to come our way later today. We do know that the Federal Reserve is expected to raise interest rates in the wake of this record high inflation that we have seen, that we are definitely feeling in our pockets. So at 10:30 a.m. Eastern time, we're actually going to be joined by a Fox Business White House correspondent. He'll be out there on the White House lawn bringing us the very latest on the Federal Reserve's anticipated announcement, how the Biden administration has reacted. And then at 11 a.m. Eastern time, we're going to hear from a financial advisor and CEO of the McBride Group, which is a financial, business out there in California. He's going to be joining us again at 11 a.m. Eastern time. So don't go anywhere. All of that coming up here after this quick 2-minute commercial break. We can also tell you that we just got this feed into our desk. This looks like it is going to be the House Foreign Affairs Subcommittee hearing on the early signs of war crimes and human rights abuses committed by the Russian military. So that's been a huge topic of conversation. We've seen so many civilians targeted in this war. Is that enough to accuse Vladimir Putin of a war crime? We've taken a deeper dive into what war crimes exactly are. So it's likely that these officials there on Capitol Hill are going to be doing the same here very shortly. So lots working here on Live Now from Fox. Some of you are going to see that quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back. You are streaming live now from Fox on this Wednesday, March 16th, raw, unfiltered, nonstop news. We are live outside of the Oval at the White House right now. Do want to let you know that President Biden is expected to give an address following Ukrainian President Zielinski's speech that we just brought to you from Capitol Hill moments ago, in which Biden is expected to announce an additional $800 million in security assistance to Ukraine. That's according to the Associated Press. Now, the aid will come in the form of food, water treatment, hygiene kits, soap, laundry detergent, and food, basic supplies that so many need out there in Ukraine, as Russian troops have officially been attacking all sides of the country at this point for now 3 weeks. We also know that this aid will also include weapons and military aid as well. That was a huge part of President Zelensky's speech that happened virtually just moments ago. Him saying that we request a no-fly zone, but if you can't give that to us, then we need more resources. We need aircrafts. We need military resources that we can use to continue fighting off these Russian troops that have now targeted so many civilians across our land. Now, Congress has already approved $13.6 billion in military and humanitarian aid for Ukraine, and the newly announced security aid will come from that allotment, which is part of a broader bill that Biden signed into law just yesterday. He did make that announcement on Twitter, but lawmakers do expect that more aid will be needed. Actually, House Speaker Nancy Pelosi said that when she spoke with President Zelensky just about a week ago, he asked for help in rebuilding his country when they spoke. So it was in that call that Zelensky asked for that opportunity to address Congress, which he just did again on Capitol Hill. We brought it to you live, raw, and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox. Him receiving a standing ovation from Congress as he pleaded for more help from the United States. He said, you need to cut ties with all of those who have allowed terror on Ukraine, calling for more sanctions, calling for more military aid, and of course, asking for a no-fly zone. And in order to do that, he showed some very graphic video that he compiled from all parts of Ukraine since this invasion began, showing children being killed, showing casual people trying to go about their day and just being put in the crossfire of missiles, of attacks. We actually, unfortunately, did bring you the news here on Fox just yesterday that a Fox photographer and a producer out there were killed after their vehicle was struck. We do have Fox News correspondent Benjamin Hall fighting for his life, injured and being hospitalized out there as well. So this war just causing such a humanitarian crisis, so much pain to Ukrainians, and Volodymyr Zielinski made the message clear: we will not give up. I do want to let you know that we are just about 15 minutes away from speaking live with Fox Business, which we did have a look at the stock market right now. It looks like we did lose that feed, but stocks were doing pretty well for the swings that we've seen as they've reacted to inflation. We do know that the Federal Reserve is expected to heighten those interest rates here today. We are expecting to hear from Federal Reserve Chairman Jerome Powell. So that is also an anticipated press conference, an announcement that we will bring to you here on Live Now from Fox. But we also do want to bring you live right now to a hearing that has officially started there on Capitol Hill. House Foreign Affairs Subcommittee hearing on the early signs of war crimes and human rights abuses committed by the Russian military during the invasion. So let's listen in live, raw, and unfiltered. And we're also going to keep some other shots for you up here as well.
Finally, in addition to the human cost of this war, the Russian military has destroyed places of worship, sacred memorials, civilian infrastructure, children's playgrounds, in one of the most reckless set of acts of violence the world has ever seen. The Russian military has even shelled nuclear power plants, potentially exposing Ukrainians and the world at large to radiological poisoning. We must understand these things in concrete terms. These people in these places are real. Husbands, wives, fathers, mothers, sons, daughters, sisters and brothers being ripped from life early by a marauding army, craven leader. But we know all of this because today We have sophisticated and accessible technological devices that can show the world these atrocities. Potential Russian war crimes just can't be covered up the way they have in the past. They can't just be explained away or used for propaganda's sake. The images are real. Their locations are real. And the perpetrators and their victims are real. Russia can no longer deny the atrocities they've committed in Ukraine. However, let me be clear. Vladimir Putin has not only invaded a sovereign democracy, but his actions threaten the framework of our modern international order laid out after World War II to prevent other catastrophic events from ever occurring. So far, the U.S., along with the vast majority of countries in the international community, recognize the severe implications to not only peace and stability in Europe, but to the rest of the world. Luckily, the institutions that many Americans and our allies worked so hard to create after World War II have worked. From the UN, condemning Russia's actions, to NATO, providing tangible deterrence, to restrictions placed on Russian oligarchs by international financial institutions, to reporting by international media outlets. Our collective consciousness has awoken to this crisis and risen to the occasion to meet it in full force. Now confronted with the injustices committed in Ukraine, NATO and EU members as well, allies and partners around the world, all working together. Asian areas like Japan, Singapore, Taiwan, allies in Australia are more unified than ever in condemning Vladimir Putin's war of choice. Our support for Ukraine is unprecedented, comprehensive, and resolute. We can't just say never again. We have to ensure never again. For those reasons, and as chair of the subcommittee, I've made it my top priority of mine to shine light on this incredibly, brutally taken out Russian military, their indiscriminate killing of Ukrainian civilians, the use of devastating weapons in heavily populated areas, and potentially targeting of civilians on purpose. All serve as a reminder to us that even in war, certain rules must be followed. Ukrainians and Russians alike must know more than anyone that the rest of the world is watching. Will not let such crimes go unpunished. In due time, I also hope that the Russian people see these photos and videos as well. They should know what their government is doing in the horrific plight of everyday Ukrainians. To accomplish this goal, the ranking member and I have brought together a distinguished group of witnesses to testify on war crimes and human rights abuses, their role in international law, the methods used to collect evidence and build cases for trial, as well as the types of weapons and tactics used by the Russian military. This testimony is essential to lay the foundation for future avenues of justice. To our expert witnesses, thank you very much for being here today. I look forward to hearing your perspective on how the US, the EU, and various non-governmental organizations can work in promoting awareness, gather evidence of possible war crimes in Ukraine, holding any war crime criminals accountable for their actions. I want to thank the ranking member for joining with me and helping move this hearing forward. I'll now recognize Mr. Fitzpatrick for his opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I want to thank Chairman Keating for his strong, passionate statements, his strong support for Ukraine. It's an honor to be working hand in glove with him and everybody in our subcommittee from both parties to make sure that we do everything we can to protect Ukraine, Ukrainians, and hold Vladimir Putin fully accountable for everything, all the heinous war crimes and murderous actions that he's engaging in right now. We've entered into the third week of Russia's invasion on the innocent country and the people of Ukraine. There have been about 600 civilian deaths, between 2,000 and 4,000 Ukrainian armed forces that have been killed, thousands of injured in Ukraine, as well as Americans that have been killed. We know that the Russian military is largely reliant on massed artillery, as well as unguided bombs and missiles. And in previous conflicts that Russia has engaged in, allegations were raised of potential war crimes by Russian units, specifically targeting civilians and civilian infrastructure. A few examples, including the Chechen wars of between 1994 and 1996, and in 1999 to 2009 against the people of Chechnya. During both of those conflicts, Russian forces were accused of potential human rights abuses, including the killing of civilians, indiscriminate bombing and artillery attacks, and targeting civilian infrastructure. And the same horrendous events are now taking place once again in Ukraine. Russia's intervention in Syria is another example of when Russia has been accused of war crimes. In March of 2020, the United Nations Human Rights Council accused Russia of complicity in war crimes for specifically targeting civilian areas and infrastructure in Syria. It is no secret what Russia is capable of and how far they will go to achieve total control of the old Soviet bloc. On February 24th, Russian President Vladimir Putin announced an unprovoked, unnecessary, quote-unquote, special military operation to supposedly, in his words, demilitarize and denazify Ukraine. Since then, we have seen Russian forces attack and fire upon a nuclear plant, bomb civilian infrastructure buildings such as residential homes and apartments, destroy an operating maternity ward with infants inside, and target a pediatric cancer hospital. These are only a few of the horrific acts that the Putin regime has carried out, and it is clear that they will stop at nothing, not even killing innocent children with cancer, to continue their rampage on Ukraine. And it is unfathomable that we as a country are going to sit by and watch these events unfold while the people of Ukraine are living in bomb shelters and falling asleep to the sound of gunshots, military airplanes, and explosions each and every day. Some examples of committing a war crime include intentionally killing civilians, torture, taking hostages, unnecessarily destroying civilian property, and so on. It is clear that Russia has demonstrated early signs of war crimes and human rights abuses in Ukraine. And this is not the first time Russia has been accused of committing war crimes and human rights abuses, and it's clear it won't be the last. How many times will Russia have to be accused of committing war crimes for them to be stopped? The U.S. needs to stand up to these thuggish dictators like Vladimir Putin and take action to prevent Putin from wreaking even more havoc on innocent countries and innocent people. I look forward to hearing from our panelists to further this discussion. As Chairman Keating said, this is an important first step to build a record that we can use to forward a charging document and ultimate prosecution of Vladimir Putin for committing war crimes. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank the ranking member, Mr. Fitzpatrick, and thank you for all you're doing in trying to stand up for the people of Ukraine within the committee and personally. As I introduce today's witnesses, I want to ask unanimous consent that all of their written statements be sent for the record. I also, with the agreement of the ranking member, would like to mention too that because of the films that are here, we're extending the time for these witnesses to speak and give their oral testimony as well. Again, I've been asked to warn members that these videos and the topics discussed are graphic in nature as we move forward, but they're again so important that we ensure an accurate document of what's actually occurring in Ukraine, perpetrated by the Russian Federation. So I'll now introduce our witnesses. Thank you all for being here. Mr. Christo Grozev is the Chief Executive Officer of Bellingcat. Grozev focuses on security threats, Russian intelligence operations, and weaponization of information. He and his team earned the European Prize for Investigative Journalism for exposing the identity of the suspects behind the 2018 Sergei Skripal poisoning in the United Kingdom. Now recognize Mr. Grozev.
Thank you very much for inviting us, Chairman Keating.
First, a few words on what Bellingcat is doing in this conflict and how it all started. From our perspective, Bellingcat was established in 2014 as a global collaborative platform for investigations based on open source data. Over the last 7 years, our researchers have scoured through tens of thousands of images and videos from war-torn countries, including Syria, Ukraine in 2014, 2015, and Yemen. And our main focus has been to verify through methods such as geolocation, chronolocation, and contextual research, visual evidence of the use of weapons, whether conventional or chemical, against civilian targets. Evidence gathered and verified by Bellingcat has already served as a basis of prosecutorial investigations in the case of, for example, the shooting down of Malaysian airliner MH17 in 2014 by a Russian military brigade.
You're streaming live now from Fox, everybody. We are currently listening in as the House Foreign Affairs Committee holds a hearing on war crimes and what exactly the Russian military forces have been doing as far as attacking civilians. And when we talk about that news here and continue to listen into this hearing, we actually do have a breaking news alert to bring you right now here on Live Now from Fox. We do know that this tweet has recently come into us here saying that today Russian forces shot and killed 10 people standing in line for bread in Chernihiv. Such horrific acts must stop. We are considering all available options to ensure accountability for any atrocity crimes in Ukraine. So just another attack on innocent civilians. We've seen it happen for days and weeks now as this Russian invasion into Ukraine has officially entered its third week. So we did just receive that tweet to us here within the last couple of minutes and wanted to bring it to you here on Live Now from Fox. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. When you return, we're going to switch gears here just a little bit, and we are going to head out to the White House to be joined by Fox Business's White House correspondent Edward Lawrence. Today, we are expecting an announcement from Federal Reserve Chairman Jerome Powell, where they are expected and anticipated to hike up interest rates a little bit. So we're going to preview that address for you. We did just get word that it's happening at around 2:30 p.m. Eastern time. We'll be sure to air that for you here on Live Now from Fox. But again, when we come back, we're going to touch base with Fox Business, kind of previewing that announcement here. Good morning, everybody. You are streaming live now from Fox. My name is Regina Gonzalez with you here from Orlando, Florida. But as you can see on your screen, we are also live outside of the White House right now, being joined by Edward Lawrence of Fox Business White House correspondent. Because, Edward, I do understand that we are expected to hear from the Federal Reserve Chairman in just a couple of hours. What are we anticipating in this address?
Yeah. So 2 p.m. Eastern time, the Federal Reserve is going to make their announcement as to exactly what they believe the difference in the stance of the monetary policy should be. What that means is basically how high they're going to raise interest rates going forward to be able to handle inflation. They have stopped the accommodation, meaning they have stopped propping up the economy by buying those treasuries and mortgage-backed securities. That has ended. Now they're going to talk about, in addition to raising interest rates, shrinking their balance sheet. And what that does is it takes money out of the system and it contracts the system. So all of this is meant to stop the runaway inflation that we're starting to see. CPI inflation, as you know, is at 7.9% year over year from February. Everybody sees that at the gas pump, at the grocery store, everywhere they go. So the decision is going to be likely 25 basis points. That means it'll go up 0.25% from the federal funds rate. Right now it's at 0. There are some members, voting members, that want to see it to go up a half a point, 0.5%, a bigger jump in order to deal with this inflation. Many economists believe the Fed is already behind the curve when it comes to inflation. Regina?
Yeah, and you know, there's so much to dig into here, Edward, but as you talk about how this is going to impact Americans, there's a growing sentiment of not only a housing bubble, but basically another recession. So what are your thoughts on that? Is that something we could see within the coming months to a year?
Sure. So, you know, Kevin Hassett's a former White House economic advisor to President Trump. Now, he believes that a recession is likely to come up starting over this summer. I've heard other economists say that, too, because of the inflation we're seeing and the slowdown in spending we're seeing. Retail sales and whatnot is coming in under expectations. So there is a definite slowdown. Now, you know, in terms of a housing bubble and bubbles that are formed, that's not something that we're seeing at this point, particularly in housing. We know the Great Recession was started because of that housing bubble. The one thing the Federal Reserve is watching is the amount of debt that corporations have. So as this money has been cheap, as we've had zero interest rates, basically, corporations have been taking on more risk by borrowing more money. So when the interest rates go up, that money, paying that money back, becomes more expensive. As you know, interest rates then go up. So what the concern is that could more corporations go bankrupt or not be able to pay those bills as they've taken on that debt. That's the bubble that the Federal Reserve is watching at this point. Right now, it's not a problem, but that's what they're watching.
Yeah, and obviously that's not the news that Americans want to hear, especially as we're already dealing with all of these just really high prices. And I want to get into gas prices for a second, Edward, because, you know, we've seen inflation and we've seen already increasing gas prices before this invasion. So do you think the Russian invasion into Ukraine is just an excuse or just another attribution? What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, well, and the Federal Reserve is going to have to look at this because you had $1 more per gallon before the invasion of Ukraine. That's what the increase has been. The White House has had policies in place that have constricted the long-term supply and discouraged investment by oil companies to add more supply to this. So the U.S. is actually creating 1.3 million barrels less a day than they did pre-pandemic. And that's something that the Federal Reserve is also going to be looking at and taking account for. They're seeing these gas prices because gas prices push inflation. Everything that we buy goes on a truck, it goes to a store, that increases inflation. When we go to the gas pump, we see those inflationary prices at the gas pump, and that is something the Federal Reserve is going to take into account as they try and slow down inflation. Now, as they increase the interest rates here, the goal is to slow down the economy, but not in a way that causes a recession. So it's going to be a very interesting sort of arrow that they have to hit the bullseye on in order to do this, because you've got these outside influences. You talk about Ukraine and the invasion that's happened there. That has pushed oil prices up, that has pushed gas prices up, and that affects the inflation here in the United States, which affects everyone. And so that is an X factor, uncertainty, as the Federal Reserve likes to say, and they have to deal with that uncertainty while setting monetary policy out, because their next meeting is about 6 weeks from now.
And Edward, something I want to ask your insight on, especially as when we heard from President Biden a couple of weeks ago saying that we're going to ban the Russian imports of oil energy sources. Right. He said this is a chance for the United States to really push domestic oil, domestic energy sources. But he also said this is not a time to price gouge.
Yeah, actually what he said was this was a time to increase the global supply. And the White House has said that they are talking to other global producers, which includes OPEC, which has said no, they're not going to increase more oil. They've engaged Venezuela to see if Venezuela could provide more oil. And through the Iran nuclear deal, which is now on pause, but they're trying to get back into that deal, that would lift sanctions and then release more Iranian oil into this. You know, Americans, the Republicans here, are saying, scratching their head saying, wait, we've got oil in Texas and Oklahoma, open that up. Now, a common thread here at the White House has been, well, there's 9,000 open leases for drilling on federal lands. Why don't use those? Well, there's a couple of things going on there. The American Petroleum Association says that, one, not all of those leases are viable, meaning there's no oil at the bottom of those leases. Two, it's very expensive with the added regulations that have been put on in order to activate those leases. And three, the federal government's increasing the royalties, the amount of fees that they charge in order to do those leases. And all of that constricts investments. If I'm a company, I'm going to say, why am I going to invest in something like this when down the road they're trying to end this altogether? It just doesn't make sense.
Yeah, exactly. Now, overall, Edward, before we send you off, what advice do you have to consumers right now as we're expecting this announcement? We're dealing with all of these raised prices on all of our basic needs. What is your advice to consumers watching?
Yeah, you know, this is a tough one because everybody's going to have to be paying more in the future because of inflation that's happening now. You know, obviously be frugal about where you need to spend. I know that I've curtailed my driving habits because the cost of gas is going up. You got to look for those bargains because the bargains are out there, and just be prepared. You know, if you have a flexible mortgage, for example, some people have adjustable rate mortgages on their homes, you probably should look to lock that down because interest rates will going to keep going up through every meeting. We've heard somewhere maybe 6 hikes this year, 4 to 6 rate hikes this year, which means an adjustable rate mortgage will keep going up and up and up. So if you have that, you're going to look for that. And also draw down on your credit cards because as these interest rates go up, the credit card rates that you have will also go up. So that's something that consumers need to watch out for.
Definitely. Well, all great advice and great insight. Edward Lawrence, White House correspondent with Fox Business, thank you so much for joining us. Just to confirm, like you mentioned, we're getting that decision at 2 and the announcement around 2:30 Eastern time.
Eastern time, yep. Thanks, Regina.
Perfect. All right, Edward, well, you take care, and we'll definitely be touching base with you again soon. Have a great day.
Yeah, you too.
All right, everybody, again, Regina Gonzalez with you here on Live Now from Fox. We will be streaming that announcement from Federal Reserve Chairman Jerome Powell here at around 2:30 p.m. Eastern time. Also do want to let you know that we are expecting that announcement from President Biden on more Ukraine aid here just at around 11:45 a.m. Eastern time. We will also be streaming that for you. Definitely a busy morning. We just brought you that virtual address to Congress by Ukrainian President Volodymir Zielinski. And be sure to stick around because in just about 20 minutes, we're going to stay on the topic of finances, of interest rates, inflation, and we're going to be joined by a financial advisor from the West Coast here to talk more on that. So again, lots of moving parts here. When we return, I do want to bring you out to some reaction that we are getting from lawmakers following that address from Volodymyr Zielinski. Here is a look at the Senate floor right now. Some of you are going to see that quick break. We'll be right back. Good morning, everyone. You're streaming live now from Fox Raw Unfiltered Nonstop News, 10:43 a.m. here on the East Coast, and we are continuing to bring you more reaction and live feeds that are coming to our desk after Ukrainian President Volodymir Zielinski addressed the United States Congress virtually just about an hour ago, pleading for the United States to do more and helping them over there as the Russian invasion into Ukraine has officially entered its third week. Ukrainian President Zielinski calling for a no-fly zone, for more resources, and for Congress to push the Biden administration to continue all of their efforts to help them. There has been a huge humanitarian crisis, civilians being killed, and actually we do have a very tragic breaking news alert to bring you here this morning. We do get these tweets very frequently here to our Live Now from Fox desk, and we wanted to bring you this one as we hear that the Russian forces have shot and killed 10 people standing in line for bread in Chernihiv. The U.S. Embassy of Kyiv saying that such horrific attacks must stop, that we are considering all available options to ensure accountability for any atrocity crimes in Ukraine. Now, as we talk about the civilian casualties, the humanitarian crisis that has been happening over there, not just in Ukraine, but in surrounding countries, as now more than 3 million refugees have fled Ukraine since this invasion. We actually do have a House committee hearing happening out there on Capitol Hill, a lot of lawmakers joining virtually, but we do want to bring you out and continue listening in as we hear more on how they feel about early signs of war crimes from Russian President Vladimir Putin and his troops, and the human rights abuses that have been committed by the military during this invasion, again, entering its third week. Let's continue to listen in live, raw, and unfiltered. We are just about 15 minutes away from being joined by a financial advisor to talk all about the Federal Reserve Chairman's expected announcement today to hike up interest rates just a little bit.
But there is also, as Mr. Grozhev mentioned, a permanent international tribunal, the International Criminal Court. Now, while neither Russia nor Ukraine are parties to the Rome Statute, which established the International Criminal Court, because Ukraine has previously consented to the jurisdiction of the court, investigations are beginning. It would not surprise me if at some point we see individuals indicted by the ICC. If those individuals are captured by Ukraine or someplace out of Russia, they could be sent to The Hague if they are indicted. And again, in a post-Putin regime, Russia itself may even be willing to send high-level officials who were engaged in these actions to The Hague. So those are sort of our range of international tribunals. But there's one other mechanism I want to mention relating to enforcement, and that is domestic enforcement. And Mr. Grozhev alluded to this. Under international law, there is a concept of a universal crime. War crimes are a universal crime. And as a universal crime, any state has enforcement jurisdiction over individuals that commit that crime. Mr. Grozhev mentioned Germany and Spain and perhaps the Netherlands may, in accordance with their domestic law, choose to prosecute those individuals. That is an option. In the United States, the applicable statute is the War Crimes Act. And while this requires that the perpetrator be an American national or the victim be an American national, we have already seen evidence that there may be targeting of individual Americans, including journalists. So that is a possibility. Finally, I want to mention civil suits that could possibly be brought against people who have perpetrated war crimes. This might not be something we would immediately think of, but the Alien Tort Statute provides this option. The Alien Tort Statute was incorporated by Congress in the Judiciary Act of 1789, and it allows aliens, meaning non-U.S. nationals, to bring suit in U.S. courts for a tort in violation of the law of nations or a treaty to which the United States is a party. That means a non-U.S. national in the United States could bring a civil suit against an individual who had perpetrated a war crime. If there are assets of that individual in the United States, a judgment could attach those assets as an effective way of punishing this war criminal. Now, it is true that the Supreme Court in the Kyiv case said that there is a presumption against the extraterritorial application of the Alien Tort Statute. I think the case of war crimes might be an exception, but I think even more significantly, Congress could make an exception. Congress could explicitly say that the Alien Tort Statute would apply to war crimes committed in the Russia-Ukraine war. If Congress were to adopt a statute to that effect, that would give U.S. courts jurisdiction to be able to hear cases where individuals could bring claims against Russian nationals and others who had committed war crimes. So these, I think, are some of our options for enforcement. Needless to say, I would be happy to go into more detail during the question and answer period. I want to thank the chair and the ranking member and the members of the subcommittee.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you for your explanations. Ms. Bonnie Doherty is a senior researcher in the Arms Division of...
All right, everybody, I do want to depart this House Foreign Affairs Committee on War Crimes and the Invasion to head out to the Senate floor right now. That is because, obviously, Ukrainian President Volodymir Zielinski just addressed Congress about an hour ago, pleading for more help from the United States as the war over there enters its 21st day. And that is exactly what Senator Chuck Schumer is speaking about live right now. So let's listen in.
In one sense, his speech was reminiscent of the stirring feeling all of us had in the aftermath of 9/11. Equal parts resolve and unity and determination to save democracy from an hour of darkness. As we have said from the start of the war, the Senate, the Congress, and the American people stand unequivocally behind the people of Ukraine. America will continue to strengthen our NATO allies and reassure our friends in Europe that we will remain a steady ally. It's why last week Congress approved nearly $14 billion for food, shelter, money for javelins and stingers and anti-aircraft weapons, and refugee help. Every last penny that the U.S. sends to Ukraine is money well spent. This morning, it's reported that President Biden will also announce another $800 million in military assistance. This means even more anti-tank, anti-aircraft missiles and other weapons that have been the most effective on the battlefield for the Ukrainians. And last night, the Senate also unanimously passed legislation supporting investigations by the International Criminal Court into potential war crimes by Putin and his regime. I thank Senator Graham and the many, many others who backed this bill. The Senate also confirmed the Ambassador at Large for Global Criminal Justice, our lead advocate in making sure this investigation is robust and it is swift. These steps are all necessary. Over the last 2 weeks, we have seen Putin attack the largest nuclear plant in Europe, attack the Chernobyl containment site, attack a children's hospital, and attack designated humanitarian convoys. Putin, so far, is not winning militarily. So now this evil man is trying to win by massacring civilians, massacring babies, parents, the elderly, and targeting apartments, just as he did in Syria, just as he did in Chechnya. If this doesn't equal a war crime, I don't know what does. If it wasn't clear before, it should be clear now that President Putin and his band of cronies are not going to stop. But in his monomaniacal hubris, Putin has severely underestimated the Ukrainian people. Every time an innocent Ukrainian is killed, the resolve of the people grows stronger, and we stand with them. I join my colleagues in one voice to say this: Slava Ukraini, glory to Ukraine. And, Mr. President, just seeing the video that the President showed us is heartbreaking and strengthens our resolve. Putin, by being such a villain, being such a brutal, evil man, is not going to deter the Ukrainians for sure, and not the American people from helping Ukraine. It strengthens our resolve when we see how vicious, how brutal he is. Now, Another issue. This morning, I want to highlight two steps Senate Democrats are taking to maintain our laser focus on lowering costs for American families. First, today, the Senate Finance Committee is holding a hearing examining one of the most vexing issues facing Americans everywhere, the alarming rise in prescription drug costs. Few things are as frustrating and debilitating as going to the pharmacy and seeing the price on your receipt go up and up and up for essential medications. For families struggling to make ends meet, drug costs present a harrowing Sophie's choice. Do I buy groceries and diapers and take care of my kids, or do I pay for my medications? It is a decision no American should make, but millions have to make it every day. Insulin is a particularly flummoxing example. According to some sources, a 40-day supply can now climb north of $600 a month. For millions of Americans who rely on insulin to manage their diabetes, this is a crisis that should compel the Senate to act. I expect that we will consider next steps soon on proposals already presented to my colleagues. And besides rising prescription drug costs, Senate Democrats are zeroing in on the alarming state of energy prices. In the coming weeks, I expect that Congress will be calling on CEOs from the oil and gas companies to testify on the alarming spike in energy prices. Over the past few weeks, as war in Ukraine began, the price of a barrel of oil rose precipitously. That immediately translated to oil and gas companies raising the price for Americans at the pump. But something is happening that Americans shouldn't overlook. Over the past few days, oil prices have actually been decreasing, but the price of gas at the pump has not. Some of the economists call this stickiness. When the costs go up, the price to the consumer goes up. When the costs go down, the price to the consumer stays high. Stickiness does not come close to describing the outrage that Americans feel about this. The last time that the price of oil, a barrel of oil was at $96, gas was $3.62 a gallon. Oil prices have now come down to $96 again, and yet the price of gas continues to rise. It's now at $4.31. The bewildering incongruity between falling oil prices and rising gas prices smacks of price gouging and is deeply damaging to working Americans. The Senate is going to get answers, and that's why we will be calling on the CEOs of major oil companies to come testify before the Congress. Meanwhile, as Americans pay more at the pump, the biggest oil companies in America are making a killing. 25 of the top oil and gas companies reported a combined $205 billion in profit. That's an astounding figure, blowing pre-pandemic figures out of the water. But instead of lowering gas prices, oil companies are using these soaring profits to reward their shareholders through stock buybacks. It is outrageous to me. Stock buybacks, they benefit the CEOs because they can sell the shareholders. See, the price went up. But it's not because they sold more product, became more efficient, hired more workers, used productivity. It's simply decreasing the number of shares so the price goes up. That, to me, is so wrong. It's one of the disturbing signs of American capitalism. These disturbing trends demand answers, and the CEOs of large oil and gas companies should be advised they'll have to provide answers before the Senate very soon. Why stock buybacks instead of lowering prices or increasing productivity or moving to green energy, which we know we all have to do? And finally, in conclusion, another issue on prices. The Senate will also take action on the bottlenecks and supply chains crippling our shipping lines. Senator Cantwell and the Commerce Committee will be holding a markup on March 22nd on bipartisan legislation introduced by Senators Klobuchar and Thune that will target this issue, one of the many, many ways that Democrats are continuing our focus on lowering costs for American families. So these are some concrete steps we're taking. You're going to hear about many more as Democrats focus keenly, laser-like, on the higher costs for the American people, which we know must come down. I yield the floor. I note the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
All right, everybody, that was some remarks from Senator Chuck Schumer there, speaking live from the Senate floor following President Volodymyr Zielinski's virtual address to Congress, saying that we need to address the fact that there is a humanitarian crisis over there in Ukraine as the war enters its 21st day. He also spoke a little bit on the rising gas prices, on the price of oil, how domestic and global companies who are producing oil for us here in the United States should not be price gouging. And this is actually a topic that we are going to speak on after this quick 2-minute commercial break. When we come back, we do want to address the fact that in just a couple of hours, we are expected to hear from Federal Reserve Chairman Jerome Powell. He's expected to make an announcement that the interest rates are going to get hiked up a little bit or a lot. We don't know. We're actually going to be speaking with a financial advisor previewing this announcement, plus everything you need to know on inflation, how this is affecting our wallets, our bank accounts, and our everyday lives. Stay with us. That's coming up after this break. You're streaming live now from Fox, everybody. It is officially past 11 a.m. Eastern time, a little past 7 a.m. out there on the West Coast. And we are heading back to a topic of conversation that we've been bringing to you all morning long at around 2:30 p.m. Eastern time. We actually did just get confirmation of that time. We're expected to hear from the Federal Reserve Chairman Jerome Powell, and he is expected to raise interest rates as we are already seeing this inflation, these high gas prices. We've been talking for weeks now about how this is all impacting Americans, impacting our wallets, and trying to bring you advice on what you can do to try and save during these really interesting times for the economy. So in order to talk more about this and weigh in on the conversation, I do want to welcome in a financial advisor and CEO of the McBride Group, Mr. James McBride, joining us here on Live Now from Fox. Mr. McBride, how are you doing? Always good to see you.
Great. Thank you for having me, Regina.
Absolutely. So right off the bat, James, I have to ask you, we've got this announcement coming to us in just a couple of hours. What do you expect Jerome Powell to say and do?
Well, we expect a couple of things. One, that they are going to raise interest rates. I think the betting is now a quarter point. A few months ago, they were talking about a half a point, but I think it's going to be a quarter point. And I think the chairman is going to say that they're willing to raise interest rates more than once to make sure that they are staying on top of inflation. And I think what the chairman is also going to say is they're going to discontinue their asset purchases, the so-called quantitative easing.
And, Jim, I feel like all of this is obviously to ease the inflation that we are seeing right now, record high inflation that we just saw from January to February alone, I believe the highest since the 1980s. So really to backtrack for a second for our viewers, obviously a lot of information to decipher. What is attributing to this inflation?
Well, that's a great question. I think what's happening is the classic definition of inflation, where we have too much money chasing too few goods. And that's a direct result of the pandemic. The supply chain, the global supply chain, was really disrupted, and it's making it difficult for supplies to get to consumers who want to buy. So we have huge demand, consumers wanting to spend money. We have rising wages, so people have a little bit more money, but we have restricted supply. And that's showing up in all kinds of different markets, whether it's energy or housing. Out here in California, for example, we're certainly behind the curve on housing supply. Cannot or does not meet the demand, so we're seeing record high home prices. And home prices are 1/3 of the government's consumer price index. So all of that gets baked into that inflation number, unfortunately.
And, when we talk about this inflation number, going back to this announcement that we are expecting here in just a few hours, will this small increase in interest rates help this inflation?
Well, it's a very difficult balancing act for the Federal Reserve. We have to remember that the Federal Reserve has, what's called a dual mandate. So they're responsible for price stability, which most of us think about as controlling inflation, but it's also protecting us against deflation. And then the Federal Reserve is also charged with full employment. And with respect to employment, the Federal Reserve has done an incredible job. 2 years ago this month, the unemployment rate in the United States was almost 15%. Now it's less than 4%. And a lot of that is attributed to the Federal Reserve keeping interest rates low, maybe lower than some people wanted, for an extended period of time. But they are going to raise interest rates, but they have to do it in such a way that they don't drive the economy into a recession. So it's a real balancing act. The economy is hot. The Federal Reserve does need to raise rates, but they don't want to drive the economy into recession. So what a lot of people are saying, and I agree with, is the Federal Reserve has to tap on the brakes, but not slam on the rates. And that's a very difficult balancing act, and I'm confident they're going to do it.
And you mentioned that, Jim, that was actually my next question to you. The possibility of a recession. There's all this talk, all this prediction from economists, and you're saying that obviously we're trying to prevent that. But is that even possible? Do you feel that this is in the cards within the next couple of months to a year?
Well, that's a great question. Just yesterday, there was a poll that was released from economists that said that there's about a 33% chance of a recession in the United States and about a 50% chance of a recession in Europe. So there is some concern out there, justifiably so, that we could go into a recession. But I try to look at it the other way, that there's a 75% chances that there will not be a recession.
And when you say that, why do you feel that way? What attributes to that 75% in your mind?
Well, just look at the stock market. Yesterday, the stock market, the Dow Jones Industrial Average went up over right at 600 points. And this morning, it's been up like 400 points. So the market has come back 1,000 points in just 2 days. And as you know, the stock market is a leading economic indicator. It looks down the road a little bit. So the stock market is becoming increasingly confident that the economy is going to do well. And I agree with that assessment. And I don't think that the Russians will prevail in Ukraine. I do think that supply chain disruptions will moderate. And we're also seeing COVID transition from a pandemic to an endemic. So I think that the things are going to get better over time.
And we can only hope for that, right? You know, it's definitely been so much on Americans' wallets since we've seen these high gas prices now, and just everything, our basic needs. Now, I say that because I want to touch on gas prices with you for just a moment. Obviously, we are paying crazy amounts. I know you're out there in California, so I'm not even going to talk about the fact that we're paying a lot here in Florida. But when we talk about gas prices, I feel like there's a lot of speculation that we're seeing these high prices because of the Russian invasion into Ukraine. But we had seen increasing gas prices before that. So is the invasion just some sort of an excuse?
The invasion sort of added to the misery, but you're exactly right, Regina. Oil and gas prices were rising before Russia invaded Ukraine. Some of that was in anticipation of the invasion. But I think it's really important to point out that the oil prices are set by the international market. It's a commodity that's priced through the entire world. And there's very little that the United States president or the president of France can do about that. So I really object to Senator Schumer's remarks about gouging by the oil industries. What they're doing is they're paying the price on the international market and passing that price on to consumers. Now, I think in time that will moderate, particularly if Russia fails in Ukraine, and things will kind of come back to normal. But the fact of the matter is, going back to what we were saying earlier, is there's huge consumer demand. You know, 2 years ago, the airlines weren't buying any jet fuel because nobody was flying. Well, now people are flying. If you've been on a plane lately, they're full. So the airlines are buying more gas, they're buying more jet fuel, and that's what it's related to, going back again to demand, but then restricted supply. And Russia does supply about 10, 11% of the world's oil supply. So there you go. You're restricting supply with high demand. That's a prescription for inflation.
And when we talk about supply and demand, you know, not just with oil, but with everything for that matter, what are Americans looking at here? What will these increased interest rates do to things like the housing market when it comes to buying a car, swiping your credit card? With this announcement coming from the Federal Reserve, what do Americans have to look forward to?
Well, rising interest rates affect our ability to buy goods. And the two most expensive things that most of us buy in our lifetime are our homes, and mortgage rates are going to go up. And then the second most expensive thing we do is buy a car. And that means that cars are going to be more expensive. And then cars and housing, just like we talked about earlier, are affected by these supply chain disruptions. And then when you get into things like food, we're seeing that inflation is having a direct effect on all of our households, whether you're buying a home or buying a car. I saw a survey yesterday that said inflation is increasing household expenses by about $300 per month, about $3,600 per year. And when it comes to food specifically, the sad thing is it affects our poorest neighbors more than it affects maybe the rest of us. So it's inflation can be a heartache for a lot of us, no matter if we're trying to buy a house, buy a car, or just buy food.
Yeah, definitely. Now, as we wrap up this whole conversation, what advice do you have to consumers? And really, you know, you being a financial advisor, can you base that off of some of the concerns that maybe some of your clients have come to you with?
Well, I think the main concern is inflation going to persist for an extended period of time? And of course, that's a source of great discussion and argument. You know, I'm in the camp that when the global supply chain is renormalized, inflation will decrease. And one of the reasons I think that is that the bond market is not buying that inflation is baked into this economy. Right now, the yield on the 10-year U.S. Treasury is about 2.15%. Okay, back in 1991, when inflation was totally out of control at about 14%, the yield on the 10-year Treasury was about 15.8. In other words, the yield on the Treasury should be higher than inflation. Well, inflation cannot be at 7 or 8% on a persistent basis, and the yield on the 10-year Treasury just being 2.15. So what I'm saying is that the bond market doesn't buy that this inflation is going to be long-term, that it will moderate when the supply chain issues are resolved. So I think that everybody needs to take a deep breath, power through this, take a chill pill, and we'll be okay.
All right. Well, Mr. McBride, we really appreciate all of your insight as we anticipate this announcement again for our viewers happening at around 2:30 p.m. Eastern time. So, Mr. James McBride, financial advisor and CEO of the McBride Group, thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox, and we'll definitely be checking in with you after that announcement. Have a great day.
Thank you, Regina.
All right, everybody. Regina Gonzalez with you here on Live Now from Fox. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. When you return, we are actually going to bring you some details for a moment on some breaking news that we are getting into our desk of an earthquake that has just hit Japan. So stick with us. We're working to get you some more information on that, and then we'll also head back into some coverage of the Russian invasion into Ukraine. We do have a couple of live feeds coming in and some reaction from lawmakers to Ukrainian President Zielinski's address. Stay with us. You're streaming live now from Fox, everybody. Raw, unfiltered, nonstop news. This is a breaking news alert, some information that we have just gotten into our desk minutes ago. We're getting reports that a powerful 7.3 magnitude earthquake has shaken off of the coast of Fukushima in northern Japan, triggering a tsunami advisory. The Japan Meteorological Agency said the quake struck about 36 miles below the sea. Now, the region is part of northern Japan that was devastated by a deadly 9.0 quake and tsunami 11 years ago that also caused nuclear plant meltdowns. Now, today's quake came only days after the area marked the 11th anniversary of that disaster. Again, that happened in March of 2011. We know that prolonged shaking has been felt across Tohoku, that region and beyond, that there are power outages and trains and elevators are currently stopped. So this This is, again, a breaking news situation that we are getting into our Live Now from Fox desk. We are going to continue to monitor this and get you more information here. But in the meantime, I actually did just get this feed coming in as we continue our coverage of the Russian invasion into Ukraine. We do have this press conference coming in. You can see NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg stepping up to the podium. Now, important to mention that today in Brussels, multiple ministers and world leaders were meeting to discuss how NATO can strengthen its alliance in the wake of this invasion. Our very own Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin taking part in that conversation. So let's listen in to Jens Stoltenberg's remarks here on Live Now from Fox.
Described in stark terms the death and destruction caused by President Putin's war. The determined resistance of the Ukrainians against the invasion, and the importance of our continued support. We all paid tribute to the courage of the Ukrainian people and the Ukrainian armed forces. NATO allies and partners have supported Ukraine with equipment and training for many years. We are helping Ukraine to uphold its fundamental right to self-defense, freedom and democracy, with significant amounts of critical military equipment. Today, ministers agreed that we must continue to provide significant support to Ukraine, including with military supplies, financial help and humanitarian aid. NATO allies and partners are also hosting millions of Ukrainian refugees. President Putin must stop this war immediately, withdraw his forces now, and engage in diplomacy in good faith. NATO is responding to this crisis with speed and unity. And next week, Allied heads of state and government will meet for an extraordinary NATO summit. We will address both our immediate response and the changes we need to make for our longer-term security. Moscow should be in no doubt. NATO will not tolerate any attack on Allied sovereignty or territorial integrity. We have already activated our defense plans to shield the alliance, increase our readiness, and deploy troops from both sides of the Atlantic. There are now hundreds of thousands of forces at heightened alert across the alliance, 100,000 US troops in Europe, and around 40,000 troops under direct NATO command, mostly in the eastern part of the alliance, backed by major air and naval power, as well as air defenses. But we face a new reality for our security, so we must reset our collective defense and deterrence for the longer term. Today, we tasked our military commanders to develop options across all domains: land, air, sea, cyber and space. On land, our new posture should include substantially more forces in the eastern part of the alliance, at higher readiness, with more pre-positioned equipment and supplies. In the air, more Allied air power and strengthened integrated air and missile defense. At sea, carrier strike groups, submarines, and significant numbers of combat ships on persistent basis. We will also consider the future of our cyber defenses and how best to draw on Allied space assets. We should also train and exercise more often and in greater numbers. Major increases to our deterrence and defense will require major investments. Allies need to invest a minimum of 2% of GDP on defense. And I welcome that allies such as Germany and Denmark have already made important announcements on more investments and faster timetables. We also need to spend more together. NATO common funding is the essential enabler that allows us to work together. It is a force multiplier for national defense efforts, and it shows solidarity as allies. At this critical moment for our security, unity between North America and Europe in NATO is more important than ever. Unity between North America and Europe in NATO is more important than ever. And with that, I'm ready to take your questions.
Okay, we'll start with BBC in the centre, just behind.
Thank you.
Last row. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Secretary General. Could I just ask you, we've heard once again from President Zielinski addressing US Congress, calling for a no-fly zone. Are there any allies at all who have been asking for one, even if the decision of the alliance as a whole is not to enforce one? Has there been any discussion at all about it? And the second question I have is just about Ukraine and its NATO membership. Do you believe that Ukraine has cooled towards its view of joining NATO as a negotiating tool with the hope of eventually reaching some kind of agreement with Russia? Thank you very much.
Allies are united, both in providing support to Ukraine to uphold the right for self-defense, but allies are also united when it comes to that NATO should not deploy forces on the ground or in the airspace over Ukraine. Because we have a responsibility to ensure that this conflict, this war, doesn't escalate beyond Ukraine. We see death, we see destruction, we see human suffering in Ukraine, but this can become even worse if NATO took actions that actually turned this into a full-fledged war between NATO and Russia. So allies are united when it comes to the issue of how to provide support to Ukraine. Ministers addressed this today. They reinforced the message of the importance of providing support with equipment, advanced equipment, air defense systems, anti-tank weapons and many other types of support, but no NATO deployment of air or ground capabilities in Ukraine, and that's the united position from NATO allies. Then the message to Ukraine is the same now as it has been for years, that Ukraine is a sovereign, independent nation. It has its own right to choose its own path, and we respect the decisions made by the democratic elected government by Ukraine. So it's up to them to decide whether they aspire for NATO membership or not, and then it's up for 30 allies to decide on that issue. Not for Russia to try to veto such a process.
CNN.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary General. Natasha Bertram, CNN. I'm wondering whether NATO has invited President Zielinski to participate in any way in the Leaders Summit next week, as Resnikov did in the Defense Ministerial today. And I'm also wondering if you could respond to the Polish proposal to send NATO forces into Ukraine on a so-called peacekeeping mission. Thanks.
So what we need is peace in Ukraine, and therefore Russia and President Putin has to stop the war, withdraw its forces. We support all efforts to find a negotiated solution. We support all efforts to find a diplomatic solution. And of course we support and welcome the talks and negotiations which are now taking place between Ukraine and Russia. At the same time we support Ukraine because we know what they can achieve on the negotiating table is of course very closely linked to the situation on the battlefield. So I strongly also believe that one of the reasons why the Ukrainians also are saying that they have seen some steps in the right direction is because they have been able to fight back. They have been able to fight back against the invading Russian forces. So the courage, the determination, and the support from NATO allies to the Ukrainian armed forces is extremely important also when it comes to what they can achieve as part of the negotiated process with Russia. Again, of course, we support peace efforts. We call on Russia and President Putin to withdraw its forces, but we have no plans of deploying NATO troops on the ground in Ukraine.
Right.
Secretary General, can you comment on Italy's role in this current crisis? And happy birthday for today.
Thank you. I would very much like to comment on Italy's role. Italy is a highly valued NATO ally, a founding member, and Italy is contributing to our collective defense in many different ways. I was recently in Romania. I met Italian pilots. They are helping there to keep NATO airspace safe, and they really show commitment and strength in their contributions to different NATO missions and operations, including in Kosovo, where Italy has been a key ally for many, many years.
Financial Times. Yeah, gentleman with glasses.
Thank you. Just to follow up to the question about the peace talks, you said that you're encouraged by signs and that you support any effort to find a diplomatic solution. Could you tell us, are you seeing any signs on the ground that the Russians are genuine in their approach to these peace talks, or that they may well just be using them as a distraction for resupply and for restructuring their approach? Thank you.
On the ground, we don't see any sign. And that's the reason why we also call on Russia to engage in these talks in good faith. And it's not for me to report from these talks. NATO are not part of those talks. These are talks between Ukraine and Russia. But I've just seen the reports coming out from those talks. I think it's very important not to speculate and not to prejudge or to preempt any outcome of these talks. My message was in a way that it is obvious that what Ukraine can achieve around the negotiating table is very closely linked to the situation on the battleground, and therefore the support we give to them to stand up against and to resist the Russian invasion also helps them to achieve an acceptable outcome in the negotiations.
Associated Press.
Lorne Cook from the Associated Press. Could you tell me a little bit more about the tasking that you've given NATO commanders, what that might involve, and are we looking ahead 1 year, or are we talking about a decade, something longer term? And you also used the word persistent. I wonder what that means. Why wouldn't you say on a permanent basis?
This is the way we make these kind of decisions in NATO, is that the politicians, they set out the guidelines, the direction, then we task our military commanders to give advice on how to follow up, and then we make fine decisions as politicians based on these advice and input from our military commanders. This was exactly the same we did back in 2016. When we, at the Warsaw Summit, made historic decisions for the first time in our history to deploy NATO combat troops to the eastern part of the alliance. You have to remember that before Ukraine, also before the illegal annexation of Crimea in 2014 by Russia, NATO had no combat troops in the eastern part of the alliance. Then we had the illegal annexation of Crimea, and since 2014 we have implemented the biggest reinforcement of our collective defense since the end of the Cold War, tripling the size of the NATO response force, establishing the battle groups in the Baltic countries and Poland, more presence in the air, at sea, and of course also started to invest more, increasing defense spending. Then the process was the same. The politicians tasked the commanders, they provided advice, and based on that we developed the final conclusions that Allied heads of state and government made at the summit in 2016. And then since then they have implemented that. I foresee a similar process now. We have tasked the military commanders. We will have their advice within weeks, and then my ambition is that heads of state and government, when they meet at the end of June, can make the decisions on significantly increased presence, reinforcing our deterrence and defense on land, at sea, and in the air. And of course, this will then depend on the input we get from the commanders, but also, of course, at the end of the day, it has to be a political decision by the leaders. So the decision I foresee within months, as meaning by the summit in June, then implementation will, of course, vary a bit depending on what kind of decisions we are going to make.
Frankfurt Allgemeine, just behind you, just behind.
Thomas Kutschka, Frankfurt Allgemeine Zeitung. Secretary General, is there anything in the NATO-Russia Founding Act that could restrict military planners and commanders when they work out these options for leaders? Thank you.
Also, we will do what is necessary to make sure that there is no room for misunderstanding in Moscow, for miscalculation in Moscow about our commitment, readiness to protect and defend all allies, every inch of NATO territory. And the reason why we do that is not to provoke a conflict, but is to prevent the conflict. That has been the success of NATO for more than 70 years, that any potential aggressor or adversary has always known that an attack on one ally will trigger a response from the whole alliance. And to ensure that in a new security reality, we need a reset of our deterrence and defense. And that's exactly what we're now tasking the commanders to provide advice on, how to reset our deterrence and defense, and we will do what is necessary. The NATO-Russia Founding Treaty, of course, that actually has a clear reference to in the current security environment. Back in 1997. We are not in the current security environment today. We are in a total different security environment. At that stage, we actually foresaw Russia as a strategic partner, working with them. Since then, Russia has invaded Georgia, illegally annexed Crimea, and now also invaded Ukraine. So we will do what is necessary, and the NATO-Russia Founding Act is not something that will create problems or hindrance for NATO to make the necessary decisions.
Okay, to Ukrainian news agency.
Dmitry Shkurko, National News Agency of Ukraine. There in negotiations with Russia is another important factor. According to the data released today from the General Staff of Ukraine, around 40% of invading forces already lost by Russians in equipment and manpower. Could NATO confirm that? And because of that, the obvious question, is the threat which Russia posed to NATO in escalation a little bit overestimated by NATO countries? Thank you.
President Putin totally underestimated the strength of the Ukrainian armed forces. President Putin underestimated the unity of the Ukrainian people and the courage of the Ukrainian people and the Ukrainian leadership. And this, combined with the support, the massive support the Ukrainian armed forces are receiving and actually have received from NATO allied countries over many years, have forced President Putin to change his plans and to realize that this quick victory, this blitzkrieg, taking control over Kyiv within days, has absolutely failed. But we should not underestimate Russia's capabilities when it comes to continue the war and also to continue to attack, including cities. We have seen how Russia has been responsible for the same, or for brutal warfare, both in Chechnya, but also in Syria, and of course, even though they have made severe mistakes, Russia maintained a large capability of conventional armed forces, Russia, President Putin has also, they have also used nuclear rhetoric. Russia is a nuclear power, and we have seen how they have stepped up to also the nuclear rhetoric threatening both NATO allies and Ukraine. So I think we must not underestimate the dangers related to the military capabilities of Russia, including their will to actually use force and impose devastation and destruction on others.
Go to Imedi, lady in white.
Thank you very much, Joanna. Mr. Secretary General, can you tell us more about Georgia? Defense Minister from Georgia attended the ministerial, and you have, and you said recently that it's a broad agreement that we need to do more to support Georgia. So, what options were discussed, for example, today? Thank you very much.
I think we need to realize that we are faced with a total new security reality, which of course affects the people of Ukraine. It's devastating for them, but it's also putting more pressure on also those countries in our neighborhood who are not members of NATO, not members of EU, countries at risk. And Georgia is one of them. And the Georgian defense minister attended the meeting. All allies listened very carefully to his intervention, where he stated the challenges Georgia faces, being a country which has already seen the consequences of aggressive actions by Russia back in 2008, and other attempts by Russia to interfere in Georgian domestic affairs. So the message, one of the lessons we have to learn from what is going on in Ukraine today, is that we need to support these countries which are at risk now. It's better to support and help them now than after a military intervention. So, if anything, I think we now see the value of the support that has been provided to Ukraine before the invasion, but also the importance of that we could have done even more for Ukraine. And then I think that the message for Georgia is that we should step up, provide more support, and send a message that we support the territorial integrity and sovereignty of Georgia, not only in words but also in deeds, and therefore I call on NATO allies and others to provide support to Georgia. And that was the message also from allied leaders at the meeting today.
Al Jazeera.
Secretary General, we're 21 days now into this conflict. Based on Russia's performance militarily so far and your current intelligence, can Russia win this war?
I think we should all be careful speculating too much. What we have seen is the strength and the courage and the capabilities of the Ukrainian armed forces, which has impressed the whole world, and which has been able to slow down, to fight back against the invading Russian forces. I pay tribute to the Ukrainian forces and the Ukrainian people in the way they have been able to stand up against the invasion. But at the same time, Russia remains a formidable military power. They have many different types of weapons, and therefore I think it's too early to speculate about the outcome. What we need is Russia to stop the war, President Putin to withdraw its troops, and then to find a political solution. That's what I will say about that.
Okay, we'll take a last question. Polish TV, lady in black and white then.
I would like to go back to this special summit of NATO in upcoming week. Could you say what is the special reason to organize this summit, especially that on June we will have a regular NATO summit? So could you tell us more about this? Thank you.
President Putin has underestimated Ukraine, the people of Ukraine and the armed forces of Ukraine and the political leadership of Ukraine. But President Putin has also underestimated NATO, because we reacted swiftly and unified in a way that has imposed severe costs on Russia. Together with partners, the European Union, NATO allies, have imposed unprecedented economic costs. We have provided and continue to provide essential support to the Ukrainian armed forces. Allies do that every day. And we are also increasing the presence of NATO in the eastern part of the alliance. So President Putin's aim was to divide NATO. What he gets is a more united NATO. He wanted to, in a way, to undermine the nation of Ukraine. He's actually strengthening the unity of Ukraine and the commitment to the Ukrainian nation by the Ukrainian people. And then he wanted less NATO on its borders. He's getting more NATO on its borders. So to do all this, we need to be coordinated. We need to consult. And therefore we, the day after invasion, we had a virtual NATO summit with all the NATO leaders, extraordinary NATO summit. And we will have an extraordinary NATO summit next week in person here in Brussels to continue to ensure that we are united, that we are closely aligned, and that we act together, both when it comes to providing support to Ukraine, when it comes to coordinating our efforts, when it comes to imposing costs on Russia, but also when it comes to taking the necessary decisions to ensure that we send a clear message to Russia about our credible deterrence and defense, both in the short term but also in the longer term, including by starting the work to reset NATO's deterrence and defense.
Thank you very much. This concludes this press conference.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And that wraps up the news conference there with NATO, coming just hours after Zielinski spoke to the U.S. Congress. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. We will have President Biden coming up here shortly. As soon as that happens, we'll bring it to you right here on Live Now from Fox. But we want to continue to monitor really the breaking news that we have been really trying to showcase for the last couple of moments. There has been a couple of earthquakes off the coast there in Japan right now. And this is a look here at the two that we are monitoring right now. There was a 6.4 and a 7.3 near Fukushima, Japan there, and this is the look that we are seeing right here. I do have some additional information to bring to you here as this powerful 7.3 magnitude earthquake shook off the coast of Fukushima in northern Japan Wednesday evening, triggering a tsunami advisory. The Japan agency said that the quake struck 60 kilometers below the sea. The region is part of northern Japan that was devastated by a deadly 9.0 quake and tsunami just 11 years ago that also caused that nuclear plant meltdown. Wednesday's quake came only days after the area marked the 11th anniversary of the disaster back in March of 2011 there. You can just see how close it is to the coast there, and that is really causing some major concern there with the tsunami warnings and everything associated with this breaking news event. So we are going to continue to monitor it. If we do get video out of that region, of course, we will bring it to you right here on Live Now from Fox. But we're going to take a quick 2-minute break as we wait for President Biden to talk about the crisis in Ukraine. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox, continuing to follow the breaking news there of two massive earthquakes off the coast there of Japan that we are following for you here on Live Now from Fox as additional information continues to come in here right now as the USGS monitoring it at a 7.3 and a 6.4 separate earthquakes there near Fukushima, and you can see just how close it is to the coast there, and active tsunami warnings are in place right now. We'll continue to follow it for you right here on Live Now from Fox, and if any additional information comes, we'll bring it to you here as always. All right, we're going to continue on bringing you the top stories and headlines from all over the country right here on Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Paige. Always great to be here with you. We are getting some additional information from the White House now. We are learning that 12:30 Eastern, President Biden will be making an address to talk about the situation in Ukraine. Of course, we'll play that out for you from the beginning, and you'll see it all live right here on Live Now from Fox. In the meantime, I want to go out to Senator Lindsey Graham talking about the crisis. That news conference just wrapped up. Let's listen to a little bit of that for you right here.
Of you, if not all, watched the presentation by President Zielinski to a joint session of Congress held in the auditorium. It was moving. It was inspiring. The video presented was heartbreaking, and I would imagine that the average American, if they had a chance to listen to President Zielinski and see the video, would want to do more to help the people of the Ukraine. The reason President Zielinski is doing this, he's trying to rally the world to do more. And the question is, can we do more, and should we do more? The answer is yes to both. Let's start with some common ground between myself and the Biden administration. I do not support a NATO no-fly zone. I understand the need from the Ukrainian perspective to stop the bombardment. It appears to me that Ukraine is holding its own on the ground. The big difference is air power, planes and missile attacks that have really been punishing to the Ukrainian people. But when the president and his team indicate that that would be an escalation that would involve the potential conflict between NATO members and Russia, he's right. That calculation may change in my mind about a no-fly zone, but as of right now, I support the president's decision not to go down that road, and I know that is hard for a lot of people to hear here at home and very disappointing to the Ukrainian people. But we have to make decisions based on our national security interest and not just emotional decisions. But I do believe it is in our national security interest to meet the request of the Ukrainian president to allow him, the Ukrainian people, to establish a no-fly zone. So while I oppose a NATO no-fly zone, I support enthusiastically the sending of MiG aircraft from Poland to the Ukrainian Air Force so they can be more competitive in the skies, and missile systems that are in abundance that could neutralize the Russian air advantage. They're S-100, 200, and 300 systems in former Soviet bloc countries, now members of NATO, that could be injected into the Ukrainian military that I think would help them maintain or regain control of their skies, or at least be competitive in the air. The MiGs. This has been a source of contention. It's sort of taken a life of its own, and this is a moment in history that everybody will be watching and judging how this unfolds, and we have a chance in real time to make a difference. On March 6th, on Face the Nation, Secretary Blinken was asked by Margaret Brennan, if, for instance, the Polish government, a NATO member, wants to send fighter jets, does that get a green light from the U.S., or are you afraid that will escalate tension? Secretary Blinken's reply, no, that gets a green light. In fact, we're talking with our Polish friends right now about what we might be able to do to backfill their needs if, in fact, they choose to provide these fighter jets to the Ukrainians. That was the position on March 6th. About 3 or 4 days later, I think March 9th, the position of the Biden administration was that the jets would be escalatory. I am urging the Biden administration to reconsider sending the MiGs, as well as additional air defense capability. I believe there's an overwhelming bipartisan support for that idea. I want to thank Senator Schumer and McConnell for allowing the war crimes resolution to go through the Senate yesterday unanimously, and President Zielinski mentioned that. So what we do here is followed by the good guys and the bad guys, and the fact that we could get a resolution through the United States Senate supporting an investigation of Putin and his military commanders as war criminals is very pleasing to me. I think it's sending the right signal at the right time, and Senator Schumer's remarks about the resolution were right on. I've talked to Democratic senators in the last 48 hours, and I think there's more than a handful of Democrats that would like to do something with the jets. So the bottom line is, while NATO no-fly zone seems to be a bridge too far for me and the administration, there is bipartisan support for sending a package that includes fighter jets and air defense systems to the Ukraine immediately so that we can have a Ukrainian no-fly zone manned by Ukrainian pilots and manned by missile systems in the hands of the Ukrainian military. So I have a resolution that I will introduce this afternoon, a sense of the Senate resolution urging the Biden administration to make the transfer of the 28 MiGs in question and to send additional air defense capability that we possess in NATO to allow the Ukrainians better to defend their skies. The state of play of the war, I think the Ukrainian military has exceeded every expectation. I think the Russian military has been underwhelming. Thousands of people have died in this conflict. I do not believe the Russian military's heart and soul is in this endeavor. How does this end? We cannot let Putin get away with this. After 20 years of murder and war crimes and thievery, it's led to this moment. Every time he did something outrageous, the world complained, but not enough. And now he has crossed a Rubicon where there is no going back. If he's still standing when this is over, then you can almost bet that Taiwan goes and that Iran will become more belligerent. So what happens here in Ukraine will shape the world one way or the other. A world where Putin wins is a very dark, dangerous world. A world where Ukraine survives against the atrocities being committed against him by Putin and his armed forces is a much brighter world. The video showed Ukraine before the Russian invasion. Peaceful, happy people. They had their share of problems. Corruption was rampant, is a real issue in Ukraine. But a people that were willing to live in peace, raise their children, and go on about their own lives in a peaceful fashion. And you could see the before and after views of this war. I'm just urging the Senate to speak with one voice, to meet the moment. We've been talking, we have written letters, but it's now time to take votes. And I would just say this, that if we had a vote on the resolution to supply the Ukrainian military with the MiG fighters and other air defense systems, it would be a shot in the arm to the Ukrainian people and their military. It would be a blow to Putin. And if we could do this soon, I think it really could help the outcome of this conflict. With that, I will take questions.
Can you talk a little bit about what it means to help Ukraine create their own no-fly zone? What does that mean? Would it be something similar to an Iron Dome in Israel? Or?
Well, I think what President Zielinski is saying is if you can't do the NATO no-fly zone, and at this point in time, that to me is a bridge too far, because it would put us in direct conflict. He said, how about helping us control our own skies? As to my friends in the Pentagon, you told all of us that this war would last 3 or 4 days, that Kyiv would fall, that, you know, that the country would be overwhelmed by the Russian military. They were wrong. So, quite frankly, I trust President Zielinski's judgment about what would help him in real time more than anybody else on the planet right now. He's proven a level of capability as a wartime leader. The Ukrainian people and their military have exceeded all expectations. So when he asks for MiG jets that his pilots can fly, that they're trained on, that Poland at least at one time was willing to give, I think we should honor that request. I know there are S-100, 200, and 300 air defense systems in abundance that could go in if we just made that decision. And I'd like to increase the drone capability of the Ukrainian military, because they have been very effective with the Turkish drones, and I think we should be supplying drones too.
Senator, I wanted to ask you, you mentioned escalatory moves. Why is it that when the administration says that creating a no-fly zone, which you agree would be escalatory, but then sending MiGs, which the administration and some of the intel community testified to this on the Hill last week, would also be an escalatory move in the vision of the Russians? Why do you support one and not the other, basically? Well,
a no-fly zone enforced by NATO would put NATO members in direct military conflict with Russian forces. That's what a NATO no-fly zone means. Increasing the capability of the Ukrainian military to defend its own skies is very consistent with the Javelins and the Stingers.
Even if we're the ones giving them?
Yes, yes. These are not our MiGs. We don't have any MiGs. So these are Polish jets that are willing to be given to the Ukrainians that they can fly. It's a distinction that doesn't make sense to me. On March 6th, we're okay with it. So I think what happened here is I think Putin threatened the Biden administration, if you send the jets, it'll be an escalation, and he folded like a cheap suit. I'll say that openly. Now's the time to revisit that. I tell you this, that's just not me saying this. I am convinced if my resolution had a vote on the floor of the United States Senate, it would pass overwhelmingly, well north of 60 votes, with strong bipartisan support, because most of us see the distinction between NATO being directly involved and helping Ukraine with reasonable capability improve their own air defense system. This idea that somehow 28 MiGs in the hands of the Ukrainian Air Force would lead to an invasion of Russia by the Ukraine is nonsense. And the people who are telling me it's escalatory apparently didn't say much on March 6th when we green-lighted it. What changed? I think what changed between the 6th and the 9th was that Putin weighed in and backed the Biden administration down. We cannot let Putin determine what we do in terms of military assistance, economic assistance, and I think that's what we're allowing to happen.
Do you still stand by your call to have Putin be assassinated? Do you still stand by your call?
Yeah, I hope he'll be taken out one way or the other. I don't care how they take him out. I don't care if we send him to The Hague and try him. I just want him to go. Yes, I'm on record. Please understand, Senator Lindsey Graham, if John McCain were here, he'd be saying the same thing, I think. It's time for him to go. He's a war criminal. I wish somebody had taken Hitler out in the 30s. So yes, Vladimir Putin is not a legitimate leader. He is a war criminal. He needs to be dealt with by the Russian people. I'm not asking to invade Russia to take him out. I'm not asking to send American ground forces in Ukraine to fight the Russian army. I am asking the Russian people to rise up and end this reign of terror for you and the world at large. That if you follow Putin, you're going to have zero future. I encourage what Zielinski said, that every American company leave Russia right now. Leave today. I encourage the world to strangle the Russian economy. Our war is not with the Russian people. In many ways, they're as much of a victim as Putin as anybody else. The young journalist yesterday who held up the sign, Now that takes guts. People like that change history. So how do I think this ends? I think if we stick with it, that if we help the Ukrainians fight for their own freedom, provide them reasonable assistance on the military front to regain control of their skies, help them with food and clothing and economic assistance, and strangle the Russian economy, that there will be forces emerge inside of Russia to end this. So I think the world is better off without Putin. The sooner the better, and I don't care how we do it.
Yeah, there's a lot of other senators, Rob Portman, for example, who want much tougher sanctions. And, Zielinski talked about banning all Russian imports, not just oil. Do you think there's a chance of getting some bipartisan support there? Because a lot of Democrats say we need to work with our allies, and a lot of allies are resistant to cutting off all those Russian energy exports.
Well, I think we have a historic opportunity here to end the reign of terror of Putin. And the only way you're going to do that is get the Russian people to take matters in their own hands, bring about justice, turn him over to the international court. How would they do that? Well, they can't go to Starbucks. They can't go to McDonald's. There's a group of people in Russia that have become accustomed to a fairly middle-class lifestyle. Now, would this be tough on us? Yes, it would be. But yes, the Ukrainian ambassador called me up yesterday, begging again for the airplanes and the missile defense systems, but she would like to expand the sanctions to regional Russian leaders. She wants to throw a wider net around the Russian infrastructure that keeps Putin in power, and I support that. So I'll work with Rob to expand the current sanctions to a larger group of Russian officials. I will also see if we can expand the sanctions in a wider way in terms of just all economic activity. We need to isolate Russia as the pariah state that it's become.
You've said a number of times during this press conference that you don't support a NATO-imposed fly zone as of yet. I'm wondering if you could talk a little bit about what would have to change on the ground in Ukraine for your position on that to change, specifically things like chemical weapons attacks, anything else, what would have to change?
If there were a chemical weapons attack, I would change my mind.
Anything else, or other?
That's the one that comes to mind right now.
Were you disappointed a majority of Senate Republicans opposed the Ukraine aid package last week in the omnibus? What did you think of that?
I think that vote was probably tied to the overall funding of the government. I think if you'd had a separate vote on that, it would have been overwhelming. But your point is well taken. We live in difficult times. You have to do things that you're uncomfortable with. To show solidarity with the Ukrainian people. I wish we could have had 100 votes for this package. But if there had been a separate vote on the aid apart from the overall spending bill, I think it would have gained more support. But this is what I would say to my Republican colleagues. Let's don't send mixed messages. To my Democratic colleagues, you've told me privately, some publicly. I think Senator Blumenthal was on the floor yesterday supporting transfer of the MiGs. Senator Klobuchar mentioned that she would be open to that. So to both parties, we got a chance here to come together. I have stood by the Biden administration in terms of no NATO, no-fly zone. I know the Ukrainian people don't like hearing that. I know it's difficult to say given that video, but I think it's the right decision. I think the idea of backpedaling on the jets has done two very bad things. It's diminished the ability of the Ukrainians to control their own skies, and it's sent a signal that we're not appropriately all in, that it had to be a boost to Putin and a blow to the Ukrainian military and people when we kind of backpedal. So I'm asking the Biden administration to reconsider.
Senator, have you heard whether the Biden administration is considering the use of these Switchblade drones or providing these Switchblade drones to Ukraine? And is that something you or other members of Congress might support if it were part of a military aid package?
I don't know what a Switchblade drone is, but it sounds like it should be going to the Ukraine.
Where they can pinpoint attacks.
I know what Switchblade is. So, yes, ma'am. It's pretty simple. If they think it will make a difference militarily, let's do it. Now, if they ask for a nuclear weapon, I'd say no. But if, they're asking for air defense capability, and drones have proven their worth. The Turkish drones have been wisely used by the Ukrainian military. Here's what I think will happen. The longer this war goes, and I don't see the Ukrainians giving up on their freedom, I think they'll fight to their death. The weather's going to change. The ground's going to get muddy. and the maneuverability of the Russian military is going to be substantially reduced. We see anecdotal stories of Russian units beginning to break. You see things inside of Russia changing, the holding up the sign. The fact that she was let out of jail so quickly tells me that there's some people in Russia that maybe are not all in for Putin. So the answer is yes to the Switchblade drones.
Can I follow up on?
Well, you've had one. I'll get right back to it.
The jets aside, there's some reporting this morning and some leaders on the Hill have been saying the air defense systems are on the way to Ukraine now. Are you briefed on that?
I'm getting a briefing this afternoon at 3:30, and I appreciate that. And I hope that's the case. All I can say is that the request for the air defense systems has been out there for quite a while. We made a mistake as a nation not imposing pre-invasion sanctions. Everything would be provocative. I thought if you told Putin up front, here's what comes your way, he might be less likely to do this. Uncertainty is a bad thing when you're dealing with bullies. The Chinese. Now, there's a report out that the Chinese are going to be all in helping Putin. I would expect that to be true. Birds of a feather tend to flock together. So if the Chinese begin to help Putin economically and militarily, then I think we should write down what we would do to the Chinese economy and let them read it for themselves. This idea of serious consequences is not enough. Let's don't make the mistake we made with Russia with China. So I would urge the administration to start drafting some proposed sanctions so that Chinese government would understand what they're getting in for if they tried to bail out Putin.
Can I follow up?
Yes.
Okay. Can you, Senator Portman told me and a few other reporters yesterday that he would be interested in something like an Iron Dome over Ukraine. Is that something you guys talked about or would be open to?
I think yes. I mean, so I've talked to the Israelis. I mean, they have their own national security concerns, but let's look at it this way. The video shows the effect of air power more than anything else. These buildings being blown up and the cities being ravaged is coming from the air. It's coming from manned aircraft and from missile systems. So an Iron Dome system would help neutralize the advantage the Russians have in the air. I cannot stress enough, I don't claim to be a military tactician or commander. I've been a military lawyer most of my life, and even I could convict Putin. I think my niece could convict Putin of being a war criminal. The control of the skies is the missing link. It's the big advantage the Russians have. And I am confident that if we inventoried the systems available to us, that we have and that our allies have, and we made a firm commitment to help the Ukrainians control their skies, we could turn the tide of battle even more than is being done today. What's missing here from the Biden administration is that they're worried about what Russia may do if we do something. Russia needs to be more worried about us helping the Ukraine. We're not going to have a nuclear exchange over this. This is a bluff by Putin. If we let him threaten nuclear retaliation every time we get in a disagreement, he owns the world. I am confident that he may be a murderer, but he's not suicidal. And I'm even more confident that the Russian people, particularly the general staff, is not going to commit mass suicide to help Putin, because nobody wins a nuclear exchange. So there's a moment in history here, a moment on the battlefield, that if we went all in providing Switchblade drones, Iron Dome type systems, 28 fighters, maybe never in the history of warfare has 28 planes meant so much to so many. That really is such a small contribution. To borrow a turn of phrase from Churchill, the Battle of Britain was won by brave fighter pilots against all the odds, going up day after day, being able to hold off the Germans. 28 planes. Will it turn the tide of the air battle? I don't know. Is it the most effective way to regain control of the skies? I don't know. but I know that President Zielinski believes it will help. And if we reverse course as a nation to give them the planes, it would create momentum for Ukraine and be yet another blow to Putin.
Can I just
Last
ask
question.
one more follow-up about the transfer of the MiGs? So part of what the administration said last week was that the Polish government was basically asking the planes to be transferred to Ramstein, and then then the Ukrainians could get the planes. Is there a way that you see for
Yeah, I'm
the
not so
Ukrainians-
sure that's the best way of doing it. In World War II, we had a Neutrality Act, and Roosevelt and Churchill were pretty clever. We came up with a way of taking World War II fighters to the Canadian border, and they would drag them across the border and send them to Britain. Here's what I believe. There is a way to get 28 planes into the hands of Ukrainian pilots if we want that to happen. Zielinski is saying to the world, not just the ambassador to the world, that these planes matter. Please help me. If you cannot help me with a NATO no-fly zone, here's my second request. And it makes eminent sense that we have a lot of smart people in this country. We can find 20 ways to get 28 planes in the hands of Ukrainian pilots, not American pilots, to defend their skies. Thank you so much.
Senator Lindsey Graham wraps up there. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. We are awaiting. We should be about 15 minutes away from President Biden to talk and respond to Zielinski there after making that really emotional plea to the U.S. Congress earlier today. We're going to take a quick 2-minute break happening right now live. GOP senators speaking about the crisis in Ukraine. We're going to hear from that live coming up next on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Page. Always great to be here with you as we continue to wait right now for President Biden to be making those remarks at the White House talking about the Ukraine crisis. We'll have it for you in full when it does happen right here on Live Now from Fox. In the meantime, I do want to go out GOP senators speaking about the crisis right here on Live Now from Fox.
Hey, Ron.
Good to see you, man.
Yeah, John.
Are we supposed to limit this to a minute? I think it's 7 minutes.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and get started. We have a number of members who have signed up to be here, but the most important ones are already here. Right? I'm Rob Portman, co-chair of the Ukraine caucus, and just got back from Poland night before last, including going to the Ukrainian-Polish border. I'm going to speak briefly because we have a lot of members who would like to talk today. I thought that the remarks by President Zielinski were, as usual, powerful and passionate. Not just his words, but the images he showed us. Images we're seeing on our TV screens and online every day. Images of Russian forces deliberately targeting innocent civilians. Russians killing their neighbors. What the Ukrainians want, and what President Zielinski asked for again today, was the ability to protect themselves. The ability to have a fighting chance against the overwhelming Russian forces, particularly in the air. What we need to do is change our approach. We need to be more creative and quickly in providing the Ukrainians what they need to protect themselves. This does mean anti-aircraft weapons. This does mean planes. This does mean drones. This does mean everything we can possibly do to protect a country that is under siege. Again, what we're asking for here is simply to give them a chance to protect themselves, to give them a fighting chance. The fight for freedom is being waged right now in Ukraine. In many respects, it's our fight. And that's why we need to be there, standing side by side with Ukrainians for freedom. With that, let me give you the list very quickly here, the order if you're here. Senator Risch, Senator Wicker, Ernst, Sass, Kennedy, Cruz, Young, Cornyn, Marshall, Moran, Fisher, Langford, Hoeven, and Sullivan. Folks aren't here, we'll just bring you on. I didn't make that list, but somebody did. So with that, Senator Risch.
Well, thank you very much. Like all of you, I'm sure you were impressed with the speech that President Zielinski gave this morning. It was certainly, anyone who watched that and watched the film that accompanied it couldn't help but be moved by that and really bring home very closely to everyone what's happening there. And this is all done by one man. And it's hard to believe we're living in the 21st century with 8 billion people on this planet, and one man can do this, particularly when it's against a civilized world, most of which, or a lot of which, is substantially more powerful than he is. President Zielinski is right calling for a no-fly zone. He is the president of that country and should declare a no-fly zone, and we should provide the means for him to enforce that no-fly zone. We need to give him the means to do it, and that can be done. Obviously, there's been some material that the administration has provided. They need to provide more. We have Hawk systems. We have NASAM systems that are available. They're also available, the Buke, the S-200s, the S-300s, and the S-400s. All of those are surface-to-air missiles that can enforce a no-fly zone in Ukraine. I'm sick and tired of hearing the administration talk about being worried about what Putin's thinking and what he's going to do. I want to hear from the administration what they're doing to put in Putin's mind a fear and a thought of what are we going to do. We're the most powerful nation on the planet. We need to telegraph that to Putin. I want to hear them start talking about winning, not about settling. I also think that administration could do themselves a lot of good by thinking of this in terms that are strategic and not tactical. The strategy of what this world is going to look like in the future hangs in the balance with this fight. They need to focus on that and quit focusing on the tactical things that they're focusing on. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Senator Ernst, Wicker, Senator Sass.
Thanks, Rob. Thanks for leading and organizing this. Thanks to you all for making time. Zielinski was powerful today, as usual. We know who Zielinski is. We know who the Ukrainians are. They're freedom fighters. We know who Putin is. He bombs women and children. The question of the speech this morning was, who are we going to be? We're a superpower, and Zielinski challenged us to act like it. Zielinski needs more. If it shoots, we should ship it. More S-300s, more Javelins, more drones, more Stingers, more everything. This administration is constantly giving process answers. To follow on Chairman or Ranking Member Risch's comments, the administration talks about this like it's somehow some nerd lawyer discussion, not it's a moral battle between good guys and bad guys, and we need the good guys to win. As that video that was shown this morning, every parent should watch that video, and lots of parents should do the hard work of showing their kids that disgusting video. That's who Vladimir Putin is, and he doesn't stop until he's stopped. And the Ukrainians are fighting not just for their kids, but they're fighting for freedom. And he needs more, and we should give him more. And right now, the administration spends all this time talking process and talking slow and talking maybe we could help the Ukrainians lose a little bit slower. Maybe it could go on longer before they lose. What the administration is going to be telling us, should be telling us, is what their plan is to help the Ukrainians win. If it shoots, we should ship it.
Senator Wicker.
Thank you. Senator Sass is right. Vladimir Putin is a war criminal. Not only that, he's a serial war criminal. He killed women and children, innocent women and children, in his own country of Grozny. He killed tens of thousands of innocent civilians in Aleppo. He will continue to kill innocent human beings until he's stopped. And the message today was indeed powerful. President Zielinski has risen to the occasion in a way that I don't think our team expected in the Pentagon. He's exceeded all expectations. We're now at the end of the third week of this unprovoked attack on an innocent nation for one reason only. They want to be free. They want to choose their own leadership and their own direction. That is anathema to war criminals like Vladimir Putin. President Zielinski asked for a no-fly zone today. He's not been able to make the case to a majority of Americans, both in the civilian community, in the legislative branch, or the defense establishment about that. But what we can do and what we should be able to agree to do is this idea of a humanitarian airlift. Bring the water in to civilians who are dying of thirst in these cities that are being blocked. Bring the food in. Airlift the innocent civilians to keep them from being killed, to keep Vladimir Putin from using civilian deaths to break the will of the Ukrainian people. I am urging the administration to look at this step that is short of a no-fly zone, and let's do everything we can to make sure that the forces of freedom win this one, and that Vladimir Putin, this serial war criminal who's done it over and over again and who will do it again if we don't stop him, that his reign of terror ends at this point.
Thank you. Senator
Kennedy. A couple of observations. Number one, I think President Zielinski has managed not only to unite the West, to a large extent, he's managed to unite the Congress. And he truly is, as one commentator put it, an icon of liberty and guts. Number two, I think it's important to recognize when we do things right. I congratulate President Biden on some of his sanctions. I think his sanction on Russia's central bank and, of course, the sanction of our allies was particularly effective. It's not going to put Mr. Putin to his knees economically, but it has hurt him. Point three, unfortunately, I think President Biden has had some Bambi's baby brother moments here. President Zielinski has made it very clear that he's not asking for American troops or American planes or American pilots. He's asking for help in terms of winning the war in the air. And whether he needs surface air missiles or planes, we should provide them to him. And there is a way to do that. I know the president is nervous about it. We're all nervous. But I would point out that during the Vietnam War, Russia was not reluctant to provide planes to North Korea. They didn't go through a third party or a fourth party. They said, here they are. During the Korean War, Russia was not reluctant to provide planes to North Korea. So I think there's a precedent for this. And the final point I will make, I'm not going to go into any great length, but I think the president has had a Bambi's baby brother moment in terms of his energy policy. We're not going to win this war militarily or economically without cutting off Putin's cash flow. And he gets his cash flow from oil and gas. And many of our allies have gotten themselves in a position, we'll worry about this later, where they have to buy his oil and gas. And their response to us is, we have to buy his oil and gas because where else are we going to get it? And the answer is the United States. But in order to provide it for them, the president is going to have to reject his energy policy of wind, solar, and pixie dust and agree to an all-of-the-above energy policy of wind, solar, nuclear, and yes, oil and gas.
Senator.
Thanks, everybody. I think we can all recognize it has been a very emotional day. And I'm a mom and I'm a combat veteran. And the images of war that we saw this morning were particularly heart-wrenching, I think, for so many of us. Truly heart-wrenching. What I took away is that President Zielinski really is a fearless leader, and he is extremely inspirational to his people and to the rest of the world. And the definition of leader is someone who inspires others to a common goal or objective for the good of the unit or the organization. At least that's the Army definition. And he truly is inspirational. So Putin thought that he could take Kyiv and install a puppet government instead. And he thought that he could do that in 72 hours. And he is being proven wrong, thanks to President Zielinski and the will of the Ukrainian people. So the Ukrainian people, their will remains strong, but what we heard from the president this morning, President Zielinski, was that they need more help. They don't need it yesterday, tomorrow. They need it today. And we need to step up, and America must do more. And under President Biden, the United States continues to follow, not lead. This is where we need to regain our prominence in the world and step forward and say we are willing to take prudent risk. We're willing to assume prudent risk, providing the Ukrainians with the type of lethal aid they need, which, yes, includes MiGs, provides for air superiority, provides for additional surface-to-air missiles. Whatever those means are, this administration should be signaling to President Zielinski, we are here to help, and we are here to provide. And by doing so, that will signal to Putin that we are together as NATO allies and partners standing strongly behind Ukraine. So we've seen this in the past. Congress has pushed the president, and of course the media, all of you folks in the media have echoed that. Whenever Congress is pushing, then the media echoes, and then what we have seen recently is that the president will finally give in and act. So Congress must keep pushing this issue, and you, as our friends in the media, need to continue pushing as well. Let's send that signal to Putin that we're behind Ukraine. Let's tell Poland that they can move those MiGs to the Ukrainian pilots. Let's make sure we're backfilling the Poles with their needs in their air fleet. So I'm leading 9 colleagues to Poland and Germany We are going to see firsthand the humanitarian crisis and the devastation that this war has created. And we will ensure that Ukraine and our NATO partners are getting all of the support that they need. America has to be on the side of freedom. It's who we are. If we're not, the American people will suffer those consequences here at home, one way or another. We know that Putin doesn't stop at the border of Ukraine. Let's protect our homeland and let's assist those that need help. Thank you.
Thank you, Rob. President Zielinski's address this morning was powerful and it was compelling. The world is inspired by his leadership and inspired by the incredible courage of the Ukrainian people defending their homeland. As we have seen these horrific images of the carnage, of the human life, of the murders Vladimir Putin is carrying out in Ukraine, what is so frustrating is that this was entirely preventable. This war didn't have to happen, the most significant war in Europe since 1945, since the end of World War II. There were two specific mistakes made by the White House that caused this war. Number one, the disastrous retreat and surrender in Afghanistan that emboldened America's enemies. And number two, tragically, the White House's decision to waive sanctions on the Nord Stream 2 pipeline and to surrender to Putin, allowing him to complete that pipeline, which was the direct precipitating cause of this invasion. 2 weeks ago, when every member of Congress was on the video conference call with President Zielinski, he told all of us, if the United States had sanctioned Nord Stream 2 last year, Putin would not have invaded. It was the White House's political decision to waive those sanctions that caused this invasion. What should we be doing now? Two things. Number one, the United States should be providing lethal military aid, far more than we are currently providing. We should be providing Stingers. We should be providing Javelins. We should be providing drones. And most critically, we should be providing fighter jets. President Zielinski has said fighter jets are his top priority. It's what he needs most. Poland has offered up the MiGs that the Ukrainian pilots know how to fly, and Joe Biden personally vetoed those MiGs going to Ukraine. President Biden should allow those MiGs to go to Ukraine today. Not flown by American pilots. We should not put American servicemen and women in harm's way, but flown by Ukrainian pilots so that the Ukrainian people can defend their homeland from Putin's aggression. And secondly, we need to take away Putin's revenue from oil and gas. Vladimir Putin is a petro-tyrant. This war is being funded by his sales of oil and gas. Putin believes Europe is addicted to Russian oil and gas. Biden should unleash American production to step in and take European customers away. Our European allies should sign long-term contracts with American oil and gas producers or with our allies and take that revenue away from Putin, defund his war. Biden, unfortunately, does not believe victory is possible. The Biden team is resigned to failure, to Putin's winning. Putin can be defeated, but only if we stand with our Ukrainian allies, we provide them with the weapons they need to defend themselves, and we take away Putin's revenue from oil and gas. That is the path to victory.
There you go. President Zielinski this morning was characteristically inspiring. His words were powerful, and his words were clarifying to this senator. The Ukrainian people have done their part to defend their country, to defend our values, the priority that we've long put on sovereignty. They've done their part to ensure their freedom. They need their partners and allies to do our part. It's clear that this battle, as President Zielinski indicated, this battle for Kyiv and the larger battle to maintain Ukrainian independence is going to require on dominance of the airspace.
Now, we've given lethal assistance to the Ukrainians, most recently in a bipartisan fashion through a $14 billion aid package that provided them additional Javelin anti-tank weapons, provided their folks on the ground additional Stinger anti-aircraft weapons, but they need more surface-to-air missiles to ensure that they can control the airspace, and the Ukrainian pilots need jet aircraft to fly. There are MiGs, we know, in Poland. There are MiGs that, working with our NATO allies, we can expeditiously transfer to the Ukrainian Army and Air Force and ensure that they have the wherewithal to defend themselves. That's all that President Zielinski is asking for. That's all he's asking for. So let's give the Ukrainian people the tools to carry on the fight. We've succeeded in helping Ukraine become a porcupine that's difficult for Vladimir Putin and his army to digest. Let's go to the next step. Let's ensure that they have the teeth to fight back, especially as they launch a counteroffensive from Kyiv. We have to stand with the Ukrainian people during their darkest hour. I know that the American people stand with them. I call on President Biden to transfer those jets today.
The Biden administration's timidity in the face of this evil needs to end, and end today. You know, this is like a movie, a bad movie. Unfortunately, our parents and grandparents fought what they believed to be the war to end all wars in World War II. We'd never dreamed that this holiday from history would end where a megalomaniac like Vladimir Putin, with dreams of restoring the Russian Empire, would do something like this, attack the sovereign people of Ukraine. But there are lessons we can learn also from World War II, when the United States became the arsenal of democracy and provided under the Lend-Lease program the weapons, the ships, the aircraft, everything that Britain needed to hang on during its time of trial during the Blitz. We should do that, and we should not dictate from Washington, D.C. what sort of weapons they can get access to. Where does the Biden administration get off saying, well, we'll give you this, but not that, when people are trying to defend their very lives and their national sovereignty against a megalomaniac dictator like Vladimir Putin? We should let them make the decision and to provide them everything they need in order to defend themselves and their country and defeat Vladimir Putin.
Good afternoon, everyone. In many ways, President Zielinski is a modern-day Braveheart. His courage and the bravery of the Ukrainian people have inspired all of us. And he challenged Congress today, and he challenged our country that if you want to be a leader of the world, you have to be the leader of peace. The leader of peace. But you can't obtain peace if you're leading from behind. President Reagan said it, President Eisenhower before him, we obtain peace through strength. We need the president, our president, as well as Europe to step up and lead. Right now we have less than 1,000 troops outside of European borders engaged in this, but 102,000 American troops are engaged with this right now. We have the ability to show more compassion, to give more humanitarian aid, and I want to do all those things that are humanly possible. And I look forward to joining Senator Ernst in our trip over to Poland and Germany this week and seeing troops from the Big Red 1, the 1st Infantry Division of Fort Riley, Kansas. And by the way, we're taking some homemade Twinkies for them. There is so much more that we could do. So many things short of boots on the ground and American pilots in the air. We can arm Ukrainians, as my colleagues have talked about, getting their MiG-29s. I think we could get them some of the A-10s that we're going to mothball. We could get those to them as well. I think that they have pilots that could do it. But our sanctions have to be real. Right now, our president is just shouting in the wind that he's not really following through with tough sanctions. And specifically what I'm talking about is the Biden sanctions on financing of Russian energy don't go into effect until June 24th. Now, some people have told me that the Russian economy is 25% energy dependent. Maybe it's 50% energy dependent. It's great that we're going to embargo the oil on its way, but there's so much more we could do short of boots on the ground. Once again, our president is late to act. And I would just promise America this, that, you know, as a physician, I had to give life and death advice every day. I'm not going to make any type of recommendations or decisions based upon emotions. This body behind me has spent hours discussing this issue, and we're going to continue to have Ukrainian first and foremost, but also the safety of our soldiers and of our pilots as well. We'll do what we can to support Ukrainian people and President Zielinski. Thank you so much.
America has a special role in this world. Sometimes it's easy to look the other way, but when we do, we often leave the world in a much more difficult and deadly place. And the United States of America needs to do more today than what we've done to date. It's military, it's humanitarian, it's diplomatic. The entire world needs to isolate this thug Putin and his country, Russia. We will have success in answering the call that President Zielinski made to the United States in his remarks to Congress this morning if we do the things that now need to be done to give Ukraine a greater fighting chance, not only to survive, but to win. I saw a video from a newscast in which the reporter was questioning a 10 or 11-year-old boy in an orphanage in Ukraine. And the question to this 10-year-old was, what do you want to be when you grow up? Through an interpreter, the 10-year-old said, when I grow up, I want to be an American. Even in today's world in which we see division and political discourse in this country and around the world so challenging, a 10-year-old boy knows the value, the importance of being an American. I want to make certain that a 10-year-old boy tomorrow and a 10-year-old boy from Ukraine the day after tomorrow knows the value of what it is to be an American, and that can only be true. No one would want to be an American unless America does what America does best, and that's protect freedom and liberty for our own citizens, but around the world as well. Let America be the example that it is to that young Ukrainian by us doing the task that's before us. Thank you.
President Zielinski is inspiring, and he is a fighter. And President Zielinski is a leader, and he is a hero. But his situation is dire. We should be looking at any and all available options that are out there to assist Ukraine. In particular, the more sophisticated anti-air systems to counter that Russian bombing. Some options could include working with our allies to provide the Soviet-era systems that the Ukrainian forces know how to operate. They're familiar with things like the SA-8 and the SA-10, and those can target planes at higher altitudes. Other resources are the counter-drone technology, as well as the anti-tank and anti-air weapons that we've heard my colleagues mention. And why we remain laser-focused on helping Ukraine and the Ukrainian people, I think it is critical for the Biden administration to fundamentally reevaluate their approach to Russia. We've seen past administrations that have overlooked decades of Putin's bad behavior. And they hope that possibly American restraint is going to lead Moscow to take the same approach. Well, what we've seen this month, we know that is a fantasy. That is a fantasy to think that Putin is going to change his behavior. Right now, we have the National Defense Strategy, the Nuclear Posture Review before the administration. And I hope, as President Biden reviews those and issues the new ones that he hopes to, that he really looks at the changing security environment that we are facing as a country, that he really takes into account the threats that we face as a nation in this changing environment. And I sincerely hope he will make wise decisions before he makes overreaching changes to those strategies.
Could we have Senator Langford, Senator Hoeven, and Senator Sullivan? Some of us are going to run vote and come back to take your questions. Senator Langford.
I encourage the nation to pray for the people of Ukraine. It's an incredibly difficult season for them. And to be able to hear President Zielinski today speak to the American people and speak to the world and to say, do you see what's going on? And to be able to say to America, do you remember 9/11? What he was pulling from us is, remember that moment in 9/11 when you were attacked and you wanted the whole world to come to your aid? Now that's us. We want the whole world to come to our aid. And while we provided anti-tank, anti-aircraft, while we provided them intelligence information, food, water, medical supplies, while we continue to be able to stand alongside of them, they continue to say, do you see what's going on? Will you help us? In a real biblical sense, there's a biblical term that says if it's within your power to act and you withhold it. That's really what he was calling out, is to say, you have access to aircraft that we could use. That's what we need to defend ourselves. You have access to S-300 anti-aircraft systems. You have access to those, and you're withholding them. Don't withhold. Don't hold back from doing good when you have the opportunity to do it. You could hear President Zielinski clearly say it towards the end of his message to everyone, is to say to President Biden, don't just be the leader of America, be the leader of the world, be a leader for peace. Provide what is needed to actually provide peace. That's not an unreasonable request from a person who's taken inbound 1,000 missiles in the last 3 weeks. For those of us that have been to Ukraine, to see that video and to see those places that we recognize, and then to see the side-by-side of what they look like now versus what they look like just 4 weeks ago, was stark. So the simple, clear statements from President Zielinski that I would reiterate today that I've repeated to people over and over again. Find a practical way to be able to help. There's a lot of aid organizations out there that would love to have Americans jump in to be able to help them personally. Find practical ways to be able to help. Our government, our nation needs to continue to be able to step up, and what is within our power to do good, we should do good, to be able to step alongside and to be able to help people. President Zielinski was calling on American companies to stop selling products to Russia and to stop buying Russian products, to put additional pressure on them. I think it's a reasonable thing to do. As President Zielinski said, peace is more important than income. And for any American company that's saying they're going to continue to be able to sell luxury products to Russia, they're choosing income over peace. So I would call on companies to stop trying to punish Russia for killing civilians and to actually start protecting civilians' lives.
Senator Hoeven.
President Zielinski's presentation this morning was moving and powerful. You saw it. And I particularly thought that video he showed was incredibly powerful and heartbreaking. I've been to the Ukraine. And you saw those cities and the color and the beauty of those cities, and then you saw the devastation. You saw people being killed, men, women, and children. Heartbreaking. President Zielinski asked for lethal aid. We need to provide that. He laid out a number of things that we can do, certainly the MiG aircraft, the missile defense systems. We're looking at the drones, obviously the Stingers, the Javelins that we're providing now. We need to provide that lethal aid. That's very clear. We need to give the Ukrainian people the tools to carry on the fight that they are conducting so valiantly, amazingly. No question about it. And then the sanctions. He talked about the sanctions. We need to fully implement the sanctions. We've said that from the start. We've said that before Putin invaded. We said fully implement sanctions. Put the hammer down on what Russia's doing. Stop their ability to fund their war machine by selling oil and gas. And then I would add, we've got to produce more oil and gas, more energy in this country, not only to fight back against inflation to help our citizens, but so that we can provide energy to Europe, help our allies, and help cut off Russia's funding for their war machine through their sales of oil and gas. And that comes down to the sanctions and us producing more energy. The Biden administration needs to take the handcuffs off our energy producers. We can produce a lot more oil and gas, and we need to do it. A number of years ago, I sponsored a bill. We moved it through the Senate and the House to build the Keystone Pipeline. Had President Obama not vetoed it, that's almost 1 million barrels a day that would be coming into the United States from Canada. Let's learn from that. What's going on? What's going on with these restrictions on our ability to produce oil and gas? The Biden administration needs to change that right now.
Senator Sullivan.
Thank you, Rob, for putting this press conference together. I think we all saw the very powerful and moving speech today from President Zielinski. From my perspective, one thing that we need to do, all of us, including the Biden administration, is I think this speech should be a call to changing the paradigm under which the administration and, to be honest, the whole U.S. government has been operating. Let me explain that a little bit more. Our intel community, I think they did a fantastic job in the run-up to this barbaric invasion. We were getting briefs about what was likely, what was very likely, what course of action Putin was going to be taking with his military. All turned out to be very accurate. They did a great job. Once the conflict began, though, we and the administration have been getting briefs essentially with the conclusion that they're going to be defeated. That's what we have been getting. I'm assuming that's what the president has been getting. It's usually about how many days it's going to be until they're crushed. And when that is the assumption under which policy is being made, it limits the very options that you consider. To me, one of the most important elements of the speech today is there has to be a new paradigm under which the administration is operating, and it needs to be this. The Ukrainians could win. Is it likely? Maybe not likely, but is it possible? Yes, it's possible. And trust me, the briefs that we have been getting as senators, and I'm assuming the executive branch as well, until very recently, have discounted that almost to zero. We need to change that. We need to put together a winning formula, and you've heard what it is here. It's more lethal weapons, it's tighter sanctions, it's intel sharing, it's energy to our allies, and it needs to be done quickly. But the paradigm needs to shift too. We can start talking about the possibility of them winning, and I think that matters more than anything.
Very, very well said. I'm going to anticipate a question, if that's okay, which is going to be, well, how can you guys tighten the sanctions? How can you get the planes to Ukraine? The administration is going to oppose these things. And let me just give you a sense of why we're optimistic about changing the opinion of the administration on how tough to be here against Russia. And I have 5 reasons. One is the inability of the United States to send Stinger missiles from the United States. That was the administration's position at one point. Another would be the SWIFT sanctions. Remember, they were against putting sanctions on banks through the SWIFT international banking system. Third would be stopping Nord Stream 2. The administration was against it. In fact, they exercised the waiver to be able to continue Nord Stream 2 instead of sanctioning it as it had been. Revoking PNTR, that's the issue of trade. Why should they get access to our market? It's a privilege, not a right. They were against it. The oil ban. Recall the administration was against this ban on oil. This is Russian oil that was providing the Russian government and the war machine of Vladimir Putin $40 to $50 million a day. In every one of those cases, the administration moved from being against these things to being for them. So I think we've had an impact, and we need to continue to push what we think is the best policy to try to save Ukraine. I agree with what Senator Sullivan just said. If you talk to the Ukrainians, as I did last weekend at the border, refugees coming across, you see the worst of humanity and the best of humanity. The worst of humanity is these images we saw today when President Zielinski showed us the video, and we see it on our TVs and our online constantly. But we also saw the best of humanity in refugees helping one another, and refugees with an incredibly traumatic, sad story, but also hope and confidence that liberty will win out. But they want our help. Of the probably 24 refugee families I talked to, all but a couple said basically the same thing, which is cover the skies. Help us. Help us protect us from these bombardments coming from the air. So I think we need to continue to push the administration, tightening the sanctions, ensuring that we're providing the lethal weapons they need to actually protect themselves, defend themselves, give them a fighting chance. Questions? Yep.
Senator Portman, I wanted to ask you about PNTR. Where is the gap between the two parties on getting that bill done? And also, fertilizer is one of Russia's biggest exports, but it has a zero tariff even under column 2. Do you think that the tariffs on fertilizer should be raised, or is that too much of a problem for inflation for food for the world?
Yeah, first of all, I talked to Senator Crapo yesterday about this, and we're moving forward with the House, as you know, on legislation. I will say, again, the administration has had 2 positions on this. Now they're for it. Before they were against it. With regard to products that would have no tariff even without permanent trade relationship or most favored nation, we need to look at that. I've said specifically that there are some items that, we ought to look at increasing tariffs on, as we have in other cases, as we have with China over the past several years. But meanwhile, my hope is we can pass legislation to cut off most favored nation treatment for a country that does not deserve that favor. Yes.
You mentioned a bunch of actions that Congress has encouraged, pushed the Biden administration towards that they were reluctant to do. Along the way, the Biden administration has repeatedly said that it was important. That one of the reasons they were maybe moving more slowly was because they needed to bring their European partners along. You were just in Poland. I'm wondering what you heard from the Poles, if anything, about the MiG situation, because the Pentagon says it is, not tenable, that situation with having the MiGs in Ramstein. I wonder if you understand what Germany's feelings are about this. Again, it is sort of a complicated situation that involves our European allies, and just wondering if you could shed any light on what their position is and how you guys can't.
We now go to the White House. President Biden remarks. You're watching Live Now from Fox.
I want to begin by thanking President Zielinski for his passionate message this morning. I listened to it in private residence, and he was convincing and significant speech. He speaks for a people who have shown remarkable courage and strength in the face of brutal aggression. Courage and strength that's inspired not only the Ukrainians, but the entire world. Putin is inflicting appalling devastation and horror on Ukraine, bombing apartment buildings, maternity wards, hospitals. I mean, it's god-awful. I was speaking about this with our commander behind me here, General Milley. I mean, it just is amazing. Yesterday, we saw reports that Russian forces were holding hundreds of doctors and patients hostage in the largest hospital in Mariupol. These are atrocities. They're an outrage to the world. And the world is united in our support for Ukraine and our determination to make Putin pay a very heavy price. America is leading this effort, together with our allies and partners, providing enormous levels of security and humanitarian assistance that we're adding to today, and we're going to continue to do more in the days and weeks ahead. We're crippling Putin's economy with punishing sanctions that's going to only grow more painful over time, with the entire NATO and EU behind us and many other countries. What's at stake here are the principles that the United States and the United Nations and across the world stand for. It's about freedom. It's about the right of people to determine their own future. It's about making sure Ukraine never, will never be a victory for Putin, no matter what advances he makes on the battlefield. The American people are answering President Zielinski's call for more help, more weapons for Ukraine to defend itself, more tools to fight Russian aggression. And that's what we're doing. In fact, we started our assistance to Ukraine before this war began, as they started to do exercises along the Ukrainian border, the Russians, starting in March of last year. We took the threat of Putin invading very seriously, and we acted on it. We sent Ukraine more security assistance last year, $650 million in weapons, including anti-air and anti-armor equipment, before the invasion, more than we had ever provided before. So when the invasion began, they already had in their hands the kinds of weapons they needed to counter Russian advances. And once the war started, we immediately rushed $350 million in additional aid to further address their needs. Hundreds of anti-air systems, thousands of anti-tank weapons, transport helicopters, armed patrol boats, and other high-mobility vehicles, radar systems that help track incoming artillery and unmanned drones, secure communications equipment and tactical gear, satellite imagery and analysis capacity. And it's clearly helped Ukraine inflict dramatic losses on Russian forces. On Saturday, my administration authorized another $200 million to keep a steady flow of weapons and ammunition moving to Ukraine. Now I'm once again using my presidential authority to activate an additional security assistance to continue to help Ukraine fend off Russia's assault. An additional $800 million in assistance. That brings the total of new U.S. security assistance to Ukraine to $1 billion just this week. These are direct transfers of equipment from our Department of Defense to the Ukrainian military to help them as they fight against this invasion. And I thank the Congress for appropriating these funds. This new package on its own is going to provide unprecedented assistance to Ukraine. It includes 800 anti-aircraft systems to make sure the Ukrainian military can continue to stop the planes and helicopters that have been attacking their people and to defend their Ukrainian airspace. And at the request of President Zielinski, we have identified and are helping Ukraine acquire additional longer-range anti-aircraft systems and the munitions for those systems. Our new assistance package also includes 9,000 anti-armor systems. These are portable, high accuracy shoulder-mounted missiles that the Ukrainian forces have been using with great effect to destroy invading tanks and armored vehicles. It'll include 7,000 small arms, machine guns, shotguns, grenade launchers to equip the Ukrainians, including the brave women and men who are defending their cities as civilians, and they're on the countryside as well. And as well as the ammunition, artillery, and mortar rounds to go with small arms, 20 million rounds in total, 20 million rounds. This will include drones, which demonstrates our commitment to sending our most cutting-edge systems to Ukraine for its defense. And we're not doing this alone. Our allies and partners have stepped up to provide significant shipments of security assistance and will continue to help facilitate these deliveries as well. The United States and our allies and partners are fully committed to surging weapons of assistance to the Ukrainians. And more will be coming as we source additional stocks of equipment that we're ready to transfer. Now I want to be honest with you. This could be a long and difficult battle, but the American people will be steadfast in our support of the people of Ukraine in the face of Putin's immoral, unethical attacks on civilian populations. We are united in our abhorrence of Putin's depraved onslaught, and we're going to continue to have their backs as they fight for their freedom, their democracy, their very survival. We're going to give Ukraine the arms to fight and defend themselves through all the difficult days ahead. We're going to continue to mobilize humanitarian relief to support people within Ukraine and those who have been forced to flee Ukraine. In just the past few weeks, we provided $300 million of humanitarian assistance to the people in Ukraine and in neighboring countries. Tens of thousands of tons of food, water, medicine, and other basic supplies to support the people in need. Our experts on the ground in Poland and Moldova and other neighboring countries are there to make real-time assessments of the rapidly evolving crisis to get urgently needed humanitarian supplies to the people in need when they need it. And we will support Ukraine's economy with direct financial assistance as well. And together with our allies and partners, we will keep up the pressure on Putin's crumbling economy, isolating him on the global stage. That's our goal. Make Putin pay the price, weaken his position, while strengthening the hand of the Ukrainians on the battlefield and at the negotiating table. Together with our allies and partners, we're going to stay the course. And we'll do everything we can to push for and end this tragic, unnecessary war. This is a struggle that pits the appetites of an autocrat against humankind's desire to be free. And let there be no doubt, no uncertainty, no question. America stands with the forces of freedom. We always have and we always will. I thank you all and God bless you, and I'm going to walk over and sign this legislation, sign this bill to allow the drawdown of those materials. And may God protect their young Ukrainians who are out there defending their country. What I'm signing here is delegation authority under Section 506A1 of the Foreign Assistance Act of 1961, translated into plain English, a total of $800 million in defense art.
Mr. President, what will it take for you to send the Polish MiGs that President Zielinski is asking for?
I'm not going to comment on that right now. I'm not going to comment on anything other than what I told you to say. Thank you.
Well, Mr. President, quickly, you did just say that Putin is going after maternity wards, hospitals. Are you ready to call him a war?
President Biden taking no questions there from the media as he turns the back there, going back into the White House, as we just learned that $1 billion in new aid is going to Ukraine there as they continue to try to hold off Russian forces. I'm your host, Mike Page. Thanks so much for joining us here today on Live Now from Fox. And here is why the need is so great, because when you're seeing reports like this that I'm going to show you right here. This is from the U.S. Embassy in Kyiv saying today Russian forces shot and killed 10 people standing in line for bread. Such horrific attacks must stop. We are considering all available options to ensure accountability for any atrocity crimes in Ukraine here. So this is not a war, but this is war crimes when you're seeing reports there. And that's just one report there. Who knows what else is happening in the whole country of Ukraine there as these Russian forces are not playing by any of the rules or by any standards for war here. This is horrible on so many levels there. So we are going to keep an eye on all of the developments there from the White House, as well as other aid packages going to Ukraine. We're going to actually step away for a quick 2-minute break, because then when we come back, I want to play out in full the very emotional plea that Zielinski did to Congress members earlier this morning. We're going to play it for you from beginning all the way to the end. That's what we do right here on Live Now from Fox. back out here for you on Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Page. Always great to be here with you as we continue to really bring you a lot of content and coverage revolving all around the Russian aggression there in Ukraine. Well, earlier this morning, it was a historic day as the Ukrainian president addressed our congressional members there in a very emotional plea for help, for more aid, and as well as trying to get to the minds of our lawmakers to try to stop to control the airspace in Ukraine there. It doesn't look like that right now is a possibility from the Biden administration. They do not want to have NATO close up that airspace, because that is when major problems could happen then, where they have to fight back and strike at any Russian forces that are in the air, and that could result in possible World War III fears there. That's what a lot of lawmakers feel, as well as President Biden at this moment as well. But right now, I do want to go out to the full really emotional plea from Zielinski earlier this morning. That's what we do here on Live Now from Fox. Not a soundbite, not a couple, but we'll play it all for you right here on Live Now from Fox. This is one of the biggest speeches to congressional members since really the 1940s, when a very popular name, Winston Churchill, did the same thing. Let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
Glory to heroes.
My colleagues, Slava Ukraina! Slava Ukraina!
Glory to heroes. Thank you very much. Madam Speaker, members of the Congress, ladies and gentlemen, Americans, friends, I'm proud to greet you from Ukraine, from our capital city of Kyiv, a city that is under missile and airstrikes from Russian troops every day. But it doesn't give up. And we have not even thought about it for a second. Just like many other cities and communities in our beautiful country, which found themselves in the worst war since World War II. I have the honor to greet you on behalf of the Ukrainian people, brave and freedom-loving people who for 8 years have been resisting the Russian aggression. Those who give their best sons and daughters to stop this full-scale Russian invasion. Right now, the destiny of our country is being decided. The destiny of our people, whether Ukrainians will be free, whether they will be able to preserve their democracy. Russia has attacked not just us, not just our land, not just our cities. It went on a brutal offensive against our values, basic human values. It threw tanks and planes against our freedom, against our right to live freely in our own country, choosing our own future, against our desire for happiness, against our national dreams, just like the same dreams you have, you Americans, just like anyone else in the United States. I remember your national memorial in Rushmore, faces of your prominent presidents, those who laid the foundation of the United States of America as it is today, democracy, independence, freedom, and care for everyone, for every person, for everyone who works diligently, who lives honestly, who respects the law. We in Ukraine want the same for our people. All that is normal part of your own life. Ladies and gentlemen, friends, Americans, in your great history, you have pages that would allow you to understand Ukrainians, understand us now, when you need it right now, when we need you right now. Remember Pearl Harbor. terrible morning of December 7, 1941, when your sky was black from the planes attacking you. Just remember it. Remember September the 11th, a terrible day in 2001 when evil tried to turn your cities, independent territories, in battlefields, when innocent people were attacked from air. Yes, just like no one else expected it. You could not stop it. Our country experiences the same every day, right now, at this moment, every night, for 3 weeks now. Various Ukrainian cities, Odessa and Kharkiv, Chernihiv and Sumy, Zhytomyr and Lviv, Mariupol and Dnipro. Russia has turned the Ukrainian sky into a source of death for thousands of people. Russian troops have already fired nearly 1,000 missiles at Ukraine, countless bombs. They use drones to kill us with precision. This is a terror that Europe has not seen for 80 years, and we are asking for a reply, for an answer to this terror from the whole world. Is this a lot to ask for, to create a no-fly zone over Ukraine to save people? Is this too much to ask? Humanitarian no-fly zone, something that that Russia would not be able to terrorize our free cities. If this is too much to ask, we offer an alternative. You know what kind of defense systems we need, S-300 and other similar systems. You know how much depends on the battlefield, on the ability to use aircraft, powerful, strong aviation to protect our people, our freedom, our land, aircraft that can help Ukraine, help Europe. And you know that they exist and you have them, but they are on earth, not in the Ukrainian sky. They do not defend our people. I have a dream. These words are known to each of you. Today I can say, I have a need. I need to protect our sky. I need your decision, your help, which means exactly the same you feel when you hear the words, I have a dream. Ladies and gentlemen, friends, Ukraine is grateful to the United States for its overwhelming support, for everything that your government and your people have done for us, for weapons and ammunition, for training, for finances, for leadership in the free world, which helps us to pressure the aggressor economically. I'm grateful to President Biden for his personal involvement, for his sincere commitment to the defense of Ukraine and democracy all over the world. I am grateful to you for the resolution which recognizes all those who commit crimes against Ukraine, against the Ukrainian people as war criminals. However, now, it is true, in the darkest time for our country, for the whole Europe, I call on you to do more. New packages of sanctions are needed constantly, every week, until the Russian military machine stops. Restrictions are needed for everyone on whom this unjust regime is based. We propose that the United States sanctions all politicians in the Russian Federation who remain in their offices and do not cut ties with those who are responsible for the aggression against Ukraine, from State Duma's members to the last official who has lack of morale to break the state terror. All American companies must leave Russia from their market, leave their market immediately, because it is flooded with our blood. Ladies and gentlemen, members of Congress, Please take the lead. If you have companies in your districts who finance the Russian military machine leaving business in Russia, you should put pressure. I'm asking to make sure that the Russians do not receive a single penny that they use to destroy people in Ukraine. The destruction of our country, the destruction of Europe. All American ports should be closed for Russian goods. Peace is more important than income, and we have to defend this principle in the whole world. We already became part of the anti-war coalition, a big anti-war coalition that unites many countries, dozens of countries, those who reacted to, in principle, to President Putin's decision to invade our country. But we need to move on and do more. We need to create new tools to respond quickly and stop the war, the full-scale Russian invasion of Ukraine, which began on February 24th. And it would be fair if it ended in a day, in 24 hours, that evil would be punished immediately. Today, the world does not have such tools. The war of the past have prompted our predecessors to create institutions that should protect us from war. But they, unfortunately, don't work. We see it, you see it, so we need new ones, new institutions, new alliances, and we offer them. We propose to create an association, U24, United for Peace, a union of responsible countries that have the strength and consciousness to stop conflicts immediately, provide all the necessary assistance in 24 hours, if necessary, even weapons, if necessary, sanctions, humanitarian support, political support, finances, everything you need to keep the peace and quickly save the world, to save lives. In addition, such association, such union could provide assistance to those who are experiencing natural disasters, man-made disasters, who fell victims to humanitarian crisis or epidemics. Remember how difficult it was for the world to do the simplest thing, just to give vaccines against COVID to save lives, to prevent new strains. The world spent months, years doing things like that, much faster, to make sure there are no human losses, no victims. Ladies and gentlemen, Americans, if such alliance would exist today, that is U24, we would be able to save thousands of lives in our country. In many countries of the world, those who need peace, those who suffer inhumane destruction. I ask you to watch one video of what the Russian troops did in our country, in our land. We have to stop it. We must prevent it, preventively destroy every single aggressor who seeks to subjugate other nations. Please watch the video.
And in the end, to sum it up, today it's not enough to be the leader of the nation. Today it takes to be the leader of the world. Being the leader of the world means to be the leader of peace. Peace in your country doesn't depend anymore only on you and your people. It depends on those next to you, on those who are strong. Strong doesn't mean weak. Strong is brave and ready to fight for the life of his citizens and citizens of the world, for human rights, for freedom, for the right to live decently and to die when your time comes, and not when it's wanted by someone else, by your neighbor. Today, the Ukrainian people are defending not only Ukraine, we are fighting for the values of Europe and the world, sacrificing our lives in the name of the future. That's why today the American people are helping not just Ukraine, but Europe and the world to keep the planet alive, to keep justice in history. Now I'm almost 45 years old. Today my age stopped when the hearts of more than 100 children stopped beating. I see no sense in life if it cannot stop the death. And this is my main mission as the leader of my people, great Ukrainians. And as the leader of my nation, I'm addressing the President Biden. You are the leader of the nation, of your great nation. I wish you to be the leader of the world. Being the leader of the world means to be the leader of peace. Thank you. Slava Ukraini.
Glory to Ukraine.
Slava Ukraine, glory to Ukraine, a strong ending to some very powerful messages that are shared again by President Zielinski. Those images and the words just really hitting home as to how much pain the entire country is in. We do say thank you to everyone who has been here with our coverage as we continue now into day 21 of Russia's invasion, unprovoked that is, of Ukraine. When we return after a 2-minute break, we are going to be taking you into even more content surrounding this message to our Congress members. We do have live now from Fox's Andrew Kraft, who's speaking with our former ambassador to NATO. We'll give that interview to you right here again on Live Now from Fox in just 2 minutes.
And joining me here on Live Now from Fox is former U.S. Ambassador to NATO, former Special Representative to Ukraine, Kurt Volker. Ambassador Volker, thanks for being with us. Volodymir Zielinski, Ukrainian's president, gave a really stirring and emotional speech to Congress today virtually. He invoked Pearl Harbor. He invoked 9/11. He invoked Martin Luther King's I Have a Dream speech. Will the United States give him and his country what he's asking for? What did you make of this speech?
Well, first off, I thought it was a brilliant speech, very effective. He's talking not only to the members of Congress, but past them to the American people as well. He's showing extraordinary strength and resolve and an iron will on behalf of Ukraine. Ukrainians are determined to protect their country, and I think that is tremendously impressive to people. Second, he made a very strong case. He made a humanitarian case for saving lives. He made a moral case, asking us, basically, how will we look at our role years from now when we think, did we do everything that we could to have saved lives or help Ukraine when it would have mattered? And then he made a strategic case as well, that stopping Putin from breaking down a world order, from squashing freedom and democracy, is not only a Ukrainian interest, it's an American interest and it's a global interest. And so we need to be thinking strategically here as well. So I thought that was all very, very well done. He will clearly get more support from Congress as a result, and he'll get more support from the administration right now, as they've already announced an additional $800 million in aid. This will go towards things such as more surface-to-air missiles, more ship-to-shore missile or shore-to-ship missiles, more anti-tank systems, more ammunition. I think that some of the things that are at the edge of the envelope now, such as armed drones or MiG-29s from Poland, will come back on the table. I think that it is very hard to find a justification why we should not give those types of systems to the Ukrainians. The one thing he pressed on that I don't think the administration is ready for yet is a no-fly zone, and that's because of the risk of putting U.S. and Russian fighters in direct contact, and I think the administration still wants to avoid that. But all of these other measures would avoid that, and I think they're quite realistic.
You know, it seems like some things are almost off the table as well. Zelensky kind of conceded the fact that the United States was not going to budge, NATO was not going to budge on the no-fly zone. And he said, you know, if this is not going to happen, if this can't be a possibility, we will accept other ways, means, and avenues of military support. So I thought that was interesting as well. I thought the last couple of days from some of his comments, especially about a possible NATO membership in the future, we've heard from Zelensky saying that essentially, you know, Ukraine was not even anywhere close to joining NATO. Of course, that was one of Putin's pretexts for the invasion. What do you make of that?
Yeah, it's very interesting because, first off, we have to start from the balance of forces on the ground. Russian forces are still pounding Ukrainian cities, but they are not advancing. So Russia is not winning this war. And as the sanctions take a bite on the Russian economy, I think Russia's going to start running out of time. And so I think Zelensky is in some ways throwing this out there, this idea that he recognizes NATO is not going to take in Ukraine, as maybe giving Vladimir Putin a way to justify, okay, I achieved something and then I'll get my forces out. So I think he's throwing it out there for that reason. And as you said, he's a little bitter about this as well. NATO was clearly not moving Ukraine forward into NATO membership before the war broke out. So saying this now, it's not so much an assertion that Ukraine doesn't seek NATO membership as it is, as he put it, a recognition that NATO's not doing it. And so they're having to stand on their own. And they've done really quite an admirable job standing on their own and defending their country against a Russian onslaught.
And, you know, after Zelensky's speech today, we've been hearing from lawmakers, getting their reaction as well. And Mike McCall, who sits on the House Foreign Affairs Committee, is essentially saying that red lines need to start being drawn in the event, you know, Putin uses chemical weapons, if there's some kind of accident or escalation in NATO territory, in the Baltic states, in Poland. We saw, you know, a drone was downed in Croatia just last week inadvertently. Do you think red lines need to start being drawn here?
Yeah, I do actually. I think Congressman McCall makes a great point. I actually wrote something about this yesterday at CEPA.org, which is how we manage a dangerous and desperate Putin. And the idea here is that as he is bogged down and as he becomes more desperate, he may be tempted to reach for a tactical nuclear weapon or a chemical or a biological attack. So we should be warning him, and I would argue privately through military channels, that if he does that, we would respond forcefully. We cannot allow any use of weapons of mass destruction, period. And if he were to do that, we would respond. I think we need to warn him against that.
We got the word yesterday as well. NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg convening a summit next week. President Biden will be traveling to that. What are the agenda items there for the summit in particular? Do you think that, obviously mutual defense will be one of them, but why now? What is going to be kind of gleaned from this next week in Brussels?
I think several things will be on the agenda there. First is just what you said, a public reinforcement of the commitment to collective defense within NATO. So that Baltic states, Poland, Bulgaria, Romania, all these countries that feel vulnerable get some clear reassurance from all of NATO that the Article 5 defense commitment is rock solid. I think that's very important. And that needs to be backed up with the deployment of forces to those countries, as we are seeing, as is already happening. Second, I think that we should be issuing that kind of warning that I just mentioned about no use of WMD. That should be a NATO warning as well. Third, I think there should be a commitment to continuing to support and supply Ukraine as long as needed. And that this may involve providing some kind of facilities in Poland that would be secure and that would facilitate the secure transport of military supplies to Ukraine, and then separately also security for humanitarian relief to Ukraine. I think those are two things that could be on the agenda.
Just in the last hour, we got word from the White House that National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan spoke with his Russian counterpart. And this is the first high-level talks between Russian and American officials since the war began in 3 weeks. But, Jake Sullivan reiterated that the U.S. is firm and clear about Russia's unprovoked attack. Is this a good sign? And are you worried still 3 weeks in about Vladimir Putin's kind of mental state, about what he might do? And is there a time with all the pressure put on that you think Putin will blink, essentially? Does he have an off-ramp?
Yeah. Well, it's a tough question, and I don't have a readout of the Sullivan call, so I can't speak to exactly how that went or even why it took place, so I'll pass on that one. But on Vladimir Putin's state of mind and what he's doing, I think he has got himself into a very difficult position. He is squeezed by a failing military on the one hand and a failing economy on the other hand. And this means he's going to be running out of time. It also means he probably feels he cannot leave Ukraine without achieving some kind of victory. So he is going to keep driving and pushing and turning to even more extreme means in order to try to achieve that victory. And think of the things we've seen recently. We've seen him suggest that they're going to bring in fighters from Syria. He's asked for help from China. He has put some of his intelligence leaders under house arrest. He has fired some of his generals. He has changed tactics from engaging primarily the Ukrainian military to bombing civilian targets deliberately. So he is, and he's mentioned BWCW use or even threatened to attack the NATO supply chain to Ukraine. So he is acting in a rather desperate way because I don't think he sees that he has anywhere else to go. This is driving Russia into the ground, both militarily and economically. And whether it's him or whether it's people around him, at a certain point, I think they're going to have to stop. They won't be able to sustain their country if he keeps going in this direction.
And Ambassador, just lastly, there have been many diplomatic overtures in the past several days, especially from the Turks. We've seen that Turkish foreign ministers traveling to both Russia and Ukraine. We've seen prime ministers of Slovenia, Poland, and the Czech Republic travel to Kyiv yesterday. Are you seeing any progress, and do you have any confidence in some of these diplomatic outreach efforts to get the parties to the table?
Yeah, well, there's no issue about getting the Ukrainians to the table. It's about the substance of what the Russians are doing, which they don't want to do. They need to get their forces out of Ukraine and stop killing Ukrainians. They are not prepared to do that yet, so I don't see any of these diplomatic efforts producing any results at the moment. I do want to praise, however, the Czech and the Polish and the Slovene leaders for going to Kyiv and meeting with Zielinski in this embattled capital. That's a tremendously important symbolic show of support for Ukraine from EU members. And I'm sure they are taking that meeting now to lobby for accelerated EU accession for Ukraine, greater assistance for Ukraine. And I think Zielinski, while he is saying that he recognizes Ukraine may not be a member of NATO, he is looking for other security guarantees. And I would bet you that was part of the conversation as well.
And just lastly, Ambassador, what will you be kind of watching for or monitoring in the next couple of days as we get almost a month into this war?
Yeah. So the first thing is going to be this U.S. security assistance package. What is the administration going to announce today in detail? How quickly does it get there? And are they pushed to do more by Congress? And I would expect that they will be. So that's the first thing. Second thing is the Ukrainians have been doing a great job of going after Russia's supply lines. And do we start to see even further indications that the Russian forces in Ukraine are bogging down, grinding to a halt, unable to continue? Because that is what's needed for any kind of negotiation or diplomatic track to become effective, is the Russians have to realize that they have to negotiate a settlement to get out.
All right, Ambassador Kurt Volker, we appreciate your time here on Live Now from Fox. We'll talk to you again.
Okay, Andrew, thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you again to Andrew Kraft for getting that interview here for us as they talk a little bit more, not only about the message, but what is still to come here as this invasion continues into more days. Again, we're on day 21. We're seeing even more airstrikes starting to hit some key residential areas in Ukraine. Of course, next week, you can count on us right here on Live Now from Fox to be on top of always the latest of President Biden's trip overseas, but of course that NATO summit where they are putting together a lot of those key leaders to discuss what extra steps still need to be done to lend a hand to those Ukrainians in need. When we come back after this 2-minute break, I'll be giving you some more reaction from Capitol Hill. We have some lawmakers who had spoken to camera crews just after Zielinski's message, and some of them saying that this is just another reminder of some of the work that they're doing here to help over in Ukraine. Let's go ahead, step away for that 2-minute break. We'll bring all of those comments to you again right here on the other side. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Christy Larson here at the desk with you as we continue to bring you always the latest press conferences and comments that have been happening here across our country. But of course, always the latest also on the Russian invasion of Ukraine. Of course, so many updates have been coming through video pictures as well as residents been speaking about what's been happening in cities all across their country as more attacks seem to be happening, not only from airstrikes, but now also, as we've been reporting, some Russian troops shooting just civilians in the street. As Mike Patient pointed out, there was a recent story of people waiting in line for bread who had been shot to death. So it is seeming like the situation is growing more dire. And again, the message this morning, very impactful, very powerful from President Zielinski, showing some of those very hard images to take in, but just showing the truth of this war that Putin continues to push on Ukraine. We did have Senator reaction straight after those members had left the meeting, heard those messages from the president himself. I want to replay some of their reaction right here for you on Live Now from Fox.
Changes anything. I think it probably strengthens a resolve that we've already had. The plea is the same plea he's been making for some time, and I'm hoping more people will step up and be more aggressive about it.
He called for a no-fly zone again. Do you think that the needle is moving at all on that issue?
I think so, but maybe not in the classic sense. You can do a no-fly zone with surface-to-air missiles just as well as you can do it with air power. They've been very effective in the past in closing the skies. I've been pushing for a long time, as a lot of people here have been pushing for a long time, to get them systems that they can use to close the skies.
And he used a lot of messaging, invoking Pearl Harbor, 9/11. Do you think that those sentiments, resonated with lawmakers in the room?
Yeah, I can't help it. He had it was a powerful speech, and that film brought tears to the eyes of a lot of people in that room. Really did. You couldn't help but watch it and not be moved.
Thank you. Thanks, Senator.
Thank you.
Senator, can I get your initial reaction to President Zielinski's remarks?
I thought President Zielinski was moving. I thought, he spoke in Ukrainian for the first half and then went to English. I thought that's very effective. I think the entire room was moved.
He called again for these MiGs to be transferred to Ukraine. Do you know of any Democratic senators or Republican senators who are opposed to giving those MiGs to Ukraine?
Well, I know Republican and Democratic senators are opposed just because they're very concerned about the stability and mental health of Putin, and they want to make sure we don't let this escalate into what could become a nuclear war.
Do you believe we should give those MiGs to Ukraine? If Poland has them, they want to transfer them to Germany's, to Ramstein.
I'm in the process of getting briefed at a higher level. In other words, there's information that our intelligence community has that's not available to everybody unless you go through the process. So I think you want to have, before you make that kind of a decision, you want to have all the information that's there.
Do you think that his speech moves the needle in Congress? Are you guys going to move, do you believe, to further sanctions, further legislation?
My impression is that people leaving that room want to do more.
Thank you. Thanks, Senator. Kelly with Fox. Yeah.
All right. So again, just a few of our different lawmakers. We do have more reaction I'll be playing here in just a moment, but we're also taking a look at some of the latest videos being given to us via Storyful, where we've seen a lot of new, fresh content each and every single day, not only showing us some of these different meetings, this one showing President Zielinski meeting with just some of those EU leaders, but also some of the latest damage, because we've been hearing more on airstrikes that have been going into residential areas. Unfortunately, so many different apartment buildings and homes had been damaged here in just these last few days, especially at a time when there's been residents in Kyiv who've been under curfew, a warning to stay indoors, stay sheltered during these next hours. So what I want to do for all of our viewers is, of course, we're going to continue to keep you covered here on this topic, especially since this address to Congress here here this morning, again, was all about doing more. If we can't do the no-fly zone, please continue to provide some of the air defense systems, help provide additional aircrafts, try to help with a new security alliance. So Zielinski really had a lot of powerful messaging to those U.S. lawmakers as he had joined them this morning from Kyiv. He has chosen to remain there. Another thing that a lot of people have applauded the Ukrainian president about has been staying there right beside all of his people. And he did also thank President Biden for his personal involvement, his sincere commitment to the defense of Ukraine, and also for the United States for the aid it has already provided. Of course, more aid going to be provided here in these next upcoming days and weeks ahead as well. So I want to step away for our final 2-minute break of this hour. When we come back, we'll give you even more reaction on Capitol Hill, including representatives like McCarthy, Scalise, and much more. So we'll be listening into more reaction from our lawmakers who had listened to that message early this morning from President Zielinski on how we need to help lend a hand during this extremely crisis time during the war as Russia continues with their invasion. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Wanted to at least show our viewers here. We do have our cameras ready and set up inside of the State Department as a briefing will be underway here very soon. Spokesperson Ned Price expected to give a briefing here today. It is scheduled to take place at the top of the hour. Of course, looks like we're waiting for more of our media personnel to also file in here to the room. So as soon as this does start, this is going to be something we're going to take all of our viewers out to live. Until that time, though, because we have the capability to replay items that had happened earlier here today, we did have lawmakers on Capitol Hill who had been speaking after they listened to President Zielinski's powerful message to Congress. And in that speech, he said, "Now it is the true in the darkest time for our country, for the whole Europe. I call on you to do more." So that has been his messaging ever since this invasion had started, and especially since he knows there's some things that they've been requesting that they can't count on NATO, they can't count on the United States and other allies to help him conduct. He says, help us in any way that you can. So let's go ahead, listen into some more of those lawmakers on Capitol Hill as they had been reacting just after Zielinski's message to them here this morning.
Do is be creative, figure out ways to facilitate the transfer of these weapons into Ukraine immediately. We still have access to the country to be able to do that before it's too late, before more people are killed, before Kyiv falls, before Kharkiv is reduced to rubble. we have to act, and act quickly. It's not a matter of weeks, it's a matter of hours, days.
He also called for sanctions that we have been unwilling to impose. We've imposed a lot of sanctions, but he called for basically a shutdown of any Russian imports and a much stronger sanctions package. I know that you've been working on that, but the administration has been resisting.
Yeah, we need to tighten the sanctions. He talked specifically about broadening the sanctions to governmental officials who are engaged and involved in this in some way or another, including regional officials. I think that's a good idea. I've talked to the ambassador about that over the last couple of days. My sense is that the American people are ready to do more. And that includes being honest about the oil and gas situation. Right now, the revenues that Russia is getting from oil and gas sales around the world is what's fueling this war machine. That's their number one export. And so there's more we can do there. As an example, we put sanctions on banks as it relates to energy transactions, but said they don't go into effect until June 24th. June 24th may be too late to do anything. So we need to tighten these sanctions on the banks, include them all in SWIFT, do more in terms of sanctioning individuals. And today I would make a statement to those Russian officials and to those Russian commanders. You have a choice. The war crimes are being recorded. The world is watching. You have a choice. You don't need to obey these orders to kill your neighbors, innocent civilians in Ukraine. My hope is that what comes out of today's discussion with President Zielinski and all of us working together on a bipartisan basis is to tighten the sanctions immediately, is to provide more armaments that they actually need to defend themselves, particularly from these bombardments that are happening nightly, and give them a fighting chance to protect themselves.
Thank you, sir. Heads up.
I thought President Zielinski was very powerful, as many of you watched. He made the case very strongly. When you think about what President Biden should do, I think there's a bipartisan movement right here. Provide them the MiGs. Provide them the planes where they can create a no-fly zone. Provide them the armament that they need to continue to fight a war that they did not create. I thought the video was one of the most moving moments in there. Made the case of the murdering of innocent people, that war crimes are being committed, that America and the world cannot sit by and ignore. We need to put a stop to this. And I think greater pressure, greater armament, and why the MiGs were not provided weeks ago, as many of us requested, put them at a disadvantage.
Is there any scenario where a no-fly zone, the no-fly zone that he requested, would be supported by you and by the United States?
Look, I think right now, provide them the MiGs that they can create a no-fly zone. The entire time speaking with those in Ukraine and the president himself, he's never asked for American men or women to be in a battle. All he's ever asked for is give us the opportunity to defend ourselves. Don't let us fight with sticks. I've had conversations with the president long before this moment came. My advice to him was provide them the armament earlier to deter Putin from ever making these decisions. And the entire time, President Biden always said it would be the sanctions afterwards. And then when the sanctions came, he said it'd take months to work. Well, Ukrainian people cannot wait months. The world cannot wait months if we sit by and watch innocent people being murdered. With that, let me turn it over to our whip.
Thank you. President Zielinski just gave an incredibly powerful address to Congress, and I think people got to see once again what we've been seeing for weeks, and that is just why President Zielinski is inspiring the people of Ukraine and people all around the world who are rallying behind these strong, incredibly tough people during a brutally difficult invasion by Putin. When President Zielinski showed that video, you really got to see firsthand the sheer brutality of what Putin is doing inside Ukraine. It was very difficult to watch. It was heartbreaking. But it shows you that there's nothing less than genocide going on in Ukraine by Putin and his army. And so as Zielinski made a plea to the United States, to President Biden, he's continued to reiterate that the people of Ukraine just want more tools to be able to defend their country, especially right now to be able to control the sky. And that's why getting these MiGs in immediately is so critical. The longer President Biden waits trying to figure out excuses to not offend Putin, it's costing lives in Ukraine. He's got to make that happen. It's a plea Zielinski continued to make, as well as a plea for other things that I think the American people want to do to give them the tools that they need to defend their country. So as we look where we are, this is another opportunity for America to step up too and take away Putin's leverage on energy. There's no reason that Putin should be pocketing hundreds of millions of dollars a day by selling oil to America and the United States when we could cut that off right now by opening up our reserves, opening up areas that have been closed by President Biden to leasing so that Putin does not have that leverage over America or Europe to finance this brutal invasion. So we're going to continue to stand with the people of Ukraine and pray for them that they're able to have the tools to defend themselves against what Putin's doing. Now I'll turn it over to our conference chair, Elise Stefan.
All right, guys, we can get back into these comments here in just a moment, but I do want to let all of our viewers know, of course, we're always on top of other news stories that are happening here across the country. Want to take us out to some live pictures as we are now seeing a very large fire that is happening at a Walmart warehouse distribution center. So little information coming in at this time that a fire at a Walmart warehouse distribution center has this large plume of it does have this plume of smoke visible throughout Indianapolis. We do also have a tweet that I want to pop up here for our viewers as well, showing us just some of those efforts where we do have crews there at the scene. So here again is just one of those tweets saying that they are here on scene of this large fire. So this again coming to us from Avon, Indiana. So at this time, they do say that it is confirmed that they are out there. Plainfield Fire Department saying this. There's no word on whether there's been any injuries. We do have a Fox crew, or Fox 59 crew, that is en route. They are working to gather a bit more information, but you can just see how large that plume of smoke is. If I take down this banner, you can just see how big it really is. So we'll be keeping an eye on this, especially since we do have some team members who are on the way here to gather more information. If we do get an update, of course, this will be something that we'll try to bring to you again right here on Live Now from Fox. And of course, we'll be keeping an eye also on our fire department's Twitter page where they posted this picture. You can see a number of engine trucks going to be needed here at this huge distribution center. A lot of ladder trucks attacking this fire from above. And of course, if we do get more of that information as soon as that has happened, of course, we'll be bringing it to all of our viewers who are here with us on Live Now from Fox. So let's go ahead, take another live look because, again, we're always on top of these different live feeds. So here is a State Department briefing. Still standing by, waiting for our spokesperson, Ned Price, to step out here. We're going to be listening in for some of those different messages, not only some reaction to President Zielinski's message this morning. I'm sure a lot of our media folks going to be asking, he's asking the United States to do more. What more can we do? What more is in the works of being provided to those Ukrainians in need? But also talking about, obviously, the big meeting with NATO next week as well, as President Biden is going to be headed to Brussels. So let's go back into that triple box. We'll keep an eye on this State Department briefing. We'll also be listening in as, again, more lawmakers were stepping up to that microphone and speaking to what they took away from President Zielinski's message earlier here today.
About a leader who has risen to a catastrophic challenge and a catastrophic crisis in his country. He outlined the fact that this is the most significant national security crisis in Europe since the end of World War II. The stakes could not be higher. This administration has been far too slow, not only in their implementation of sanctions, but the lack of completeness of sanctions. The Ukrainian people need those MiGs, and they need them now. They needed them yesterday. House Republicans have been united in advocating for strong, tough sanctions for months predating the invasion. We stand strongly in support of MiGs and making sure that the weapons and ammunition that is needed get to the Ukrainian people as quickly as possible. And just as a new mom, It is heart-wrenching to watch the video that President Zelensky just played in terms of the bombing of maternity wards and the war crimes that are being committed today. Make no mistake, there will be consequences on the global stage for Vladimir Putin, who is a war criminal and a thug. And I'll turn it over to our leader, Kevin McCarthy.
Questions? Yes, sir.
How does the conference propose transferring the MiGs from Poland to the Ukrainians in terms of what's been discussed, and what is the proposal that you all believe should be
I think we can move forward exactly as they said. If they transfer it to America, it's no different than us providing the Javelins or others. The problem is the delay. The problem is this administration has delayed time and again, creating the situation to be worse, giving the wrong message to Putin. When President Biden said in his press conference, well, if they take a little part of Ukraine, as though that was okay. The slowness of moving weaponry to Ukraine to have a deterrent where Russia would not invade. All of that's been a mistake. The weeks that he has waited now about whether the MiGs could go. How many people have died? Maternity wards have been bombed. You've watched in the video itself. You've watched a leader stand in a capital that's being bombed, not requesting that American men and women go into war. Simply help us provide the weapons that we can defend ourselves. This is an unwarranted war that they did not ask for, but they're willing to defend the right of freedom. We should stand with anyone who's willing to defend freedom and against the atrocities that Putin is doing. Thank you all very much.
McCarthy, do you think Zelensky changed minds in that room?
I think walking into that room ahead of time, I believe there was a bipartisan support to provide the MiGs. I know on the Republican side, we've been requesting this for quite some time. I think that has changed on the Democrat side, that they're more supportive of it now. I think that room's united to defend and help Ukraine get the weaponry they need to defend themselves.
Leader McCarthy, he also called for much tougher sanctions. Rob Portman, who just came back from Poland, is calling for much tougher sanctions on their global, Russia's global energy revenue, not just, banning their oil imports here, but he wants much tougher sanctions, basically no Russian products coming into the United States, and on banks, etc. But the administration hasn't been willing to go there yet. Wondering if there's bipartisan support, do you think, in Congress to do something like that?
I believe there is. We should strengthen our sanctions every single day Putin continues this murder until he stops. But we should do more than that. Provide them the MiGs so they can have a no-fly zone created by themselves with their own pilots. Let them defend themselves. That's all they're asking for. But let's ramp up the sanctions as well so Putin and the rest of them feel the pain of the murders they are causing. Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to take this opportunity to step away for a 2-minute break. More lawmaker reaction coming to you right after this. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I did want to at least alert our viewers we're on top of a couple different breaking news pieces here across our country. Here in Indiana, we do have that large fire that is at a Walmart warehouse distribution center. There's a large plume of smoke that is visible throughout Indianapolis, and we do have also Plainfield Fire Department also out there on scene. They've been tweeting out a couple different pictures as they have now responded there to try to help put out this fire. There's no word at this time of whether there's any injuries. So once our Fox 59 crews do arrive on scene, gather some more information, of course, we'll try to update you on that here on Live Now from Fox. But also want to make everyone aware of a situation happening out of Houston. Here's a couple different pictures we have coming in here to Live Now from Fox. So up above, our Sky Fox flying, showing us a view, but then we do have team members down on the ground after one person has been shot at an office building. This at Houston's Greenway Plaza. Police now searching for that shooter. Now this was reported here just this afternoon in the 3800 block of Cummings Street between the Southwest Freeway and Richmond Avenue. And so police are on the scene. They do also say that SWAT officers have responded here to the scene as well. Houston Fire Department also out here too. So we do have all of these police personnel out here. If we do get more details as far as if that shooter has been found, of course, we'll be keeping our eyes on all of our sources, and we'll update our viewers as soon as we do hear more. Let's go ahead, though, since we're always on top of live content, to take you out to that State Department briefing as Ned Price just stepped up to that podium. We're going to be listening in live right here on Live Now from Fox.
Humanitarian aid, tens of thousands of tons of food and medicine for displaced families fleeing Russia's premeditated, unprovoked, and unjustified war. U.S. humanitarian aid personnel are on the ground in the region assessing needs in real time. And just as President Biden pledged we would, we have also surged security assistance to our Ukrainian partners so that they can defend themselves. As Russia began its military buildup last year, the United States delivered $650 million in military equipment to Ukraine, building on a growing security cooperation relationship dating back to 2014. As the conflict started, we sped $350 million more in equipment to help bolster Ukraine's defenses. Now this week, we are authorizing $1 billion more of arms and equipment, including types already used successfully by Ukraine's security forces to defend their country against Russian aggression. Today's announcement nearly doubles total security assistance to Ukraine since the beginning of the administration to more than $2 billion, enabling us to surge additional needed assistance, including anti-aircraft, anti-tank, anti-armor systems, as well as small arms and munitions used by Ukrainian security forces on the ground right now in their fight to defend their country. Among the items included in this new package are 800 Stinger anti-aircraft systems, 2,000 Javelin, 1,000 light anti-armor weapons, and 6,000 AT-4 anti-armor systems, 100 tactical unmanned aerial systems, 100 grenade launchers, 500 rifles, 1,000 pistols, 400 machine guns, and 400 shotguns, in addition to over 200 million rounds of small arms and ammunition and grenade launcher and mortar rounds, and more. In addition to the U.S.-produced short-range air defense systems the Ukrainians have been using to great effect, the United States has also identified and is helping the Ukrainians acquire from our partners and allies additional longer-range systems on which Ukraine's forces are already trained, as well as additional munitions for those systems. The United States continues to expedite the authorization and facilitation of additional assistance to Ukraine from our allies. At least 30 countries have provided security assistance to Ukraine since the Russian invasion began. In 2022, this year, the Department of State has authorized third-party transfers of defensive equipment from more than 14 countries, a number that continues to grow as allies and partners increase their support to Ukraine. As the President said, this could be a long and difficult battle, but America will be steadfast. America will continue to answer the call. The United States, our allies and partners, we are united in supporting Ukraine in its time of need. With that, happy to take your questions.
Thanks, Ned. I have some Iran questions, but I guess we'll start with Ukraine because I think that's probably on the top of everyone's mind. When you speak about additional longer-range systems that the Ukrainians are already trained in? You're talking about the S-300s, or are you talking about, is it broader than just that? And
Well, so Matt, what we are doing and what I referred to now is the fact that we are continuing to pursue solutions to help our Ukrainian partners acquire long-range anti-aircraft systems and the munitions they would need for those systems. And the president also alluded to this in his remarks today. I can't get into the full specifics of this, but we are continuing to work with our allies, with our partners, to surge new assistance, and that includes Soviet or Russian origin anti-aircraft system and the necessary ammunition to employ them every day to Ukraine. Those are the systems on which they are already using, the systems on which they are already trained and have actually demonstrated great effect already. We have said that we welcome assistance from countries around the world. As I mentioned a moment ago, more than 30 countries across the globe have provided defensive security assistance to Ukraine. The United States has, the Department of State, I should say, has authorized the provision of U.S. origin equipment from at least 14 countries, but we know that many more are standing up.
But this isn't U.S. origin.
That's correct. That's correct.
So without getting into the actual nitty-gritty specifics of what systems they are and what countries, although it would be nice to know what countries you're in discussions with about this, what does the U.S., if anything, have to do to facilitate the transfer of such systems? And secondly, are you close to reaching an agreement with any of the potential donor countries?
What do we have to do to facilitate the transfer of non-U.S. origin equipment? So first, for U.S. origin equipment, of course, there are waivers that are necessary given ITAR provisions and other applicable provisions. The Secretary has repeatedly, with more than 14 countries, authorized the provision of such U.S. origin equipment to our Ukrainian partners, and we've done so on an extremely expedited basis, turning those around in the course of a day. When it comes to working with countries that may have Russian-made, Soviet origin equipment, obviously that is not equipment for which we would need to provide any sort of waiver or any sort of formal paperwork. What we are doing, however, is sharing our assessment of the security needs that our Ukrainian partners have. Precisely the needs they have, the threat they are under, the types of fires and munitions that they are enduring from President Putin's forces, and working with them to determine what they may have in their inventories, to marry that with what we have in our inventories, with our knowledge, with their knowledge of what the Ukrainians already have, the training they already have, to determine the most effective package that will allow them to defend themselves.
Well, can you say if you're close to an agreement with any, or is it?
We are having these discussions every day. 30 countries around the world have already provided security assistance to Ukraine, and we're having these discussions
daily.
daily.
The last one is just that if a deal is struck, and I realize it's a hypothetical, so you probably won't answer, but let me try anyway. If you do get a country X or country Y, or both X and Y, to provide Ukraine with these systems, is the U.S. prepared to make up for those? Because, I mean, presumably if country X and Y give those systems to Ukraine, the Russians most likely aren't going to want to sell them replacements, right?
Well,
I will. Is the U.S. going to be, or any ally, are you in discussions to replace those systems that countries might give up?
I always appreciate when you answer the question for me. I will note that that is hypothetical. I will also note, however, that we have continued to provide forms of reassurance to our allies, including our allies on the eastern flank. The Department of Defense recently spoke of the 2 Patriot missile batteries that have been moved into Poland. We know that countries that are valiantly standing up, that are providing defensive weaponry from their own stocks, they too have their own security needs. When it comes to the NATO alliance, certainly we will continue to stand by our NATO allies to make certain that NATO has the power, the capability to defend itself. Yes.
Just a quick one. I have a follow-up, but I think there are drones in the package of new equipment. I wonder if you can confirm that there are these Switchblade drones are part of that. and any details you can give.
I've seen quite a bit of reporting over the last 24 hours on that particular system. I think I understand why when you see the video of it. Look, I can't confirm particular systems the president did speak of, or we did speak of, tactical unmanned aerial systems. We provided and are providing 100 of those systems. The system that you referred to would be an anti-armor system. It is certainly consistent with the type of defensive weaponry that we're providing, but I'm just not in a position to speak to all the specific systems that may be included in that package.
Okay, then can we move on to the negotiations, discussions going on between the Ukrainians and the Russians? Sure. You know, there's some signs, you know, some noises coming from both sides that there might be some movement on that. I wondered if you had a view on you know, the potential for an agreement there, and there's a discussion about you know, an agreement that would see Ukraine kind of pledge neutrality, not join NATO, like a Sweden or Austria kind of neutrality, and then also have security guarantees from other countries. You know, could the US be a guarantor of some kind of agreement like that?
Well, we welcome the sentiments expressed that there is hope, that there is optimism for diplomatic progress. But what Ukraine needs now, more than sentiments, more than hope, more than optimism, is de-escalation, is an end to the violence, is a tangible indication that President Putin is changing course. And that is something we have not yet seen. And just as I was coming down here, there are more horrifying reports of shelling, of destruction of what appear to be civilian sites across Ukraine, including in Mariupol. We've made clear that we unequivocally support Ukraine's efforts to achieve peace, to bring an end to the mounting human suffering from President Putin's war of choice. Diplomacy is always going to be at the center of these efforts, but we remain clear-eyed, as do our Ukrainian partners, as you heard from President Zielinski, as you've heard from the foreign minister, as you've heard from others. It remains our position that Russia needs to halt its campaign of death, of destruction, immediately. And we are working simultaneously to do all we can to give Ukraine the strongest hand it can have at the negotiating table. And we're doing that in a couple different ways. We've already spoken to one of those ways at the top of this briefing when we detailed some of the security assistance that we're providing to Ukraine, $2 billion over the past year, $1 billion in the past week alone. That is certainly an important element of that. The other part of that effort to strengthen Ukraine's hand at the negotiating table is what the United States and our allies and partners have brought to bear on the Kremlin, on the Russian Federation, including its economy and its financial system. We have placed unprecedented pressure on the Russian economy, on its financial system, and every day you see very tangible metrics of that. Stock market remains closed, will remain closed for at least the remainder of this week and potentially even longer, presumably in an effort to prevent capital flight. The ruble is virtually worthless. It is literally worth less than a penny. Russia is on the verge of default. Its credit rating is at junk status. Hundreds of international companies are fleeing the Russian market, and we can go on and on. Now, all of that is part and parcel of our effort to strengthen that Ukrainian position. So we see Ukraine day by day will have a stronger hand as these measures have even more effect on the Russian economy, on the Russian financial system, and as we, together with our allies and partners here too, continue to provide Ukraine with the defensive security assistance that our Ukrainian partners need to defend themselves inside their own territory. Yes?
I just wanted to dig on that a little further, Ned, because certain export controls exist on some of these systems that the two gentlemen mentioned. And so is the State Department going to take the lead in talking to allies and easing those export controls or maybe changing them altogether? And especially given Ukraine's desperate need, you know, how can you work through those obstacles to maybe get them their aid that they need faster, especially with export?
Well, I think we have proven throughout the course of this conflict and even before it that we are not going to let any sort of technical barrier stand in our way. And I have already spoken to the expedited procedures that we have used to approve the provision of U.S. origin equipment to Ukraine. We have done that in many cases with less than 24 hours notice. The fact that it was just a couple weeks ago that we announced an additional $350 million in security assistance to Ukraine within 4 or 5 days. More than 70% of that vast sum had already been delivered. So I think that speaks to the fact that we are breaking through not only what might be otherwise burdensome bureaucratic processes and hoops, but we are doing so with alacrity. Here in this department, our colleagues at the Department of Defense are doing the same, and we know that our allies and partners around the world are doing the same on their end, precisely because we recognize the urgency with which our Ukrainian partners need these defensive supplies. So if there are procedures that we need to go through here at the department or elsewhere within the government to see to it that appropriate and effective systems are provided to our Ukrainian partners, whether that is from our stocks, whether that is U.S. origin material from the stocks of our allies and partners, or material that is non-U.S. origin that may even be Russian-made or Soviet origin, we will see to that. Yes, sir.
Poland's Deputy Prime Minister Kaczynski, Jarosław Kaczynski, was in Kyiv yesterday along with leaders of Poland, Czechia, and Slovenia, and he called for a peacekeeping mission to Ukraine with the involvement of some NATO troops. So is that something that the U.S. would be willing to entertain? And somewhat relatedly, President Zielinski yesterday said that he would like to see more leaders coming to visit him there. Are there any chances of U.S. officials doing that?
So on your first question, of course, it's not up to us to speak for NATO. What I can say is essentially what we have heard from the NATO Secretary General is that the alliance, of course, is squarely focused on putting an end to this war, bringing this brutal aggression to a close, just as NATO is. We are intently focused on doing the same. In the same vein, we want to avoid doing anything that would prolong this war or that would expand this war. And having American service members on Ukrainian territory, American pilots in Ukrainian airspace, NATO service members on Ukrainian soil, NATO pilots in Ukrainian airspace, of course, that has the potential not to bring this war to a close, but to expand it to something that is even larger and much more grave in terms of its implications.
Thank you again for listening in right here with us on Live Now from Fox. A couple different live pictures we've been keeping our eyes on, not only that police situation out of Houston where they're looking for one suspect after one person was shot near an office building, but also there's that large fire in Indiana that fire crews are working on putting out at a Walmart warehouse. So a lot to keep track of. We're doing it all for you right here on Live Now from Fox. Viewers are going to be seeing a 2-minute break as we continue to listen in right here with our State Department spokesperson, Ned Price.
Symbolic show of support or anything, but there are no plans to do similar to what the three European...
The White House has announced plans for the president to go to Brussels. Yeah. That is the only presidential travel I'm aware of at the moment.
Okay, well, but I'm talking about lower than the president. I mean, just to follow up on Simon's question earlier about this idea of neutrality and security guarantees. Is this something, I realize that you said that what Ukraine needs right now, what they need immediately is de-escalation and a sign that Putin has changed his changing course. But in the more medium term, is this something that you guys are willing to consider? Because frankly, I think a lot of us, including Ukraine, thought they already had security guarantees from the Budapest Memorandum. So is the U.S. ready to look at a Budapest Plus agreement that expands the number of guarantors?
So this is, in terms of the diplomacy, this is not a question for us regarding what might lead to a ceasefire, a diminution of violence between Ukraine and Russia. This is ultimately a question for our Ukrainian partners to decide the terms of diplomacy, what they are willing to pursue, what they are not willing to pursue. This is really at the heart of this conflict, this needless war of aggression that President Putin and his forces are waging. They are waging this war precisely because they sought to deprive Ukraine of its sovereign rights, its sovereign right to determine its own foreign policy, its sovereign right to determine its own Western orientation, its sovereign right to choose its own partners and alliances. So as part and parcel of that, it is not for us to say the terms by which Ukraine and Russia may be in a position to reach an agreement that we all hope could diminish the violence. That is for Ukraine to decide. We will be standing by our Ukrainian partners, assisting them with the diplomacy, as we know a number of our allies and partners around the world are doing. But these are questions for the sovereign state of Ukraine. Yes?
Hi, I have a follow-up on this question. More generally, is it a good idea, is it a wise idea to sign something under the Russian shelling? And yes or no, if it ends up signing some kind of agreement, could one expect that the United States will be a part of this agreement?
I missed the first part of your question. Is
it generally a good idea, wise idea to sign a peace agreement during the shelling?
Well, we continue to believe that there must be a diplomatic resolution to this war. And that is why we are standing with our Ukrainian partners as they continue to engage in diplomacy, why we've been consulting and coordinating so closely with our French allies, our German allies, our Turkish allies, our Israeli partners, and others who have been involved in various diplomatic efforts to try and bring this brutal war to a close. But we know something else to be true, and that is that diplomacy will have the best chance of success, not in the context of escalation, but in the context of de-escalation. And to your point, we, and to what I said earlier, have not yet seen any indication that President Putin is willing to de-escalate. In fact, we have seen escalation after escalation. As the Secretary said yesterday, President Putin has continued to put his foot on the accelerator. It is time to put the brakes on this conflict. It is time to see a diminution of the violence. It is time to see a de-escalation. It is time to see the Russians take steps that spare additional lives. Yeah, let me go around. Tracy.
Thank you. Getting away from the specifics for a minute, I had a slightly more philosophical
Sure.
question. You and others in the administration have repeatedly spoken about how united you and your NATO allies are. And my question is whether you think this is a permanent resolution of the differences and frictions that came up with NATO and the United States over the last 4 years, or if this is sort of a unique convergence of events and there will still be a lot more work to do in terms of U.S. working with NATO.
Well, I would make the point that any disagreement or disharmony between the United States and NATO came to a close in January of last year, long before this conflict. Secretary Blinken's first travel to the European continent, you probably recall, was to Brussels. He went to a NATO ministerial. If I recall, his second travel to the continent of Europe was to Brussels, where he attended a NATO ministerial just a few weeks later. So we have demonstrated from the very first hours of this administration, when Secretary Blinken spoke to the NATO Secretary General, and of course the President has had conversations as well, the indispensability of the NATO alliance, and the fact that, to us, NATO's Article 5, the principle that an attack on one is an attack on all, is as sacrosanct today as it was 70 plus years ago when the NATO Charter was signed. Now, I think it is true that the alliance, in the build-up and in the wake of Russia's aggression, is as united, as focused, and as purposeful as it has been since the end of the Cold War. It has really brought into focus the reason for being of the alliance in the first place. I also think, and I'll let countries speak for themselves, but this brings up once again the point that President Putin, through his actions, has in fact precipitated everything that he has sought to prevent. And a number of countries that just a few short months ago probably would have demurred if asked about any NATO aspirations have given different answers. Of course, I think that the value of NATO, its purpose, its reason for being today is as in focus as it ever has been. Yes?
I know it's not your department per se, but so today's call between Jake Sullivan and General Patrushev, is this not because this is the first, correct me if I'm wrong, but if this is the first high-level contact since the beginning of the invasion, so is this not a positive signal, or that the sides are, coming together, or how are we supposed to interpret that?
I wouldn't quite characterize it in quite those terms. I won't speak for the White House. They will speak to their own engagements. What I can say is that the last time Secretary Blinken had been in contact with his counterpart was in the immediate aftermath of the potential meeting in Geneva coming down. And this was, of course, right in the midst of the start of the Russian invasion of Ukraine. And I say that I might characterize this contact a bit differently because, as the White House laid out, the National Security Advisor outlined in very clear terms for his counterpart our commitment to continuing to impose costs on the Russian Federation, our commitment to continuing to support the sovereignty and the territorial integrity of our Ukrainian partners. He also took advantage of the conversation to make very clear that there would be significant consequences and implications were the Russian Federation to use chemical or biological weapons in Ukraine. So I think this speaks to the fact that there are some very weighty, very consequential issues that are now on the table. There are some very weighty concerns that we have, and so we are not going to pass up an opportunity to convey those concerns and to convey the potential implications if we think that direct contact is in our interest. Paul.
Can I go to Iran?
Sure.
So where are we? The Iranians say there's two issues left, which presumably are that they want guarantees from the U.S. and they against another policy change, and they want the IRGC to be cleared of being named a terrorist group. Can those issues be bridged, and do you expect them to be bridged soon? And secondly, what do you think of Britain's ability to get back its hostages and the coincidental timing of them releasing Iranian funds?
So to your first question, we do think the remaining issues can be bridged. We do think, and we, as we said before, we have made significant progress. We are close to a possible deal, but we're not there yet. From our end, we are not going to characterize the number.
All right, guys, we've been listening in live here with our State Department briefing. Spokesperson Ned Price still speaking here. We're, of course, going to be sticking with some of this content throughout the rest of our stream, but still have a couple active scenes that we have been keeping an eye on, including in Houston, also just outside of Indianapolis. So a lot to come right here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to step away for a 2-minute break, but stick around because when we come back, we're going to be talking about a fish population that is in trouble. We'll give you much more on that story coming up here in just 2 minutes. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox, where we are always on top of live stories happening not only around the world, but right here also across our country. We'll be continuing on with more of our news surrounding the Russian invasion of Ukraine here in just a little bit. We also do now know that the Fed are going to be raising interest rates for the first time since 2018. We'll be giving you more details on that coming up here a little bit later on Live Now from Fox as well. But there is a fish population that researchers are concerned about. Let's go ahead and get some more details with Fox Weather's Katie Burns. She's joining us from Jamestown, Rhode Island, and it looks like, Katie, you are out there on a boat with everyone. Let's just talk about, first of all, what have they been noticing about this flounder population?
Hi, Christy. Well, we've been spending the day with Rhode Island's Division of Marine Fisheries. We've been working with their state biologists and also captains on the boat here as they take us out on a monthly survey they do, where they essentially take a look at what fish are out here in the water in the Narragansett Bay. And they started doing this survey really in the 90s when they noticed a declining population with a specific fish called the winter flounder. It's usually abundant in the past in the winter months, and a lot of fishermen would rely on it as their, to make a living, to sell that fish. But they noticed it declining rapidly, and so they started doing this survey to see what was going on. And they think, it has a lot to do with warming waters, but also the ecosystem is changing as well because of that. And when the winter flounder, when there's less of them, it's impacting those fishermen who used to rely on them for a job, but it's also impacting the ecosystem and the fish that used to feed off of the winter flounder as well. So it's definitely been a significant change. We know that the workers here tell me that back in the day, in the 80s, they would be able to fill 2 buckets like this with winter flounder on a winter monthly survey like we're doing now. But today, we only saw 1, which the state biologist we're with actually said was very rare. The last time he's seen just 1 winter flounder was during November's monthly survey. Christy?
And I guess, Katie, something that people may be wondering, is there anything that we can do, that can be done to reverse this decline that they've been seeing with the population?
Well, that's part of the reason they do surveys like this, because, they not only look at winter flounder, but they look at other fish species and if there are any changes they're noticing. So there is some rules in place to protect them. We know that you cannot fish winter flounder in the Narragansett Bay and some neighboring salt ponds, and that's really just to protect the species and also to hopefully get their population back and growing.
Important work being done. We do appreciate you giving us some updates, especially out there live on the water. Again, Fox Weather's Katie Byrne joining us from Jamestown, Rhode Island. Thank you so much for that update, and hopefully that research can continue to be done out there here today.
Great. Yeah. Thank you for having me.
And let's just go ahead, as we are now just talking a little bit about weather. Take a live look at that weather radar showing us some temperatures coming to us from across the country. You're seeing a little bit of warmer temperatures for some of us here in Arizona, as well as you even look a little bit north. One of the things that we always say from the Midwest, because I'm from Minnesota, is it's funny when you have sometimes those warmer temperatures, but yet still somewhere in your forecast you have some snow that could possibly happen as well. So for people in Minneapolis, first, let's just say right now they are seeing some temperatures in the mid-50s, probably a very nice break from some of those cold temperatures that they've been experiencing over these last few weeks. You take a look at areas like here in Arizona. Today we're going to be seeing some breezy weather, but very sunny as our highs reach up near 85 degrees. So just a live look at some of the temperatures people are experiencing at this time. But of course, a lot of folks excited about spring now that we've all moved our clocks ahead an hour, except for us here in Arizona, that is. But we're going to be always on top of weather for you right here, not only with our Fox Weather team, but also right here on Live Now from Fox. So we're going to step away for a 2-minute break. As I mentioned before, we're going to be staying on top of the latest happening in Ukraine. Of course, going to be continuing to try to reach out to our partners who are there providing aid, but also right back here at home. We've been listening into the State Department briefing, but we do also have a White House briefing that's going to be coming up. So a lot more to come right here after this 2-minute break. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Just wanted to touch on something that is happening. We'll be playing it out a little bit later, but at least wanted to let our viewers know that the Federal Reserve has raised its benchmark short-term interest rates to 0.25% on Wednesday. This is the first time the Fed raised rates since December of 2018. The central bank is forecasting 7 rate hikes this year. The rate hikes will eventually mean higher loan rates for many consumers and businesses. The central bank's policymakers expect inflation to remain elevated and to end 2022 at 4.3%. Now, Fed officials now are forecasting much slower economic growth this year of 2.8%, down from its 4% estimate in December. As I mentioned, of course, you're seeing here Federal Reserve Chair Powell here making some remarks. We'll be playing those out here for our viewers on Live Now from Fox. But we've also been keeping an eye on a number of different breaking news stories, especially since there's been a shooting that happened down in Texas. Do want to let our viewers know, of course, we're staying on top of that. Here's that live picture again as police are still searching for that suspect. But here in Houston, we have also learned that that one victim who was shot at the office building, unfortunately, did succumb to their injuries. So that person has died at the hospital. Now, we've also been keeping an eye on a warehouse fire that had been taking place in Indiana. And we do actually have our, looks like authorities speaking about that. So let's go ahead and listen into the latest update as we now know that this is at a Walmart warehouse. And thankfully, there's been no injuries reported as of right now.
I think there's teams working on that now. All firefighters are accounted for. We did have a Mayday situation around 12:45. 2 firefighters were unaccounted for a matter of a few minutes. We rectified that rather quickly. They were located and everybody exited the building safely. That's when we switched to a defensive operation. Right now, we're expecting this to be quite an operation for several hours. We've got about 12 agencies here assisting us. Neighboring fire departments are assisting us. I think there's 12 of those here now. We've got every major resource you can ask for here. IDIM is en route to monitor air quality for now. If you're in the plume or in the area, shelter in place or evacuate if you're already outside or something. But shelter in place, stay out of that. We will start monitoring air quality here shortly, and we'll give updates as we can on that.
Clearly, you're just still in the middle of this battle, but we've heard a lot of explosions. The fire has been very intense. The smoke has been very dark and thick. Any idea what may have sparked this, what we're hearing, what's happening inside there?
No idea at the moment what started it. We know there was fire on a 3rd floor mezzanine area when we arrived. Obviously, this is a distribution center for Walmart, heavy contents, right? So,
What's the mezzanine area?
It's racking. They have racking in different levels of storage, multiple levels of storage, and that was on the 3rd floor. And we have no idea what started at the moment. Once we can get in there, we might have a better idea. But as I said earlier, every major resource we can ask for is here. ATF is here, IDIM is here, EMA is here. The State Fire Marshal's office is here, and it'll take quite some time to, first of all, bring this fire under control and then get it cool enough where we can get inside and investigate and even think about what might happen. We have not did employee interviews with Walmart. We've barely had time to talk to our own employees to see what they encountered once they were inside, but I'm estimating this is going to take it'll be another 24-hour operation at least to get this completely put out. We're going to be here for quite some time.
So did you guys start fighting it inside then, and you had to evacuate?
Yes, all fire when we got here was located inside, and then it grew exponentially after we got here.
So the fact that nobody was hurt has got to be, when we look at this, and we know no one was hurt, including your personnel.
Absolutely. A few tense minutes there when it took off from something we were getting a hand on to got ahead of us. It was a few tense minutes, but once we realized everybody was safe, some confusion with the Walmart staff. They're dealing with 1,000 employees in there. They have accountability systems in place, but that just takes a while, right? So once we got all that under control, found out everybody was safe, we focused our efforts on trying to just contain it where it is, and that's exactly what we're doing now. We're trying to leave it where it is right now. There's no reason to think it's going to expand to any other structures or buildings or neighboring neighborhoods or stuff. We have all the appropriate resources there. There is a water issue. We've been pumping a lot of water for 3 hours now, or I don't even know what time it is, but we've been using a lot of water and we can't sustain that long term. So we're going to have to cut back on our operations here, water consumption here. so we'll still have water for other places. So you may see additional fire trucks showing up. Those are to transport water in and out, which is going to slow our operations down a little bit.
What you said there was, you said you're not sure what started. Any idea what's been fueling this? Chemicals, lithium ion, that sort of thing?
You know, it's a Walmart distribution center. So the best I can tell you is if you can think of it, it is probably there. A lot of the noises and stuff you hear, yes, they're described as explosion, but it's the semi-truck tires and stuff that are becoming overheated and rupturing. No hazard right now to anybody locally.
Some other fire crews have talked about, at least online, they're seeing a lot of people with stuff raining down on them from this big plume of smoke, and they're warning people don't touch that. I guess, can you reiterate what people should do if they're having debris fall in their yard?
Yeah. Right now, if you're having debris fall in your yard, obviously stay away from it. If you think it's an emergency or going to cause a hazard or spread to something, obviously call 911 and they'll send the closest available resource over to investigate that. But for now, just stay away from it. As I said earlier, if you're in the plume or near this area, best thing you do is shelter in place. Please avoid the area. Lots of resources here. I'm estimating roughly 180 to 200 firefighters are here now currently. Give them room to work. We just need people to stay out of the area. Yes, it is quite the sight to see, but please stay away from this area.
Chief, are you concerned about not having enough water to fight this?
We will have to decrease our operations here soon due to water. We're looking at additional options. There is locally a pond that we can use some water out of. We're exploring every option right now, but we are going to have to slow down our operations here soon due to water consumption.
Are there any
harmed? There was a lot of semis that were on fire over there. Are those like trucker semis? Were people's cars damaged?
Right now, I can't elaborate on that. I can tell you that everything that was in the structure or attached to the structure, such as a shipping trailer or whatever, is going to be a complete loss when this is said and done. But outside of that, I don't know anything else.
From Walmart yet? Heard from that at all yet?
I've spoke to Walmart. Their media relations team hopefully will be reaching out. I think don't quote me on all this, but there's a website you can go to. That Walmart's website has the media relations stuff. You can contact them there. I'm sure they will have a representative here soon that will be able to release an official statement from them. But as I can tell you right now, all of their employees are safe. And they're working on reunification efforts now.
Are you concerned at all that this is arson, Chief?
I have no idea how this may have started, and that's going to take days or weeks to even think about.
You said this is going to be about a 24-hour operation. How long should people in this area continue to shelter in place or stay away if they were outside?
Right now, I don't have an answer to that. In another 2 hours, we'll know how much we have under control, and it'll look better I'll have a better outcome for your answer here after a bit.
And you're clearly making sure people stay inside so that they can breathe, air
Yes,
that is
right now
clean.
we
Is
don't
there
know
any
anything about the air
concern?
quality, and we're not going to comment whether it's safe or not until we get some testing equipment and stuff here. And once we get all that done, we'll most certainly be giving updates throughout the rest of the afternoon and evening here. So,
are we 100% certain that all employees are accounted for?
All firefighters are accounted for. As Walmart has expressed to me, all their associates are accounted for as well.
Did the wind contribute to this spreading at all?
I think the main contributor to spreading is the heavy contents of the structure. That building is full of contents from floor to ceiling, multiple levels. And once that fire gets ahead of us, it's a tough one to contain.
Any idea I'm assuming this building was equipped with a fire suppression system. Any idea how that played a role or if that got overwhelmed too quickly?
Yes, this building is equipped with a state-of-the-art advanced warning system that detects the smoke and everything else. It was functioning when we got here, but first impression is it got overwhelmed with the amount of stuff in the building. But that's something we'll look into, and we'll go from there. But to have a good answer for you, not.
Were you first notified of the fire by a 911 call or by a smoke alarm, or what was that first notification?
I do not know what the first notification was. I do know that their alarm system did activate, and our 911 center did receive calls from their alarm monitoring, but I believe it was an associate that made the first phone call, and they do have some associates here that I think attempted to put the fire out, but they said it was well involved by the time they got to it and pretty deep into the storage components and stuff, and they just weren't unable to access it and didn't do any good efforts.
Hendricks County 911 is reporting very heavy call volume. That's kind of interfering with their ability to respond to other emergency calls. What advice do you have to somebody else who's trying to reach emergency services today?
Right now, I don't foresee any delay in the 911 system here in Henry County. Yes, we have maxed our resources, but we are calling on neighbors to backfill our stations and communities, and that's what we do in the fire service. We have plans for events such as this. We just don't have to activate them very often. So we are testing our plan today, and so far we're in good shape. And we appreciate, as I said, there's 12 other agencies here assisting us right now, and we appreciate all the assistance we're getting.
Okay, so we'll have another update here in a little while, guys. I'm going to get that Walmart information for you, and we appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, so once again, listening in live as fire officials giving us that update. You can just see, though, we had that video there for you in that right-hand box, but that ground footage showing just that plume of smoke really does give you a picture from what people there on scene had responded to. You can see it rising up, just how thick it looks as well. Of course, this is a very large warehouse. There's a number of items inside, as we just heard our fire officials say as well. And thankfully, again, no one being reported injured after this had taken place here today. So one of the concerns, as we heard them mention, is the amount of water that they've been having to put onto this fire, and yet they're still trying to make better progress, and now they're going to run into the issue of how much more water do we need to put this out entirely. So of course, we're going to continue to stay on top of this breaking news here for you on Live Now from Fox, but we do actually have more than one breaking news scene that we've been staying on top of here for all of our viewers. So just going to switch gears here for a moment, as we do also have here in Houston, police searching for a suspect after one person was shot. We do now have that update coming from our teams down on the ground that unfortunately that one person who had been reported shot was taken to the hospital and unfortunately has died. So there's now one victim who was killed, and police are still looking for that shooter. So this is still a very active scene. It does seem like they have continued to ask the public to avoid this area as they have been conducting this investigation. And for those of you who are just joining us again, they do say that this had happened at an office building in Houston. It was reported here just this afternoon at the 20 Greenway Plaza, which is located at the intersection of Cummins Street and Portsmouth Street. So for those of you familiar with the area, you may see some of these roads around here blocked off, and this is the reason why. So not only do we have the police department out here, we have SWAT officers out here, we do also have, of course, our medical emergency personnel as well as fire personnel out here as well. And apparently they do say that there's been no other injuries reported at this time. SWAT has been searching the building, the surrounding area for a male suspect, but no other description has been given or released at this time. If we do see some of those emergency personnel, if we see some of our law enforcement officers step up to our camera crews who have been waiting out here on scene, of course, we'll be trying to keep an eye on this. But until that time, I want to also let our viewers know, of course, we have been keeping an eye. And another live picture coming to us, this one from the White House. You can see a lot of folks getting ready and sat down. We are expecting Press Secretary Jen Psaki to step out here any moment to begin her White House press briefing. We're going to step away for a 2-minute break, and once we return, hopefully she'll be marching on out here, giving us the latest on all the things that we're interested in, not only around the world, as far as President Biden's announcement here today. Again, he had announced that we are going to be providing $800 million in aid to Ukraine, but also speaking about some of the things right here at home, inflation, and now the Federal Reserve has increased their interest rates. Or has increased their rates as well. So we'll be right here in the White House press briefing as soon as this does begin. Let's go ahead, step away for that 2-minute break. More to come right here on Live Now from Fox.
Of items for all of you at the top. Today marks 1 year since 8 people, 6 of them women of Asian descent, were tragically killed by a gunman who attacked 3 Asian-run businesses. In the aftermath of that horrific attack, the President and Vice President traveled to Atlanta to meet with leaders of the Asian American community and hear about the pain and fear that too many Asian Americans have felt since the beginning of the COVID-19 pandemic. Today, Erica Moritsugu, Deputy Assistant to the President and AAPI Senior Liaison, is in Atlanta representing the White House as the community mourns the victims of this awful tragedy. Ambassador Catherine Tai, our U.S. Trade Representatives and co-chair of the White House Initiative on Asian Americans, Native Hawaiians, and Pacific Islanders, also spoke at a vigil in Michigan to stand against anti-Asian hate past and present. On this somber day, our administration remains fully committed to reducing the gun violence that terrorizes our communities and to advancing safety, inclusion, and belonging for all Asian Americans, Native Hawaiians, and Pacific Islanders. I wanted to make a note on gas prices. Right now, oil prices are $94 per barrel. When oil was at this level 1 month ago, the average cost of a gallon of gasoline was $3.49. And yet now the average cost of gas is $4.32. When it comes to oil and gas prices, many accept that gas prices rise quickly but fall slowly, the so-called rockets and feathers phenomenon. But President Biden rejects that. Americans deserve relief and fast as oil prices fall. Retail gasoline prices are updated at least daily, and if gas retailers' costs are going down, they need to immediately pass those savings on to consumers. So I will reiterate what the President said to oil and gas companies last week. The invasion of Ukraine and the volatility of the oil market is no excuse for excessive price increases, profit padding, or any effort to exploit American consumers. No one should capitalize on Putin's aggression by taking advantage of American families. And this chart, which you see here, shows both the price of crude oil, and you see where it is as it relates to the price of gasoline. And as you've seen it go down, the price of gasoline obviously has not gone down. So that is the explanation of that particular chart. Also just wanted to note before we get to questions that in some good news, we saw history made yesterday with the strong bipartisan confirmation of Shalonda Young, the first black woman to serve as the director of the Office of Management and Budget. For the past year, she served as a key advisor to the president, a member of the economic team. She's led the development of the president's budget and helped effectively implement his agenda and vision across the entire federal government. She's not just making history, she's exceptionally qualified and has vast budget experience from her years leading staff on the House Appropriations Committee. So we're thrilled to have her as our confirmed director. Finally, I know you had just heard the president give remarks on this, but for clarity's sake and to make sure everybody fully understands the totality of assistance, what the president announced today was an additional $800 million in security assistance to Ukraine, bringing the total U.S. security assistance committed to Ukraine to $1 billion in just the past week, and more than $2 billion since the start of the Biden administration, and more specifically since last March. There's additional security assistance in the omnibus the president signed into law yesterday, but we're also working with the Ukrainians and others on delivery mechanisms of that. So what he outlined today is the additional $800 billion from that. And this assistance, as you heard him say, will take the form of direct transfers of equipment from the Department of Defense to the Ukrainian military to help them defend their country against Russia's unprovoked and unjustified invasion. It also includes U.S.-produced short-range air defense systems the Ukrainians have been using to great effect, systems they are trained on. We've also identified and are helping the Ukrainians acquire additional longer-range systems on which their forces, again, are already trained, as well as additional munitions for these systems. And we will continue to work with allies and partners to transfer equipment to Ukraine. At least 30 countries to date have provided security assistance to Ukraine since the invasion began. And in 2022, the Department of State authorized third-party transfers of defensive equipment from more than 14 countries, a number that continues to grow as allies and partners increase support to Ukraine. Chris, why don't you kick us off?
All right. First off, just want to note this is your 200th briefing.
Oh,
So,
wow.
welcome.
Time flies when you're having fun.
And we will celebrate with a lot of questions.
Okay, 200. Let's do it.
To start us off, the White House has said the Russian actions in Ukraine are under close scrutiny for potential war crimes. But today, President Biden directly labeled Putin a, quote, war criminal. Has something changed the administration's assessment? What brought this new remark from the president today?
I think the president's remarks speak for themselves. He was speaking from his heart and speaking from what he's seen on television, which is barbaric actions by a brutal dictator through his invasion of a foreign country. There is a legal process that continues to be underway at the State Department. That's a process that they would have any updates on.
So another question on the military assistance. Is the White House, is the administration facilitating the transfer of S-300 anti-air missiles? How is the U.S. facilitating that? How many might be provided to Ukraine?
Well, let me just provide to you, as I've educated myself a little bit on weapon systems over the past few days, I thought this might be helpful to you. So S-300s are anti-aircraft systems. We are providing Stingers, are also anti-aircraft systems. There are a range of anti-aircraft systems that different countries have around the world. So as I noted, I know that President Zielinski called out specifically S-300s, and while I'm not going to get into specifics for security reasons, we are continuing to work with our allies and key partners to surge new assistance, including Soviet or Russian origin anti-aircraft systems, which is exactly what that is. But what we're talking about here is how to provide them a range of anti-aircraft systems that will help them do exactly what they've been doing, which is to shoot down planes. And part of what the president announced today was additional Stingers that serve exactly that purpose.
So, given that the S-300 has a much longer range than the Stingers, is that part of the administration's plan to find a way to facilitate that specific transport?
Without getting into specific systems, there are a range of anti-aircraft systems that do have longer range. We are continuing to consult with our allies and key partners to surge that assistance, but I'm not going to get into more specifics.
And the last question is, the Federal Reserve raised rates today to help fight inflation. Is the administration confident that the Fed can beat inflation through rate hikes and not risk a recession?
Well, I would note that Chairman Powell spoke to exactly that question today. So I would point you to his specific comments answering that question, where he did express confidence in the ability to take the steps he announced and avoid that. I would note that while we respect the independence of the Federal Reserve, as you, of course, as we have said many times, the president has also said in the past that he recognizes not only their independence, but that it is appropriate and necessary for the Federal Reserve to recalibrate their support to maintain stable prices. And obviously they made an announcement today. As it relates to, we obviously closely watch, hear from the administration and closely monitor all risks, and we continue to believe that the United States economy is positioned well to deal with the challenges ahead, even as we continue to monitor. And obviously there are events that impact the economy, including an invasion of a foreign country, and we're seeing that impact as well play out in the economic data. Go ahead.
Back on this question of labeling Putin a war criminal. I mean, this war has now been going on for 3 weeks. So far, the president has...
Television. We have all seen barbaric acts, horrific acts by a foreign dictator in a country that is threatening and taking the lives of civilians, impacting hospitals, women who are pregnant, journalists, others, and I think he was answering a direct question.
The administration is making it very clear and publicly how much assistance the U.S. is providing to Ukraine. Whether we are fighting in this war or not, the U.S. is obviously heavily involved. Putin certainly knows all of this. He knows where this equipment is coming from. Is there any concern that you run the risk that he may view this as the kind of direct U.S. involvement, the direct confrontation that you are trying to avoid?
Well, all of the equipment that we're providing, whether it's Stingers or Javelins or counter-artillery, mortar radar, counter UAV tracking radars, anti-armor systems, unmanned aerial systems. This is all defensive equipment and materials. It is more than we've ever provided to Ukraine in the past. It is a significant amount of assistance that we have expedited the delivery on, and we will continue to do exactly that. But as our Department of Defense, and they can certainly speak to themselves, they do risk assessments. They assess what the impact will be of the types of assistance they're providing. We're obviously watching how the types of assistance we have provided have helped the Ukrainians courageously and bravely fight back, and we're giving them more of that assistance. We've also given them additional types of assistance we had not yet provided to them. But again, these are all defensive weapon systems.
You have noted from the podium that Putin has shown no signs of changing course. You've also significant consequences that Putin could still face. Even with this additional aid that you're providing today, it seems there are still other options on the table. So why hold back? Why not use every tool at your disposal now to spare additional lives?
Well, I think if you look at the range of tools that we've used to date, we have implemented more economic sanctions than we have on any other economy in the world. You could compare it potentially to Iran or maybe North Korea, but Russia is a much more significant economy, a larger economy, and so I wouldn't say that we are holding back in that sense. We do have additional steps we can take, as we've talked about a bit in here before. Obviously, the SWIFT banking system and the implementation of those sanctions happens institution by institution. There are additional individuals that can be sanctioned. We can have new targets. We can deepen the severity of sanctions on existing targets. We can further eject Russia from the international economic order. We can further deny Russia the capacity to modernize and diversify its economy, like we have with the export controls and the cutting off of access to a lot of technology. And we can further expose and hold to account the kleptocracy. These are additional actions we have, additional options we have, and we can take them, and that is a decision that we would make through a discussion internally.
But what are you waiting for?
We have additional escalatory steps that we can take, but I would just note that we have not held back. We have done more economic sanctions and had more put in place more financial consequences than we have in any circumstance ever in the world. So I wouldn't say that is holding back in any capacity. Go ahead.
Jen, does the White House have any insight or assessment of the negotiations between Ukraine and Russia? President Zielinski seemed to indicate there had been some progress, but President Putin's remarks later did not make the same impression.
We obviously stay in very close touch with the Ukrainians, but what I would note is we haven't seen any effort to de-escalate from President Putin and from the Russian military. So while we will continue to be very supportive in a range of ways of diplomatic efforts, whether that is engaging directly with the Ukrainians, with the Europeans, you saw obviously Jake Sullivan had a call with his counterpart this morning as well, but we also are providing a range of security assistance and economic assistance to make sure we're strengthening Ukraine as they go into these discussions. But it's hard to have negotiations that are going to be effective if one party is continuing to escalate.
President Zielinski, in his remarks to Congress today, again made his request for a no-fly zone. He no doubt is aware of President Biden's position on that. Is there any scenario in which President Biden would change his mind?
Well, first let me say that the president watched the speech. I know some of you asked this, so let me just do this now. He watched the speech from his residence in his private library. As you heard him say, he thought that President Zielinski was passionate, was powerful, and certainly he watched the totality of it. We are in very close touch with the Ukrainians. Nothing that he asked for or said today was a surprise in that sense. And if we were President Zielinski, we would be asking for everything possible as well and continuing to ask for it, because he is watching his country and his people be attacked and brutalized by President Putin and the Russian military. But how President Biden makes decisions is through the prism of our own national security. And as we've said before, a no-fly zone would require implementation. It would require us potentially shooting down Russian planes, NATO shooting down Russian planes, and we are not interested in getting into World War III.
Just lastly, does the White House view Russia being ready to go back and allow the Iran nuclear deal to move forward?
Well, we can't blissfully speak for Russia. I'm sanctioned. They especially wouldn't let me speak for them, I guess, now. I don't know if it's changed. But I would say that Russia does not want Iran to acquire a nuclear weapon. We don't either. While we have a range of strong disagreements with them, we can't speak for their intentions here. Certainly, we believe it's in both of our interests for this to move forward. Go ahead.
Jen, does the president believe that it would be important for President Zielinski to be at the NATO summit next week, as long as it is safe for him to do so?
I have not discussed that exactly with the president, but the president's going there to meet with NATO partners and allies. Obviously, President Zielinski is his country is in the middle of a war, so I have not talked to him about that specifically.
And wanted to ask you about Jake Sullivan speaking with his Russian counterpart. The Russian readout said that this happened at the U.S.'s initiative, and the NSC's readout said that if Russia is serious about diplomacy, then Moscow should stop attacking Ukraine. You've obviously consistently said from the podium that the door to diplomacy is never closed. Are we seeing, though, a ramp up in diplomatic efforts with Russia right now?
Well, this is the most senior conversation between the U.S. and Russian officials since Secretary Blinken last spoke with Foreign Minister Lavrov. I would note that we have maintained direct and indirect contact with the Russians through our embassy and officials there, including through Ambassador Sullivan, and we also have a military deconfliction channel. But we requested this call to clearly lay out our commitment to continuing to impose costs on Russia if they do not stop attacking Ukrainian cities and towns, and to warn them about the consequences and implications of Russia potentially using chemical or biological weapons in Ukraine. So it's important to convey those consequences directly, and this is an opportunity to do that.
Just one final question on a different topic. The administration has marked the one-year anniversary of the Atlanta spa shootings and spoken about some of the actions that the federal government has tried to take. As you know, this week, an Asian woman in New York, a 67-year-old woman, was hit more than 125 times, was stomped on, was called a racial slur. Obviously, that video is very sickening to watch. Do you know whether the president has seen that video? And just what would the president's message be to anyone in the Asian American community who feels like, well, the actions that the government is taking are not enough to stop these attacks, and they say that they feel afraid?
Well, I would say that our message to them, I have not talked to the president about this specific video. I have seen it, a number of us have seen it, and as you said, it is very difficult to watch. I would say that his message to them would be, our work is not done, that we want to stand by your side and continue to stand up for you, to protect you, to call out this type of discrimination and horrific actions, including in the example you gave, and that what he has done is try to elevate this type of anti-Asian hate in this country so that people are aware of it, so that communities across the country can continue in that fight as well. But the work clearly is not done, and we need to be steadfast in it. Go ahead, David.
Jen, a couple of questions on today's events. So first, in the conversation that Jake Sullivan had with his Russian counterpart, he issued a very specific warning about chemical and bio. There was no mention in the readout of nuclear, which is obviously a concern for battlefield weapons. Was that a deliberate omission? Has that conversation taken place in a different channel?
I'm happy to go back to them and see if there's more we want to read out from the conversation. I think what the most important component here to take away, I hope, is that we wanted to have a direct conversation about what the consequences would be of further escalatory action. But I don't have more to read out at this point in time.
And then on your answer just before about your concern about the MiG planes, we went through a little bit of this yesterday. I think you just said that you didn't want to have NATO pilots bringing down Russian planes. But under the administration's policy of moving out this long-range anti-aircraft, it's okay to have NATO equipment bringing down Russian planes as long as it's launched by a Ukrainian. Am I understanding the policy right?
Well, I think you've heard us talk a fair amount about the planes from Poland. And again, Poland is a sovereign country, so they can make decisions on their own. What we have done is done an assessment of our role and the U.S. role and what our view would be of NATO, of these planes taking off from NATO airspace. Again, I would note that the equipment that we've provided is defensive, as you know, not offensive, and we see that as being a difference. We're also looking at...
Because the planes can be used for an offensive purpose and the anti-missile systems cannot.
Correct.
Okay.
Also, I would note that what our Department of Defense officials also assessed is what's most effective. And while the Ukrainians still have squadrons of planes to utilize, as I think any military official could confirm for you, the types of assistance that we are providing today, including Stingers and other assistance that we're amping up support for, is exactly what we feel is effective in fighting this war. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. Today in Putin's speech, he implied that there's going to be even greater crackdowns on civil liberties inside of Russia. Is there anything that you all believe that you can do in terms of sanctions or supporting the opposition there that you all are not already taking?
Well, we look at all of the actions that President Putin does, and we assess what responses we may have. I have nothing to predict at this point in time, but obviously as he has taken actions, we have taken actions in response.
And specifically on the case of Alexei Navalny, prosecutors there just said that they want to sentence him for a 13-year prison sentence. Does the White House have a response to that?
I think we've spoken a number of times in the past about the courage of Alexei Navalny about the role he's played in being an outspoken advocate for freedoms in a country that has been void of them, and I would echo that response now. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. Can you talk a little bit about what President Biden specifically hopes to accomplish in his trip next week beyond shoring up NATO allies?
Well, that's a big part of it. That's a very important part, Ashley, shoring up NATO allies. Look, I think from the beginning, and even before this conflict began, we have viewed rebuilding alliances in the world as a key component of what the Biden administration and President Biden could specifically do on the global stage following his predecessor's actions. So what he'll be doing, while he's there, he's meeting with our NATO allies to coordinate our deterrence and defense. So they will obviously talk about where things are on the ground, coordinated responses, assistance we're providing. NATO at this point, as you all know, is more united and more determined than we've been in decades. So we certainly would be focused on continuing that unity. He's also going to join European leaders in a separate part of the day to discuss our work to impose economic costs on Russia. As I noted earlier, there are obviously a range of coordinated steps and costs we've taken. There's more that we could do. We have the capacity, the ability to do, and we want to continue to do as much of that in a coordinated fashion. We're also looking to continue to provide a range of humanitarian support, especially as we're seeing a surge of refugees continue to grow across the border, and discuss a range of ways we can address the challenges stemmed from Putin's war in a coordinated fashion.
And on a slightly lighter note, does the administration have a position on the effort in Congress to make daylight savings time permanent?
I have seen those reports. I was trying to think of a joke. I couldn't think of one. I don't have a specific, we are obviously coordinated and work closely with Congress on all legislation they consider, but I don't have a specific position from the administration at this point of time.
Isn't more of a morning person or an afternoon? Because people are often divided in those ways, so I'm just curious.
That is true. Now, to de-link it from the specific question, he is more of an evening person, but I don't know what analysis you'll provide, but I'll look forward to reading tomorrow. Go ahead.
Thank you, Jen. Has President Biden spoken to President Zielinski today?
Not since this morning. If he does, and when he does, which I'm sure he will soon, we will provide that readout to all of you.
Got it, thanks. Today, President Zielinski made a distinction between a humanitarian no-fly zone and a blanket no-fly zone. Does the administration view them as being different or the same thing?
Well, there have been descriptions of both of those over the past couple of weeks, and sometimes a humanitarian, and I don't want to put words in his mouth, but a humanitarian no-fly zone can be specific geography or a portion of Western or parts of Ukraine, whereas a no-fly zone, sometimes people refer to it as the totality of the country. In our view, in the view of the military, there's not a difference in terms of the implementation and the escalatory impact.
Thank you. And then today, the Vice President spoke with the President of Slovakia, which is one of 3 countries that can actually provide those S-300s. But the readout does not mention the missile system. So can you tell us whether the Vice President directly asked Slovakia to provide them to Ukraine?
I can't get into more specifics other than to convey that we are having conversations with a range of allies about providing additional assistance, anti-aircraft assistance. And again, there are a range of systems, including some of the systems that we provided and we are going to be expediting delivery of to Ukraine from the United States.
And one more on the warplanes that Zielinski asked for today. I mean, you've made very clear that the U.S. is opposed to doing that right now. I wonder if the U.S. is also discouraging other NATO allies from providing fighter jets, even if the U.S. would not have to serve as a middleman.
If other countries can make their own sovereign decisions.
And then one more on the Asian hate crimes, because you mentioned them at the top too. Do you know if the DOJ has concluded that there is not enough evidence to charge the shooter in Atlanta with a federal hate crime?
I couldn't speak to that from here. You'd have to ask DOJ that question.
And then more broadly, since the administration adopted new policies that are meant to make it easier to identify these crimes as hate crimes, can you point to any progress?
Again, I'd point to the Department of Justice who are implementing.
Thanks, Jen.
Sure, go ahead, Jackie.
Thank you, Jen. Just one more, and a lot of people have asked about the MiGs, but can you lay out for us why the administration sees MiGs as provocative and Javelins and Stingers as not provocative?
Well, first, javelins and stingers are defensive weapons. MiGs or planes are offensive weapons, which are a different type of military system. I would say the other assessment that we've done, not through here, not through the White House, not through the President, from the Department of Defense, is to assess what is effective and what works in terms of fighting this war on the ground. And that is why we provided an additional $1 billion, $800 million announced today, but $1 billion this week of assistance, utilizing a number of the high-level military systems, Stingers, Javelins, counter-artillery, counter-mortar radar, anti-armor systems that we know have been effective and we know the Ukrainians are trained on. Third, Ukraine's Air Force already has several squadrons of mission-capable aircraft, and giving them more would not significantly change their effectiveness. And finally, I touched on this in the beginning, offensive versus defensive, but we also do risk assessments from the Department of Defense about what would be escalatory, and that is obviously what we would like to avoid.
John Kirby has said that success for the U.S. mission in Ukraine is a free, independent, sovereign Ukraine. We've also heard that the official mission is to prevent escalation beyond Ukraine. Which is it?
Both are true.
If we're not specific about what exactly the desired outcome is, how do we expect to be able to...
Why could both not be true? A sovereign Ukraine and preventing them from expanding beyond.
Okay. And then moving on to the nuclear deal. General McKenzie told the Armed Services Committee that from everything that he can see, the IRGC is a terrorist organization. Is the White House willing to delist the IRGC from the foreign terrorist organization list in order to get a deal with Iran?
We're still in the negotiations, so I'm not going to speculate or outline from here what the final details look like.
And these are likely the group responsible for firing missiles at U.S. facilities in Iraq. So as long as Americans aren't killed, are there no consequences for something like that, all in an effort to get a nuclear deal?
Again, you're speculating on something that is not even finalized. The deal is not finalized. What I would note, and I would just go back to why we're negotiating this deal, and right now we're negotiating this deal because Iran's nuclear gains are threatening U.S. interests. There's urgency to taking steps to contain that, which is why we've been engaged so closely. And that is all the result of President Trump pulling out of the deal and Iran moving closer to having the capacity and acquiring a nuclear weapon and speeding up their breakout time. So we are here thanks to the actions of the last president and the last administration, and it is in our interest, it is in the global interest to prevent Iran from acquiring a nuclear weapon. Go ahead, Kristen.
Thanks, Jen. How quickly can Ukraine expect to receive the list of military aid that President Biden laid out today?
Well, we have expedited, as we've noted from here, about $300 million worth of military and security assistance over the last couple of weeks. We continue to have channels to deliver military assistance, and so we would continue to work to deliver it quickly. There have been military deliveries even in the last few days.
So it has been rolling, and you're confident it will continue to be, including these new...
We continue to have channels to do exactly that, yes.
Okay. And the president said, going back to the long-range air defense systems, that he was working with allies to acquire them. Can you tell us where they are and what the expectation is in terms of the timeline for getting those systems to you?
I can't outline where they are because we're going to keep those conversations private. I would note that a great deal of what we're doing is augmenting the type of effective military assistance that we're doing from the United States and working to prioritize equipment that they are trained on. But we are discussing with a range of partners. When we say Stinger or Javelins, those are brands. There are different kinds of similar assistance or other types of assistance that different allies have around the world.
And I want to go back to the MiGs quickly and just be crystal clear about what you're saying, because when I asked the president about this earlier, he said he's not going to comment. He didn't say that it's not an option. So
well, we've spoken to it approximately 167 times. So maybe yeah.
Well, here's 168.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
There's a growing number of Republicans and Democrats who are supporting the U.S. striking a deal with Poland to send the MiGs. You have Elise Stefanik earlier today saying Ukraine needs those MiGs. You have Scalise saying getting those MiGs in immediately is critical. There's a growing chorus of voices saying that now is the time. Has the president reconsidered his stance at all at this point?
No, because our military makes assessments, which they put out that assessment last week, and I would just echo that one part of the assessment is based on what equipment is effective in fighting this war, anti-armor and air defense systems. They are effectively defending the country. That is what we have provided additional assistance on. Second, they have several squadrons of mission-capable aircraft.
I don't think that's enough, Jen. You heard President
That are
Zelensky
not being,
very
Kristen, that are not,
today.
Kristen, that are not being utilized. This is the assessment by our Defense Department. Third, they are also assessing that the transfer to Ukraine may be mistaken as escalatory. So this is how our Defense Department is assessing. They are assessing also that it would not significantly change the effectiveness of the Ukrainian Air Force. And these are the types of risk assessments we certainly understand. We share the passion, the anger, the horror at what we're seeing. And that is why we significantly increased the types of military assistance, the types of equipment that we know is effective, and our Defense Department is determined is effective in fighting this war.
President Zelensky ended his speech today by saying, being the leader of the world means to be the leader of peace. Is President Biden satisfied that he's leading this leadership moment, given that we're now 3 weeks into this war?
Well, I would say that President Zielinski also thanked the president for the role he's played. And without President Biden, there would not be 30 countries around the world providing security and military assistance. NATO would not be as aligned as it is. We would not be unified in our implementation of the most crippling sanctions we've ever implemented against a foreign country. We will continue to stand by President Zelensky's side, the side of the Ukrainians and the brave and courageous Ukrainian people, and continue to build on the efforts that have been underway to date.
Very quickly, in the wake of the second gentleman testing positive, has President Biden been tested today, and has the Vice President been tested?
I can check on the Vice President. The President has not been. He was tested on Sunday. He was not a close contact, so we have not changed our testing mechanism. Let me check on the Vice President. I know they put out some information last night. I'll see if there's an update. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. Can you confirm that Switchblade drones were part of the package? And if so, do you consider that still defensive?
I don't have more details beyond what was in our fact sheet to confirm from here.
Okay, and is the U.S. monitoring the hostage situation in Chernobyl, and did that come up in the call with Sullivan today?
We are definitely closely monitoring that situation, and I can check and see if that was a topic of discussion during their call.
Also, just lastly here, what does the administration make of the Russian proposal of Ukraine being a demilitarized Austrian, Swedish type model?
As a part of their 15-point discussion, look, our focus is on supporting the Ukrainians in their efforts. Obviously, pursuing diplomacy is something we will always support, but as President Putin and the Russian military continues to take escalatory steps on the ground and take military action against civilians and innocent people, we think that is the biggest place where we need to say change. Go ahead.
I wanted to ask if you're in a position today to say anything more about the contours of the president's travel next week. What's after Brussels, if anything?
I don't have anything more for you at this point in time. We're still finalizing any additional details.
The fact that the second gentleman did test positive, does that raise concerns here about the state of the situation in the country with BA2 or any other variant that might be around?
It does not from our health officials.
Jen, back
Go ahead.
in the room.
Can I ask
I'll go back in a second. Go ahead.
Sarah Bloom-Raskin withdrew
Yeah.
her nomination yesterday. I'm
Yeah.
wondering if you can speak to that, and in particular, will the president name a new nominee soon for that post?
He certainly will nominate a new person to serve, to nominate to that post. It's been less than a day, so it may be a little bit more time. We are certainly disappointed. Sarah Bloom-Raskin remains one of the most highly qualified people to ever be nominated to this position, but it's an important role, and he will nominate someone to fill the position.
How those final sort of days played out on that? Was there an attempt to get bipartisan support, or was Senator Manchin's statement sort of seen as the decisive one?
No, I would say, as I said from this podium, there was continued efforts to seek bipartisan support and continue to support her candidacy.
And sorry, going back to the drones, or is your position that the drones were assessed by the Defense Department to not be perceived as escalatory and to not be perceived as offensive weapons?
Again, I don't have anything more to confirm beyond what was in the fact sheet and the specifics in there, but defensive weapons is what we have provided. Go ahead.
Yeah,
I'll go to the back in a second.
The administration, including you yesterday, have raised very dire warnings about what will happen if this COVID money doesn't come through. President Biden held a bill signing yesterday, a very celebratory bill signing for a piece of legislation that was stripped out of, that funding was stripped out of. Why didn't the president mention it? And is he willing to expend political capital on this?
Yes, he is, absolutely. I would say that we have been working around the clock over the last few days, behind the scenes and publicly, to convey very clearly to elected officials across the country and the American people what the impacts will be. So I would expect you'll hear from him more soon about it.
And on the meeting that Jake Sullivan, or the conversation that Jake Sullivan had with the Russian Security Council secretary, can you say why that particular person was the one that the U.S. reached out to, why he was the one that Jake had a conversation with? Is there anything about his proximity to Putin or anything else that we should know?
I don't think there's more to detail from here.
Please.
Go ahead, Michael.
A couple questions on Russia. Obviously, the president calling Vladimir Putin personally a war criminal today. Are you going to be detailing whether orders to strike maternity wards, residential buildings, innocent children were coming from the very top?
Well, I would say there's a legal process where all of the data and information gathered will be fed into any international investigations. That's led by the State Department. I think I spoke to this a few minutes earlier, where I conveyed the president was directly answering a question and speaking to his own passion in watching the barbaric actions of a brutal dictator invading a foreign country. But there is a legal process that is ongoing. The State Department has oversight over that.
And then the Chinese ambassador to the U.S. Published an op-ed in the Washington Post. He said that threats against Chinese entities and businesses are unacceptable and, quote, wielding the baton of sanctions at Chinese companies while seeking China's support and cooperation simply won't work. I'm wondering what your response.
Well, I would say that I don't believe that's an accurate depiction of what we've been doing. What we've been conveying is that rhetorical support or the clear rhetorical lack of denunciation of what Russia is doing flies in the face of what China stands for, including basic principles of the UN Charter, including the basic principle of respect for sovereignty of nations. And that's just a statement of fact. Obviously, our objective and what we'll watch closely is, and I don't have an update on it from here, is any decision to provide additional support to Russia while they're invading a foreign country. Go ahead.
Thank you. Senator Chuck Grassley has put a hold on nomination of LMA Erika sitting for U.S. ambassadorship to India. Has the President spoken to his friend Senator, or the White House has reached out to him to lift the hold? Or is the White House considering a new name for India? Is the absence of a U.S. ambassador to India having an impact on your bilateral relationship?
Well, he can't actually prevent a vote from moving forward on the floor. I mean, he can convey his opposition, as is the right of any senator. But Mayor Garcetti is out of committee, and we're hoping to see a vote on the Senate floor soon. And the president has confidence in Mayor Garcetti and believes he'll be an excellent representative in India. It is critical, of course, that we have confirmed leadership at all of our embassies, including India, and we urge the Senate to confirm him as quickly as possible.
In the middle of this war with Ukraine, how are the world's largest and oldest democracies working together to bring peace in the region?
Well, I would say, as you know, we remain in touch through a range of channels from our national security team with leaders in India and continue to encourage leaders to work closely with us to stand up against President Putin's invasion of Ukraine. Go ahead.
Thank you. The wheat supplies from both Russia and Ukraine have been disrupted and are forecasted to be disrupted quite a bit going forward. Does the US see the danger, as some have been talking about a breakdown actually of food supplies to large parts of the world, maybe starting with Africa? Thank you.
This is something we're watching very closely. I have a little bit of information on this, so let me see if I can find it. Let's see. And we are concerned about how the wheat supply could impact different parts of the world, less the United States and more other parts of the world. There are also impacts we could see in the United States, including fertilizer and the production of fertilizer. Ukraine is a large producer of fertilizer, so there are steps the Department of Agriculture has announced, and we are taking steps to work to address. But this is something, to go back to your original question, we are monitoring closely, and we are, of course, continuing to evaluate what types of humanitarian assistance we can provide to address.
Just a quick one on another part of the world. Taiwan's foreign minister said just this week, might have been yesterday, that the US is about to announce more arms sales to Taiwan. Do you have anything on that?
I don't have anything to predict, confirm, or read out on that. I'm happy to check with our Defense Department. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. So the president's obviously sanctioned a lot of Russian oligarchs. I wonder about some of the laws, our laws, that enable this sort of international kleptocracy. Obviously, the president's been outspoken about his belief that America's tax code should be more fair, that should be enforced better. And I wonder if the president has thought about or has had conversations with people on the Hill about possible legislation that would change some of these laws, make real estate transactions more transparent, require companies and trusts to be registered to people by their actual name, prevent Americans from using offshore banks as tax havens. Any of that under
A
consideration?
number of those he's expressed support for in the past. I'm happy to check with our economic team and see if any of those are under discussion.
No sense that those talks have picked up.
I just don't have an update on it. Go ahead, Karen.
Just to go back to Jake Sullivan's call, you noted when you were first talking about it that this was the most senior conversation between the U.S. and Russia since Secretary Blinken's last conversation with Lavrov. So why now? Why today? Has something changed that's given the administration any reason to think this could produce some progress, a call like this?
I wouldn't put that much optimism in it. I would say that there have been ongoing direct and indirect conversations with the Russians. It's not that it stopped at any point. Those have happened through our ambassador, and it just felt like the appropriate time for our national security advisor to have a discussion and directly convey that there will be additional consequences should things proceed, including if there is a use of chemical weapons.
I guess to ask you the inverse then,
Yeah.
would there be any increasing concerns that prompted that call today?
I would say that, diplomatic conversations and talks, there isn't always a magic reason why they happen in a particular moment. And this was just felt like the appropriate time for us to engage at that level. Go ahead. I have to wrap up in a second here, but go ahead.
Thank you, Jen. You put out a list of all of the military equipment included in that $800 million that's being provided to Ukraine. Among those items, let me read them to you: 100 grenade launchers, 5,000 rifles, 1,000 pistols, 400 machine guns, and 400 shotguns. Are you saying those items are not offensive weapons?
They're weapons that help the Ukrainian people fight against an invasion by a foreign country.
They can be used offensively, can they not?
Again, they're weapons. What I'm talking about is weapons that can be used to fight.
The answer is yes. I mean, although you don't want to say it, that answer to that question is yes. And so, obviously, you're trying to make this distinction between offensive.
Well, what we're talking about, let me finish.
Well,
Let me finish my answer.
No, you aren't, no, I was finishing a point, and then you can respond to my
Okay, go ahead.
All right, you're making this distinction between offensive and defensive weapons. Anybody that looks at that list of weapons that I just mentioned, they would say, clearly they're offensive. If a Ukrainian military officer or someone who is enlisted has one of these weapons, they can take out a Russian military official of some sort with these weapons. They're offensive in nature. So why not provide more offensive weapons like this to the Ukrainian military?
Well, first of all, we are providing a range of rifles, etc. There is a difference between a plane and planes and massive military systems. I think anybody would recognize this. And what we're talking about, which is giving rifles and pistols to many of them farmers and people living in countrysides to defend themselves. I think there's a difference that most people recognize. Thank you, everyone, so much. Have a nice day.
You promised the back of the room.
I will get to you tomorrow. I'm sorry I have to wrap up. I apologize.
White House briefing is all over right now. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everyone, as we're getting that update on the latest aid, $800 million going to Ukraine. That was just announced today by President Biden. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. Got a couple of moments left here in the stock trading day here. As you can see, a big day jumping forward, 425 points there in the green. That comes all after Jerome Powell's conversations and the talks that he had today. We'll play those out a little bit later as we were learning that this is the first rate hike in more than 3 years. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. Let's take a quick 2-minute break. When we come back, I'm going to take you out. We got a live news conference right here. This is in Houston, getting an update on a deadly shooting that happened. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. Well, unfortunately, today in Houston, there was a deadly shooting at a Houston office building. They do have the suspect in custody right now. Let's learn from officials here.
What we know right now, at 11:58 a.m., right before noon, we received a dispatch call to this location for a shooting, active shooter situation. We had officers close, and within 3 months, they arrived on the scene, and immediately, in 3 minutes, they arrived on the scene and went immediately up to the building. It apparently occurred on the 10th floor of the building, and our officers went down there to stop any killing and to protect the public and get the suspect in custody. They did not engage the suspect on the 10th floor. And we started bringing in additional units because we didn't know where he was, but we did believe that he was in the building somewhere, armed. So as you can see behind us, we have a lot of officers on the scene, and we had officers respond all over the city because this is an active building. All floors are occupied by workers that were still in the building, many of them sheltering in place, and we just didn't know where he was. And so we brought officers from all over and went to every floor of the building to secure it, to protect the people on those floors as we tried to find this individual before anything else could happen. This took some time, and the information was still coming in little by little, but eventually we had the suspect's information, and we started going to the location where he lives, or we believe he lives, over at 1625 Fannin, 1625 Fannin, which is a high-rise over there apartment building. It was there at approximately 2 o'clock. Our officers that were on that location did locate the suspect that we were looking for because witnesses here identified him and took him into custody. He was in a vehicle, and they called him out, and he did surrender there. What is his tie to the building? He is an employee, is what we're being told, of the building and working on the 10th floor. Our victim is reportedly his supervisor all of this occurred on the 10th floor where they both work. We do not know why he chose to target his supervisor. We do believe he did target him because he passed up everybody else. We do not think this was random, but that he was actually looking for his supervisor and targeted him specifically. And sadly, he did shoot his supervisor on that floor, and his supervisor did pass on that floor. And I'm going to turn over to HFD Chief Lozano to talk a little bit more about that. At this point, our victim was a black male, and our suspect is a black male, we believe. So we're still trying to confirm all of those other things, and again, we just don't know why he did that. For the other people in the building, no one else was hurt, as far as we know. They were all sheltered in place and covered by our officers that made it to each floor to protect them. And now, as you'll see, we are slowly bringing them out floor by floor. HFD is on scene, standby to check on anybody that might be having any complications so we can take care of them. Again, this is an active scene. There will be a lot more information to gather. This will go long into the day. Homicide has now got the scene, and they are working on working on the investigation to determine all the things necessary to figure out why and make sure this is handled properly. And with that, I want to turn it over to Chief Lozano real quick for a few comments about what they did and what they're doing on the scene. And then after that, we'll take questions from all of you. And then we also have a translation for Spanish by Chief Cantu following the questions.
Thank you, Chief. So, Assistant Fire Chief Rui Lozano, the Houston Fire Department was here to provide assistance to HPD to the situation with the shooting. At approximately 12:10, Houston Fire Department Rescue Task Force medic went in under the cover of HPD and pronounced the victim. The victim had a fatal gunshot wound to the head. There was no efforts possible to revive the patient, and then they retreated to a protective posture, and we've been on standby and will continue to be standby to provide any assistance to anyone that is affected by this tragedy. Thank you.
Any questions for Chief?
Questions?
Obviously, murder is on the table there, but what are the exact charges that this man faces, the suspect that is?
Right now, murder is what we believe in will be the charge, but again, the investigation has to proceed, so we'll know that for certain, and that'll all be out very soon. At this point, it's still under investigation. But murder is I would believe, yes.
Are there any metal detectors going into the building, or what's the security process floor by floor?
So I am not certain of all the building's security apparatus on site. It's a private building, and so I'd have to get that information. Obviously, they do have some camera systems in there and access cards and all of this. Again, this individual was an employee and had access throughout the building, our suspect. So that was the concern, that he could be on any floor until we verified his whereabouts. And we were afraid that he could come out anywhere, and if this was an actual active shooter, then he could have harmed other people very quickly. So that's why we had to flood the building with officers as quickly as possible and secure everything until we could locate him.
Did he show up to work this morning and then go out? What kind of situation?
So right now, he did arrive at work today. I don't know what time he arrived at work yet today, but we don't have any information that there was any ongoing dispute or problem. Again, that may emerge later. It would seem so, since he seemed to target his own supervisor. But right now, the information is that he was not an employee having problems that we can surmise at this point. Again, we'll get more information on that.
Is there no age on if there was a meeting moments prior?
I don't have that information. Nothing's been told to me at that time. Part of the investigation, we will know more later.
Was that the age of the shooter and the victim?
We are still working on that because we did take him in custody at what we believe is where he lives, which is over off of Fannin, and there'll be warrants served, and we'll be searching for weapons. I don't have that information this time.
Any age on the victim and the shooter?
I don't have that right now, so I apologize, but I will get that information for you.
How old is the suspect?
Again, I have personally not witnessed either one. Because we've been managing from other places. The suspect was arrested off-site, so I will get all that information. From appearance, I have seen a photo of our suspect, and he appears to be 30s, age range.
What's the business that takes place on the 10th floor? We hear it's an energy building, also finance.
I think like solar panels, I think is a part of the business. Maybe 70% of the business is what I was told. I don't know for a fact.
And when you talk to people who left the building, you said just recently there was active shooter training. Do you feel that helped secure people?
Absolutely, absolutely,
that?
absolutely. Well, so yeah, a lot of private industry, which is what we recommend, are taking the initiative to get their own employees trained in the event, you know, God forbid something like this was to happen in their building. You know, I mean, it's like anything else. In times of crisis, you revert to what you've been trained and what you're thinking about. And in this particular case, if you've had this type of training and prepared for this, if you're mentally prepared for something going on, whether that's an active shooter in a building or just being out and about with your family or loved ones, think through the things you might do and how you can avoid danger. That will certainly protect you.
And how many employees would you say were in the same floor?
I really don't know. It could be 60 to 100. I really don't know.
Do you have the name again of the specific business?
I don't have the name of the business. I have the name of the building, 20 Greenway Plaza building, which I think carries the address 3800 Cummings. So I'm pretty sure of that.
You said you were called here at noon. What time was the suspect detained?
2 o'clock, we had him in custody.
So for those 2 hours, your
Yes,
officers were canvassing the
so
building?
Right. And it just, as you might imagine, it just takes a lot of time until we can locate him. And until we have located him, the threat still exists.
Does there appear to be an issue with his mental state, or does this? Or are we not there yet?
We're not there yet. I mean, all of those things are going to be determined, or they'll be uncovered very shortly. Our homicide team is working on that, and we'll have that information we still have right now.
And as far as when y'all took him into custody, he was peaceful, I suppose, at that point?
He did surrender. I wasn't on scene to tell you exactly what his demeanor was. I just know that he surrendered, and no one else was injured.
Last question. Did he confront his supervisor in his actual office and he was just kind of walking there?
I don't know that information exactly. I don't know how quickly he resorted to violence from the time he approached his supervisor. Information, witnesses, more to come.
Following up on her question, can you describe the setting of that 10th floor? Was it
I can't because
in an office, in a cubicle space, cafeteria?
So I can't. Maybe Chief Lozano can, but neither one of us went up there. So I'm not willing to tell you exactly the layout of that floor. So again, we can find that out later for you. Yes.
Sad situation there in Houston as we are as they're going to go now to the Spanish portion there. But it was a work-related shooting, and from the police, they said that a worker went in and wanted to shoot his supervisor, and they know this because he was able to bypass a lot of people to get to the supervisor, and unfortunately that supervisor did pass away. Suspect was later caught at a different location, and a very sad situation there in Houston. All right, everybody, we're going to take a quick 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. So when we come back, we're going to go and talk about some record low numbers here when we're talking about Lake Powell. It's a huge lake just near the Arizona-Utah border, and it's causing a lot of problems. And we'll have that for you coming up next year on Live Now from Fox, everyone.
these weapons into Ukraine immediately. We still have access to the country to be able to do that before it's too late, before more people are killed, before Kyiv falls, before Kharkiv is reduced to rubble. We have to act, and act quickly. It's not a matter of weeks, it's a matter of hours, days.
He also called for sanctions that we have been unwilling to impose. We've imposed a lot of sanctions, but he called for basically a shutdown of any Russian imports and a much stronger sanctions package. I know that you've been working on that, but the administration has been resisting.
Yeah, we need to tighten the sanctions. He talked specifically about broadening the sanctions to governmental officials who are engaged and involved in this in some way or another, including regional officials. I think that's a good idea. I've talked to the ambassador about that over the last couple of days. My sense is that the American people are ready to do more, and that includes being honest about the oil and gas situation. Right now, the revenues it's getting from oil and gas sales around the world is what's fueling this war machine. That's their number one export. And so there's more we can do there. As an example, we put sanctions on banks as it relates to energy transactions, but said they don't go into effect until June 24th. June 24th may be too late to do anything. So we need to tighten these sanctions on the banks, include them all in SWIFT, do more in terms of sanctioning individuals. And today I would make a statement to those Russian officials and to those Russian commanders. You have a choice. The war crimes are being recorded. The world is watching. You have a choice. You don't need to obey these orders.
We were listening to just a little bit of senators talk about the Zielinski remarks that were made earlier today. We'll have more full coverage on that, of course, for you right here on Live Now from Fox. As we always appreciate everyone joining us here, giving you really the top stories and headlines from all over the country here. Here's a nice shot in Oakland right now. As you can see, a great looking shot there. Looks like a great day. And, you know, a lot of people continue to be celebrating spring break time. A lot of people may be traveling, doing things that they would like to do with their family and friends. Well, one place that is getting very, very busy, we're talking about the Oklahoma City Zoo, and that's where we find right now Fox Weather's Hunter Davis with the very latest. Hunter, thanks so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox.
Hey Mike, thanks for having me. And really the kind of fun fact of the day is this time last week we were getting ready for an ice storm. Oklahoma City got about 4 inches over Friday of last week. Now here we are heading on to a week later and it's 75. And aside from a little bit of wind, it's an absolutely incredible day. I'm talking a picture perfect zoo day. And a lot of people seem to have that same thinking because since Saturday, they've had almost 20,000 people here at the Oklahoma City Zoo. And I actually have the perfect person here to talk to us about all of the fun that can be had here. Candace Reynolds, thank you for joining us. And thank you for letting me hang out with all of your animals. Our bison have disappeared.
They have disappeared, but thank you so much for being here. Yes, so it is spring break here at the Oklahoma City Zoo, and we are so excited to welcome everybody to the park and have them come in and connect with our wildlife and learn more about these amazing animals that we have here. We are at Oklahoma Trails right now, which is one of our most popular habitat areas. It features species that are native to the state of Oklahoma, so you do have your amazing bison, you have bald eagles, coyote, mountain lions, a ton of animals for guests to see, in addition to all the other experiences and things that are happening here at the zoo.
And we actually have done a lot of fun stuff already today. I mean, I'm talking like sea lions, seals, giraffes. What all can people get into out here?
You have had a pretty good zoo day so far, so you're absolutely right. We have the sea lion presentations that are always going on. Those are fun with our California sea lions and harbor seals. The giraffe feeding platform is open. There's an opportunity there to get up close and personal with giraffes. We have the elephant presentation. You can see our baby elephant. Predator Pass, our new habitat for cheetahs and African painted dog, is open. So a lot of really cool things going on here at the Oklahoma City Zoo.
And I also want to show another cool aspect. Since our bison are hiding from us, we'll have to show them something different. The animal hospital right over here, there's actually kind of a really unique experience when it comes to this area in the zoo. Talk to me about what can be done here.
Yes, absolutely. So here at the Oklahoma City Zoo, our Joan Kirkpatrick Animal Hospital, we are one of few AZA accredited zoos here in North America that have their animal hospital in the park. So this gives guests an opportunity, if there's a wellness exam going on, they can actually see that exam happening in real time. There's not always something planned, but if there is something going on, we have viewing windows inside our guest area, and you can watch that exam and also have an opportunity to talk with some of our vet team members.
So really, not only can kids have fun out here this spring break, but it looks like a great opportunity for education as well.
Yes, so we are always about connecting people to wildlife and wild places and helping them learn more about these incredible animals that we share the planet with and how they can even help and things that they can do, really to help conserve these incredible species.
Gotcha. Well, thank you, Candace. I will send you on your way, and I will hop back on here to just blame Mike about the fact that we couldn't see any bison because we've been doing live shots all day and none of the animals have run away, Mike. So, common denominator.
Hey, there you go. There you go. And you know what? It's nice to see a lot of people going to the zoo right now because you guys had a rough winter. I mean, I felt like it was just a couple weeks ago. We were doing a shot with you in Tulsa, and it was so much snow on the ground.
I know. I think it's hard for people sometimes when I'm not in a million layers to actually recognize who I am. But, sometimes we do get nice weather, and that's the fun times of my job.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Well, Hunter Davis with Fox Weather, thanks so much for giving us this insight and a nice look there at the zoo. We appreciate it.
Thanks, Mike.
No problem. And of course, Fox Weather, you can always get their app and download it today. Get all of your top weather headlines there as well. All right, everybody, we're going to take a quick 2-minute break here. Stay right here with us on Live Now from Fox. You can take a look here how the weather is looking across the country. Look at in Miami, we got 84 degrees there, right where we were in Oklahoma. I mean, hey, they're in the 70s right now. Gotta love that there. 67 showing in Chicago right now, 68 in Los Angeles, looking really good across the country there, even in New York. Nice day, 55 degrees. Live Now from Fox coming up in just 2 minutes once again. Welcome back to all our viewers right here on Live Now from Fox. We appreciate it. I'm your host, Mike Page, as we continue to bring you the top stories and headlines from all over the country. Well, obviously, one of the biggest stories today was President Biden talking about $800 million new package of aid going to Ukraine. It's going to be new weapons, drones, and so much more to help the Ukrainians in this all-out battle against Russia. And we wanted to play out just a little bit more from the State Department from earlier today, just talking about what they are facing really on a daily basis and really even hourly basis in Ukraine.
I recall his second travel to the continent of Europe was to Brussels, where he attended a NATO ministerial just a few weeks later. So we have demonstrated from the very first hours of this administration when Secretary Blinken spoke to the NATO Secretary General. And of course, the President has had conversations as well. The indispensability of the NATO alliance and the fact that, to us, NATO's Article 5, the principle that an attack on one is an attack on all, is as sacrosanct today as it was 70 plus years ago when the NATO Charter was signed. Now, I think it is true that the alliance, in the build-up and in the wake of Russia's aggression, is as united, as focused, and as purposeful as it has been since the end of the Cold War. It has really brought into focus the reason for being of the alliance in the first place. I also think, and I'll let countries speak for themselves, but this brings up once again the point that President Putin, through his actions, has in fact precipitated everything that he has sought to prevent. And a number of countries that just a few short months ago probably would have demurred if asked about any NATO aspirations have given different answers. Of course, I think that the value of NATO, its purpose, its reason for being today is as in focus as it ever has been. Yes?
I know it's not your department per se, but so today's call between Jake Sullivan and General Patrushev, is this not because this is the first, correct me if I'm wrong, but if this is the first high-level contact since the beginning of the invasion, so is this not a positive signal, or that the sides are, coming together, or how are we supposed to interpret that?
I wouldn't quite characterize it in quite those terms. I won't speak for the White House. They will speak to their own engagements. What I can say is that the last time Secretary Blinken had been in contact with his counterpart was in the immediate aftermath of the potential meeting in Geneva coming down. And this was, of course, right in the midst of the start of the Russian invasion of Ukraine. And I say that I might characterize this contact a bit differently because, as the White House laid out, the National Security Advisor outlined in very clear terms for his counterpart our commitment to continuing to impose costs on the Russian Federation, our commitment to continuing to support the sovereignty and the territorial integrity of our Ukrainian partners. He also took advantage of the conversation to make very clear that there would be significant consequences and implications were the Russian Federation to use chemical or biological weapons in Ukraine. So I think this speaks to the fact that there are some very weighty, very consequential issues that are now on the table. There are some very weighty concerns that we have, and so we are not going to pass up an opportunity to convey those concerns and to convey the potential implications if we think that direct contact is in our interest. Paul.
Can I go to Iran?
Sure.
So where are we? The Iranians say there's two issues left, which presumably are they want guarantees from the U.S. and they against another policy change, and they want the IRGC to be cleared of being named a terrorist group. Can those issues be bridged, and do you expect them to be bridged soon? And secondly, what do you think of Britain's ability to get back its hostages and the coincidental timing of them releasing Iranian funds?
So to your first question, we do think the remaining issues can be bridged. we do think, and as we said before, we have made significant progress. We are close to a possible deal, but we're not there yet. From our end, we are not going to characterize the number, the nature of these remaining issues precisely because we are at a very delicate stage. We want to do everything we can to see to it that to determine if a mutual return to compliance with the JCPOA is in the offing, and it would need to be in the offing in the short term. As we've said, there is little time remaining given the nuclear advancements that Tehran has made that over time would obviate the non-proliferation benefits that the JCPOA conveyed. So this is an issue that needs to be worked urgently. It is an issue that has had our urgent attention for some time now. We still continue to believe that a mutual return to compliance would be manifestly in our interests, and we are going to find out in the near term whether we're able to get there. When it comes to the news you referred to today, let me just say that we welcome the news regarding British citizens Nazanin Zaghari-Ratcliffe and Anush Ashuri. We, of course, would refer you to our British counterparts for specific questions on their status. When it comes to our efforts, we continue to work night and day to secure the release of our wrongfully detained citizens, and that includes US-UK citizen Murad Tabaz. Simply put, Iran is unjustly.
All right, and as they go to different topics here, we're going to take another quick 2-minute break. Then we are going to listen to a little bit of the Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell speaking just earlier today, talking about the first rate hike in more than 3 years. We'll have that for you on the other side of the break on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox, as we are now going to be listening to the Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell speak for just a little bit, his comments off the top, talking about the first rate hike in more than 3 years. Let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
With any certainty where the economy will be a year or more from now. Reducing the size of our balance sheet will also play an important role in firming the stance of monetary policy. At our meeting that wrapped up today, the committee made good progress on a plan for reducing our securities holdings, and we expect to announce the beginning of balance sheet reduction at a coming meeting. In making decisions about interest rates and the balance sheet, we will be mindful of the broader context in markets and in the economy, and we will use our tools to support financial and macroeconomic stability. As we noted in our policy statement, the implications of Russia's invasion of Ukraine for the U.S. economy are highly uncertain. In addition to the direct effects from higher global oil and commodity prices, the invasion and related events may restrain economic activity abroad and further disrupt supply chains, which would create spillovers to the U.S. economy through trade and other channels. The volatility in financial markets, particularly if sustained, could also act to tighten credit conditions and affect the real economy. Making appropriate monetary policy in this environment requires a recognition that the economy often evolves in unexpected ways. We will need to be nimble in responding to incoming data and the evolving outlook. And we will strive to avoid adding uncertainty to what is already an extraordinarily challenging and uncertain moment. We are attentive to the risks of potential further upward pressure on inflation and inflation expectations. The committee is determined to take the measures necessary to restore price stability. The American economy is very strong and well positioned to handle tighter monetary policy. To conclude, we understand that our actions affect communities, families, and businesses across the country. Everything we do is in service to our public mission. We at the Fed will do everything we can to achieve our maximum employment and price stability goals. Thank you. I look forward to your questions.
Thank you. Let's go to Gina at the New York Times.
Hi, Chair Powell. Thank you so much for taking our questions. I wonder if you could detail your thinking a little bit about how you're considering the risks of going too fast and potentially tipping the economy into recession, and how you're weighing those risks against the possibility of going too slowly, allowing inflation to become embedded and kind of getting behind the curve.
So I guess I would start by saying that, in my view, the probability of a recession within the next year is not particularly elevated. And why do I say that? Aggregate demand is currently strong, and most forecasters expect it to remain so. If you look at the labor market, also very strong. Conditions are tight, and payroll job growth is continuing at very high levels. Household and business balance sheets are strong. And so all signs are that this is a strong economy, indeed one that will be able to flourish, not to say withstand, but certainly flourish as well in the face of less accommodative monetary policy. So I guess that's how I would say I'm looking at that. Of course, the objective is to achieve price stability while also sustaining a strong labor market, and that is our overall objective. But we do feel the economy is very strong and well positioned to withstand tighter monetary policy.
Thank you. Let's go to Howard at Reuters.
Hi, Chair Powell. I was wondering, in the SEPs, you have quite a markdown to GDP from 4 to 2.8%. I'm wondering, how much of that do you feel is a result of the Fed's stiffer than expected action here? You talk about monetary policy operating with a lag, but is this going to bite quicker than expected?
I don't think that's a big piece of it, actually. I think some of that is just an early assessment of the effects of spillovers from the war in Eastern Europe, which will hit our economy through a number of channels, highly uncertain. But you're looking at higher oil prices, higher commodity prices. It'll be so that we think that will weigh on GP to some extent. So that's part of what moved those assessments down. I think generally monetary policy works with a lag, so some of that would also be in there. But remember as well that 2.8% is still very strong growth. If we think that the potential growth rate of the economy is somewhere around 1.75%, 2.8% is strong economic growth. It would have been one of the strongest years, in fact, of the last expansion. So while it's lower than last year's 5.8%, it's still quite strong growth. So I would say it's quite a strong forecast.
So in that context, what would trigger you to go faster or slower on the rate hikes? Ongoing increases doesn't really tell us whether this is going to come in bigger chunks or evenly paced through the year.
Yeah, so the way we're thinking about this is that every meeting is a live meeting, and we're going to be looking at evolving conditions. And if we do conclude that it would be appropriate to move more quickly to remove accommodation, then we'll do so. I can't be perfectly specific about it, but that's certainly a possibility as we go through the year.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to Rachel at the Washington Post.
Thank you, Michelle, and thank you, Chair Powell, for taking our questions. I'm curious if you can be specific on when you expect to see inflation will start to come down, especially with the combination of rates going up, fiscal aid dissipating from the economy, and supply chains getting better. And if you don't start to see that, how will you signal it? What will you be looking for, and what will you be looking for over the course of the year? Thank you.
So I guess I would say that at the before the invasion of Ukraine by Russia. So let's go back to that. I would have said that the expectation was that inflation would peak sometime in the first quarter, maybe the end of the first quarter of this year, and then maybe stay at that level or a little bit lower, and then start to come down in the back half of the year. So now we're already seeing a little bit of short-term upward pressure in inflation due to higher oil prices. Not natural gas a little bit, but not so much for us since we have our own natural gas supply, other commodities prices. The other thing is that you're seeing supply chain issues around shipping and around, lots of countries and companies and people not wanting to touch Russian goods. So that's going to be more tangled supply chains. So that could actually push out the relief we were expecting on supply chains generally. So I guess I would say that the expectation is still that inflation will begin to come down in the second half of the year. But if you look at where I read the SEP headline median, we still expect inflation to be high this year, lower than last year. And then we expect, though, particularly with the effects of the war, but also the data we've seen so far this year, we expect inflation to remain high through the middle of the year, begin to come down, and then come down more sharply next year.
Let's go to Nick at the Wall Street Journal.
Nick Timmeros of the Wall Street Journal. Chair Powell, over the last 6 months, the Fed has shifted its policy stance quite a bit. 6 months ago, you were still buying assets. Most officials weren't projecting any interest rate increases this year. And yet, despite the shift over the last 6 months, real rates are as negative today as they were then. So how concerned are you that further inflation surprises will offset the effects of recent policy firming by leading real rates to stay at levels that do not actually provide much restraint to the economy? Thanks.
So that's one of many ways of capturing the situation, which is that the committee really does understand that the time for rate increases and for shrinking the balance sheet has come. And I would just say, I would go back to the economy is very strong. As I mentioned, tremendous momentum in the labor market. We expect growth to continue. It's clearly time to raise interest rates and begin the balance sheet shrinkage. And I just wanted to say that as I looked around the table at today's meeting, I saw a committee that's acutely aware of the need to return the economy to price stability and determined to use our tools to do exactly that. You couched it in terms of real rates. I would say if you look at the SEP, you've got people getting close to or even above, in many cases, their estimate of the longer run neutral rate. So I understand that doesn't do it for real rates, but if you go out a year or two, many people are in their forecasts are having tight policy from a real interest rate standpoint. So that's something that we're focused on. Of course, it's a highly uncertain environment, and we don't know what's going to happen, but we do know that we're going to deploy our tools to achieve our goals, and that includes the price stability goal.
Let's go to Victoria at Politico.
Hi, Chair Powell. So looking at the summary of economic projections, you all have inflation coming down over the course of the year to 4.3%. And then you also have rates going up to what appears to still be below roughly what would be estimated to be the neutral rate, although I know that's a little bit uncertain. So I was just wondering, how much of inflation coming down do you see as actually being as a result of the Fed itself raising rates? And then also, if I could just ask, given that Sarah Bloom Raskin withdrew her nomination, what do you expect to do with the regulatory portfolio? Do you expect to assign a governor in charge of that?
Okay. So sorry, tell me again your first question.
My first question is, how much do you expect inflation to come down as a direct result of the Fed's actions this year?
Okay, so part of inflation coming down at the very beginning is clearly to do with factors other than our policy, and those would include potentially the supply chains getting a little bit better. Certainly base effects. You're lapping, as you know, when you look at a 12-month trailing window, you're lapping very high inflation in March, April, May, June of last year. So there should be some effects from that in the 12-month picture. Really, what we're looking for, though, is month-by-month inflation coming down, and so it's really it's all the things we've been talking about. That really haven't helped much, including the shift away from goods and back to services, including supply chains getting better, including labor force participation, all those things that have been sticky and not happening. But a big part of it is the base effects I mentioned as well. I think monetary policy starts to bite on inflation and on growth with a lag, of course. And so you would see that more in 23 and 24. But also remember, we started talking about rate increases last year. For some months now, the financial conditions have already incorporated a significant number of rate increases. So it doesn't start today. In effect, the moves are already priced into the market for a few months now. So so the clock is running on that, and I think some of that will be seen in the second half of the year as well. And on the regulatory portfolio, I would just say this, we have an obligation to carry out under the law in supervision and regulation, and we're doing that. That's what we're doing. The committee is not active, so what's happening is things are coming to the full board, and we're voting on them. We're getting our business done. We got the stress tests done. We've looked at a number of proposals for mergers and things like that. So we're working ahead. Of course, we don't have a vice chair for supervision, as you mentioned. But we're making do with the situation we have, and a good number of things have come straight to the board for approval.
Let's go to Neil Irwin at Axios. Let's go to Neil Irwin.
Hi, Chair Powell. It's Neil Irwin at Axios. Thanks for taking our questions. In the Statement of Economic Projections, we see a forecast of median 1.9% Fed fund rate at the end of the year, 2.8 end of next year. Wondered whether that aligns with your own expectations, in particular on that point of overshooting the long-term neutral rate, and also if you can tell us anything about how that might be paced, front-loaded, back-loaded, how high is the bar for doing 50 at one meeting?
So I don't, Neil. I've never talked about my own SCP projection. It's in there, but I think Fed chairs have generally not done that because we just haven't done it. It's because we have to put together the consensus on the committee and present that consensus. So I wouldn't talk about my individual one. And in terms of the pacing of it, I would just point out that there's 7 remaining meetings this year. This isn't something we discuss or debate or agree on, but there's 7 remaining meetings and there's 7 rate hikes. I would add there's also the shrinkage of the balance sheet, which people do the math different ways, but that might be the equivalent of another rate increase just from the runoff of the balance sheet. So I don't know. We haven't made any decisions on front end loading or going steadily through the year. And as I mentioned, if you look at the SEP, a good number of participants do see more than 7 rate increases this year. And I can't give you, I'm not going to try to give you a really specific test for what it would take to do that, but I will say this, though. We'll be looking at the data as they come in. We'll be looking to see whether the data show expected improvement on inflation. We'll be looking at the inflation outlook and making a judgment. And we'll be going, each meeting is a live meeting, and if we conclude that it would be appropriate to raise interest rates more quickly, then we'll do so.
institution do you believe the Federal Reserve is in your mind?
So I just would say a couple of things. We have the tools that we need, and we're going to use them. And as you can see, we have a plan over the course of this year to raise interest rates steadily and also to run off the balance sheet. We will take the necessary steps to ensure that high inflation does not become entrenched while also supporting a strong labor market. And as I mentioned, if we conclude that it would be appropriate to move more quickly, we'll do so. I leave it to others to make the judgment you ask for.
And then just as a follow on that, I wanted to get you on the record on this. What impact has there been on your job, given the fact that you
We lost you in the middle of the question.
Edward, can you repeat that question?
The impact that, given you're not actually confirmed and Governor Brainerd is not actually confirmed, has there been any impact on your job or the Fed's ability to handle inflation?
None whatsoever.
Okay, let's go to Colby Smith at the FT.
Thank you, Michelle. Chair Powell, how concerned is the committee about the notable pickup in services inflation, which is perhaps less likely to self-correct? And to what extent does it alter both the committee's confidence that long-term inflation expectations will not de-anchor in the coming months, as well as the balance of risks that the Fed may need to raise interest rates further above neutral than indicated in the dot plot? Thank you.
Thank you. So, of course, that's something we're watching report by report, and we noticed it in the last meeting, and it's part of the overall picture. We have expected services inflation to move back up to where it was, and that's part of what's happening is, in the case of some services, prices are still getting back up to where they were before the crisis. In other cases, it's pretty clear that inflation has spread more broadly across services, and yes, that is concerning. In the meanwhile, we see some progress on the goods side, but really in this latest report, it was confined to vehicles, which is admittedly a large category. So, as I mentioned, the committee acutely feels its obligation to move to make sure that we restore price stability, and is determined to use its tools to do so.
Thank you. Let's go to Steve Leisman at CNBC.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I wonder if you could help me understand the kind of logic, if there is one, inside the SCP here. As I look at the median forecast, for example, for unemployment, it runs for the 3-year window below the long run rate. I look at inflation being above over the 3-year window, the long run, or call it the neutral rate, so the economy still runs hot. And that is all true in a regime when you run, at least for 2 years, the funds rate above the long run rate. So I guess my question is this: are you not give a forecast here that essentially suggests you will be continuing to run further behind the curve and never really get in front of inflation because the economy will continue to run hot? And kind of on a related issue, you said earlier, inflation will take longer to return to price stability than we had originally expected. Isn't that a choice you're making? And if so, why are you making that choice to let inflation run above price stability longer than you'd like?
Right. So if you look, first of all, you're looking at medians, but understand that it's not something we voted on. It's not a plan. But if you look, people do have their by the end of this year, broadly, people are at or close to, or in some cases above, their estimates of longer run neutral interest rate. Okay, so that should stop pushing. That should, in other words, that should be a removal of accommodation for monetary policy, basically. At the same time, we will have done significant balance sheet runoff, and you can think of that as further. In the next year, and just looking at the median, you're now above above the what people estimate to be the longer run median. So and also in many people's forecast, that actually amounts to tight policy in real rates as well. So why does unemployment remain at 3.5%? I mean, a couple points. One is the connection between in the economy we had before the pandemic, the connection between inflation and the level of the unemployment rate was not very tight. But this is clearly what this is an expectation that really it amounts to the idea that wage increases, which are now running above the level that would be consistent over the long run with 2% inflation, will move back down to levels which are still very attractive, full economy, full employment kind of wages, but not to a point where they're pushing up inflation anymore. And as I mentioned, there are a lot of factors causing inflation to come down. And the reality is there are many moving pieces, and we don't know what will actually happen. But no matter what happens, this is a committee that is determined to use its tools to make sure that higher inflation does not become entrenched. And so we are determined on that front, and we'll deal with what comes. This is a modal or most likely expectation, but we'll deal with what comes, whether it's better or worse.
Thank you. Let's go to Chris Rugaber at the AP.
Hi, thank you. Well, let me follow up a bit on that. I mean, there are a lot of economists skeptical that you can reduce inflation as much as you've penciled in without raising the unemployment rate. And I'm wondering just what are the mechanisms you see in reducing demand? I mean, outside housing and autos, how do higher Fed rates reduce consumer demand unless it's through higher unemployment? Thank you.
Well, if you take a look at today's labor market, what you have is 1.7 plus job openings for every unemployed person. So that's a very tight labor market, tight to an unhealthy level, I would say. So, in principle, if let's say that our tools work about as you described, and the idea is we're trying to better align demand and supply, let's just say in the labor market. So it would actually, if you were just moving down the number of job openings so that they were more like 1-to-1, you would have less upward pressure on wages. You would have a lot less of a labor shortage, which is going on pretty much across the economy. We're hearing from companies that they can't hire enough people. They're having a hard time hiring. So that's really the thinking there. Is these are fairly well understood channels, interest sensitive, and basically across the economy we'd like to slow demand so that it's better aligned with supply, give supply at the same time to recover, and get into a better alignment of supply and demand, and that over time should bring inflation down. And I'll say again, though, we don't have a perfect crystal ball about the future, and we're prepared to use our tools as needed to restore price stability. As I mentioned in my opening remarks, without price stability, you really can't have a sustained period of maximum employment. It's one of our most fundamental obligations is to maintain and restore, in this case, price stability. So we're very committed to that. Of course, the plan is to restore price stability while also sustaining a strong labor market. That is our intention, and we believe we can do that. But we have to restore price stability.
Thank you, Christian. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. After several weeks of declines, reported cases of COVID-19 are once again increasing globally, especially in parts of Asia. These increases are occurring despite reductions in testing in some countries, which means the cases we're seeing are just the tip of the iceberg. And we know that when cases increase, so do deaths. Continued local outbreaks and surges are to be expected, particularly in areas where measures to prevent transmission have been lifted. However,
notably higher than.
Thank you, Christian. Good morning.
All right, everyone, we're going to take a quick 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. More to come on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. Switching it up a little bit, going out to Florida right now. Polk County Sheriff Grady Judge detailing the arrest of more than 100 suspects during a 6-day undercover investigation focusing on human trafficking. Let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
Winter Haven Police Department, Jim Zielinski from the Haines City Police Department, Chief Velasquez from the Lake Wells Police Department, Chief Andy Ray from the Auburndale Police Department. We have Dr. Marianne Thomas once again from One More Child. We have Misty LaPerriere from Sail of Freedom. We also were joined by DCF, who worked with us on this operation, and Heartland for Children. And it all started with Operation March Sadness 2, 2022, on the 8th of March. Now, we don't think basketball should be able to dominate March by itself, so we have our own bracket, but instead of brackets of winners, we have brackets of losers. And we're going to go over and tell you some of the absolute, not only sadness, but craziness that we saw during this last operation. But I am eternally grateful for our police chiefs, because we wouldn't be able to do this unless we all work together, and my fantastic detectives that work so very hard, and certainly our counselors, because they join us in every operation. They work a lot of hours so that they can be there the instant that we identify and help us identify the victims of these human operations. It's unbelievable, the victims we get with our human trafficking operations. And we identified one this time that I'll talk about without her name. Many times it takes follow-up investigation by this wonderful team of counselors in order to get there. But let's start with Mr. Finley. Mr. Finley is not involved in this from a human trafficking / prostitution operation, but we hit a grand slam in that we also found child sex predators. And he's the first child sex predator that we identified. He's 39 years of age. He's a handyman. He's from Mulberry. And he traveled to our undercover location thinking he was going to engage a very young child for sex. Newsflash, it wasn't a very young child, it was a group of detectives. He's been charged as a result for traveling, for resisting arrest. That's right, he ran from us. He didn't want to go to jail. He had meth. He was also charged with attempted lewd battery and transmission of some very ugly stuff that he thought was going to a 13-year-old child. So it would have been a grand slam week for all of our resources and efforts if we'd have just gotten Timothy Finley, who thought he was traveling to meet a child. It's pretty nervy if you think about it. He was showing up at the child's residence when he thought mom and dad weren't there. But he wasn't alone. Then there's Shannon Johnson. He's 41. He's from Orlando. You know, it's interesting, the Orlando stations aren't here today. They should be, because they got a lot of these problems over in Orlando, and the community over there needs to be made aware of it. He thought he was communicating with a 13-year-old child. He wanted to be her daddy. He wanted to have different kinds of sex with what he thought was a 13-year-old child. He works at a warehouse. He was charged with traveling, attempted lewd battery, transmission of photos of himself, nude photos, you know what I mean? And And he didn't have any children himself, but he wanted to play this game of daddy. That's right, he has a criminal history. And when we arrested him, he said, "You got me. You're right. We got him." So if we'd arrested 2 child predators, that would have been a grand slam week. But we got another one. This guy's from Gainesville. He's employed in construction. He did not travel, but he communicated with what he thought was a 14-year-old child online and said, "Don't tell the cops." And then he sent videos and stills of himself doing things an adult should never do in the presence of a child, or publicly, or recorded for public consumption. Nasty stuff. Rose here, Jody Rose, is a nasty, nasty guy. He's 36 years old. So we traveled to Gainesville to get him. Or we had the Alachua Sheriff's Office travel for us to get him. When we arrested him, he said, "It's just a misunderstanding." Maybe a misunderstanding on his part. It's not a misunderstanding on our part. He was sending nasty videos and photographs to children. No criminal history up until now, but now he's got 11 felony charges, so he made up for lost time with his arrest. That would have been a grand slam if we'd only gotten 3. Then there's Xavier Jackson. He's 27. He thought he was chatting with a 14-year-old, and he sent photos of himself doing things that's totally inappropriate. He did not travel, so once again, the Orange County Sheriff's Office assisted us, and because he's from Orlando, and traveled to arrest him, where he was charged with 3 counts of harmful material and 1 count of unlawful communication. Oh, did I mention that he just happens to be a lifeguard at the Polynesian Resort for Disney? You think there's a few children around there? That's right. I didn't stutter. He was a lifeguard at the Polynesian Resort for Disney and was bragging about that. So we were able to arrest 4 predators in this operation. This is huge. 4 arrests of this magnitude in a week is simply remarkable. But let's move on. These guys weren't predators, but they all have something in common with the last arrest. They work for Disney. So you have Wilkeson Fidel. He's 24. He lives in Orlando. He thought he was coming for sex. He's been a Disney employee for 4 years, and he works at the Cosmic Restaurant in Tomorrowland. Except now he is in the county jail if he hasn't made bond yet. And then there's Shahab Malav. He's 27. He's a software developer for Disney. He's worried because he's here on a work visa from India. He thought he was coming to have sex with 2 ladies. Surprise, once again, undercover detectives. Then there's Ralph Lease. He's 45. He lives in Winter Garden. He's an IT employee for Disney. He's been there about 4 years, and he's married. So I'm sure Disney's not pleased. I bet his wife's not pleased, but we're pleased that we arrested him. I'm going to tell you about a trafficker. It's not often we arrest traffickers at the undercover site, but we did. And normally when we arrest traffickers at the undercover site, It's a male. Let me introduce you to Tiffany Nash. She was the trafficker of a young lady. Tiffany's 32 years of age. Why she's not been busy committing crime, because she has 61 previous criminal charges, 41 of them felonies and 20 as misdemeanors. She's the manager of the Kentucky Fried Chicken in Orlando. Now, I just don't believe I'd want any finger-licking good chicken that she touched. Just saying. What she does is she would set up the deal. And then she would force this young lady, this victim, to come along. This deal was for $300. If this lady were lucky, she would get $20. So the lady, the victim, Ubered over, followed by Tiffany, to make sure that the deal went right, and Tiffany got her money. As soon as we took the victim down, ostensibly for an arrest, this wonderful team determined she's a victim. So she's not criminally charged, and she's not up here on this board because she's immediately turned over and treated as a victim, not a criminal suspect in an event. So Tiffany's been charged with human trafficking, deriving proceeds, possession of cocaine, possession of meth, possession of paraphernalia, and guess what? She's not managing the Kentucky Fried Chicken place today. She's in our county jail. And we don't serve finger-licking good chicken there. The victim has been turned over for services. Then we have Daniel Peters, 66 years old. He thought he was coming for a girlfriend experience, kind of a date. He went on an escort site. Oh, can I show you the other picture of Daniel Peters? This is the Honorable Daniel Peters, who is a retired judge from Cook County, Illinois, or the Dishonorable Judge Peters from Cook County, Illinois. And when we were doing our follow-up investigation to validate all of this, what did we find out? He also retired from the Cook County Sheriff's Office, according to him. That's right. He said he was a special assistant in legal affairs, and he worked, are you ready for this, in the Office of Professional Regulations, where he was a director. You're kidding me, right? No, I'm not kidding you. As my old daddy would have said, that's a known fact. He said, quote, I've been on the other side of this. Well, I'd like to ask him today, so which side do you like best? Now that you have been the prosecutor, you've been the judge, you've been at the state attorney's office, and now you're the defendant. So we locked him up in the county jail. He says he lives in Palos Hills, Illinois. He requested an attorney. Well, Judge, you need an attorney. You got problems. He went to the jail in Polk County. Then there's Richard Jackson. He thought he was coming for sex. This guy wouldn't be particularly interesting out of the group. He lives in Orlando, but he worked at a family amusement park called the Fun Spot, around children, around a lot of people. So we thought it's worthy for people to know, if you go to the Fun Spot, if they still employ him, you need to know that he will do illegal things for money. And then there's Nelson Cruz. You know, we got this thing going with with food restaurants. He is a manager of a restaurant as well, Cracker Barrel in Altamont Springs. He's married. He's worried as well because he's here on a work visa from Honduras. He thought he was coming to have sex. Now, he lives in our county, but obviously he hasn't got the message yet. You know why he said he did this? Are you ready for this? He had an argument with his wife. So he decided that I'll just go have an event with a prostitute. I bet his wife's not happy. I'm just guessing. He's arrested. And we don't serve Cracker Barrel at the jail, so he won't have to worry about seeing delicious food, only nutritious food. And then there's James Compton. He's 42. He's a graphic designer. He wanted to have all kinds of sex, and he wouldn't be particularly interested, except for the fact his 17-year-old son was refereeing a youth soccer game across the street. Hey, I guess he just got tired, right? Let's see. My son's refereeing this youth soccer tournament. I don't have anything to do. I think I'll go across the street and have sex with a prostitute. There's your all-American dad. So he has a criminal history back in 1998 for lewd battery. So the night's wrapping down. We have arrested this child predator who resists us and runs, so we have to tase him. And as is our protocol, when you tase someone, you have an ambulance run an EKG strip to make sure everything's all right. So we have to call an ambulance to the scene, and a fire truck shows up. We've got another undercover deal, cooking. So our undercover people try to blow off the deal. Hey, we'll do it tomorrow. Here's the deal. There was a guy by the name of Seth Phillips and Christina Garrett coming from Bradenton. Christina is Seth's girlfriend. Follow this now. Coming from Bradenton, where they're to be paid $1,000 to have sex with two undercover people. They think this is going to be $1,000 in their pocket. They're going to have sex. Going to be a great evening. However, Seth left his wife at home while he shows up with his girlfriend. So he gets in the area. We have the guy resist. Now we got to have the fire trucks there and the ambulance and the EKG strip. So we text, our undercovers text and say, hey, the cops are here. Told them the truth. Ambulance is here, fire trucks here, we'll do it tomorrow night. Seth, who's a former Marine and a Lyft driver, is not happy. So here's what he says. I'm mad. I've come all the way over here for $1,000 and now you're blowing me off. You are going to pay me $100 for the ball of meth. You are going to pay me $500 for the cancellation. If not, you better have a lot of friends with guns and a chopper. You'll sleep well if you pay knowing that the boogeyman won't come. And then he continued to threaten. And guess what? He showed up. That's right, the ambulance had cleared out, fire trucks had cleared out.
All right, that was the big news out of Florida from earlier. But we're going to take a quick 2-minute break. And when we come back, we're going to talk about the massive earthquake that rumbled in Japan. You've seen some of the video from it from earlier today. We'll bring it to you right here on Live Now from Fox, coming up in just 2 minutes. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. We appreciate you joining us here as we continue to bring you the top stories and headlines from all over the country and, of course, around the world. And take a look what happened earlier today in Japan. A massive 7.3 magnitude earthquake hit. And you can see some of the video there from this apartment as you are seeing objects there shake. You can see the TV there as well. So we want to get a little bit more clear understanding of what happened and just what this region is unfortunately, it knows too well all about earthquakes. So let's bring in our guest here this afternoon, Dr. Susan Hoff, USGS seismologist. We appreciate you here on Live Now from Fox.
I'm happy to join you.
Well, can you tell us, I mean, this is a significant one at 7.3. What is it about this area in Japan that is no stranger to these earthquakes?
Yeah, well, colloquially, we speak about the Ring of Fire, but in geologic terms, the Pacific Ocean around the edges is mostly sinking under the sides of the continent or the island of Japan. So that's a setting that gives rise to very large earthquakes. And 7.3 actually isn't that large in the scheme of things for Japan. Going back a decade ago, they had a magnitude 9 earthquake, the devastating earthquake in Tohoku. But 7.3 is clearly still a major earthquake.
Yes, absolutely. And, you know, when the earthquake first struck there was a tsunami advisory going on. Can you help us explain just what goes into declaring that warning or advisory?
So typically there's three things. If there's a magnitude above a certain size that's offshore, that alone can initially generate a tsunami warning. Also, there's buoys that can actually see motion in the water that tells you directly that there's a tsunami underway.
Okay, and then obviously, you know, when you hear about these, we talk about power outages and damage in the area that comes with these earthquakes. But what does Japan's infrastructure look like, and how can it help withstanding these large ones?
Yeah, Japan has been as prepared for earthquakes as any country in the world. They've been well aware of their earthquake risk for a very long time. They have very good building codes. One issue with this earthquake is that not all earthquakes of a given magnitude are created equal, that some magnitude 7.3s are actually more energetic than others in terms of the energy they release. It's not something people may realize. But this 7.3 turned out to, it looks like it packed an especially strong punch. So that may have made it more damaging than a typical magnitude 7.3 in Japan.
Okay, and we thank you for that insight as well. And, you know, it came almost days to the anniversary of the 2011 one that was a very, very big one. And how does that compare to this one? Obviously, it's not on the same scope there, but how does that compare, maybe?
You know, the magnitude scale is famously or infamously logarithmic. So a magnitude 9 is almost, it's about 100 times bigger than a 7.3. So the 2011 event was a whole lot bigger, and it did create, as we know, a huge tsunami, which caused most of the damage and almost all of the fatalities in that case. So it's the really big earthquakes that we worry about in Japan because of that setting. Also, if this earthquake had happened on dry land, and a 7.3 that's close to a city will be a lot more damaging than a 7.3 that's offshore.
Yeah, so true, so true. And then lastly, Dr. Susan, what about early warning systems? What type of technology do they have in place there in Japan?
So they've also had a quite good early warning system going back many years, and it's because their earthquakes are offshore, it can actually be an advantageous setup for developing an early warning system, but they've really been a world leader in developing that technology. I have not heard how the system performed in this case, but in general, the system has been in place, for example, and they're able to slow down or stop their high-speed train. So I assume that was the case for this event.
Okay. Well, Dr. Susan Hoff, USGS seismologist, thanks so much for joining us and giving us your time here on Live Now from Fox and your perspective. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
You have a good one. And of course, we'll be right back here on Live Now from Fox, everybody. We'll take another quick 2-minute break and get your top headlines coming up. All right, everybody, welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. We're going to listen here to lawmakers. This was right after Zielinski's big speech to congressional members today. We're going to listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
Before Kyiv is reduced to rubble, we have to act, and act quickly. It's not a matter of weeks, it's a matter of hours and days.
He also called for sanctions that we have been unwilling to impose. We've imposed a lot of sanctions, but he called for basically a shutdown of any Russian imports and a much stronger sanctions package. I know that you've been working on that, but the administration has been resisting.
Yeah, we need to tighten the sanctions. He talked specifically about broadening the sanctions to governmental officials who are engaged and involved in this in some way or another, including regional officials. I think that's a good idea. I've talked to the ambassador about that over the last couple of days. My sense is that the American people are ready to do more. And that includes being honest about the oil and gas situation. Right now, the revenues that Russia is getting from oil and gas sales around the world is what's fueling this war machine. That's their #1 export. And so there's more we can do there. As an example, we put sanctions on banks as it relates to energy transactions, but said they don't go into effect until June 24th. June 24th may be too late to do anything. So we need to tighten these sanctions on the banks, include them all in SWIFT, do more in terms of sanctioning individuals. And today I would make a statement to those Russian officials and to those Russian commanders. You have a choice. The war crimes are being recorded. The world is watching. You have a choice. You don't need to obey these orders to kill your neighbors, innocent civilians in Ukraine. My hope is that what comes out of today's discussion with President Zielinski and all of us working together on a bipartisan basis is to tighten the sanctions immediately, is to provide more armaments that they actually need to defend themselves, particularly from these bombardments that are happening nightly, and give them a fighting chance to protect themselves.
Thank you, sir.
Heads up. I thought President Zielinski was very powerful, as many of you watched. He made the case very strongly. When you think about what President Biden should do, I think there's a bipartisan movement right here. Provide them the MiGs. Provide them the planes where they can create a no-fly zone. Provide them the armament that they need to continue to fight a war that they did not create. I thought the video was one of the most moving moments in there. Made the case of the murdering of innocent people, that war crimes are being committed, that America and the world cannot sit by and ignore. We need to put a stop to this. And I think greater pressure, greater armament, and why the MiGs were not provided weeks ago, as many of us requested, put them at a disadvantage.
Is there any scenario where a no-fly zone, the no-fly zone that he requested, would be supported by you and by the United States?
Look, I think right now, provide them the MiGs that they can create a no-fly zone. The entire time speaking with those in Ukraine and the president himself, he's never asked for American men or women to be in a battle. All he's ever asked for is give us the opportunity to defend ourselves. Don't let us fight with sticks. I've had conversations with the president long before this moment came. My advice to him was provide them the armament earlier to deter Putin from ever making these decisions. And the entire time, President Biden always said it would be the sanctions afterwards. And then when the sanctions came, he said it'd take months to work. Well, the Ukrainian people cannot wait months. The world cannot wait months if we sit by and watch innocent people being murdered. With that, let me turn it over to our whip.
Thank you. President Zielinski just gave an incredibly powerful address to Congress, and I think people got to see once again what we've been seeing for weeks, and that is just why President Zielinski is inspiring the people of Ukraine and people all around the world who are rallying behind these strong, incredibly tough people during a brutally difficult invasion by Putin. When President Zielinski showed that video, you really got to see firsthand the sheer brutality of what Putin is doing inside Ukraine. It was very difficult to watch. It was heartbreaking. But it shows you that there's nothing less than genocide going on in Ukraine by Putin and his army. And so as Zielinski made a plea to the United States, to President Biden, he's continued to reiterate that the people of Ukraine just want more tools to be able to defend their country, especially right now to be able to control the sky. And that's why getting these MiGs in immediately is so critical. The longer President Biden waits trying to figure out excuses to not offend Putin, it's costing lives in Ukraine. He's got to make that happen. It's a plea Zielinski continued to make, as well as a plea for other things that I think the American people want to do to give them the tools that they need to defend their country. So as we look where we are, this is another opportunity for America to step up too and take away Putin's leverage on energy. There's no reason that Putin should be pocketing hundreds of millions of dollars a day by selling oil to America and the United States when we could cut that off right now by opening up our reserves, opening up areas that have been closed by President Biden to leasing so that Putin does not have that leverage over America or Europe to finance this brutal invasion. So we're going to continue to stand with the people of Ukraine and pray for them that they're able to have the tools to defend themselves against what Putin's doing. Now I'll turn it over to our conference chair, Elise Stefanik.
The American people stand strongly with the people of Ukraine. The speech we just heard from President Zielinski was inspiring and talk about a leader who has risen to a catastrophic challenge and a catastrophic crisis in his country. He outlined the fact that this is the most significant national security crisis in Europe since the end of World War II. The stakes could not be higher. This administration has been far too slow, not only in their implementation of sanctions, but the lack of completeness of sanctions. The Ukrainian people need those MiGs, and they need them now. They needed them yesterday. House Republicans have been united in advocating for strong, tough sanctions for months predating the invasion. We stand strongly in support of MiGs and making sure that the weapons and ammunition that is needed get to the Ukrainian people as quickly as possible. And just as a new mom, it is heart-wrenching to watch the video that President Zielinski just played in terms of the bombing of maternity wards and the war crimes that are being committed today. Make no mistake, there will be consequences on the global stage for Vladimir Putin, who is a war criminal and a thug. And I'll turn it over to our leader, Kevin McCarthy.
Questions? Yes, sir.
How does the conference propose transferring the MiGs from Poland to
to the Ukrainians in terms of what's been discussed, and what is the proposal that you all believe should be
I think we can move forward exactly as they said. If they transfer it to America, it's no different than us providing the Javelins or others. The problem is the delay. The problem is this administration has delayed time and again, creating the situation to be worse, giving the wrong message to Putin. When President Biden said in his press conference, well, if they take a little part of Ukraine, as though that was okay. The slowness of moving weaponry to Ukraine to have a deterrent where Russia would not invade. All of that's been a mistake. The weeks that he has waited now about whether the MiGs could go. How many people have died? Maternity wards have been bombed. You've watched in the video itself. You've watched a leader stand in a capital that's being bombed, not requesting that American men and women go into war. Simply help us provide the weapons that we can defend ourselves. This is an unwarranted war that they did not ask for, but they're willing to defend the right of freedom. We should stand with anyone who's willing to defend freedom and against the atrocities that Putin is doing. Thank you all very much.
Senator McCarthy, do you think Zielinski changed minds in that room?
I think walking into that room ahead of time, I believe there was a bipartisan support to provide the MiGs. I know on the Republican side, we've been requesting this for quite some time. I think that has changed on the Democrat side, that they're more supportive of it now. I think that room's united to defend and help Ukraine get the weaponry they need to defend themselves.
Leader McCarthy, he also called for much tougher sanctions. Ron Foreman, who just came back from Poland, is calling for much tougher sanctions on their Russia's global energy revenue, not just, banning their oil imports here, but he wants much tougher sanctions, basically no Russian products coming into the United States, and on banks, etc. But the administration hasn't been willing to go there yet. Wondering if there's bipartisan support, do you think, in Congress to do something like that?
I believe there is. We should strengthen our sanctions every single day Putin continues this murder until he stops. But we should do more than that. Provide them the MiGs so they can have a no-fly zone created by themselves with their own pilots. Let them defend themselves. That's all they're asking for. But let's ramp up the sanctions as well so Putin and the rest of them feel the pain of the murders they are causing. Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Let me just say that Mike McCall and I are here. I'm not here as a Democrat today. And you'll hear from him, he's not here as a Republican, we're here as Americans. And after seeing and listening to President Zielinski, if we don't come together as Americans and with our NATO allies, then that helps Putin win. This is about the time for unity and listening to the plea of President Zielinski to make sure that we are giving him everything that he needs. The one that's responsible for this humanitarian disaster is the evilness of Vladimir Putin. He's the one that we should all be focused on stopping and making sure that we're saving the lives of the Ukrainian people. So, in answers to questions as to whether or not we should continue to, as we did last week, close to $14 billion for weapons and humanitarian aid, another $200, $300 million, the money should not be an issue with the United States Congress in a bipartisan way. That vote was us together. We win this and we stand with President Zielinski by doing it together. When we went over, Mr. McCall and I, to Poland just about a week ago, a little over a week ago, we went there with one message to our allies in Poland and to our allies in NATO and, of course, the Ukrainian people. we're going to stand with President Zelensky, and we're going to do it together as Americans.
Thank you, Chairman. As Chairman Meeks said, we're not standing here as Republicans, Democrats. This is not a time.
So once again, we were listening in to lawmakers right there reacting to President Zelensky's address to lawmakers as Zelensky was making an urgent plea to President Biden, to the United States, to do more to help his country as they continue to face an onslaught of attacks from Russia. We'll be getting into that aid package that has been presented to help out Ukraine. We'll also be speaking with reporters down on the ground in just a couple of minutes here who are speaking with police departments nationwide that are donating tactical gear to Ukraine to help out in the ways that they know how. So we're taking a look at video that's been captured from down in Ukraine. As we said, attacks are still underway here. We do want to hit on some other news, though, that we are getting into the newsroom in Birmingham, Alabama. This is a live look. Heavy rain barreled through Birmingham this afternoon, leading to multiple water rescues by first responders, though you're looking at streets here that are backed up with traffic, as I'm sure many of these streets have been closed off due to flooding. You can see that truck driving through the water right there. Everyone trying to stay safe. Always best to just not drive during weather conditions like this. The hardest hit areas appeared to be on the south side of the county, though, with flash flooding reported near St. Vincent's Hospital and surrounding south side neighborhoods. We'll pull up a look at our radar system. As you can see, the National Weather Service issued a flash flood warning for south central Jefferson County and northwestern Shelby County and said the warning would remain in effect until 5:30 local time. So radars indicating thunderstorms producing between 1 to 2 inches of rain. Multiple motorists became stranded as water levels rose to at least their vehicles' windows, although looking back at this shot from down in Birmingham, it seems like it's cleared off quite a bit. Emergency agencies cautioning motorists to avoid travel in Birmingham. An alert saying that the campus was also experiencing flooding. So multiple road closures at this time as many motorists are now backed up in traffic, but at least safe for the time being. If we get any more details, we'll keep bringing them to you here on Live Now from Fox, but we are going to take a quick commercial break. As we said, in the next couple of minutes here, we'll be speaking with our teams down on the ground about aid to Ukraine at this time, specifically from police departments offering tactical gear to Ukrainian military members. So that story after this. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett. For decades, the U.S. military has given its leftover equipment to state and local police agencies, but now departments around the country are shipping tactical gear to Ukraine to defend against Russian forces. Fox's Austin Westfall joining us live now from Sarasota, Florida, where the local sheriff's department just shipped a lot of tactical gear. Isn't that right, Austin?
That's right, Daytona. The Sarasota County Sheriff's Department says that they were inspired by a lot of those images that were coming out of Ukraine and that they just wanted to help the effort. So now they're saying that they're doing whatever they can in order to help save lives.
It will stop certain rounds and obviously protect you from headshots and falling debris and some of the things that we're seeing on TV.
The Sarasota County Sheriff's Office recently boxed up and shipped 340 ballistic helmets to Ukraine through a connection that they have with a Department of Defense contractor. Despite being in good condition, Sheriff Kurt Hoffman says these helmets must be replaced and destroyed every 5 years due to liability purposes, and these would have soon been destroyed in favor of newer helmets.
Rather than be destroyed, they can be put to good use, hopefully protecting what appears to be a fragile democracy.
The Sarasota Sheriff's Office isn't the only agency stepping up to help the fight. The Colorado Department of Public Safety shared this video of at least 750 helmets and 80 sets of body armor being donated by over 24 Colorado law enforcement agencies.
And the Ukrainian community handled the whole logistics end of this.
The Falls Township Police Department just outside of Philadelphia is also donating personal hygiene products, rugged police uniforms, and more tactical vests with the help of the nearby Ukrainian Educational and Cultural Center.
All we had to do is function as a collection point. And they literally came to headquarters with a truck, picked everything up, put it on a plane, and flew it over to Poland.
These donation efforts have been happening for weeks, and Sarasota's Sheriff Hoffman says it's likely to continue.
It appears from the emails and from the text messages that I've received from other law enforcement agencies, Texas, Oregon, California, Minnesota, that there's a lot of people that want to help the people of the Ukraine.
Now, we did hear from law enforcement agencies in many other states too, including Vermont, including Ohio. They're starting to collect some of those materials now. They're hoping to get more shipments out in the coming weeks, Daytona.
This is such a cool story and an opportunity for them to, give away gear that they were going to throw in the trash. It just seems so practical to me. Have they heard back from any of the Ukrainians that are actually using this gear on a daily basis?
We asked them that exact question, and as of yesterday, they have not heard anything back. They have heard from the Department of Defense vendor, who, of course, very appreciative. The police department over there in Falls Township, working with that local Ukrainian organization. A lot of thanks being given on their ends, but so far, at least from what I've asked of the police departments that I've spoken to, they haven't heard exactly where these materials have gone, as far as what areas of Ukraine they've possibly gone to or who exactly they've helped. But one thing that the sheriff did say when we interviewed him yesterday was he hopes he sees some of those helmets on television helping people sometime soon.
Yeah, very, very cool to hear this coming as President Zielinski is obviously asking for more from President Biden, from the United States. So hopefully this is just one step in a new direction, a wave of donations to Ukraine, because this is not ending anytime soon. Fox's Austin Westfall, thank you so much.
Daytona, thank you.
And there's a lot of stories that are coming from down on the ground, and all of our stations around the nation are speaking with people, especially Fox 11 Los Angeles speaking with a filmmaker who has been capturing the images in the war zone with refugees in Ukraine. So we want to play out that story for you here on Live Now from Fox. Take a listen.
Of course, there is that ongoing concern about those refugees that have fled. About half of them have headed to Poland.
Yeah, filmmaker and journalist Jeff McIntyre, he has been in Poland with some of those refugees, and he now joins us live tonight. Jeff, thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you for having me to share this really important story.
Absolutely. So tell us, give us a sense of what your overall experience was like.
So for perspective, Alex and Marla, I was in Haiti after the quake. I was in Japan after the tsunami. And while the physical and human devastation was just jaw-dropping, being on the border of Poland and Ukraine, just standing face to face with these Ukrainian mothers, in one hand they had all their worldly possessions, anything that they could carry, and on the other hand they had their children and maybe a pet. Some of them knew where they were going, and others, they're kind of just making it up as they go along. But the one question that kind of hung heavy was the when or if I will be able to return home. And will I even have a home or country to return to? So it was just kind of next level devastation, and the heartbreak was palpable.
You filed this story, which we are now debuting exclusively here on the Fox 11 News Special Report. Here's some of Jeff's reporting from Poland.
2 weeks ago, this was a popular outlet mall in Korszowa, Poland. Today, it's the first stop to freedom for fleeing Ukrainian women and children. Media access here is severely limited, so this is an exclusive look inside.
This is a refugee processing center next to a major border crossing here in eastern Poland, and they tell me this is a light period with only about 2,000 Ukrainians. At times, this could easily swell to 5,000, and here they get a temporary respite. There's food, playroom for the kids, clothes, medical supplies, whatever they need. It's a chance to catch their breath before they board buses to Warsaw and other cities in Poland to then make a new life.
This is the first stop in, I would say, European Union, that people get.
Chris is a volunteer. He was born in Poland, but spent most of his life in the U.S. He's proud of what's being done to support his neighbors.
They come here, we take care of them. Once we make sure that they're okay to go further, we find buses for them.
Chris shows me around the converted shopping center. Mounds of donated items around every corner, which he's grateful for.
So I want to say big thank you to everyone. I mean, we have things coming in here left and right. I mean, we're slowly running out of space to store all these things.
These donations not only help mothers and children who had to escape the war, but also support their husbands and fathers left behind to fight it.
A lot of this medical stuff that we get in our unit, we actually pack up and then we give it to the guys who are actually going across the border to give it to the soldiers who are fighting in the front lines.
Recently, the number of refugees fleeing Ukraine surpassed 2.5 million. More are coming, and the need for compassionate volunteers is growing.
You guys are always welcome here, to get yourself involved in helping those people.
You may be moved by these images, but it doesn't compare to the flood of emotions from being here. Chris urges people to seek out ways to help locally, and the lives touched are twofold, theirs and yours.
It's Jeff McIntyre reporting there in Poland now. He's made his way back home to Southern California. Jeff, what did the refugees themselves tell you?
The real profound sense I got was their incredible strength and probably the biggest nightmare situation of their lives. They all put on their stoic face, and they, one actually through a translator and kind of rough Ukrainian told me, I asked about how she was able to stay so strong, and she said, silly boy, there's no time for tears when you're trying to save your children.
Oh my goodness.
And this silly boy got the message pretty quick.
Yeah, for sure. I'm curious, though, for all of these, because that shopping mall turned refugee center is just a stopping point onto the next one. So do most of these refugees have a destination?
Good question, Marla. In this particular center, they get 2 kind of free nights there, and then they have to board a bus and take off to either family and friends who are in Poland or destinations elsewhere. So some of them, like I said, they do have a plan. There's a large Ukrainian population within Poland. They're neighbors. So they've been, going back and forth for years. The ones that don't have any solid travel plans, they take to social media. And this has really been a redeeming moment for social media. There's a lot of Ukrainian Facebook groups that offer posts for transportation and accommodations. And just let me give you two examples of the generosity, the compassion in action that we're seeing. Will in Madrid, he can offer a fold-out couch. And then there's a family in Sweden who's offering accommodation for 6 people with a beautiful garden to play in. Now, these are complete strangers, at least now. Soon, they're going to become lifelong friends. But it's incredibly refreshing to see just the heart and the humanity that this situation has really forged throughout the world.
Yeah, we've been seeing people all over the world also that have been buying rooms on Airbnb in Ukraine with no intention of actually going there, but just as a way to get money to the people that are in Ukraine that are sometimes bunkered underneath those homes. It has been interesting to see as one of the first real large-scale wars that we've seen during this social media age, the way that people have used those tools to try to bring people together as well has been striking. Jeff, your reporting is always striking all over the world, and we do appreciate you bringing it to us here tonight on Fox 11, and look forward to talking to you more in the days and weeks ahead.
Thank you both.
As you heard from Fox 11 in Los Angeles, there have been stories like that, people helping out all across the United States, people coming together to protest and find ways to help Ukraine. The United Nations estimating over 2.5 million Ukrainians have left the country entirely following Russia's invasion on February 24th. It's amazing to think that it was February 24th. When all of this happened, Fox News senior correspondent Casey Stiegel has more from Dallas on just how Americans are pitching in.
It has been 3 weeks since the Russian army invaded Ukraine, and as the war rages on, Americans are stepping up to help in more ways than one.
I've been told